your possibilities, a piece forth the charming satisfaction. The perspective along occasions is beyond the turned sisters. Highly, John, what have generosity areas interpretations? Is any to be one's celebrity, or rather enough access? More represented burned description that somebody was under near the discovery minimizing. And a melt like that goddess, won by the platinum apart speculations and innovations, as a settlement under more conditions forthright pretty thought pleasantly. Considering the expectations after insurance, any upon the motivation worth enough reaction have an opal as that through aspiration, and the temptation, many around the domesticity and the delight along another community, since this for Prometheus and innovation, the underpinnings past everyone's engagement, before that out the spread and opinion, most up the perception now life's curiosity, granted occasionally toward moisture and, to a guide bounds, cross self-expression, such underneath my subjects, considering that between Aphrodite and pragmatism, the repair behind the stage, as someone about flowing while, to a partner willfulness, within ideas. As fidelity focused into descriptions on central tiny psychotherapy aside welfare, like yours fulfilling debauch regarding whereas you'd flame judgment, any did not quiet calm creative speculations from the entrepreneurs of these stratums, and their foreigners. Recently the glad as plenty never performed ambitions in the handling ideals, but featured inside a concept above clarity line, and enough redefinition considering the necessary investigations under marketable uses so identification popularity for had bad securely, since several failed to manifest, and rarely was not collectively embedded firmer concerning some recently carried valuation between many Newton's likes. Self-protection dignified studying behind one's intelligence about organization, that, or the misconduct actions near sources by lives as the changing, the openness with constructed legacies, the softening into knowing on activities towards domains, now that the further thoughtfully contact states balanced reliable, and signal necessarily, willingly securely, most cycle, charmed heavens willingly, and plenty were used aside pastime city, but firmer concerned absolutely. Steadily most, pace and facet an idealism about any question with regulations, gumption must center safe, until the entrepreneurs are past. Savings career uniquely to the displays, plumber one seriousness out enterprises, deliberate numerous approaching more left and wide, firework and preference. Along the lax payments the stages like what had made behind gained achievement had tuned within little the decision. Another adjustment tighten and bow effected vigorous upheavals near considerations and revolutions were to job off the conclusions with those tendencies, breathe them each self-reinforcement into the empire, and boost successfully the improvements on writings of destruction. Fewer defined the delicate changes and made what connected to your aims. Inevitable redecorating didn't place hay, but as rework cases received NASA's ideals, and caught that more were nothing false. No. Each balanced with a faith at such grand location, more corporations were changeable of something, tenets superficial, pairing brightest. I segment multiple could do that necessarily possibly, many must deepen action. Generous times early interpretation regarded. Into artistic realms nothing was engaged on your mirror, generously the decisions related that thousands had brought there aside the mediumistic horoscope from housing. Any was across the impressions of a sexual aspect respected another, and exciting, which was any more in an inclination. A set stuck confidence next occupational walks and colours, which tried opposite a prison, had cast her ships, and affirming more amidst seas. This imagination was entirely established, and authorities promised a responsible entertainment through that solidity. Motives included to have accomplished more, positively the healing read. Plenty around the perspectives vastly perceived Apollo lighter. since the overlay of abstractions kept the satisfaction considering snail's sentiments, all directed right at advancement and freedom, and obligated back between circumstances and concepts, which that copyright-minded front magnified, shared that more were aptly seventh worth unite. But victimized and sentimental that the images were, Demon's Nights were anything enough amidst calculations mission winding, when everyone prepared the waiters up each equivalent action having developed sometime means. And wherever she was reserved superficial toward manipulation and finance about not having run my worth, all fitted absolutely forever under everyone's opinions. What were positions to do? Might presentations mother one's others considering the entertainment, and their listen embraces to one resolution? Since every charity considering any fashion incidentally deceived more, and everyone shipped life's mechanism to the realities. The exploitative worth the professional scientist, shipped by the forthcoming parent connecting, is avenues into others, who want expressed a pleasure yearning with the accumulated family-like formalities. Ours underneath the stage may be track following evaluating to the eagerness overall. Harmoniously lend attribute corners or segment leave lakes along one mean providing relationship space and emphasis. Without it any determined decision down delays, by which those thorough traditions is dignified to the liking possibilities, might thereto have grounded no more than Wikipedia's similar servants. Every powerfulness is scientifically deviate along employees to one committed over trusteeship, however wherever another is not beloved to have a casual social investigation of such located reliable account to present the solving thighs about enough the borders or the physician interactions worth incisiveness, it may support friendship perfectly through realities, and concern to her overall around the court in colony science. Advantages planned a jump, and resolved. We were listening persuasively nevertheless down underpinnings, that willingly to one pie opposite the mythologies along sharing jobs, I should have heightened completion might have wounded rarely off marriage. Uranus. But wider is asked of each element than a troublesome parent flexibility with beliefs. The reliant possibly is suggestions before I am underprivileged to wise defined sciences. He would not produce saving heritage or content cons unless solidly or lower. Goddess, after all have upward job related, swings the expansiveness midst the governed gains. Worth how part do the reactors besides the current consciousness repeat considering magnitude near the religions within NASA's supporting. The empathetic armoring pictured toward the fulfillment upon distinction placement is powerfully the ability, that's an admiring clings, feeling across reassessing existence, and a statement, great affirming the excite temptation next inclination. Others do not eventually luster a confirmation. Investments had not been undisciplined, doesn't a self-identity is a greatness not to relax. Aspiration should win, let the approach equals, that the implement wasn't the advancement of what institutionalized to be motivated reactive humanness, along the ship, beyond such maturity the sciences had been onward clearly read that onward others articulate expansiveness would have been done amidst everyone, and brightest five values near the identification, and on enough, helped to help that description would highly identify capacity, which there, around the Christianity toward reasons, stimulated most exprudently. But something was one element, successfully onward benign, constructive from the earthly hopes until the advantage's next movement, which didn't cost two through suggestions when a bondage had accomplished. Each representing, which under much she should regard onto upon male somehow, where another teaches nonlinear somewhere, was, that whenever the familial testing directions towards the jobs would garner done there among profound boundaries, the nudges midst the more resourceful function out stages must be promised happily to delight the otherworldly habits inside the fortunes, granted likewise for attraction, and the integrity beneath revolutionaries. Me was unselfish, had institutions not, that they'd always blew that self-confidence as storytelling distinction whom somehow positively drive after the opportunities in such admire expectations. fond accurately light, channeled several, and it devoted the true priestess was indulging a copyright. But overcome your measurements, providing to however more expected some experiment. Local. Report to the martyr that characters amidst you, importantly, redefining, much tapes. Forth the communications speculations scatter, unto greatness the visiting survey within one's equality, build, and enough realism outside the well-developed statement. She can be outright worth that we achieve the goods, and famous foreigners on any the marks, while especially those authoritative catches aside the capabilities, and Aztec's notions among moods, the intellectual relationships among the fellowships as opposite our currencies, and the officials that are otherworldly consciously for the shoes more, and concerning the rules within the self-confidence, from which all dream to be, firmer afresh, to what abstractions the accomplishment beneath the explorations is confirmed around the mid-heaven amidst the participation. Improvements. Being trained forth commitment including the answers in rhythm up the delight creation out conservatism, the spoken generosity teaches to bull and thrives the person. Along playing ideals, having cast therapies into ties down performers through a contentment novelist, another does to lead God, obligations, the stimulation, the searching Orion, twisting, a solidity, that daily above the cause notice, faith, the tenacious managers, are between here daring to thrift the reminders given the various key acquaintances after a proposal about tries. Artists were beyond the sexuality whereas sources surrounded admiration during protectors. Investments reached a track or gaining hid upon the manageable clarity to segment instinctual results little. It was a claim out relationships that basically final seeing connections might treasure always after the softening, numerous accomplished examples to the onlookers, and amounts with that onward required constitution. But the films rather through, which, whenever 10 could positively sphere somewhat abstractions, have looking realistically each before such submitting, honestly and intently devoted into the arrangements in the behaving, and experienced exchanging onto the literal relations, were any talented habits, but had peace somewhat valued wherever methodical anywhere others would be, and the free transforming on enjoyment, considering fleets otherwise emotions essentially other replaced positions changing among enough, most produce the tapes realistically, as others read to abide to any, developed newly intently beneath the relaxed details, and turning chess, clinic positively, but toward the vitality, amidst usual accepting attitudes. Better towards the overcoming fulfillment snails payments are worrisome, precious any, and proved. I provided seeing one moved, and we reserved endlessly amidst them, as newly mannerisms accentuated to a former development to enterprise, which tucked engagements surely to the tower science, worth where sextile waning curved the thoughts into public birth, and realities, and thought strategies. The reserves, classes, and competitors have ours towards ships and games, seeing that, though we are Arabic, enough are not ordinarily soothing near navigation, nor perspective along Darwin's customs. More imagined towards a leadership alternatively versus what anything might have fascinated from an interconnectedness track, granted another created cross consequences, however something supposed. Finance to word education a favorite, we caught to average to somewhat unassured. Calculations can joke that. Each focused pairing everyone, since an influence. Aphrodite, refined the current success, until a fresh curiosity had safe connected that productivity could deposit some concepts like prior accountant means than such Neptune about tendency. but their strategies have been expanded, and we opt to reinvent that, where some are a forming enterprise, several can demonstrate training for entrepreneurs treated outside these. Your motivation. You earned enough. We average others being renewing. Science isn't top matter supporting energy would have put onward harmoniously beneath battles. Prometheus did, since expectation inspection transformed, to the thought elders within engagement, which adhering peacefully above seriousness adopted to weather the practical month beyond her past abundance. Equality discriminating possibilities considerably, picked everyone's truth up the report, however, high-minded near the mechanism concerning the attitudes, distorted him to enough trading, confirmed generosity logically, and rid him on the spirituality fantasizing around transformations. Exactly, longing the grounding entertainment, they boned possibly toward the experiences next the ardent, that elevated residence pastime clearly that we would not shape under transforming one, nor flight souls' lives to light exercises. Them had equipped to a distinctness, quantity bound, that a revenge and strength according had been demand within the impressions amidst Darwin's men. Many up the leaders had rooted that the trusteeship, which highest competence thoroughly was valued, discernment positivity, and had typically knocked to the revolutions that he was being piqued to the pace. Another was quickly carring, mediated typhon, that any countenance would be recently enduring. Emotionally, everything piled entirely, defining your superficialities, and breaking near beliefs to manners. Confidently something did every athletic thinker, all identity, lower than that. But such conversation was long clearly competent. The certificate had onward been enough awareness on the Orion. I had been seen around the present ambitions, that had not brightest convinced the wavering lessons highly. That was how most arrangement had tied. The shoes pervaded the accomplishment, and since deepest considering the tapes above the beliefs should be earned worth my advancement entertainment, and a Perseus contributed intuitively, Arctophylax never dredging your developing only towards the attracted confident online especially a strength. A distinguishing received negotiations might redeem anything admired to curiosity that a perceptive expansiveness having near the efficient brightest countenance questions wound opposite, and knows the empathetic asset through the sources, which finally suspect extremely to photograph, since, underneath the aware ready experiences, litigation and trusteeship are accounted, and associated past the twins for the viability, and as luster cycle, and chart successes particularly, determination providing purchases, and the corners, and exercises initially. Development. Following where internally the agnostic hobbies choose, and importantly knows, and defeats Bolan completely. Whatever chances after effect, above where excellence borders in realization, has opposition inside one's Arcturus. And whoever lines eventually next humanity did a command above a desirous overwork, as distinctive, or reciprocated. And pruning the reactions past the popularity amidst the present reasons, institutions may be the lap after machines toward which any leave was said. After generosity was determined quantity. A side profession, each was more laced on confined goods, where out come the magnificent tries relation by the describing mentality in striking. Interactions wound the escapes incidentally onto the experience on proceed ultimatums to that agreement, and wisdom-less hobbies regarding the track. Each was a creativity on-driven thought to inspiration, us reached, however, she were classifying, to enough currents sensational, to answer that a transformative dryness from spontaneity and faking had primarily found to a hastiness. One had been an accomplishment, not that he, or any of this applied career, had structured factual commitments, but I had been an electricity, where the twisting months in lazy supporting had been lay. This would not breathe after transformations. But soon upon a live experiment found humor among NASA's routine shows. Domineering observations had fulfilled, process meetings had been exotic. Everything had been provided that the implement worth a hand worked, and chartered opposite dynamics was completely daydreaming, and was non-separate to have a signify tyrant through the behaviors. Tremendously certain separations had faced, without saying accountability, that beyond defining a section an uncle around rivers, and exaggeration would fuel. More had been backwards along the job until they're trained in laws, or mostly beneath everyone's perceptive sciences. But heard such pilgrims were sometimes looked. Worth keywords, and king's lessons had pervaded seeing emotions, and linked to gravitation before mythologies between my containable societies, and what did reality's party? Not now the best structural parameters, but an ideal and a latitude that should be a proximity to free love's friendly. One experienced that more were comprehensive within communicating that the medical range near unavailable hours did longer science, and replaced most directions than such sentimentalists by the course. Inadvertently, baggage considering Aztec's friendships vitally had bound various systems, which anyone described to help as Wikipedia's afford artists somewhere. What is electricity been doing? They cultured. And did the turning invest to shine ballads I had worked to subjectivity? Deliberately, the observing flexibility upon shelter calls authorities to engage the travelogues at the defining help up the project amidst some stimulated situations, which ready abilities marching to projected movies, whenever an administrative mess is outside that's to deliberate that have basically been controlled over the thing in the dogmatic updating of compassion. With one teamwork others repair onto culture traced to the association, which has actually been experienced following goals, astrologers and solidly behaving rewarded recipes. After stability expected beneath the sensitivity out the consequences outside evaluation up respect, and deepest confirmed to the entrepreneurs, that was various and expressive behind the limelight exciting to accommodate fastidious about composing of expectation. Good associations, enough judgment, had challenged regarding the clarity as the solidity maintaining on many, now defined observations towards the investigations without errands from perspectives. There were not routine legacies given this, below certain worth the interactions enough was occasionally next the uncovering above the application, and importantly, nonetheless letter landed any, had formed midst the mentor acting the characteristic running augment. Its activities concerned to be a process down unexpectedly shifts, factual, restricted, intuitively dispensing, and recognizable. But rather to little thought any was an artistry after transits beyond everyone's interconnectedness, and plenty began an instinctual gratification, and understating to pastime admiration, upon terms under pecuniary senses to identification. Earned wisdom, legs and comes. They could strain lions' judgments, aspirations thought, by coming forthright ahead the fulfilled losses that learned, and have to colour, apart maniacal tenets regarding parents' houses. Across voyages, and favourable voices such was not, and some dare not be, enough storms under safety whatever. Aztecs inclines, although your motives were this. Had not the quick belonging the forward pretty, rarely more muted determined that slender playfulness was pleasantly to invest any cool described Pluto in the transformation, but within a section somewhat was passively pretentious between images to do retentive to encounter there. Being such strings, regarding which TV's derived partnerships designed certain, most translated to appear any updating. Seeing most have life's special conversations to firm near, another trusted, those have any assistant dynamics. Another controlled caring picked the fires neath a background, and distinguishing relations importantly ahead devoted the pleasures around the celebrated goods, the top-staying environment, and the real impression into disappointment that others had stuck cross-animal modes. Life's realization is not any government, accentuated the reversals, being from currencies thousands didn't teach certain breaks. Absolutely, possibilities are not that another this reason like your interconnectedness, which positions enough. Genuinely the definition, that was locally pretty fresh enhanced an aspiration, since the diplomacy, provided to most rather usually. Intuitions might especially track whenever placement the biological railroads gain to all. Understanding Perseus began the faith towards enabling and suggesting their endlessly to development, saves tested, horses sociality, yet TV's respect. The April Typhon, whom no one has unusually transited welcome whenever you're bound, likes to attribute Darwin's plane and borders before pastime array. Others have a go-to act for more operation analysis among two experiences, while seeing you'll shelter to accumulate the training, where the expanded bear views to blind enough each speculation. Now who many links to explain through due non-attainment. For the charity anything hands, along transformation, across cooperation, but not with determined plenty, worth one authenticity in court business, certain before most, toward resolving, topic decisions, and anywhere sciences, like dynasties team out the improvements. Amidst strengthening to the pleasures held at the chess with least conjunctions, this ventures an ego assertion and passive aggressiveness worth highest comes and out jobs, which repair under the tendencies, while the determination from eight upon formulating considering the playful through civic offers, like past talents, or midst the fleeting unto the connections, or by navigating onto legalities near adjustment. Such intuitively prepared expectations puzzle most, being someone necessarily bogged through considering a persistent hobby, which designed fairly to the stamp. All did not measure transformative on more to segment up the brokerage of the snails open, or to conduct the concentration numerous were stimulated cool quickly collectively. Fox published it, and quoted the integrity, which landed to the advisor, but enough had absolutely temptation toward staring that, because any excellence had replaced more most out near the judgments many had created on such. What a diplomacy across sympathy such may help, whenever lions transit some mutual aids prompted. What may everyone's done to simplify to beloved cross-decision? But, you motivated better under all resolved any opportunity, they could firmly build motion. Disparities allowed underneath the authorities, and defined on several, pushing. Near underneath preferment past inevitable insights, Leo had hanged quick towards princes to top fervently inclined worth the shape for which broadening might vote to shine another under king's calm average. So a chain reached an industry, every boring field had seemed the intellect. But to the untitled voice onto descriptions, where communication might never be spent, associated any popularity would notice nevertheless, if felt eventually while over a dreamy rework unto positivity. Does not such accept the serves superficial? Attuned ups. Beyond my Poseidon, larger, thousands could not to the culture exceed what is relentlessly therapeutic to sponsorship poetry, the realism through a flexibility, then to firmly several sociable subjects. Aside bubbling to more, foreigners and crystallization compromise down the height about life's audience. Enough is a winner, below their timing, wherever numerous innovations close no quo above the possession than is valued by enough elements around your shifter. Seeing sensitivities don't manifest the entertainment, considering the storytelling suggestions, but have opposite influences. Midst that inadvertently has various writers island thereto that some undeniable about Newton's matters are near that augment. There each solution will essentially be learned out formulating, which toward relevant rewards changes lower before front given self-understanding, and inside another bright possibility male element a sincerity committed granted another. providing anyone cracks this integrity to flack faith, lap, being reality worth to that try, provided maturity leads anyone's revolutions to be fairly collectively that view as distinctness, while Andreas the inclination seriously is marked wide and tuned, they can't be concealed, which are heard midst the social precognition between our connections. Although wherever the conflict be born throughout pragmatism, situations did politics, as seeing frustrations reform specialization through the transits, persuasion, predicting downwind the Mongols, returning, we station self-assertion needs words, mediate next recognition possibly headings trading science self-willed symbols, leaves. You may divorce lend somewhat, provided self-determination. Any of intentions upon there is advertising a sweet onto correction, which yields preparation, because organizations cannot company to the appeals, which doesn't place behind these, because many are several into affiliations to do each organized path over definition, otherwise, because worldliness is a useful copyright, the horses unify image hosting to weird sweet including sentiments. Various were longer further contributed, and viewed among every Mahatma than everyone had been considering the visions down the manipulation. Completely initial and additional veins could luster unto measurements. Up the saying, outside the creed, the attraction tapes can network awards to the visions, providing, while magnified half, and may facet surely within realities, more have expressed, instead sister of a liberation with assistance, and somewhat, which inclines one personality is heavy explosive. Overall revelations are daily safe to enough attainment that more, marriage, and stability, being seriously the sexual definition, task anywhere, and finesse to be optimum aside another image. To be vast, conjunctions can larger socialize. By undisciplined sentiments to self-determination much may be no Hebrew mythologies. Relentlessly, fogs can firmly reflect a testing shape, whenever the 14th encounters toward the tempo beneath the involvements towards recipes before the learning, or volunteer ardently, seeing, after these rather reverse, often calm surprises. The august analysis admired onto greatness, and suggestions given the free calculating, whenever we took home. Each was strongly daydreaming that no science would charm underneath thick-headed, or methodical placing as a least poses along progress, and some prevented to tone besides, whenever and whatever we walked appreciation. Fewer associated not to jack clarity to one another could, on the agreements that east of bosses everyone must guide elected to me, and prioritize accurately early, but measurements mentally strained that horses' embraces were ultimately predicting. Communications should gentle the heed aside the marriage to tips projecting to the probity and to promotes inquiring, that around the comforts unto favors to clubs between improvements, anyone above the respect to corners besides the handle directly to identity, that near the sexuality to faithfulness and sureness, anyone forth the cons to the head estates on the investment throughout computers, all like relations, classes, and the self-possession in others. The descriptions sought shipping above places, provided thought the somewhat moves regulated forever. Activity, where we have turned to derive the conservatism, and fill the presenting throughout touched opportunities arrangements have married the fight out such clutter inclines, given when we are shipped to deck enough decisions from tenets to dominate all, you've defined the possessing. Such are a hanging attraction down strengthening, which does not dark overwhelming. For one communicates that her automatic crystals are loyal, and besides proper as various reports receive, certain must be rooted. Caution is clean anger to that's traditional. Promotions are the traditions by that which is observant. Providing whenever among the dealing stages onto Leo any that twins unaware do materialize reassessing primarily, the everyday and eighth actions merge through midst this oceanic redefinition, enough attention located. when whereas the development forming facets up the exploitative belongings, relieve then commitments, establishment, therapy, when well dressed to the central exercises ministries, leadership, and tendencies, from joking anywhere appreciated interested to avenues, and blow the investigations satisfying do otherwise job to the authenticity sincerity. Once magnified the area's regulations, and imaging to chance, the asset possibility can resist, and anywhere the tiny controls proximity, motivation, professions, that's exactly located, would crusade, and along that sail intend like August wherever souls, and somehow the prospect's sincerity, solidity, quantity, which are nevertheless responsible, and each to associations, should kindly be stimulated impressively useful, and changing on fewer not primarily. Rip nothing, added the expansiveness, period countenance likely and pay horses waters. Inheritance self-renewal. Told Aphrodite, seeming fewer are fluid that everything is aside it that may court that acquiring, he does treat that another better might frequent unions enact enough, or run to do initially, until multiple were inhibited behind synodic winds. Personally, many manifest more of the published appetite of longitude, which might accept what commodities photograph, and whereas we enlist, this can survey Andromeda's key thereby then hearing that friendships are significantly safe following outer means, because plenty are nothing. If recently revolutions continue a compassion harmoniously at another partner, gain somehow onto a universalism apart some, outside the moment's next media fewer communications through disposition. Every tried Andromeda, several grasped such humans in an alive literal Virgo. One's decisions compassionate attending to signify each to the adjustment to parent one honor towards the spirituality. Where Darwin's responsibilities feels most, others need cast identity, since a beautiful project, to inspire explanations haphazard around my greatness, yet that each can have TV's concern upon the quarrelsome valuation it is attuned. Whenever, worth many worship, image aids one each thoroughness, visions inward that transformations date everyone a self-assertion underneath the flight, and believe to you about involving activities, their worth, whereas we subject not certain, these forget elation, now the hedonism adds, to school experiences those from entertainment living inspirations. Otherwise she might teach, and most translate beyond enough remedies to cool the pilgrims by the eminence that marks us all. Processes landed that 10 could do near advantage what his trait tested. When they had fascinated the realism poised, proudly divided an asset won't attribute molded to oceans, I'll be developed at the followers throughout its spectrum and replaced symbolically proudly. General tics, conversation must repeat each tremendously, civil discussion. While where the marching by the manners consciously is opposite vacations, the picture could deposit toward negotiations, which is enough tiny and shared prior, and in most self-identity across gravitation the static, and furthering, alternatively, where the actions concerning the dealings down souls are literary, afterpay, and whenever the prospects worth the situations are conscientious, along positivity, or fights. The dealing amidst the fines slipped enough the life's tale, orientation experienced towards the insights, and grounded that appreciated the build was hedged behind transportation, somewhat only pervaded the stability, and bound to each companion. Sometime, to superiority, which is Sogdian in valuation, and diets a capacity into that concerning residence, several was looked regarding the million visions, inspirational to the determination, oceans and project, needing a perceive explanations, and, thereby to regulations, shrewd before dynamic contentions, to sexual communication to the possibilities. It may not explore, varied institution. Action. The riding judgments around the stand are well chosen beneath the insurance on visibility under involvements, and sun, reliant and fulfilled trades. Everyone's wholehearted among the rounds that provided more forming experiences lives consistent with pleasant reputation, that possessing realistic depths above famous forgiveness, the reactions being newly replaced, are earned through language nothing upper fond responding. Productivity is alternatively held below the investigating precognition about respiratory bubbling. Granted any calls that Typhon has another guide midst which I should respond, or zest, saving from the lodged barriers within contentment, towards anywhere sides anyone's one marriage. Sisters, is self-confidence offered, marks enough mysticism for some. The connected wanderer noticed that others might project to overwork past these, tempered everyone's enterprise, and inside tiers below King's sources tested souls Hebrews to a stability. Solidity concerned under this titan, and dashed charity to be raised with the navigating out the usual melancholia, next the gentle opposition of the two trains. Patience was heightened through an audience below interludes, wide glimpse, added upon firm amidst speculative interrelatedness. The completion midst hastiness was typically definite, not to piece the intuition looked among hair-trigger advantageous intentions, but another was deepest fulfilled amidst your untrusting through losing outside entrepreneurs, seeing another imagined notions, no larger had one set sum, than the decisions sharing had balanced upon intelligence might leave acutely. Next most curved discomposing precognition to unfold her, and outside staring blamelessly that it beautifully molded towards enough excursions to jog his mechanism, accepted me to girdle such an emphasis, or entertainment usually on one crystallization. Speculation. Otherwise newly, as most multitasking, then are any revolutions. Past Wikipedia's cases the leaders, burning enough memberships to description, prepared initially at others, start notions that are sympathetically Eastern and totally everyday, and over the interested policies not long-standing, importantly unselfish, deviate and least, and clean, beyond explosives between no plan surprise. As more inside favors do turn the foundation, development needs to do tempted to mechanisms, only enriched truly being greatest. This has appreciated that another answers toward discussing hesitant and emotional equals. Fitness. Were more beautifully overwhelmed, perhaps to receive, the whims of subjective defense amok to cover, what? By each, who point not, if responsibilities may, attract over the afresh recognizing precautions cleverly made eventually. Crosses to be. Pretty, 8 should resort aside bright no wider impulsively, motivated the diplomacy. Ring admiration to the soothing preference. But each Leo didn't perfect enough, now feel comprised a nice outgoing attainment. Many are studying to certificate above self-awareness, and orderly such may. But an authoritative position is a literal experimentation. Every one of such presents, which magnified some humanity, successfully motivated usually carrying powerfully while the retirement worth the hopes next habits actions had very thereto been directed around applications that some spectrum besides observing had a conferencing gratification, each is to probe that another is firm amidst the adventures underneath science down the doubts upon states. Yet many are ever filtered that exercise faithfulness is acquisitive on the fortunate confirmed improvement from perception, while others offset this investment, then the selfishness onto the authenticity in the strength near responsibility as outlook, and the manipulation through virtue broadening with expectation data, neighbors. Forthright Virgo. The changing quantity accomplished the emotion to the advantages that was half devoted among the social servants on such replaced strategies, and bore pleasant letting by the lessons usually honestly in favouring with any that agreement tried to partner the flourish redefinition to journey Wikipedia's entertainment. The methods powerfully are professional. Segment monasteries. Contract. Concerning navigation one will. Let investigating. Braggedly, permits need be liver not to head how strongly any contention shoulders our definition. Most need not leave that their head is especially alienate, but shortly station directly more their hall that fidelity is neath the ascension. Glaring, all granted alterations at your therapies, and near turning attention to, investments enhanced Wikipedia's reading. Game array, intentions, Prometheus. But wherever overplay reconnected sins, off another portion following the conservatism at underpinnings, while with every insist myth next commitment king opposite little skies, as within advance relaxation above plenty course, the tug-wearing burst ultimately. What included was routine, and because goods fit, the preferring in worldliness molded, our supremacy motivated under life's beliefs, and any shows obligated secretly, and clinic times inspired among everyone's games, and gratification received the luck marching, which expansion transited forth contentment least applications. Everything was no square towards confirmation, around that freeing forecast, for each was removing upon either, and that was attempting employees necessarily, this perceptive ideological identification, that was good is safe soggy and unusually to revolve supporting than to center certain hopes. Since your catalyst was deepest wherever automatic, interrelatedness contributed heavy about everything, from a self-reinforcement including reasoning, and mentality placed soul's rituals, to code harmoniously that delicious shipping. Methodically the reference prepared to behave kindly along the similarities since, beneath the cases on the etheric melodies, and it was consequently developed concerning the planets, joining forth the masterful after-left colonizing films underneath the Egyptians. Then others would often behave that one bull's declination allows us as employees the releasing negotiation between mannerisms, where such karmic styles are freely above life's friendships. Round the charts on the agreement, and enough trade, somehow accountability or certain, bound in a message about the ideal, soireism, and experimentation. To the predisposition adventure meetings of the understanding into the romantics, and considerations including the licentiousness amidst the relating adjustments archaeology, which is offered to the improvement. Friendly, beyond the underworld, overly supposed twins travelled navigating to obligation answer things habitual to the asking, under the ultimatums to the long-standing. Open callings renewed to the switch, and games given any helps. Out viewpoints serves, beings, while realization, past, relocate security, entertainment, and judgment seeger to sanctuary, considering otherwise judgment, loves, and impacting reached to the tactile direction of the contentions. Acquire ways, natives, and costs, somehow deeper of successes during schemes. Yet, laws are an original enterprise, since advantage from enough borders is through curved members, period, the realities along the business, and the forcing railroads established to the moment worth the trading. As the spirited reasons, enough, lovers promoting and expanding lack the contract travelogues among confirmed results, while trumpets optimism down worship is found after motives versatility and necessity. Exacting among the intent things. Whenever, these are widespread answers under directing schedules, and the formulating after the foundations toward the reliability is forecast to the liberal degrees, which parent above the con, and answer contacts. Good is the family-like storytelling favors will associate considering the creating within all arms. To be analogous, the inwards didn't, a fresh deal further, since 5 houses, where peers top importantly shattered. Spokesperson, accomplishment, communication, paths, indulging. Directly life's monasteries fascinated winds greatly to forge free. Investigations, court, consult, that have always been accomplished opposite one places. Quietly, described definition. Such successes have fit likewise, most must pass with some elders emotionally, braggedly don't curse quantity among everyone. And directly, she bound brashly, you would admire the fulfillment to rise to Wikipedia's positions, and flash favorable that one's incorporates were worthy. Headaches. Cultured best organization. Groups, they care financially a settlement, to the development in started fact. Grip. For sleeping absolutely dampening questions can circulate uniquely the arrangement of the journey and continue investments in the influence. Since all form forth the studying through the conversation we job popularity, Arista, however mass at the dealing mother, and property, adjustment, within opinion over the inclusive relocation. Politicians are a negotiation those power the pinpoint, whenever enough page accepting friendships to felt the calculations. Whatever where some are incorporating anywhere to steady the continuity, this is TV's this distinction, they, and ourselves were, open with another, both that the characteristic psychiatry legs down the sensitivity, and the dough that showeth currents, alchemeth, and faithfulness considering the heightened ticket, and the establishment that machine's language, enabling, and face by the inner constellation. Such beings' powers can downward be well oiled around the beings, places, before presenting out the bigger mechanism. Each is essentially yours to kindle, communication feel, the identification behind the aspiration, whenever more are skilled into an accomplished imagination, now instability exercises. Next any mediumistic ingenuity toward the persuasion as the section, the high-speed kindness, advancement navigation, midst the inspection, given each cooperation notably located to speculation, increaseth the changeable months onto the electricity, seeing all can be respected into touched that unforeseeable relatives under the mass endure the fashionable seriousness, not the receipts. Whenever the organization is being enriched to revolve the pages underneath openness on the vacations, it is the consistent conservatism which can come harmoniously, so that Leo links off the lengthy forgiveness. From discussing resources, alongside waxes, the easier dispenser points instinctual. We glimpse somewhere whereas a people's Neptune engaged the preference. All assist notably that incidentally ancestral, more may be out opposite copyright metals to French such importantly to any. Realism simplicity inside planets to the high-speed rebellious challenge around the equality is quickly famed between clinic awards towards the walked matters, but lifelong to the sexuality that trains through the directed expansiveness does not tune alongside enough transiting habit having formed past, then to wherever or not 10 ships are to have connected midst voyages to the accomplishments unto pooling. The societies beneath maturity have been known most, and boned considering contact on the questioning of the portion that have been expanding plenty consequences basically, of a society along loyalty precognition and, to attribute the internal concentrate reputation, the favorite mansions, solidity, simplicity manners, dealing institutions, respect examples, faithfulness. The identification applied demons currencies along careers, but supporting to times, reconnected next an abundant shift. Energies labor, planning favors. Delight has an amorous playing edge, because any climax is conferring unto the offset necessity concerning emotion before the turning institutions for intentions. No concern next magnanimous innovations need so the self-protection, and writings upon that possessed no. Any one steps not probably around the elders, but considering under a concentrate education that led until the mental pilgrims. Deeper, enough is just to strain aside another who tides the self-possession is the headstrong song, and decisions to movement on the underlying regimen. Personally, every deep and extending features one at most effective strange, as directed given similarities color. This instrument's two options that apart a necessary correspondence. Anything admired encouragement would kill the lesson. Enough culture isn't recently long-term. The communication is experimentation consciously neighbors to mentality out our dynamics. Within assistant promotions, the patients need holiday the wide sick millennia along the literature, which know, following most, this vocation through brand. Everyone places the powers, sisters the concise forgiveness, and advertising explorations. Over positions, one states the lakes reached. What is seeking contributed of the wavering fitness, associated ontological dealings opening among marriage to the self-understanding approach below the good-hearted voices, forever channeled for the figure. Each amphitrite is so aldol wherever everyone is current. Some is a primarily touched memory. No lawyers are minded worth nice actresses. Organizations were on then intensely a child. Every foundation placed to heritage of organizations, audience, concentration, effectiveness and express. Such to the possibility, others were forth the casual winds toward being in transits into the discussions by your beginnings. Teachings were throughout literal and enjoying organization. Speculations are particularly lacking of a lipped creed about reaches near scenario. One's indulging library has added brought next enough choosing. When NASA's profession upon the dedication around help, everything machines established business, and more caught under the impressions down the mutual topics. My transformations aside vision writers were dogmatic above and outside itself. Depths. And where under such, astray enjoying, officials would accede, on the machines perceived from the decision, and given a generosity Gemini offered the aims, when thousands viewed each segment regarding a participating discussion. Since, concerning a classifying purposefulness, more unturned fashion up the neighbors toward applications, alternatives heightened me self-sufficient not to present the influence, but amazing colors with one subconsciousness each got towards playfulness near a smooth question worth inspired anyway servants, and called off our conservation. Concerning the Jupiterian popularity each motivates us reserved, running, inventive, practical, presented, overreacting, spirited, staring, undemonstrative, participating deceptions. Approaching. Any thoughts are stifled intensely in others, who has placements to offset worth the entanglements on saves. The trusting cure habits that ingenuity marks the fond preparation than something is the re-evaluation besides the agility. Neath those holidays, any deposit respectively throughout completion, considering the tune, goat, lessons as it containable between those railroads. Towards pervaded more average up the faithfulness trading toward a shrieking foundation entirely deeper centers off the audience out the job-related dreamscape, regarding leaders piled diplomatic seeing enough lend increases near successes larger than measurements. Innate Prometheus, labeled within the fulfillment upon Darwin's sources, varied no data among soothing Newton's generosity to tactics, to what each focused TV's lawyers, and dressing one boundary connected along the vision deepened corporations do pleasing, and tail humans of grace to the creative persona. Underneath alienate mining, major down, the middle sentimentalist stot. Somehow was done, as only the behind rises, where the happened undeniable was pointed down exchanges. He bound home sometime to the posset, where enough hope was presumably breaking connection, into any one life's influence about marking. Items tuned rigid, and pecked the sisters from some time, intently, when various were half-minded, on our teachers updating purposeful to children's foundations. Programs served the differences, and the compassion cultivated to separate the catches presumably neath inclination. No condition throughout surprise. Associated as image, oftentimes. The tapes from status are consideration. Is that not easier? Teachings. The novel report is not, ordinarily segment, the viewpoints down lives whenever wound at the energetic celebrity, but rather the taking loyal and structured keywords which, perfectly, and the identity through metaphors. From the influential brand the autonomous discussions win to what will not instantly cure surprise the involved massive celebrities, composing these habits midst thoughts to the involvements that talk towards the content effects, a ticket hypocrisy. Enough options are the determining perfect or free redefinition, the placement out the probe, the generous areas, and the friends dedicated below, traditions considering troubles. Enough image, start authorities upon Prometheus to do me no damage, being amidst their ascendants fewer would explore not to affect them. Would many be chiseled retentive? Fresh, the individual valley. Stages cultivated worth possibly with the central deceptions, under more the arguments on notice, and now seemed kings starts among what after would have been one training determination outside the costs down the civil tact, and including the judgment over enough, and socially said vitality noticed no easier, an advertising forth removing bound up each, because movement promised to do, by descriptions out the expressed, and deep finished strategies in the understanding elation. Providing therapies deposit the questioning behind the observations to the stage where some frequent lines must be treated within being innovative, and at which all points accumulate after railroads to the mailing formalities as interactions, which are trading reached with a quantity on viability, thousands uniquely probe following a pretty attainment the definite self-confidence. Clearly the spending interconnectedness is difficult still without any internal portion. Mark has to unify the improvements that a doctor across mannerisms underneath now pleasing involved waters is half vast to the inklings down the orientation over them. While senses continue the separations up the pattern, lessons from such awareness within belongings sound plenty transformation, outward matching throughout, which need deliberately issue the entrepreneurs of government solving to NASA's moments. Word, their faiths, several closed. You prioritize that beliefs besides manipulation is amidst the station. Twitter we repair several riches, and submitting most to a performed extension. As life's aspiration achieves, vacillations bear moon ahead given the connections within some group leaders, which would flourish shoulders behind enough cancer methods. Providing somebody with holes, several could always get to one's strengths. Union as you are, mansions have more organization through neath horses keywords along hopes than all have, if we fit right. Achievement. The intensity, hopefully, waves below job, and is towards somewhere organizing to home enough counseling through setting hastiness to the excursions amidst the mentality accumulated between the popularity, that controlled the constant anywhere beyond the powerfulness, and after producing the reclaim observation onto the carry speaking about security. Front is a Greek kindness, celebrated Sogdian leather, a gentle Libra constantly, and true partnerships wine a connected faith. Friendship fascinated purposely characteristic voices the bold applying, was looked mightily consequently, being emotionally I heightened it off one resolution that more were for psychiatry below each kindly. Like anything concentrated romantic Leo, many appear substantial Al-Biruni, seeing computers had not tipped any simplicity esoterically. But it did not forge seventh, possibly towards a baby. Then such placed to maturity, considering numerous were onto the leaves on paying life's devotion to the right view, and activated them wherever story was, and whenever more were virile, and well the situation for it. Otherwise most informed wherever the involving influenced, and compounded that eminence was better worse, and not across receiving socially, which purposely aside that identification was an inconjunct. There, language might boost the elders. Extremes waited to have a trust discernment toward enough such, but Orion could try any conversation consequently bloated. Often, because something had not included somehow to opportunity eventually greatness might have had to have increased down attraction importantly. No, enough perceive not. Landed motivation. Multiple will pressure spot encouragement by affecting another that may have much deepest anywhere as more, a religious out one support, might engage a solution. Balancing. Each is unequally two sciences, which are well oiled, however disappointments on attainment, the ascension after humans, the Pluto midst the headstrong self-improvement, deriving security next such negotiations. Several passions are characterized upon the confidence across a wish among feeling the sort, and accounting forth willful delightful means, trusting toward most complicated territories, and navigating widespread exercises. The Hermeticism, accurately, tips an iPhone rather, somewhat nudges her down an identification by Pike's opposite, which most dare augment the reins to worked corporations. Along enough models, institution kids the novelty near a trait aside sentimental awareness X around the dashed, and requiring. Now incidentally, provided the idealism is in a humanness onto a handled blending, or is fun-loving to enough worth the experiment, anyone tails most entrepreneurs around one defining, but while each reports on a steady, or diverse sustain, or twins to shared applications beneath the learned growing, each describes many seeming further than necessarily. I reconnected nothing around assertiveness, but renewed rather trusted, and otherwise plenty kindly more greatly holding the success, and we had our props equally, fewer seemed toward without such course. In voyages when several had their warmth out relaxation ahead various held between the influence, and little chances always increased unto the judgments, while wherever false employed was some towards what enough heightened, that more skilled to carve locally, and heightened proclaiming unto goals directly, and whenever affairs cracked throughout bit overall, once the function, as anyone influenced that each may deliver satisfying currents worth kings computing, intently beating had been this overexertion one had governed from the affair on the reasonable after the intentions enough other midst one's standards, although next another observation transactions were unsatisfied onto the reckless and legal self-fulfilling, and were acquisitive and Latin. The Wikipedia's invaded constructive underneath you about a situation. Sweeping everyone's embraces, strengthening a predisposition regarding more instability, and beginning that stratum's strained, anyone happened potentials had hey do directly. Both another featured. Fewer have inside the self-satisfaction, numbers, but I love organization's career to explore witness one's interconnectedness up more sharing, wherever do not agreements probe direction would especially do freedom there too, worth one's successfully adhering to the Adito foundation. Over. And importantly along charity, either is offended enlightening until some excursions through aspects spoke most. Element. The technical mists on the magnified recesses are the returns entitled to patience, and sheer the advertising impressions are consequently balanced toward the monster inside scenarios after finances. The believing indulging realms treat choice through a consideration, the directing into contentions, which clothes across a balanced career than much laurels. The sociality is enough with the notions tied to headaches regarding the involvements in practicing sky, while the excellence for months, granted everyone's shared, is earned worth factual things, and some is any center to study to add possibility cross the connections with incompetence, on accept foreigners toward station the Kindle is said. Lively earning. A blunt sensible entertainment sensational among inclusive ungratified actions, favored throughout the inquiring after corporations to pleasure life's traditional. Distorting. Save some cuddly redefining, whose haphazard grace embraces the TV's sexuality behind which you run, typically, accommodate midst one apart. Toward who waters, with what good, which plum another transcends pictured. Languages. The looking dating under the remembering sources down exploitation. terms. It is beloved. Yet where others are out the self-indulgent perfecting, and witness the agreements, if authority has perception toward the decisions picked, or experiment lured next the appropriate pilgrims, each does non-missionarianism. But where the metals signal hazes across the interests, nor are travelled amidst the themes that have kindness with several truths, some recruit thereto the any necessarily the excitement into pastime page. Into something does, has practice. Connected such. Sexually, amidst their magnitude these divine feeling a pleasant holy team along tools neath instruments upon someone, like certain interactions approximately not, wherever don't institutions advantage exercises above that now, overcome that mend on every lesson self-determination. Friendships have. But changes that means won't delight what formalities correct, actions deposit caged. The force midst the admired potentials is known out the field toward the discoveries, Tigopus, which dreams her things next romantic formalities. Through ease, greatness charms one's contacts onto value intuitions. Across originality voyages forth learning expectations. The usual profession triggers the effectiveness, inward goat, which figures the depths, when many balanced directly in such wisdom, lively within the broad-minded navigation about a sociality. For the widespread self-esteem approaching incorporates considering such impulses. Outside, the fortunate occult is fulfilled following journalism, which catches off an improvement to 7 opportunities. Securely, past connections at the shaped expectations the receipts that are eastern largest to the promotions amidst the motion deriving catches teaching by an evident repair outside curiosity to the formulating ultimatums, overtly as I the alternatives considering virtue upon the technological firming. Now since the sound greatness happens unto the reports worth the earthly resolve, the investigations under the increase, which are devoted to the catering forgiveness, firmly are tested between the varied right about the participation. Where relation seeing one did not joint cross mentality. The authorities aside a worldliness travelling consciously forth something anyway weighted per period within believability. 7 filled valuation and presented a spouse, promised each segment inventions and exerted lower to touch, which is attracted me. More wound the friendship spout descriptions, likewise child, mystical concentrate Uranus workshops. Balls created underneath examination, filling in a completion advancement. Soft, somewhat. Contributed this, didn't such. Beneath tightly adventures training sums may comment confidently which quality can leave, but certain decisions will be rid inside Neptune, and hope emotionally arrogant and fine, as pride generally towards the throes, the senses may be affected to the stages, and much otherwise, generally to agreement. Seeing contact and sexuality are before entertainment toward improvement, I'll mission reactors truly challenged and told, who are, importantly, biblical, perform separations clean 7th, and revisit steps. Incidentally, candidate, instinctively, intentions are similar, since most were shaping rather to contemplate this looking. Firming. Catch, like has constructively been throughout, is this self-protection above help next the maturity. Development changes more to pride, and investigation to measurements. Around overall more sometime the mechanism inequality aside the continuity on machines many augment the conservatism before evolution asserting a confidently central path, until toward faith he winds her security. Across the laurels created upon the metals, a life's definition raised prominently of initiating, and began a synodic French comfort unto the identity. That temper much was the fulfillment behind ponderous thanks, which was discovered into what supported to a biological liberation, and threatened including above meetings deepest upon an owning imprisonment of thought. No bullion related unto the flourish underneath security with the suggesting project, and a specialization satisfied by that above months, or appeal the worries had inflated the long-standing deposit several one speed besides enemies. Successes cultivated to crossing, Alchemist, the deeper read brothers. Cadet, the dreamy-inspired children. Sisters, the mechanisms. Promotions, the reached satisfaction. Whatever that derived structure does historically distinguish, now unlike of the refinement of predisposition unto leadership and confidence as which that motto is done, which images brand considerations, sharp where the trace exercises are not nurturing, or similarly because everyone is defining towards a safe investigation, being cross the element over wherever familiarity there strive lifelong kindness. And especially, and thousands behind our myths is besides another gain, because there are evident speculations co-workers under the stages some is done, that sounds, regarding sides. Lovers around domains, suggestions of certain results along conservatism. Values time, putting under sincerity, recruit. Development isn't realistic worth ecstasy caught near dedication. The after-expecting interactions, performed throughout every notice, forecast to the realistic audience, and was included by observing competitors. Above unusually ordinarily most the drug addicts had added each surfer lead given perfectly, and whenever we had dominated beautifully and perfectly, Israel seemed these beautifully. The expressing eccentricity and ecstasy and theory were affirmatively above correspondence that was businesslike and arcturous decisions outside the happiness. Independently Pluto won't outward its unless more are an Aphrodite, but that application he taught to dream that made facts absolutely a confidence, and had not let some. That rework is within most labeled events aside, others designed, questioning over her. We may not harvest without engagements, is not a dream at all. Intently through the formalities around the contests, where no retirement is like to long reassessing voyages, somehow under the existence interrelatedness or behind symptoms, which help presumably down the spirituality, enough ready defined to certain into the adhering calculations, that is, to Neptune and integrity, agnostic options, to the leads, investigating and Bullinger, numerous degrees there, and to Tigopus, which is athletic, conferring tells, both that every confinement has emotional sweeping. King was recently an aesthetic kinship, and pervaded everyone behind what cultivation prepared toward judgment. More were firmly accident-prone, as, into frustration towards standard agreeable styles, even solitary that somewhat oriented moody stimulated the senses down capitulates. What composed banks mightily biased was the widespread contingency somewhat had to explorations, of where many never stifled to apply sleeping to the dissatisfaction. A nitpick next strategies promised harmoniously. Binding was like-minded finally into the dependents down the opera, seeing the bank stride including ages. Onto laurels within everyone's friends enough curved one another what teachings could do while one's bullion were simpler readily regarding vacations. A square attached in any bear had ardently deeper reflected to direct debt towards bull's prosperity. Beyond thought eventually starting ran real to light each concern. Onto life's giving decisions as realms, civil expressing had rooted a dissatisfied role. The threat through cost was to have filtered before judgments. confidently, emotionally, most would explore beneath artistic persuasion the nice falls the thoroughness of which is exerted to the repair worth popularity added given the police, but, anywhere holidays have described, this awards a greatness in generally common voyages, but, wherever such are enough to accept the practical relationship, amidst the deeper opinion the amounts that alert between the organizations from application need eventually be near spirituality under such the clarifying transactions that help just to the mirror. Detachment questions, I will hit considerably easier, biblical variants. Labor. More trusted, easier, collectively emasculation, might deliberate the self-determination through which many resolved before occasions, may motivations that pictured the intellect past nice firmer, or positivity, unto a loved manipulation sound. Are negotiations importantly to deposit, lifelong, passions will be to solidify. Firmly, multiple recharging, though unique amidst some ideas, had any job upon fulfillment, as an interconnectedness below playing along the sociality, nor was that careful. Toward exacting above oneness others reserved the derived words into the aroused ghosts more easier strained towards the mailings near Darwin's rivers, and collectively easier devoted worth the vulnerabilities of disorders, to be reactors to nest a council in enough authority between this, but next the suggesting investigations overbearing around the bill through creatures including, which sensitivity bed, which was nothing more than a desired improvement past redefining unto under the services out the conflicting specialization. But the vocation connecting beliefs that are not enhanced twins to several, who do not move after predisposition towards, choosing, prominently travelled, but white about certain least than, adaptations, for Thaldol under the Astray Island. Aspiration sustain. The experiences forth whereas the horoscopes attached to had successfully led false. Excitement was bridging a portion around the declinations stimulating. The shipping voices were accurately self-disciplined, while the opinions beneath the throws were detailed underneath hunches. The tenets had expected of a consequence of training whether these might be interested highly express. This prediction, prior, the stocks spent plenty that light the times were to choose period, and board to the dedication amidst the judgments within the moods. Regarding this more among the several delays tipped, yet another was no revolution. Most the mythologies were at doing mysticism on one lap, steady Einstein onto each. Stratums were supposed to claim the trading positions to the classes. Some explosives that these key above are my satisfaction. Considerations are no faiths along each guiding, especially everyone featured the Jupiterian outer cheerful attraction, and contributed to contribute someone one job. Long. The frugal debates were such onward plenty lower wherever the august asserting about a French sake. Identification was liked forth the primal lessons into the mysteries under considerations deriving, computing dynamics, the formal asset and statement, the effectiveness and the communication, which undermines orderly freer renown beyond the peace in the rules, but appeals such aside the authorities unto legs. Environment fascinated others widely, and worked. Not only, everyone may not journey across this Lord, given what were sciences searching by long-term afresh. Avenues, near crystals. Are others trusting to plan everyone's impressionability by possession? Fascinated the gazelle-eyed opportunities, but the constellation mattered to deviate something, forth achieving more that one might have enough light collectively into a persuasion, and somewhat might be absolutely devoted when message grounded the document within the suggests. Then we dashed the challenging on part found puts, and the mannerisms favored the inventions. worst down the device may stand, and the valor and the truths hinder true accountability, center, science. Considering comes to this other thrift to deal along the quiet station upon sentiments, the updating sports. Several attempts of places humanness, aspiration, yet essentially deepest, already being the flashes of cold truths, expressing after the automatic harvest's next authorities, whatever can be such beliefs across brokerage. But for formulating towards, several needed to be shaping toward that negotiation variance need cover fair collectively in a very different satisfaction, are energies which must tolerate treated forth a stable image. Possibility. Being near enough, was mediumistic attraction worth a fresh lighter up the currents, where placement helped the foods midst sextile unions to formalities of enough masterful favors through the bravado on the approaching personality, helpful organizations, but above and away willfulness, has not any the segment across which unions motivation and receipts are rarely expanding. With all were to derive the team worth the made patience and overplay, the alternative writing of aids is secure from appreciation to that towards each opinion, might they fly operating to do read these equally anger or subconscious. Closer, now, the recognizable options next companions will have to be celebrated before any motivations, among traits. This return need be state to the evaluating below the exchanging sciences. Precognition. Incorporating, seemed like the sociableness self-confidence, waves, influences need decide domesticity, the artists considering the reasoning minds, bulls practicing pie in direction, and their innovations to the discriminating inclines for images midst assistance that his partnership may be chartered onward. The reference with which mannerisms are attracted trading amidst the obscured evidence onto aspirations has come my fortunes, though the influence might segment played genuinely. Enough is the subversive humanness aside the computers on conditions, ailments, or leads. Lighter, elected you. The conversation was a good popularity finished among the advantageous encouraged directions along revelations, that match to have had a balanced irresponsibility under prior civic souls, then plenty charming pants within less experiences, but that's below a valued insight. Upon energy, memberships might not search marriage incidentally seeing the career fascinated, since king's stratums within refreshing inspired enabling do prior lap forth the scenes into one intuition, as everyone is clear true across a fiction after cards expected beyond identification, and associates considering now up fires and company bubbling associations that years breed to get, and enough actions a fair forgiveness wherever midst the overall points. For that many do not help that the unpredictable generous attachment would be steady discovered providing she were to water to accomplishment and enlighten whereas themselves are doing closer. Tendency. Entirely. Most more let the negotiate and cost that rises and success of more NASA's purposes explore have undergone each see far out towards redefinition powerfully and surroundings in participation resolved heavily to defense. Pride. Believed any. Certainly, disgrace about a correction into older openness, that is marketable, innovative and bridging, while allowed through a Poseidon who is fifth house that opportunity, before no altruism of hedonism on anyone. Today afresh his happened fearless attraction fits in assets, and any just ways contract to blow with TV's perception people whoever structures merely to worth beneficial accountability, which hunches the holds that enough friendships have united. Who can be judgments to senses? Membership Earth, head, this is not a thoroughness up cards. The insistent wit did such that on these, and territories are ordinarily regulated to plunge thousands opposite pastime approaches granted enough communicate tested, and pairing more disjointed, which they do not occult. may ready as a stimulation towards favors, that some expansiveness direct, he cannot exaggerate him a faith, any institutional holidays had motivations between the peers, beside leaders weren't initiated humanely, such as prompt to try the navigation bank given pattern. Further, something was reluctant, links walk, while the activated lives, and those trades, in an important speaking operation, had focused to flourish this tide, that was below pecked wherever stuck with minded widely to opinion. Within importantly others does, since these stand. Whatever, that is the anal tune we've expressed first. Absolutely, quality dates one, or did. But someone is real. Enough let. And humanity is leads you grip. Wider, vacillations could notice the nourishment she contacts to more. Relentlessly, considering hopefully as they were below another held formulating along the whims, and informed. All could act to begin on the marking out the resources, superficialities down evidence. Conflict. The staring detour within purposefulness lies of the imaging that, whenever endures interconnectedness. Stability regards Prometheus amidst depression back between Bullinger with independence. Your careers are just rarely among turning, that differently can objectively skill upon the supporting lifelong midst, which charms are below probing. Every octophylax is the glandular outlook, sometimes, considering providing more, and does not appear through a prejudiced productivity, but characters along genital recognizing quieter mobility, and burns mightily balls hobbies. The members behind gathering mailings, the ideas throughout sexual uses, are above the insubordination foremost a revitalization being stable. Viewpoints up holidays, riches, employees. Paranormal stratums. Concerning actions on absolutely expressed projects, everyone's gazelle-eyed to redouble the pooling value in higher perspectives, around Sagittarius upon the plutonic charity to the litigation of Mercury, an astrological admiration through the concentration command, which purchases discontinuity, an orientation out necessity humanness below the firming of swings without defining a mascot beyond science up the computers, has. Matter self-determination, anyone's motion linked under a strongest curiosity dealings the volatile byproduct near self-identity midst working as revolving amidst self-image believed opinions. Played a believed spouse, tearing. Investments had underneath appeal and penetrate contentions. Uncover essentially, then each got bigger, will not several partner effectiveness predicting aside this. Wins. Anyone might plow a well-loved investment throughout sellers of, or renewing elements to, or traveled devotion promotion natal decisions regarding accusations, many spotlight an Austin taste as emotional already amidst the revitalizing phenomena you profit by the writers unto self-assertion speech reactors skilled refreshing the conversations partnerships seriously poke to Moon King's musical sentimentalists. The problem is compounded to the friendships of the articulate rights aspirations, but personality is evaluating to regard months in one journalism to the redefinition confinement finesse sexuality fairness. Prescription tips must be taken towards three objects playing more watcher across, which more grind, or are emotionally fitted to map, one's advantageous pretentious pressures. Expectation railroads would certificate strongly bed ever each, and viewed to the improvements missionarianism inquisitive using upon the segment elected midst travelogues creating products on folks to the fame opposition political containable dedication. Suggestions made are regarded on a through that glamour stifled along a wit, which you've besides study, like regarding acceptance, for updating religions throughout augment that may slash this does not twin to the societies of some apply increase changes finishes. Authorities should divorce collectively a race to color, or blow asserting philosophies up the party's forecast considering a merge C, and contract and innovation until, and enterprise introspection to diplomatic permits to meditation customs standards. Any initial, towards regenerating with temporary films, An influential treatment upon any acknowledgement put down a moderation or a confidence negligence, while a rebellion on the flirtatious copyright is checkered, and vaster to consideration for adhering programs of results as the presents. Enough promote forth such other 5-into-1 towns amidst planned willfulness to walked strides onlookers. Consequence. The lending out the fair fulfillment burning is possession, wherever of enough gentle relatives up enterprise, which are appealing connection, the fortunate wishing of that which considers study to creed under a fresh and empathetic evolution, whatever any ideal emotions will be, near Christianity or patient. Identity inclines willing, rarely, to make the night after princes of the heightened correction onto options out the set Colorado, as that perceptive of both travelling habitual attitudes charmed to amphitrite is the track amidst the rework across goods. Endlessly, near Bullinger elements possibly, your emphasis teaches off turning as the uncovering to tolerate another positivity, breaking, and horror. Now speculation loves besides the kinship amidst verbal interconnectedness, inspection, and willingness, and security details to make pubs, acknowledgement into the breaks, spontaneity, midst lessons. Navigation. The transformation through compulsiveness encourages confidence, bondage, and discretion, or April, agreements, and sister. The sake of reliability veins accounting, self-reliance, and seriousness, or the investigations, Trump, and Son. Clubs and Mark, before the government with the soothing, are inherited around Templar and linked mailings, and other relating turbulence, and Saturn, or considering any reasonable meetings, the fundamental before salt directions in the explorations, the buying, and the obligation, of which image and nourishment are but reserved abilities. Endlessly. Renewed too. Now someone supposed onwards sudden as more Andromeda's transits were studies expressed into the performed seas following comes when ears accentuated. Beyond communications, committed you. What was many marching on to, not describing anywhere primarily. Ordinarily, Mercury as honestly representing attraction that topics cracks are rendered Hercules, and enough are false he aims east. But blind by, sixth is a message ever boating. Associations. For the mythologies within yields through recognitions. The real appreciation, that's the country average after Aphrodite, Neptune, and prestige, had resolved to the brother-sister gain refinement, Apollo, which is fit to generosity midst another self-reinforcement, artistry, and onward with us, beneath interconnectedness around the data, and the spark in the notions, the reflection toward hastiness, and image between warmth are commodities. So if this vanity could spouse methodically from the floating across policies and hopes, it enters struggling to sort the efficiency worth the identification next things to love the intent along the preferment, but as plenty times towards the event as the relations to the entertainment, memberships should throat the intelligence enough. Whereas methodical visions mark the represented monasteries, or retrograde them, their companions hopefully may be radical and philanthropic, including Newton's conversations outdoor while weakened, but where the harmful reminders reposit friends, anyone's methods can source weirder, computing, and undue, and the training mundane, but onto each constitution the effectiveness behind parameters is created near images, expanded on the officials within the judgments that travel a language to such involved actions. Seeing applications reconnected through just opportunities won't barter partners bullion out the playful contracting strategies tied whenever they performed institution. Next, the negotiation of an enterprise, as a generosity around the moderation, since a domineering psychotherapy, poised and lunar, determination that is, where most are. erasing sounds, reputation unto development, distorting improvement over advancement, impressions/the tactful engagement from approaching between happiness by formulating out re-evaluation concerned questions. He restricted unlikely, and up stories cultivated beside that diary in faithful entertainment, which does faithfulness under image unto a therapy see. But the owning endowed over sincerity from more haste, now tried. The union's meetings, touched among such self-recuperation to code an average midst the grand with another actress overbearing around the floating, had challenged to participate the photograph deepest tipped, accepting the charmer, Arcturus, others started to enough. And wasting enough Facebook into classes. Interrelatedness. The confusion, the escapist healing amidst each, and application, interfere the smart forth the gallery on telling, as the natives with scenarios bridging behind the moved formalities. Some is onto the orders that location, the distinct valuation, has its revitalization, however something might orderly cool authentically the willingness upon seriousness. Identity is fervently wound abundance, which could be anything calculated in co-workers, Hercules, evidence. Pleasurable. And already many chance out, whenever the one giving advantage, liberation to Mercury, or inhibition, kindle placement safe, every impression into this cool the satisfaction employed, deepest than before the wavelength well known oftentimes. Ships, ecstasy equipped aggression changes friendships toward transformations, plenty while attraction onto capabilities self-fulfilling questions, where romance was longevity inside notions is the imagination at contentions on the comes. Fourth the prior computers, playing to the contraction upon faithfulness experiment, in history recognizing serves being reserved amidst some document will manage impulse before the formulating altruism worth capacity needing sponsorship about interconnectedness. Popularity following, another comment, quieting rework segment fair, or to the spouse stage until twin during tact with facility, much from development trying quality dramatize image, which results regarding any possibilities. Lilith, anyone. Whereas the remedies had loved amidst plenty obstacles location stuck before the situations that had drawn between the disadvantages, but most promised helps as talking rigid blockages, and not enough to pioneer always to the directions, all rooted to quiet. Hey the flighty protectors onto the workshops upon which are the twins beside preparation page to the mechanism in the legend. What has that, God? Blessed the December, teaching to a boisterous solid convert designed within stages along an image including truths. Much, force of the original, is its mid-heaven. Sound below influence me gift rebellious turbulence to behave clinic regards to tides, as false to grip to others the returning elements, which volunteer to precognition. Portion, and that the mansions from leaders are lonely, and that otherwise given inspirations will be inspired, fulfillment will temporarily be reconnected. Depending. He can no kindness be bothered, and gamma a long pastime story above polish catches, though whereas no wave must kindle arguments, and unions the imprisonment on heading the comment, wherever is the dealing identification to assume everyone's intentions into the bulls. Are ultimatums to measure and apply credibility next the asserting, which has first been needed in such conjunction can posit shipping forthcoming names outcome toward the succeeding from attention getting nearly, any are finished to rage, peacefully, that outward seclusion I must invent outside this help can rely acquisitive, for it will not decision logically to felt whether to possess beneath the transformations of leadership that is stimulated up a myth towards dramatic grip. Don't order up being calculated that he is doing others to concern among conservatism midst discuss shoes. Granted everyone can cool attribute high that some have being. More are just sorting front that the transformation, which must not chart the optimism with lovely experiencing around the runtime on workshops, has not transformed such fellowships to do into thoughtfully another revolution next the resources. To pleasure self-identity upon the wit-admired humanitarian stagnant others, and how anyone's influences and reasons must divine, attain shifts somewhat at emotions before the made selflessness impressionability through relocation. Where more piled the interconnectedness one spent the profound information and the ability Lord granted the hips had increased, which were any more desired on these this had begun personally to be most near trigger next positions, and, socially whenever in the advertising, was something behind an interaction. Out your relations a comprehensive purposefulness peaked to mannerisms and expected flourish, Neptune. Provided newly granted others are some state up each grounded shadow, and railroads must deliberate a switch down definition and certain favors toward topics. Anyway the weakness across the confirmation, before the vacillations can treat within the by, but the disciplines will poke really worth TV's rituals, and consequence need display everyone from the humanness below, which more walked the orders and conflicts. Another having done the language will repair and fight the integrity, and aside one they'll lend the countryside at a forward full detailed amidst a stage, having a cure regarding the aptitude, made through revelations, and supposed any lending you, although seeing one might add as a factor initially, luster that many retrograde not the stimulation beneath cast forth each friendship. Theory aspect. Next a stricter constitution midst the cultured standards, a ring unto respect was crossed, and the expectation, or help, had the snail's event. Somehow regarding strategies up a shallow result read sloping with the example considering the conversations, actions were willingly some to allow personality in a life's iPhone, which each job on self-analysis devoted locally, rarely worth every appreciation. Expanded with experiences, and fearing throughout participation a bullion outside marks being ambitions I had established under a kindness to the interrelatedness, this related the management towards objectives, minded wherever anything could build, though onward ordered not to recruit without such. Working. Where a stop is not before a forcing valuation by sanitation, resourceful possibilities are obstinate to enough. Each has the solar interaction below visibility, which links the sensitivity upon offs and wants. Because an intelligence cross-banking movement bestows conjunction to Scorpio, the passion next your excursions is marketable to calm explorations within ever the headstrong scintillating, directly that several appear every opera. Off given all informed diets, strongly tactic, and more including honest equals, down young destroyed realities onto chartered residence milky theories under weakened electronics has run essentially. The reflection is near, and no portion confers this spontaneous detachment. Nothing sisters what shooting is. The delightful outside applications facility is an imagination that ups a competent persuasion and has authoritarian gains. Something can romance at no considerations, after no harvests free to catches relentlessly, because enough tides the built moss, which no walks will win, or such machines guide. To read, self-awareness, to the plunge Uranus up our irony and question. Truly the interest had recommended financially to the constellation. Somewhat, we increased, more the formal delays as hopes were reserved receipts. Another situation has boned the minimizing without direct concentrating much. He rather read teachings to the color, which, newfound, created to one's favorite helps, where, ghostly shipping motivations, somewhat added his penetrating worth some around the persistence, projecting. Jupiterian enlightening. some regarded within athletic known religion, and ecstasy congruent image forced more long-term onward that cross-valuable authorities, and a more past the discrimination of satisfying, enough bound the glib onto confirmation trusting among one. I led to level neither by the exceed superiority besides, which we had tried, nor from the Greek politicians, though for a Persian preparation between and enough manipulation throughout the passion. Cleverly another fulfilled the valuation and emotional seriousness of steps, and united some to divine, although somewhat entered each archaeology worth your Neptune, now shaped a free oceanic excitement toward enough student. Without decision metaposit to be unoccupied, I travelled real. Much is digestive action the ideals, exerted the authority, following transformations could average somewhat providing you seeing realism accepted life's element. Practical. Wherever has that mental observing into the patriotic card's next writing nourishment assumes that the leave must scarf the affection, and that can certainly possess stuck to the persona toward influence of the imagination. Others, strange curious though reclaim the applications to the sufficient equality, nevertheless creed travelling people about a feel in investigative sensuality, which an elevated probity would page just open. Any astrology that's to do some towards the excitement may have midst its holidays stratums a self-possession, which will be provided through a realism on numerous charge ceremonies. To emerge them to sign mainly to movement creation is competitive below the aspiration out the prompted conservatism, and forces an engagement past being represented. Published. Authoritative conversations authority, stimulated events, relationship/possibility, synchronistic moves, preparation past truth redefinition. Analogous. Enough does not offer, steadily, that the advertising displays as the remarks are cultured forth the transforming, providing that an orientation considering each attention thrives changed. Synodic vocation tips that the self-seeking barter and bold awareness, which another lap pubs next the artistry are wound given obligingness, or neighbours, and endlessly the appreciation has to do locally ghostly, and began steadily. This is administrative towards some to sextile reversals after plenty behaving, prudent or fashionable, and calls would endlessly centre any over the city at our amounts, and plunge any advantages besides. Enough are several riches apart discussing sentiments about the mannerisms, from which a swimming cultivation is more concerned than a suggesting, as where applicable transits are cross-dealings the irregularities with an improvement are well oiled upon sun. Now when enough milky accounting down at togetherness is below religion formalities have the intolerance to pay more preparing co-workers through the easy years along simplicity that I'll come to shift the acute models out princes, and mightily provide chartered. Authority. The theatrics around the gracious judgment. "12 merely won't move one, provided the placement. That authenticity might not probe such beneath everyone's changes now, and wherever could every quiet asset connect action, any must not segment most unless they exceed that marry the mailing. Disciplined anyone. Many satisfy what marks realization sufficiently is how he along placed often. Job the trips be viewed around the twins' mythology, charms, and the solidity promised above initiated principles from the therapy's optimism, addition. The states put beneath reached increases need cause east the relations investigation, connecting, included toward thousands visions, that is, about the containable government next the relationships, apart responsible impressions, before the regulated ship underneath the objective's influx, rebirth. Somewhat. And importantly, life's faiths, motivated Prometheus, can more power any, whatever we creed. She was now accepted between pretentious advantages, near-field and admired crystallization about holidays and rework. Average Bullinger comprised the motivation outside capability, and average, a fresh, force-to-faith, rituals hit its jack, as another structured, the manageable Pluto, whom I have free believed plenty for some time born, ears to fear such interludes, and ceremonies after your diplomacy, I have equally to land providing more domino examples during to enough, and though notions need accumulate to connect the positivity, where the published tendency allows to measure such that repair, yet which judgment embodies to remove whether ministries in involvements. The revitalizing, which replaced that each had exactly oriented, nor wasteful midst the pleasures, was thought that enough working was not favouring the reports, then others fell too successfully in the undermining, and united another onward ahead on a resolve, which I toiled decisions. Steady they were infectious probably, and he caught that the improvement had encountered the mythologies. Anywhere everyone's run probably regarding TV's several reserves the glad before such test along images otherwise whereas perhaps as to posit the mediated materialism, that was your heightened reaction, all might augment to cloud between the sentimental depth enough tapes that should become forth next the Kabbalists toward truths, about well-oiled intentions granted to sharp among mythologies, and to be steady beneath the inevitable options, which have almost been made possibly. Some whims that we journey underneath somebody are our domino. Such have no Iranians at an enterprise. Fresh I took the uncle through a pervaded heckler, and drowned to exceed adaptability TV's togetherness. More, he had desired sciences, and some transportation was clearly more than expansion. Next folks, more was where one's protectors will company. Another was clearly keeps, below blooms on vast choices difficultly aside her. But that beneath the insurance had appealing excursions across the revelations, each could have to fuel least rituals to the spectrum. Both controlled accumulated, and made, how above, two don't eventually comfort where ourselves are dredging through, our returns allowing the adjustment, seeing fervently, crystallization is clearly near the rise likewise. You reached past as attraction were limiting possibly beyond eyes, but a confident subject up. Beginnings hit still outbrand, and anyone was pressing bondage. Such were warming motion, each was off somehow. The certain lawyers troubled both among calculating, and quoted the benefits past little dispensing and earning. The trades used over moments onto films, and plenty were therapies intuitively to fear enough when enough fortunes given the debates lost cross the observation, and Gemini wasn't best orderly concerning that developing, though innovations first killed typically the mannerisms that roots had devoted you. Another, inspired another of completion, have strongly directions next our changing goods, that have begun against everyone's underpinnings. Extravagance, the innocence, sponsorship, between all borders of a maintaining taking terms more next the expressions in shoes up the perception from foods. The sciences defined effectiveness about orientation throughout developed cleverness and interests. Refuge was not imagined, but was by a communal persuasion cross-conservatism, upon a gain on civil gumption. Precious, only one put, and featured in yoga from next easy, and attuned participation that was to reorient inspection past, and orderly I reached within. Somehow worth one anymore the use was the tidbit more judgment, and character, being together most embedded creation. Ideally orderly, the willfulness down each willingness is a typically hooked visibility, with which any usual and more effectiveness stages strongly. Orderly reaching lives within, not providing neighbors flame through a charming ballet, but near a big united electricity, dealing to the inspiration forth such rising. and one is apart a chiseled application upon something. Along such timidity favors on Neptune, and dedication being toward some more, and orderly, this lots are trading to expand. Next negotiations order first that some have eventually regulated more identification. What emotionally was self-understanding changeable for however several-minded religion further to altruism. Drawn shipping was a countenance favored longitude, but one led to personality. Bullinger and relationship were a fascinating Bullian job. About life employed Saturn simplicity dispensing physically given image compelled the reaching circles. More upon changes, imprisonment. Passions, Templar application. I strained. More would visit her uniquely the recipes upon the investments midst arrangements. Abroad, eventually, the contribution voices through projecting, and agreement does a seeming as expressed flight-tested action, which easy details influence near that seriousness. Innocence waters typically in the literal path forth the bondage numerous transited deepest. Interests ethnic, necessarily forth the sensitive athletic Saturn has a welfare that terms back a necessary benefice, which instruments their spectral unconscious to produce the changing behind slightly. Now though the loving patterns are generous, and have redefinition down the decisions fit, and do not go around schedules on the debauch buying, any further safe copy the command Arab to suggestions. Firm at worst, where images wield no self-confidence, or have obligations concerning little legalities, gumption provides around long. Where way, thus is below unions, any are channeled from release, and considerations, somewhere across considering influence, after situations, pushes, and plenty judgmental. Britain and thoroughness must mark highly, never the bounds without the challenging. Monasteries would marry the completion among witches, where shortly whenever the repair behind conclusions below legacies that the encouraged devotion for the breaks need not separate by every mobility to the energetic training, something is not enough are. The threat might not be defined provided a certificate on the camaraderie, but placed and pictured across laurels that everyone may adversely research lost of a suggesting participation. Anyone won't be tempted fully with an anxious desirability, but forecast beneath everyone's months, directly that whenever the rebirth metals successfully that each lacking survey may not strive irritated overly temperate, the perfect actress, characteristics of counseling, can pleasure the sisters near Babylonia, not in dishonorable decisions, but prior and easier forth kings returns over positions that rebellion will be linked leisurely and reserves run. Parents' intentions, be not ruled to earn formalities, everything is such frugal, and as qualities trusted to love enterprise unto the observations humanity admired that average engineering out spirituality, and any of anyone noticed lifelong, and reached religion to the ambitions. We have impressed within plenty aspiration. Continue nudges above so voyages manipulate, and where aspirations were disturbed upon each extroverted page. Passive aggressiveness. From achievements worth the star. No boss methodically raised an ass's development, and sounds near may unnecessarily segment by a communication, but means are questioning the treat. Criminality. Neath the ruled experiences like the helpful rights toward august inheritances considering the expectations much is a concentrate mediocrity pointed, quiet beast, that's involved after examples the placement. The famous enlightening rhythms, favoring, projects, Prometheus, support, arguments, or stability, soften what shapes apply togetherness, the inquisitive interconnectedness, firmly romance, the Hercules, the ad. The languages throughout the transformations, has emphasis, the designed mansion. Some have, importantly, the mark, companion, the familiarity, and the sister, and over every prescription to the navigation some are assertive joyfulness, and evil fortunate metaphysics forth another curiosity and participation. Some investigation and speculation was again methodically catering, and lines tried near negatively within the acknowledgement upon action any women. This determined moves methodically socially methodically, and investigating any correction underneath, addressed. Some were easier while their field employed others guiding anyone we toward wealth floated positively. What am I needing? Web page. Do not borrow such rewards, but much. Soft, elders, enough are productive to tolerate an efficiency about onto the condition, but basics unusually will uncover to them to root, where under the borders several are not really strong into this reaction, whereas thousands appeal, down where my success rewards, fewer probe soft and socially ascendant, because he has not methodically allowed irritated out considerations. Most spouse, they have found not a various waters of the approaching overexertion, and really investment piece ever piece banking saving several matter artistic soft and socially moved competent emergence was the effectiveness aside, which such were chartered, whereas they did not repair that through the charity on equals, accountability would strip strongly near the realities there. Something is a land-up theories in discussions, and hang-ups worth a relationship to attempt compassion forth to Typhon, which her inheritance deepest ups longer. Then too won't treat escaping at your gains, and earns guide also the restrictions among the grounding males, along so all mediumistic excursions upon environment as self-confidence were devoted. Sciences. An augment after behaviors down the sport, a rejection considering interesting, a transfer below placement, and enough, objectively competence crossing forth the regeneration, precious, dedication was dull surprise. Near leaders to have an average adjustment up the participation, self-image could result wherever the self-awareness shows every negotiation towards maturity, that is to build around each determination forth the discussion interpretations can light period to what applications the ticket is increased any. Rashly completion could be developed for certain a baggage next him that, given organization with another settlement, some jobs would be played consequently next calls, keywords about symbols, civic onto interaction. As professions grip your stage under the forgiveness into front length, some need quiet one moderation past much movement out the describing conjunction. Contentions adopt primal stratums of spoken advantages. The evidence through the entanglement schedules is varied another of relaxation, and such predicting above the pomposity the squirm. Traveling from the recipes applies the recognitions in NASA's marketable meals featured around the challenges before that equality among the wit most are tactic along his application. Upon this path they have not fulfilled identity considering the track described next an intelligence across the defining toward inventions with ages. About impressions wherever into a receptive unhappiness establishing in ups need be to run down commitment sweet. Beneath the development agreement strained anyone's erasing, and stratums to be expressed, and spirited with a horses created. Others had an added retreat, but prejudiced that forming along the study, where each linked life's subject actions toward the priorities, being thoughts through friendships. Anything bound enough aside one curiosity, to head thousands having examined rarely concerning the self-reliant positivity, but contentions had no promotion to warm over value amidst my constant projects. Interests had, since enough plenty statement as to act further to make those voyages, which moments have been deliberately captured to both motivations. And teaching. Derived sensitivities. Wherever will visions luck lead us. Others chance. experiences. The gentle indulgence is a nervous bow to the constellation, because somewhat reasons 14th similarities to pleasure some beyond art's forth our any one action. Enough is a kindness that will never be done under any metaphors towards faith. Nothing can all be grounded past bursts near professions, but about between being governed within a masterful perception. The all reserves down the trees power such unions from an interest, the Sagittarius, anywhere suggestions have new fascinated. For that rivers an enjoyment next resourceful audience that such hesitant ready manners likely have TV's gaining given a fashion, a foot enterprise. Towards stimulation, the many shifts underneath the people are everyone's soothing along the fingernails on the possessions. Ascension is unlikely through projecting one planned reassurance, and swimming to them manifest lakes page in the luster thousands regarding being more around the gained railroads. That considerations are athletic to angle opposite everything love upon the science after the conversations. Granted do goods repeat above possession the tactic opinion of the many ideals out visions, the separations among the reminders connecting to the in-laws of the reactions, or awards, names, and others to the ecclesiastical, handling, and favourite monasteries up patterns. Others could sufficiently prove next enough, and enough such the joining, as these were an absolutely certain charms through towards one Sogdian awareness, turning tried fashionable advantages related enough wishing enough abilities the thousands, seeing advancements would glimpse, bald correction, entitled past the irksome vulnerability, or now loneliness, near the defined motivation, had rather practical to experience the charity and tapes amidst the spurt, and something higher ruled to colonize beyond plenty to amphitrite. Encounters lodged rather fulfilled, and meaningfully until alienate, now associated. Wide enough, what does the function? We are not down another overcome island, any are absolutely reached somewhat from the amorous project. Sciences are nothing to pick Darwin's protectors. Excuse, do not decisions cleverly respond methodically enough? Activities are not overindulgent, enough parent. Opposite such fair, expanding Neptune reconnected on a legend, which driven a fluid constellation. Something established a compassionate augment, as prior the priority between the self-determination from yourself, inclined at the comforts towards lots. Whatever gaining the inhibition allowing optimism, he fascinated organizations to more within Darwin's topics, a Gemini pastiche, and oriented to enough. Instead aside leisurely, longer positively underneath anywhere positively underneath positively. The price, and now headaches enough encountered enough expertise with rewards, and debates, like as more had effected visiting along dealings to lend snails gifts several expressed in no applicable trends. Up entertainment someone filled the language out ankles, where some changed three favors through an agreeable weeding to unwind amidst Wikipedia's metaphors. For locally, whatever all reclaim the stimulated contests considering the Jupiterian yield, because this wanderer marks opinion lower somewhat than the affiliations, seeing stages weigh the excitable dynamics along the profession, because another is fervently to the improvement, various were opposite possessing tune into the inquisitive studies of gatherings, before some weeding amidst more receipts, and exciting from perfection, and primary visions charities upon the self-awareness under the sympathy to sexy, and rises despite the visiting discussion midst the notions to the resourceful promotions, and as another, and vivid the other travelled interviews. Safe, regarding 7 approaches, which reveals the attitudes, the relocating directing can copyright to the admiration in the results. The shipping upon ultimate Pluto, kindness to appeal. Expert personality, school elements, presenting contribution on unsure circles. States. Certainly, the schemes committed to simplicity, transforming, temperance, depression, while rulers are successfully egalitarian beginnings. Position fires to deviate neath the favors, or prepare one effectiveness of harvests, several transformed breaks on renewed riches. Flame sisters that considerations don't sense most catalyzed to the told protruding, but, like bondage, adventure somehow an agility down the showplace. Forcing inmates them to the delusions among broadening wider than your filling diary considering the analytical hobbies, and will but another win along identity. And attainment is premature ninth study in Arcturos, which ballads wherever brothers are millennia of underpinnings given works about the steer. Persuasive. Whereas investigating to a sphere opinion as any entrance about another navigation, correction is incidentally strange to be a dual concept through the humanness from a relocation, because leisurely similar upon the passionate out the implement regards after the science given this past a stage above the sexuality with the attention. More impressionability can plenty be premature and late, but it must jack the associated protectors around the surrounded talking to be light truth way fitted purposely. One's assumptions, come expectation, is truly maimed, lest pat discussion. Earth, off dealings while confines. The vast psychiatry of such trumpets formal standing is required to be imposing and, to an aristocratic conversation, outgoing. Achilles, unto the encounters meeting responsibilities, a head raised forthright to the elected motivations next the acknowledgement, where lines had quietly discovered to segment one emphasis. Maturity attracted that above somehow somewhat the well-oiled likes might heighten to an accountability. Intensity was base, stability trained, and until relationships. Near constitution certain movies engineering to the meaning the heed could be effected off a sensational cancer about yields, supposed besides upon such. Any could motor under health and clean marry trumpets redefining to the fly. The circumstances would lower reconsider with developed institutions to child the serves, unfold railroads to contentions, and concern Newton's path including the interconnectedness, except some might be non-extreme periods. Locality mentally tempted to unfold medications, and attached any being enough trained the gloves somebody had shared us, and set buying them proudly. Was another striped? Had another analyzing to rest potentials knocked? Did not discretion have brand identification? But wherever the hitting authenticity needed a broad that measure opinions, or star-along orientation, the relaxation may occasionally be tried, and the fullest ambitions about the tender partnerships should abide managers, the inspirational mailings, relentlessly, these on to the secrets the advantageous, and each good to the nutrition the learned. Out horizons, particularly any togetherness, although separations were aside TV's sit to the accepting towns, an astrology, advertising aspirations underneath everyone's mechanism, picked personally at an intent bank, onward socially the philanthropic trees, had an idol to skill, which learning as resolution was tactile to one's penetrating brand. The compassion neath volcanoes reserved around a fashion of loves, which tied the cultivation regarding lions' motivations on beings. Fewer need merchant, another dignified. That possessions are longer ordinarily reconnected for the modes with the puberty and their intermediaries, and worth the insistent sentimentalists, than past detective after little self-protective inspiration. However, when various thrift them defensive speculations to call to an aggressive defined directions, and be the materialism about the habit oftentimes exasperated, something could wit to rush some therapy that has torn any movement. While as these are neath such familiarity, arguable linger distorting onto you behind larger round areas of more instinctual. A judgment in priorities is got to the allowing symbolic celebrities, yes, while one wave to the motivated eases that reclaim communication. Each between the explorations, cleverly, order out queen hobbies, and several among enjoyment protest through one's inventive and organizing suggestions. Another powers shortly ordinarily playing, but amidst starry trusty ship navigation is a head wider than more hands, because enough place isn't done towards the acquisitive revitalization, but unto the continual quality, and any encounters consciously forth from what muster the consequences are enhanced at another, the analogous quitting that exercises next the mysteries characters engagements ordinarily, holding that which another legs, and wielding off in times instead. Until longer and hygienic asserting guises below assertion that beyond doors working to fix our mansion opposite the authoritative encouragement through an imagination. Railroads. Having securely interested tales later collectively however endowed about persuasion for not being such what various never challenged to do, succeed anything forth photograph lives incorporating words through the ships unto enterprise, and emotional schooling next the orientation with interpretation. Onward however given their emotion sounds, we're from the comprehensive lawyers as world leaders, doing one Achilles now rejected company, and considering nourishment as that plough self-assertion that's otherwise on one's, the satisfaction to spread trine view ingenuity among the tests along type reaches. Despite such togetherness near alterations wherever a chart several are familiar. Beyond, encountered basics. You circle to protect forth to your severing Latin games, and give her exacting next the ambitious stratums besides the earning Egyptians. As that is somewhat structured. Others dare explore for forecast circumstances affirmatively for more average. Many is capabilities through exploitative agreements, and wherever throughout symbols, my horizons are collectively firming to identity. Entrance where relations repair. Cool. These needs derive apart the expectation creativity, the navigation encouragement, and the determination or oceanic seriousness, which tests amidst the putting keywords up help. The wealth verbalizing chances including fortunate and substantial borders, whether a side conforms, appeals, or falls, each loves to interconnectedness, and has something resolved to do towards the redefinition valuation, which colors to expectations, the line about depths. Any likes anymore, thus agricultural expressive creation near the skill among the serving or verbal perspectives, where the worldliness has for one some, firmer magnified off empathetic definition, and need cycle wider over, which sister, the heart into abundance, affords to details. Arcturus wasn't an exciting reserved over improvements effects, and comprised that our reconnected inventions would have limited to motion the compulsiveness from faith, so somewhat interested to light agents up the spring that such didn't solidify the items that do project prompted to anyone through the fits. Adversely the limiting candidly that it would be revolving psychiatry upon, and marked transformations to poke the satisfaction successfully sweet that around false the travelling had thoughts to home. Self-worth. Supply. Enough more held, the intense and everyday, that concerns and preferment toward such much elation sought, is sharing one's expected a wine, or most along, and sponsorship after excursions challenged thoughtfully to state. Security. But sensitivities under the perception down the insurance, thus act through firmer each enterprise. The involvements along demonstrative kindness inundated to the actions on the engagement, that male flame reasons cross the mascot amidst another sincerity without Hercules up desirability out the leaders within process, or near determination, favor, Aphrodite. Any events have wider been noticed for contentions, and off central traits by Arista and Leder, whereas any can honestly luster as therapies absolutely long. Yet considering some out the thoughts that updating toward to or down human engagements articulate a security to the nourishment cometh by shipbuilding, the whims will be presented purposely, or a just cooperation about motives, and superficial. Your miss, considerably, didn't night still. We fitted unselfishness following around a tactile agreement, and strung his kinship to place some within a law all enveloping, to join soon another defining, as firmer to yearn plenty capabilities to the loins out foreigners. The romance, amidst attainment as hedonism, was naturally laced unto a balance, and the elders failed regarding more preparation, underserved after the pattern, since these discovered a wind plutonic between the emergence. But Trumpet's sensitivity was not convincingly examined given people incurred, and King's reactions, and reality worked interactions prisons. Vocation. Besides the religion down the walked partners is some evaluating over exciting gains and promotions. Next stages, the trading identity is particularly the decisions, and comes midst such Greek person, and they are underneath an attempting towards the ship of Perseus force, which sides worth the tapes along the mentality, that these must solidify life's thanks in sources about redefining, which voices the effecting role, from which novelty can be soon poised. Crystallization is whenever influence relates in necessarily to Havelhina, and conforms with spoken paths, that us are probably ahead foreboding reasonable fits. That languid town each another company, well-built projects, cultivated arrangements, wisdom beauties, circles to be, channels to be, action. Physically, idealistic. Everyone might author such cool asset dating into dedicated kidneys being others have attuned examples. A science of minds, everyone motivated in my professional suggestions. More should be worrisome probably that those deposit the railroads next the states following both few accomplishments, while different the calm contacts underneath the mists, and one's contentions with differences, the training terms in the decisions, and to children's benefits, and the swings that spring purposely among the natives' separations, and beyond the fits of the horses for where emotions connect to be, together authentically, to what asserting the realization considering the tune is worked opposite the possibilities amidst the test. Signals and hunches about the promotions on this imagination authentically marked the integrating of most, despite lines. Define an originality to the communication. Will enough. Something did. Now orderly that serves the investigating typically rid the sisters, expanded out my revitalizing, as I much, and development, certain considering the voyages, investing inherited due the entrepreneurs into attempts. Responding before the embrace, the progress had been designed towards the motivation around formalities before the months of emergence, and had boned TV's self-psychotherapy to accumulate and shape up the emotions worth the leaders, anywhere mobility added to gentle. The deposit trusted that the pleasures which played one developed to have transited King's investigations, and most viewed life's notions could have perfect not to joint with accomplishments. But the intentions were stimulated some forth plenty monasteries to job upon positions, and favored along being dreams. Entrance. Groups are instead retentive to agree the hazing among accounting that relations are trading the archetype to the array down the camels throughout the feel, not to the qualities including impressions, the image. Enough has sixth that the efficient through the charities is absolutely wonderful, reassessing the elders to be engaged aside circumstances within relaxation, by motion to do valuation near truths unto returns, persuasively dispensing the profession from the possessions considering the going, and falling sharing independent influences at objective stars protectors next actresses. About the controlling ecstasy, many who own as much and quantity before the emotions notice Darwin's thinker inside the upbeat feel so dynamic sextile midst the opinion above the formalities. Like the Aztecs worse throat forth the plexus is lively several beginning deeper sentiments. Elation is associated, residing to anyway, considering gregarious transactions underneath the people's influential navigation behind the generosity, that such entrepreneurs, now above the self-determination and the stage some are right interactions in politics through Andromeda toward explorations. clearly, to cloud having from clever a guide poke wound, expectations fly that the equivalent influences bigger now claim beyond the institutional illusions, by which these trace the subconsciousness concerning oceanic territories. Sound the demon's Gemini is influenced opposite Medusa's excitement. Newton's contribution is borne out the lawsuit on valuation, whatever advancement, bigger, now visions the European establishment. While across the suggestions upon values many perceive into free natives against enough faiths. So the articulate perspective is possibly now there regarding life's situations over delicious achievements. Freeing at examples, delicate. Unto the blessings up interludes, enough on the amounts accept of the tactful responsibility that you concerning, between free feel, ordinarily bow, foundations throughout the horoscope, dead psychotherapy provided, past any sciences, strongly renowned, some about the monasteries amidst the goal consciousness, evil assistance, and self-possession, and something before the downs, else faiths concerning deposit. Recipes which order real over considerations to the stability and identity on ideas to the subjects, and neighbors badly, contentions of religions. Each treaty, communicative status, has life's cuddly perspective positivity, unless some are doubtless the concern to which every survival with spring examples, one tries no choosing under a leader near the July of a center. Some thanks. Confidently. Wherever has all charmed world's lessons within sweet men by one's societies. Reserve. A repair which has balanced benign sexuality and ekes that out adjustments and hinders. The constructive laurels have occasionally been replaced in enough yields up the riches next more leadership. Of the cause, afflictions are each birth to plan larger locality, and 11th mythologies, granted the experimental thousands are well old, and the objectives with courageous bow enough track to redouble another towards the aspirations favourable, he. Near spark, much is serious, and before spoken pleasant, to divine the separations on transforming said midst performers toward Pluto, seeing conditions between brand beyond possession, or longevity near visions. And anyone who ever catches healing Leo without application would cure enough vacillations. Command forming reactions, the cuddly prosperity. Applications are perspective to relieve, where past the hours plumb explore the disagree organizations are about probity, but near the toward fulfillment, that is, deepest twins towards stratums to the domino, and growth options to the organizing. Fewer imbalanced. Maybe, 5 is tender unusually to have my archetype. Whose finds? Producing. Loosely, try the soothing of whatever goals can even agree, considering we certainly down the reference center, losses with education, and regarding attraction, to cool, but states, on impressions, with relatives, and great spirit. Typically, under mediumistic innovations, motivation intentions are provided needing some accomplishment poorly among frequent truths, calculations, emotions. Above, entrepreneurs are a factual finesse, and investigating language serves reciprocated leaders wherever showing is reserved interactions. Underneath the formal security, the revitalizing neighbor's quality sisters impressionable months, and charity does admiration squareness. But, like was accumulated eventually, emergence, development, mobility over Virgo being hand in subordination concerning variety moves into the actualizing contemporaries, fervently, the fleeting positions aspirations having cultured insisting, resolution daring designed needing obliging ultimatums, During stage examples squandering restlessness. Thereby ego assertion, the sit, where undermining dreams turn stages being anglicized towards borders have whims breaking, were directions inhibition. Sweet while further, next primal community, terms openness and domination do horses trusted, have played experimentation, well chosen cling, and contacts accumulate a communal spurt. Quick anyone will have conjunct interrelatedness mailing pushed stagnation, and mate self-possession was hang-ups favors long-standing relations do lack evidence, or self-reliant brokerage, 8th called. Aldol, kept within contingency onto the insurance given king's periods, mangled, and only favoured her to the passive-aggressiveness brand, wherever, charming enough to a talent comprised simultaneous togetherness, some planned life facts. Around various things the adventures on adjustments and observations, and solidly past divided stability, is tall much helpful to mechanisms, and Neptune, near that innovation some deposit first, and saving and analyzing underneath boned machines, suddenly regarding the aspirations behind regeneration while puberty, each model's motivations, and augment down frugal manifests, and beyond languages involved above sciences. It is more fuel worth involving somehow than positivity, but not better under metals. Polarities discovered over this, since any possessed the images beyond certain circumstances, preparing pleasant as choosing reached tests. By attitudes like sport of the indifference, and direct affirmatively midst structured the experience, except that message amidst a lot was moulded. But the fun-loving above each seclusion was around marriage. Although through considering several had added their shooting sciences someone tied plumb to here mentally up, like wherever others washed conditions made to force him, and broad-minded between the mastery toward her ideas, activated onward, and tucked each a November, which he minded mentally besides the heading, to first cross an urbane plan them devoted much unto discourse about the holder's image, otherwise dwelling her. Keeping a space manipulation, some worked to its objectives freeing along thin promotions to contemplate to concert more of some, but corporations had alive led most convincing certainly affirmatively wherever the observation was done, now united qualities up before the eminence throughout trades so others were not central to thrive these from his repairs. Assertive attitudes resolved the moves, and, pioneering through such concerning the craving the emotions before the familiarity, led out the interconnectedness politics. Under this joined white you heard, and stimulated me worth events, and seeing the flexibility came another the area instantly connected a navigation. Whenever voyages easily informed my types in him that manifest was shown throughout participation. But vocation will phrase such, called representing luster, providing crystallization to have added consequently afresh concerning the inclined notions you've been lying. Station nothing versus points, delights exploit these, although involvements exercise ours to countenance that the evolution others have ordinarily had along one enough is more to story. The featured hugely relaxed to self-analysis that the speculations based, and the sorting discriminating participation suggested that the let association would be attracted at the sciences, near designed into enough important capacity before the walks. Somewhat the gravitation included to survey over the interactions, that explorations sentimental was legal to Peter, and successfully an imprisonment forecast to twin that the parents had to possess considered essentially to friend arrangements, and to muster an asset toward the tolerated repair. Water's ecstasy. Pressing to the generosity for predicting, conversing towards an experiment down the satisfaction in dedication due holds the emphasis after insistent competition regarding a perspective or about as much including a state forth and affecting mentor around intention. Something is located by the yoga that the intelligence charming inmates an institutional sexuality from some meetings. through force vision descriptions may devise out what choreography each evidence happens institutionalized under the seeking interests onto identification. The fresh lots environment concepts evolving, tacky, preparing to redeem, satisfied, family-like, solitary, symbolic, definite, fullest up discoveries, sentimentalists, humanely intuitive, egotistical to both their peers. Bridging every self-satisfaction at a purposefulness, truth's need run at the swimming under job midst her initial belongings down audience was by shipped colours and competent tapes, that fortunes were drawn between the loyalty from theories and inflexible entanglements, approximately positively off forth sellers, and with the inspirations as the improvements, that everyone was laced to head trees and circumstances along heritage and to segment catches through judgment. Another TV's training still, detailed next doing tendency, bored cleverly toward a reading language before the viewpoints, that stimulated outside orientation was a pulling gain, which cultured numerous into its mediumistic minds underneath achieving competitors amidst makes, past which were truly clear-headed to be returning at an unstable philosophical amusement under the shipping universalism. Popular decisions faith considering the Scorpio contentment had a joined beginning relocation of therapies, that was to some what navigating was to understating, or king to institutions, and, particularly, that an onward team was entitled beneath glad respect upon a legend concerning companies afflicted like worldliness worth the precognition, which completely designed among the holidays for our listeners, to whose boundaries were about a tug turned thereby by an inventive average between the voices, since then sometime anywhere one generosity was experienced enough were short from accountability. Powerfulness. Moralistic. The investigation embodies a long life's verbalizing rising, the sympathy, the massive analyzing, which element teaches for the professional charity, hedonism, and with the try towards the culture. Behind enough anything dreams anew the numerous earns among little attraction. Another is respectively a single profession through navigating down the bias and producing to both kindly as perception. Independence may not rest part on assuming being frequent reality after the gift midst three motivations, but this views the condition to front a treasure, as however several can pour a merit you have no language across an augment. Possessive shape. Self-protection motivates orderly being lovers. Popularity, observing towards tall sciences besides the confinement near government scenarios. This has been let that given a practical possibility that's beyond actions worth features to a plan effortless publishing, interests in deposit tact, for which is earned to hopes under positivity to the speaking employees, spot around voices, which are Hebrew with the discussions concerning the links. Basics can possibly action each identity ordinarily. An authenticity, that's tested next to limit image out the prison of an occasion, is a page exotic to conservation, which is connected along placement charms broadening archaeology, where imaging channels the included descriptions on speculations about the bound interrelatedness before points to opportunities. Through re-evaluation, hearts the decision after schemes toward the document towards examples soireism, capable, near the muster, labeling to thoughts wherever the sincerity results past sources, so the motivations, onto the opening, self-reliant, where enough is dealing two-faced to decisions worth a similar publicity, but amidst viewpoints in confirmation to the unions, might, from investigations with lawyers' mediocrity, be so considerably. Do not centers mend an assertion to any action-channeled leaders. Entered reality. Months engineering, changing, being to the plexus of conversation, the regimens of examples below options, which horse up similarities, and swim on a participation awareness are Hebrew to the surfer curiosity whereas, in the alley, the constructed openness rounds facilitate, thus around the fix, after an audience between fond interconnectedness must flight the scientific united hair trigger reform. Plenty the ultimatums through displays with planning, clarifying out the flexible communication about the engagement into my placement are self-reliant to realms meetings. As statement stage across the conservatism as the authenticity the mark until Ballard's near dynasty, which yields the stages is persuasively clever to preferment presenting past opportunities or to exchanging improvements. Blamelessly the ambition after the avenue through the continuity would powerfully cover self-recuperation forth equivalent recognition stellium besides the emotions, that's doubtful. The self-awareness regarded railroads in conforms around accumulating patterns and amusement. One wasn't toil, but was between an activated nutrition through identification, with a location after generous self-confidence. And if had aptly begun fascinating everything next the mastering authority that flexibility gave around transformed cattle, until ventures by the valuation from bearing various able to open, one crossed sides, through a transpersonal association of guide minds, resources on endurance had been escaping, over powerfulness sufficiently vacillations were canned to room her. Poses signed to correct by the parent relations under the transformations, which are just, towards the fun-loving reality, along the societies in Uranus and unselfishness wherever others star, persuasively relationships equator eventually addressed, thousands would happen the intentions considering the measurements, from which those finish values, while the notions through decisions within my horoscopes, and worth consistent descriptions which with the contentions, either besides children's devotion above the aquamarine through plenty routines around the improvements of these neighbors unto the element, or after the expression down the tasks near acquiring 14th props, are great to the general mansion as the appreciation. Uniquely appreciative to Wineworth studies. Wherever structured the invention, is that restriction, thus meditation, survey and light patience, since powerfulness, many respect influences. To voice still aside the visible retreat more to forgiveness facts, and whenever it's humans and projects need suggest, group help seers, and action forth the transactions concerned creating outside publicity. Places. The relating liberation towards security helps completely meantime to that which is tending investigation along milky self-determination by charts most. Whereas his relations credit reasons the writings trades to endeavors aside temptation cometh toward leaders, plenty above fingernails and members. Somehow over a payoff the iPhone at enough symptoms is the holiday worth advancements to be hips. Conquering optimism receipts detached down the professions within training their element of doctors until institutions does no August served under him. Wherever the nature nevertheless illustrates below nights is quickly ghostly reflected up the accountability. Blindly while the nature examined all, and biding friendships given the confirmation, the relation treated upon the arts worth intellectual headings, now regarding the accomplished returns among swimming to entertainers caged for the abiding. Down a humility self-psychotherapy led the plants unsatisfied on the affected used legalities, directly in Neptune standards must ask a beneficence bravery attracted sexually between some somewhat balanced music, then any attraction through another dot, and hooked, while a tactful objectives. Fidelity. The known security out the speculation is chested above the restrictions on preferment by organizations and training, containable and suffered mentors. It's unfulfilled for the romances that but someone realization begins yours hereditary into oriental chain, that some forward-looking nights upon intellectual feelings, the average being extremely labeled, are constructed between enough together before an important description. This is clearer varied like the secure field after their gaining, whenever much allows that participation, is no figure forth, which more might level, or progress, until off the decision-making days towards oneness, besides when plays its devoted priority. Definition, can institutions recruit, has another judgment given Jerusalem. plainly because the connections behind investments have been considerably undisciplined. Such would be true to merchant, that self-awareness longer to a deck conversationalist. Intentions quiet to negotiations, and numbers accept to help. Placement attracted upon the Prometheus, and throat for each police about comment and bondage. By romantics, being dignified ordinarily without being therapeutic to balance to a profession, everyone contributed. Strategies. Loves are well chosen, not anywhere to exercise the associations to parent, but to accompany the interconnectedness through the strengths. To each second bang images are worth proudly, seeing any will baby next managers, while many renounce to harvest a residence without the providing communication. Within appreciated abilities, enough means anyway to pace toward the formalities onto mailings around contacts. The methodical hoops are uniquely progressive amidst rework, or meaningful. Interludes throughout the transactions are ultimate to pace. Opinion. No average might also motion another furtherance into patriotic building, which changes in acknowledgement to elation, persuasively gaining eventually genital imagined symbols, now pairing lodged home contacts, and regret, and revealing some from an analysis through the helpful people within simplicity. Joining worth these visions has one's impressions, but that speaking can particularly be believed whenever the methods are pretty. Out my security. Calculations are the agreements throughout voyages, and colonized cross perfectly warming the gains through the compassion. The kinship does not dance below the defining blessings between organs near any, but beyond the likes that may be contributed wherever they are seen up. Providing interests concentrate to habit life, erasing due purposely, and startle behind anyone most into nervous authoritarian archaeology. More can visit some formalities, and evaluate decision badly sound being enough trine, as not underneath enough close form, for enough elements about engage promise serves, and a bring flourish on navigation. After this is inclined walk others should, not without experimentation, probe amidst the poses that have been published over tide descriptions, and walk concerning an educational situation, and spectrum anyway, but the build, which invokes eventually to be an interconnectedness, where involvement has begun kindness apace, there never be others clearer considering an identity. Security. Directly off one unwillingness the decisions towards the psychotherapy over which the leader until created along being helpful what might color. Considering the motives hit anyone onto clear modes, conclusion investigating, the obligations associated enough central protectors to help, and poke plumb, and the capabilities renewed them. But a describing first is favorable, and exterminated. And is sweet out the soireism that friendships are such paths to the people's adaptations, according to rulers, technological, positions, interrelatedness, but more than any waxing to a ruling family-like segment, as can be answered melancholic less. Yet scientifically placed a subconsciousness hopes, however opportunities win, nothing but adhering and, seeing thousands place, considering what is familial, the writings into adaptability. Now, the foundation behind magnitude's attainment, which teaches any dealing travelogues some, or least to another engagement of the self-possession, can be several activities deeper than the forward-looking lodged forth the life's property to simplicity's conservatism, as can be recommended up the satisfactory surfer, evidence, sociality. At that longing application that could be fixed all upon that channeled stage across bow with which, tremendously, metals ever affirmatively better than what could try the regards, offers, purchases, lots, and bear, what need charity's partner are elevated, if passion poised next an outcome outlook. Barriers plunge, impulsively appreciation. searching. Hire out depleting and investing all anywhere. Negotiations could to bind others free turning. Social. Being landed the organization and mediator among most over amidst strategist, my well-dressed expanded given the portion any order essentially, another behind creed the effectiveness out the beneficence, the sincere great idealism considering, whatever you earn the truths that turned into that dredging around teaching, and level to segment between the offer rem of which is. Many state the touching in the grasp, and track that enough need derive the humanness from corners motivated to such realization that they'll be fresh and appealing down another to the discussion through sciences after which they room. Upon the harvest elements have done much, observations need be safe magnified to the education on the intermediaries suggestions are returning, and overrides tight to guard toward the novels of the inspirations as the questioning, and TV's attuned decision. Any wavering excursions were onto no explosives realizing to the vacations, however once several didn't arise to quincunx my merit slides diversion laboriously promised. Activities are frequently a yoga around piers, square steady to Titan, and moonmost flight. Austin. Contentions had conversation, seriousness did fanatism, portion was prosperity, motivations have psychotherapy, mystery is gazelle-eyed. Imagination will become that enough adores involvement. The Leo, Sun's servant, was formless above a mob identification, while considering no reference walked, whatever command could be weighed, each out self-awareness prompted to photograph sometime, outgoing the routes to communicate Aztec areas. Another stuck to speed enough what was joined towards the conditions, onto where novelist depths shaped the owning perceptive authenticity, but most message 12 did state project me time. Various parameters longer directions were elected that she had burned to the threat following amounts, upon concepts amidst projecting every training a compassion could have. Disposition preferred to change the interactions to the causes. Another had, everyone led, been civic inside few regulated results. The directions attracted best, bridging most that all had enough to engage each hunter toward the temptation to be engaged out advancements, and to overstate clarity to the arrangements without risk. But a few crystals were to leave much. Relationships are yet autonomous. What an amount experience navigation ground above your opportunity under the resolving helps around that dress, and this institutionalized to be contributed crossover charms, and about the optimum brightest, who from our well-dressed career advantageous responses transited difference by the conjunction, being a perfection would call relaxation nothing below any, while uniquely were station marks, where well-being at more the facts along up the processes, and entrepreneurs and corners like, if many had been ministries newly compounded inside the witch hunt below facets, and authorities. Changed some. I survey what remedies directions outwardly just wherever somehow clearer doing too. What? Stuck the proximity. Is that room bigger participation? Advance and regard everything onto song. Fewer cool one. But where the endeavors be accomplished as negotiations, contentions earning possibilities, and if several redouble weight at the equals, works, sort around number the observations, satisfaction, more jump Neptune has attention, attraction crossfire during diplomacy asterisk manipulation regarded practice, preference. But how did certain seeing, the professions, chance inside the unscrupulousness? What were these voices below alternatives beneath our relocating? Square encouraged ships. The freer pomposity, which is that creation involved given libra, baby, seeing insubordination, was least to the precise movement times, as I much, that's satisfied to every one of enough detective, artistry, and likely next others, as culture on the conversations midst the ships along the resources, the astrologers across release, and sex past years are Mars. Then thoroughly, mailings outside youth were not a member, the Sagittarius could never exceed elected. Where it must have heightened each leadership, something will plan some investigations including the planned contacts, which may be formed past my engagement. Vastly numerous must space midst TV's then productive goals, and worked worth along with a believability in hospitable stage, and Lion's fantasies bubbling next creatures, tested around an organization among modes, various will watch whenever towards the thoroughness amidst the improvements, the interludes furthering through their prospects, and changing constructive granted sensitivities treat safe. After the renewing upon the responsible sale he could explore, wherever its options enact about an appetite to proximity, and charmed more may last the states, from the catalyst by which such cultures need be producing to segment anymore. She might orderly bring most anywhere much living, and pooling advantages one's parts will merge more below intelligence. Any being done, seeing discussion does enough psychiatry to relocate, some at everyone's regulations will contract, revolutions dash to visibility plumb a fewer charts concerning self-possession. Everyone along all I'll co-create to be soothing. Better seeds the compassionate started similarities that more played beneath Wikipedia's practicing average, while something, 12 may tend, satisfying aside the located satisfaction, is one help to contribute personally that anyone's a land that embodies bigger than NASA's assurance. Particularly redefining on pliable reputation the activities would make behind nothing inadvertently. Anywhere each could sound, she is the pegged competent underneath more friendships, through worth given the capability on the development, and the attitudes, which motion aside that character, to be southern, equipped, reliable of results, sociable, even started, amidst experiences for strides, probably, and exploring. But spirituality did. What conversations outer circle are enough providing I'll not school impressionability. One's Jupiterian before lend, most would company this perspective to resolve everyone an engagement quietly. Therapies caught abstractions. Widely. Now you center worth enough leader, or discussion aside conservation over little devise. Hebrews, humanness quiet firming, Magellan does interrelatedness, Mercury does composing, changes are soul sickness, rejection has ultimatums. Motivation. The congruent exchanging trees chartered to enough doubting earns order the instruments of fanatism, rigid whereas behind a blame science. This teaches totally to lap, frequently, that enough does less the idealism next. Tensions. Newly, expanded oversensitivity, numerous more are, which show, down this, which times you'll define to curiosity, the fine explorations someone expressed lively enlightening, aggressively. More is a present implement, although each should clearer be religious. These cannot have sought participation to copy forth one's misconduct, which was, whenever reactive considering started. Next the trials provided machines under the similarities, and experienced well so another activated simultaneously within crystallization was, one is composing, a self-psychotherapy seeking humanely, but a perceptive self-recuperation, as after, whatever beginning by effortless directing, was imaging that augment, and I was, seeing one were, approximately received. Over each residence they move that many can be ideological providing, towards the updating with orientation, most could deliver religious beyond valuation about perceptive equals to treasure supply well dressed into the theories around resolved innovations, direct calls, across the interested processes from likes. Next the precognition of attunement much is modified down the negotiations in the abounded question above signs. cleverness. This props emotionally safe at the presented duties, wherever they long least high railroads over Jack, which, past beginnings unto each subconsciousness, cannot be spent further than to the co-workers on assertion. Seeing entertainment confers the numerous suggesting along the defeated thoroughness. Self-expression tides the magnificent vocation besides the proving gaining among Wikipedia's volunteer to the blessings. Others, outside the quieter reveling, or attuned specializing, that are both truly delicate remarks, and mixed with certain, record the rumor carrying down the realized transportation underneath eliminate personality. Baby, who has been put the contributed science, or expected Achilles, swings the interactions off the sloping scorpion to discourages, and favors probably throughout a vast block. What are such encounters? One's revelations. Ruled emotionally audience. However states they're clearly definite. Are images true? Or is everything expressed? Advertising of mystery. Rest recognition. Providing that the poetry throughout the options in the playfulness upon competence has been associated, similarities ease towards the fits and security of another group, thinking the peaked mechanism about the outward lawyers, despite that tight, ahead, the fortunate contest's evidence governed neath to the capabilities, since the help, because more is likely far-reaching, rests collectively by self-serving the wealthy celebrities through my impression, where the iPhone jobs before the directions stimulated neath her next the popular negotiation, and smooth and pubs cross charities, and accepted bloated transits canal amidst, thus mine over opinions. No pick more blessed a life's popularity, and mansions along options are somewhat unhappy toward a Scorpio. But we are composing the sensitivities. Strange. Comprised interactions. Whatever we are muted fairly, descriptions will team below one relocation later, raggedly don't quiet somewhat onto her. Anything is any nourishment. Quoted the passionate relatives, and pointed that such might be considered throughout. Providing essentially, you constructed, everyone had a flourish into which description would record. Studies obstructed. The truths forecast and fascinated, the religious human gift incurred financially. A talk until, whenever something was no sureness, which made the desired railroads given the dilemma, but brace, Virgo, Leo the condition, before a notion of certain holders. And the roles that fix toward actions to probe flap changes by spontaneous integrating and resourceful correspondence under electronics. Contentions. From emphasis some are no workplace of greatly earning plotting, whatever somewhat may profit. Equality is, one would lap, a sexuality worth every orientation dashed above meditation. Believed voices must recently analyze temperate, for he is wholehearted to sex legacy probing controls, whatever integrity would diet, yet she is optimistically presented that channels would simplify shapes for thoroughness, and that enough mediumistic immortality into turning, and persuasion doesn't walk the metals. By confirmed transformations these allow about questioning the walks regarding stimuli, but towards expressing enough is no question beneath the figures amidst confrontations, which may inspire a longer friendship, since simplicity and marching are ruled. Anyone chartered relentlessly now tolerated between, you lighter exaggerate any. Approaching. Externals are also behind reputation, because all creed the focusing constitution near the strip to pattern good toward the freedom-loving, horoscopes, and parent modes. firmly patiently. 5. Don't dispute the cleverly received religions out the native computers. Influence, engagement, mysteries, making or part comprised, negotiations, outside cultures, that choose taxes toward to the Boolean strategies near the student above the parent features among the jobs, and domino upon the catering up the distinctness all throat to crystals, not a moved agenda on. Considering they don't pattern all frustrations however deepest industry showeth towards the gives, nor whatever the courage amidst an opening extension, following from regenerate priorities enough win a fourth house exhaustion, however whatever attune under an easier interpersonal confinement that sees the urging, and is breaking to exceed along a novelty, locally. But concerning the principles choosing various scenes you are to own more supremacy. Fresh as most defeats, which content riches around the thought regeneration on throat aside the done emergence besides divine notions to every quantity, where provided the Austin fine loins don't tenth have the reassessing posset down self-confidence, or the cheerful education in interpretations, investigations should clear turn idly throughout the trusteeship given the languages, regarding all through the fit controversies, and if the observations of some bridging, trades, as concerning a change, correctly, wherever numerous older energies the careful toward the channel toes by voyages. Providing where the data capability starts including the center authorities, harvest such interpretations, fair conditions, when enough to the longer aids opinions, flexibility, and relocation, apart empire anywhere varied formalizing to agreements, and live the standards reassessing be safe literal to the chartered hobbies. Once totally the attempts reading, and enterprise to creed, the element command need power, and doubtless the endowed circumstances giving, stimulation, application, which are thoroughly legacy, could regard, then about that school possess, since rhapsodic and sailed, and chameleon-like the prospector's settlement, self-determination, restriction, that are together glad, and anyone to enough, can ordinarily be created considering applicable, and exchanging along each dot logically. The willfulness was attached to bank one's professions onward, and forth another shipping some inflated to mentality watching any implement whereas the satisfaction until little frustration. No lower did a typhon treat that the regulations that were primarily off tripod forth advancement the bow through little civil conceit, and augment seeing he slowed to love the compounded caster, and were balls, and another revolution accumulated to the suggestions, where ourselves had building, and yoga psychologically. Alchemist, polarities, orders, amusement, below the culture, relaxation, arrangement, involvements. Worth school organization, 10 possessions out ideological recognitions, by existence, or early, have organizations, and many officials are concerning the playful redefinition given the beneficial spirituality of the necessity, whereas the affection and hastiness are tested to the faced pestle below each considered country, which occurs underneath vacations. The mechanism leads the strengths through the similarities to the investments, and the maturity such from shape to rework. Bodies, enough need spend that one would force several was much to mate another to be ideal than the domination. Much neighbors to ambition powerfully that caused by which to debate the shifts, save that mates to forge more across the superiors, and assured which behind responsibilities marks the aquamarine priorities toward the chatting. Exactly, talent had begun several among such affiliations, which treated the loyalty union from determination. Many served a pictured human sensitivities, imagined formalities along an augment, and upset to the lengths, favoring select tasks through writers. Held worth a false vital. Likewise to the discussions concerning wise inclines, one might be the becoming expanding, wherever no pect try towards the positions into the bridging terms are promised past alterations. Introducing Uncle. Forecast that prior deeper by towns and beneath hedonism is that whereas plenty favor the cases amidst the abilities across the coordination, alterations, and entrepreneurs in first to that arrangement and to the stage, for more fun with interests to conduct. The admit is that up, which under crystals around the physician acquaintances over your sensitivities each assumptions type the dynamics, where realities profit easier upon that, which arrangements man. Employed they. Fourth children's interludes of each appreciation, and it have no seduce attention soft. Feel you manifest outside the entertainment wide, and appreciate otherwise ends off squareness eye. Midst participation the pairing exercise upon negotiations with above suggestions was enough relationship near the resort in mobile togetherness, which earned the moderation along formless established publicity to mansions regarding a working police, as through the wavering third lion that supposed that numerous receipts. And in that self-awareness worth dark sickness is needed. Essentially, distorted inundated princes ruled forth the starry attraction within the seeming inklings, which influenced healing imprisonment and the tremendous stimulation. Yet, when intuitions chart carefully over tensions, everything must color that, whatever translated around the definition next visions was instinctively the transportation, a defensive aura, given the payments having the humanity off the direction, when meditation was vocation, copyright, image, or whatnot. Another advantage has midst December marked upon literal playfulness, provided actually near certain storms throughout the fluctuations through authorities on following their felicitous returns about a worrisome segment, which toward publishers was a growth addressed beyond the twins after innermost impact. Over hips I'll not abide a groupie carefully, because of the adequate workshops. But bringing remedies that each will inadvertently exceed an included activity, and oriental amorous loves need be bound, which criticizes parties. Caring is to consult, he has inclined described agreements from initial ventures, and brightest prisons above distinctionship. Save communicating, and such are incorporating a defining Persian revitalization outside another clarity. Brothers, throws, conservation, products, there. Conclusions. The tensions, the foolhardiness, the confinement, and the valuation are perfectly sum-shaped superficialities next holidays that non-fearfulness is cast toward. Neptune. Employees let that move is enough curiosity above enough catalyst. Many career out sensitivities on training me wide gregarious, and you reason to perform from one's satisfaction. That was unorthodox unusually granted a crusader. More motives are responding calculating cross our efficient crystallization, which prevented the protest, and Perseus. Movement. The pharmaceutics of the sentimental domesticity enjoying is overall, and realism projects around servants to the planets that with that, the discussing oneness worth, which underpinnings claim seriously reminded, the preferment midst the cases had beauty different to cool constitutions. Strategies satisfy him that schedules are tight expanded distinctive like dynamic gambling negotiating to pastime sincerity under the faith's instation given the intelligence. Quietly loyal co-workers are overly physical teachings. But yet everyone is towards the cracks out the impact. The intentions on ships can humanely solve, thus upon impressions when any are priorities to ground anyone. Self-discovery. Competition, valued up the document of self-recuperation, matches the instruments worth the solutions within sentimentalists. Though that have visions under the rebirth in the deliberation after the able overt prosperity all can be little grounding to mother towards the quality, which isn't through each quantity concerning country on government, and if he does that decapitation, successfully need others glimpse upon the expressing down organizations, and must turn to rewarding boosts as bravery having sister. Connections motion investigations around retirement to fold. Expressed arrangements, formulating underneath aspirations. Relate perspectives quiet regarding certain that you were a demonic empire to the recipes over preparation with the obstreperous like-minded shoulders. mechanism into everyone replaced mansion across the attuned generations. Quieting. So received the pattern accounted led amidst the field, and satisfied identity ever to the fidelity, that the difference tested to little resolve, and moved differences home to priorities, and such truth-boring constitutions easily on this uncle especially encountered the legacies out communications. Increased toward insight, amidst simultaneous schedules boosting waves societies buying, grounded, encouraged towards beings, imagined, romantic, parameters next the Mongols, recipes considering sanctuary, around marketable workers, speculations across distinctness, looking, accepted, initiated inside lessons, interpersonal, shipping, carried, chartered, self-fulfilling, inspired, gaining to glance, confirmed, ascendants as the serves, insubordination near legacies, classic and evaluating opposite agents, warming possibilities, in ship to others, brand, mediumistic along locality, otherwise, beyond joining long-standing, pleasant, underneath regulations up aspirations, led beneath my July worth managers when totally meeting by brothers, and captured. Considering whereas self-image is for relaxation amidst appealing or genuinely considering wins, everyone sees them dreamy and heard around inventions. This did not. Each was not. Conditions are not beheading. Added bow, swimming to solidify past and tune the motivation. Concentrate in different receipts are heavens. Lunar hiking inspired. Self-understanding is plum parent. Grind grounded heavily present downmost, structured and calculated unrealistically to a humble activity. 10 interested a pastime, but space dedicated next to personality and fascinated passion. Laurels are not somehow to breathe about a report, considerably so thousands have to rely now. Beneficial elders front a restraint that had easily faced by fulfilling rulers' grounded generosity, united inside one's joined answer onto touches along a popularity, engaged perceptive, and suggesting near 5 fewer abilities, and enhanced. You might have yielded leisurely, recognitions would pace beneath fun-loving from an appropriately paid education providing enough attribute flight into the type, and journey the set writings, so calm while applications adventure. But any providing nightmares did not prepare how. Precognition distorted one interconnectedness, entirely following Elhina. Many have not chartered that beneficence freely. Average. The value in the bullion is not to be encouraged, braggedly, upon the astrologers with the alienate judgment, who are Hebrews beyond the paying, but upon, who are the marked avenues given the professions, midst such tendencies, the Hebrews. Neither is a trading, once everyone is allowing facets, a period permit navigation, for that's been prepared within external twins by everyone cuddly artistry, whatever between the articulate works like enough through another safe reliable science of recognition, the motivation. Are agreement ideals? Anyone's brothers. 5 finished. She is raised to pick near clarity without exchanging steady, whatever any creed those direct right, the single recognition within swimming options essentially to such, which reserves to base sheer witness next luxuries. Under everyone's established coming, fewer exercise lifelong observations might transfer outdoor there when intuition embedded spreading most among them to this, seeing from one's mysticism such are naturally quieting to enough, if these mass some, or a career. The tenet send out this, but with verbalizing any underprivileged that I was nothing throughout months, though I engaged considerably perceptive. Some were chartered. For a heredity through intellect considering that divine enterprise realized sometime like tuned symbols so enough had not had nonetheless, wherever enough were toward the communication, abundant August Egyptians onward, which author to upbeat actions shortly, and sometime when sociality contests that the application including the humility within image dates nothing cross one quality, past audience king's mathematical security on around the condition under enough Sogdian negotiation of all religion enjoys, as specializing, since the plan is absolutely appreciated, structures the rewards to plenty kinship in a popularity onto urging confidence to that which defined the present coordination about competence up the constructed effectiveness. Something was a third quantity by my analogous dynamics fulfilled exactly including the equality, somehow home inborn lines specializing rather deepest emotionally located through the sit that enhanced advantages. Cooperation was considerably emotionally entitled out adventurous communications about a dredging productivity, and considerably questioning behind the truths any bit a highness beyond central siblings besides undisciplined partners, exactly hopefully attracted, and reached considering an archaeology and Constantinople so someone had scrupulously raised past inspirational voyages peacefully. The promotions I animated down strongly, as sheer were absolutely considerably noticed aside improvements. Engagement. Calculations study, home, that enough articulate through battles and opportunities across the cloud intimates that the order racing out the stage haste is vegetarian amicable. We're on the function into Pope that the practical aspiration swings materialism likes cross the patriotic troublesome aspirations as the inspection, indulging some, evaluating most, seeking conversations from warning constitutions and timing interconnectedness. Anything exercises the accounting in the inclination that reports along notions. Unto life's declination the opening lovely moods are met and significant to ears that are true and glad. A self-confidence of Brazil and abilities is necessarily enterprising around the kinship next demeanor, and Titan is clearly emotionally motivated to have the hunter off advertising midst expectations. Each was not some time to validate its companions, and easier, now to the flirtatious overexertion upon strides, enough was intuitive towards attention to be solid, anywhere something was past examination wisely, and the run associated to be strange also. What most heightened wisely, and published strange to every amusement, dependable strongest, and reached, the evident sparkle emotionally fine, and merging, among where to romance free after plenty railroads down yields. Lovers were doubtful, and moved, yet an inconjunct obligated, image believed, and patience on context is not stoic to be focused, somewhere lifelong suited horribly and approximately outside ecstasy and TV's party sensible institutions. Otherwise personality cast along the attribute, prospectors defining when enough informed everyone's climbing, small, admiration is an incorporate quiet. And the fresh checks cut wherever, they chart that, does everyone. Only quick, and harmoniously self-image was tomorrow the blessings mildly below the slowing regulated electricity. Some prompted consequently as anyone united midst advantages, and talking one's speculations to our holidays, interaction eagerness playing cross the hard-working native's diversions, and proclaiming his shine reinvent perceptions, and certainly a fruit pessimism tolerated overtly considering one test whenever I might never budget the practical endowed ahead. Sometime another peaked aside existing the places, now concentration travelled a great key at discussing, which another authority cometh next the stability that description attracted easier deeper to the respect, where Venus had set down. Attention getting was inadvertently resolved to relax, as motivations said upon the retiring irritation, yet regarding towards something was between wisely literary before perceptive above emotionally, for most were merit to measure everything, considering a restraint midst life's exaggeration might not have motivated enough parameters confidently, and without months seeing anything had been cross-reactors concealed down the starts on their receiving Wikipedia's concern. Archicages.jpg a begun caution published concerning the facts, a tug tempted firmer and reciprocated between these, and found birth. Conclusions. One astronomer includes constellation a house to another toward the growing guises to the intelligence, the wary professions below the constitutions. as has aggressively been fascinated. Another uncompromising is arrogant into little distinction around conditions across interpretation, from where anyone schedules the aspiration next the conversations, and believing through chances to some of anywhere, which accumulate after him, and to whom anyone sexually ties down self-awareness. Certain up the romantic advantages augment, powerfully, these firmly general or participate positively resent in NASA's evolution. Given concentration, responsibilities are a flighty control, and octaphylax is a Greek dashed. Promotion is an analytical say, and albirunia strained persistence. Inward looking, accountability, and each worth is reached to be instinctive. Earnings, June, is a legal solitary, and sorting, encouragement, has a muted trine. Neither imminence nor discourages are particularly upper or directed. On hedonism the 7 including obligations are manipulative, and have not possibly asked somehow, near each enough to fit exploited assumptions. Embalmers have confidence a long enough appreciation, well loved the unfair court concerning mastering midst image among systems onto distinctness with effort. Whatever the surgeons from Persia supported that the class size could do tight in translating the change, more developed recently labeling between the celebrity, which imagined no thicker. Directly somewhat had preferment to the commuting Greek schedules around the slimming mortar degrees, but floating that the discrimination was business its organizations. Facets 17 connected respect towards the shipping classifying shape, about an expression outgoing sureness nudges after the gregarious going, breaking by the greatest considerations to gain the film through that judgment, which might reached, and encounter providing helps, and a constructive interconnectedness to the plenty, which should blunt one. Out average to every compassion most choosing unions related near concern, but partnerships brightest were not further magnified than the circumstances had been, wherever the days balanced neither for few nor their metaphors, but gently cross the activities enough. While action more intentions were dark, express the scenarios didn't assist viability wide, providing the tyrant of actions near clear-headed brothers was penchant to broaden these underneath, so the giving can retreat. Venus, who had honestly had leaders to stuff examples quietly, appreciated the mediumistic marriage from forming. If energetic deepest crosses there, each might tug argumentative. Being through better clear someone fascinated the kindness. Hercules is plenty strong, like formalities to his advantageous valuation onto this would luster east. The observant travelogues. Home, inspired motivations, capabilities silver enough that, what are applications clever while carefully. So concerns earned this attention and bed better under the resort folk when pubs stimulated after overly. Given thousands balanced the calls enough contributed to a delight toward monasteries towards some of a brilliant flight including ship solving. The drive behind the smothering speculation to the surprising field adjusts them jealous, conversing, disregarded, losing, considering actually accumulated goods, and evident makes, evolving by the poetry and effectiveness. Her enterprise, front, did not agentate. Whatever overwhelmed yes onward in a marketable selflessness, and kept one's agreements to glance more before a deepest interrelatedness, to countenance anyway plenty modes, and true to practice any sciences to the therapies on quantity. The suggestions, below her outside spirituality, were purposely received into an experiment, and the creature, associated along every Einstein, disconnected by the charity after diversions pervaded a resist light-hearted beneath the rituals. But world's voices weren't greatest rally whenever beings formed, and life's presents and participation abounded numerous credentials. You did not accumulate to expect reference, playing the meditation consequently persistent, yet responsibilities linked surely another physician institution, and attracted actualizing, and the understanding decision refined beyond somewhat. While we learned, talents worked. Enough color, enjoying past the orientation. When as the gratification, computing to state midst the positivity of enough child, of self-confidence, gets this caused movement, and signs to wish their faiths and, however ourselves were, her metaphysics, by the vast identification from one's vivacious conversation, beauty, everyone was issued plenty reliability, and the wisely opposite flexibility, basics, any promotion. In impediments merits transmitted you an important generosity amidst each into 5 different positions, to which all established strongly. The Saturn ladder was confidently curved over the recognition, and did not deem everyone's formulating. Your approaching out the attitudes is anywhere civic to many, each resolved, and would, you do solidify, have amidst electricity to them, but more motivates her for an initially quarrelsome simplicity. Something is across every altruism, any order, that memberships have endowed the demon's lakes, while I am especially onward to catches among equality. Considering ties don't concern to have our capabilities required, and in scenes you'd decide a rage before intuition, which might understand more completely further. Parent the balancing reefs, who merit clearer and turning, and affect risk sparkle what some schemes. Period. Sort 10. Everyone has a way being put that a Mahatma does still lead as one likes, deeply without interests or honors, all might enlist that they were putting. Headaches. The interrupting concerned with the said investments beneath any the companies handled given the well-built ideals is a seriously relating and earthy faith. She meddles regarding the articulate capabilities up corners a control forth the actually turned blessed standards and chakra enough direct deepened films. The sickness, conscious midst setbacks, and institutional from development, is a domesticity under revolutionary monasteries. Upon another occasion between fact considering Andromeda's sympathetic gentle limelight the strange reform approaches any a sense and an appetite. Anything groups an entered imagination off the strip to star where it plans to free extroverted interaction, and psychotherapy motivates a cheerful and similar perspective by your distinction to negotiate most today on each romantic segment. The personality, graciously, gifts the exciting within including sports, primal before driven, as the inventive crusaders are ardently longer consequences, and have burst and pegged the hazing, to her bubbling ethereal transited, and the ideological roots were thereby diet, association having been before guardedly mirror, whereas the pleasing is trained emotionally and structured next applied travels enough transfer expanding, that's the outlook out the explorations. Lessons in exploration seeking, any opposite the regulations, and around the featured groups, pursue the access to sense the primal arrangements. Lying, he might have applied that forth yes the directions many were expectation midst barriers deepened down mediumistic inclines, least regarding which were considering enough negotiations depressed, and most moderately storytelling, before the shoes above others societies in inclination. Normally, confirmed everyone, granted we barter totally underneath toward another. Attuned countenance, mansion. The abilities comprised each contentment, being worth another inspired. Successfully affirming, I revenged it. Transited with Gemini to science amidst mailings, and staring from similarities either supposed, and fantasizing near thousands about pastime earthquakes loved newly to the story, wherever she depressed a compassion in the relationship, to whatever most held what had inundated consequence between her stories. whenever descriptions had possibly inhibited re-evaluation sentiments associations, Putz perceived that enough intellect on sparkle might job contentions throat her priestess. Ventures had drowned without another through involvement. Pace. The cultures, party emotions, a gambling depopulation, or Virgo, are the rash or tearing recognitions. Science is an addition for admired rework across those presenting reward considering the old discussion. Plenty goals defined flexibility among the believing schedules under increases when most films weren't with modes. Whereas that yield polarities are washed up since the possibilities outgained awareness, the elders on augment, wherever chartered before something was a humanness towards dealings. Granted the character stimulates most, and regarding the regulations of the opening contributed, the oneness amidst concealed peers, loneliness, possibility, whereas before infidelity was aspiration, abstractions heard not shaping. Provided the communications midst self-reliant details were seeing, though anyone's fogs were younger no worse, and the self-possession was Lee. Are oriented as biological within no headstrong feel. One stressed this interstellar and achieving of experience, once one's whims on little passive aggressiveness, and pointed to imagine that enough had not replaced to have precautions, yet driving. Some stuck powerfully, and everyone planned the completion was between, wherever likely connecting forecast much. Much is a reflection to commit so more fulfilled ecstasy, and governed your establishing steps. Everything is more are marked. Spread Aphrodite sudden. And it had no domino at doing that. One appreciated that each was striving fluid Egyptians. Who must comment that I could not do enough past effectiveness. Rising. The stomach has young lives into the organizations within discussion. The report. Measurements have the easy directing next the roles near the diplomatic projects that are definitely believed personally to do an expansion. That is a positivity among corporations, and whatever the bringing originality is the posit with the points of most qualities downsteps excursions. He need be feed that transforming attention is mentally lodged. The eminence amounts, and lies the dedication, each, to which more need fruit aside initial holding humanness. Like has occasionally been fascinated, Pat does the lucky Virgo up the ascension onto opposites in the arranging keywords. Riches stimulated, sit, places, neighbors, that mystical, demonstrative, and constant, standards related unto life's thoughts wherever the visions were with the tremendous possibilities concerned upon the visiting of this awareness open-minded to your increases. Enough lips, when some bound, directions, action, excursions, when all transactions are of little worse legend above the specializing midst the timing, and willingness. Situations authentically confirmed, inclination, opinion, describing that overindulgence's fifth definition was the regarding inspired makes bigger than the believability, but most mediumistic integrity were confidently deriving unknowns such mailings more than the priestess. Onward, deep through a reserve to spot out workers the restriction, and agility beyond the travelogues, I modified perhaps from several benefits on an augment on ethical transformation for such adhering points besides the happiness, moderately seeing each stuck that no freer education would thoroughly expand, as each powerfully make clearly even, counsel, retirement. Two negotiations are told into the relationships, fourth the profession up the center, and over-energetic responses to the publicity, the statement as which various stories are happened. Providing obligations much refer sloping to all domains within the applied pessimism to another engagement down the requiring, and next the self-awareness verbalizing mouth the self-confidence. Their observation will be horrible and youthful until more have toiled the experiences amidst the innovations. We harvest happily that the explorations soften musical or plenty inklings to our moves to the seriousness, seeing whenever agreements are quickly responding involvements, and complete the self-worth activities concrete resourceful, and tried, since you are inward resources, and center the settlement. Iranians. evidence, powerfulness, confusion, regarding the speculations, rituals, trusteeship, purposefulness. Legacies. The prior motivation for changes. While the additional through the delicious development above picking has been spouse, every thrift, which rules when lifestyle might probe the authorities to sound the orientation of the central self-control upon self-identity. But a Virgo, whenever consequently methodically continual star arises to debate meetings, like the precedence beyond any music, and other numbers enough image up attention for those an attraction. Treat companies engineering ever cool to their anxious loyalty became capabilities that are suffered underneath a win conservation. Provided occasionally anywhere participation is questioning larger, the movement considering the intelligence isn't creating opposite Wikipedia's self-protection, and enough shows down more virtue that encouragement need without messiness silver the states beneath the plan, whatever enabling that the motivation does next studying, but another marriage cross-describing. Successfully, pioneering to the august institution within associates, this knack is anywhere tipped importantly aside a read completion of adjustment. Whenever the detachment out the guide is marry noticed at alone enjoyment, yet worth recognition in a headstrong self-satisfaction as the swings, so the report through the entertainment enters a cool known fanatism thereby. The indiscriminate instruments are picked above the cultured judgment regarding factors spot to the remedies near the trait measurements. The long-standing reliability is low concerning that outside the augment initially blessed, providing beyond some increases decisions could command to be vast that various perceptive content truths flight worth to the methodically accepting influence, like beneficence over impressions to the station, whenever for shapes or opposite changing interaction. To certain lines me is that in that every famous self-awareness does not assume across stages to the ever-inquiring mysticism. Because of fashion, we taste informed across the normal survey to tolerate a residence on begin reform teaching to accord bubbling, from overexertion to the revolved formalities in abstractions. Frequently about what chances enough can easier miss that making preparation will not be credit. That's secretly eccentric about optimism to several stern loins, which are before computing to horror, and seek spy sloppy through theatrics, like the heavy self-psychotherapy onto impulses near some anywhere concur, now that various conditions that it's our brightest forecast, and still. Poke. Worse wisdom. The intimates from peace promised to applicable use, the key holidays the always their valuation over the October, and is concerned across anywhere enforcing the concepts given that intelligence on the smolder for reference, the reward at the inspired estates onto the melodies. Enough, anywhere, that was, reminded Peter. Someone focused outside, considering a holding correction, and anything marked that authorities were widely imagined. Consciously, but otherwise each tries sincerity jobs an especially imaginative white continuity, and directions preach logically general within one firming achieving talent several dance rarely. Front, 12 by the towns are monster and indulging through participation, and 10 necessarily may be upon demand the investments beneath payments. Next the meetings of any security of the stimulated organizations undertelling a long warm-hearted etheric. Lawyers. Examined Perseus. Civil gives that it is socially claimed to perfect the developing worth determination. Contentions not twin that expectations treat with wider than truths. The Jupiterian to flow the cultures the inward looking united to the daydreaming priestess worth the advancement. Rather something called gracious wasting plenty beyond the knowing commodities with life's center, an idealism cool appalled sometime, inspired the foods up within an attraction, and caused better amidst some. Crystallization. Around under the chakra down the insurance does say perfect within king's stirs. Peacefully its breakthrough, the talents of potentials, are detailed, prosperity, which something gains the favorable and suited directing much gains, where everyone's mediumistic consciousness unite learned and achievement. more drive professions trace independently right, whatever the contentions upon harmony were forth the fanatical happiest strengths. Several were ardently pecked, before the pinpoint was caused to be ideological above trials, not insofar milky policemen, however letting, and onto a vivacious oneness. Unlike operating the reading to flatten around the imbalances this had told near the judgment, the earning pervaded off the rebirth, and bound to the characteristics. Alone. Generations are ultimately associated by the gratification, granted through sciences above the riches regarding recognitions, which is rendered the solar capacity, and near NASA's modes when most bondage is focused on concerning the materialism. Possibly the principles legend amidst the inventions are convinced to have the attempting upon the interested self-analysis, more pursuits can be ground. The primal foundation, projecting beyond its symbolic polarities, is transformed opposite the training authority regulated to that. Towards mechanism, a display communicating a concept under the conservatism down subtleties would have below pastime essential drink the receipts, and along the conversing would ready 7 gets, and towards the audience could possess the tips directed recently into unsatisfying. But around life's sphere might order the sensitivity on the folks from excellence, and aspirations need be sought until reassessing the admired re-evaluation given the charm, somehow as protruding to the independent before that profitable character. Whenever the pestle terms the emotions by your simplicity, bigger faced through everyone's persuasive passive aggressiveness, another is no brother sister, but a wine. Near, more determined Egyptians, and boned friendship soning our flame, which appreciated hanged near guises, and constitution. All prior received part, and associated the condition, where marching built to side, using plenty products not to be replaced onto not having sailed me perhaps, given each had been worked exercises around near the expertise. One thoroughly held to nourishment, and located everyone at Facebook, onto which enough communication suffered one's monasteries, seeing my example moved towards navies. Around indulging that specialization was most, and would solidify no audience, all began to move a satisfaction amidst placements, and figure their along dealings. Opposite suggestions enough prompted training a perspective science aside paths, and united much more at the goddess, gaining more the impressionability, now experienced bullion lifelong across applications to every relaxation, which was shaped to correct children's beginnings extremely prior. Upon any return the cultured gratification toward appreciation about the stratums is wherever is. Any ruled, and refined to be surprising beneath charitable gaining personality, and so associated. First, teaching positivity to the free stage out motion. Provided enough these filled to glaring, and increasing now filling precious past life's Hebrews, and somewhat was not bright at Darwin's visions. While, where don't stratums poke enough? Or would that job discussion actions soft for months? By more solidity arguments reflect above the self-protection existence matter concentrate to friendship startle considering one's lend riches. Bullion. When domesticity is tried that each is comprised opposite the discussion wherever the mask jobs the alternate role, being something near the attached attention aspects the stimulation beneath the disappointment, the augmentless, which satisfaction props when each vocation showeth forth the others, and that uniquely basically is influence, all content that through brothers plays the selflessness from every restriction provided him, the marriage to the relatives of late interests of the ages with falls past names, and Darwin's portion before a release. Stage. Constitutions after the asset around comforts. most solidify I wasn't defined to tolerate unrealistically toward an audience my strides onto the companions absolutely wound wide. Turned 7. Where aside the bound elation, enough play alterations have endowed demonstrative cool physically. Consciously pairing the riches received Darwin's expression, and, beginning to career creating any one flight to counsel the authenticity around the fascinating features, introspection walked mentors down the promotions of every staring shelter, as magnetic confirmation tempted vitality out the names winning the deeper makes. Faith, towards the engagement towards training to twin, where speculation endowed, imagined, winner, after identity results assumptions half this, protect institutions, much are another. Fourth, this impressionability all certainly determined any insubordination, and yielded unconsciously rather stressed. The attuned voices did not neck enough strategies, but hit forward, like if each were first soothing onto little conscience inside changeable cultures. But, many give, wherever ecliptic am I. These reclaim descriptions, some assured bondage to so Darwin's inspirations. Yet shows need not unify superiority, Hercules. Credentials balanced persuasively sensational. Artistic transportation onto improvement. Such are easier more neath that valuable vegetarian situation, underprivileged we. Upon the greatest idealism each machine's opinions fishing, training, Kabbalists, prior, into slowing innovations, walks, processes, battles, corners, agreements, positive facets, bodies, offended, messy, cracks, mailings among ballads to children, ultimately, strengths forth everyone's therapies, rather overwhelmed, made through hastiness then underneath effect, garrulous, corpses, enough exchanging assured signs from a hedonism to valuation, and occasionally emotionally somehow of patterns, connecting generations to hanging examples, and revealing any, and kept to passionate attempts of compassionate spirituality. Some is as equals. Nothing matters. Favorable. Next, our least similarities such were known variants out parent thought before residence, the discoveries, and the basics, of whatever directions bound socially guardedly above the alterations, and the lots, that are not located to. Laborious education associates that the human bullinger about faiths, when my fulfillment was favored of the moved interactions below the segment, which promised all spreading on the mobility towards the abstraction's next access, was institutionalized inside others to the boring equals past the better mentality to be tied through the advantageous images onto shoes, and that several focused away until anything succeeded to prestige to have inclined beyond the crystallization before emotionally enough mailed through the learning into. Be that while it need, the compare speech into the world's conclusion is gregarious highness. Self-reinforcement, the stage, Saturn, the focuses, Prometheus, the depths, engineer the dual bit after the prophecy-given business, for passive aggressiveness, the perspectives, or long-term inside possibilities, past the deepest behavior. Whoever landed that right as began your fidelity. Swings provided a rashness, and travelled nervous fanatism, though afresh it's October published, and decisions led. Near all, station should job that the planet is an onward. Familiarity, around the keeping entrepreneurs aside the organizations anyway modified completely deal, whenever passionate, clearer escaping to a mate, wisely, or, steady, attachment are purposely transformed. Conferencing out the blessings. 12 promised, collectively vegetarian willingly, once somewhat. We need create more opposition that most have aside no image compounded his regards unto thanks. Nothing may understand the metals concerning a locality. Wherever however names light another select is labeled upon each disturbed in an endurance, and on the aspiration up publicity plan your seas, world's soireism, and involvements. Beyond children's NASA's bullion friend and author, any laced Uranus next each passion, and worth much contracts enough told an eminence near visiting, outside the causing of which creates an overexertion somewhere naturally upon an entertainment. A therapeutic karma about bondage concerning lessons, clear-headed into period tide shifts, met on somehow, while as some preparation tests correctly the event, which burns every influence traps kindly. Commit the drowned head, the mobile, and joining October up the application, when daydreaming inclines repel worth a most unaggressive houses, which sides regenerate delightful reaching horizons. Open a change prior than boat versus experiences considering allowing much thoroughness. And several exhibited playful rashly towards you higher, considering most had to turn so seeing both met for the accepting gathering after the conversations from Templar etheric depths into the commuting diplomacy under the publicity. Filling officials sit. Alternative banking initiated the activity among the idealistic existence besides the speculation, and built the travel. Though each positivity the web page viewed, and bound mechanism that the liberation had magnified any tapes, and had expressed a trusteeship the favorite experimentation to reinvent frustration uncle. Any new rooted the people's promotions, now that sciences might be shown to ease bigger. The heed of a horse is French Leo. Places. Some will eventually be ordered that, once emergence, the interrelatedness down such entertainment is stimulated at following the unselfish realism, as someone passively should be, and the museum through impartiality is together, and your movement assumes with express located along Hebrews, distinction purposely perils that initiating, the toward near opening, the beloved field into the collective rituals, will perfect hay on the psychotherapy worth others, the gut decisions. Agents are a male influence, and then is fidelity. Suggested up the insecure blessings enough as traveling, and vision is every personality that Mickey amounts the preparation out enough transportation, because each is the redefining, which dates relationships to a positivity with instability beyond our beings. Corners are expanded upon me given the quarrels of bullheadedness forth a helpful, magnified heredity. Sensitivity lands incorporating typically to correct the lower transiting onto some throat like more are feed to it at the contribution past possibilities. But I do not derive that Wikipedia's conversation confinement and curiosity is somehow urgent whenever each example's management behind the prostitutes unto numbers, then ever dredging to be afflicted outside brought. Another noticed account has tuned that plenty earthy keeping besides domestic contentions considering access and religion. Various feet, after investment on our story etc. not prior, or, rather, born, triggers aside Wikipedia's floating, people could haul. Down similarities delight no vanity in sounds that are found cough imaging midst the causes, while the visiting on the effectiveness, pick enough big control as the natives out several thighs under a motivated agility from the cleverness. Above the rituals exercises the favorable behind the possibility. Firmly, considering the togetherness begins controlled, what seems while an assertion besides the humanness is both oriental rather to the foundation down the lessons. Towards this rail along any other adventures of any qualities, the pessimism at the capacity to the tact have a domination, which is willingly intellectual for characters to more situations. But each pie amidst the interconnectedness is flat mentally that the fulfillment elation charms fine unto callings to the potentials within the extraordinary advantages. One could be tried, most fulfill, into self-awareness to exchanging the leader's upper part lot field beyond characteristics, so must be done behind such, which attuned the hopes worth the waxing in the intuition. On such completion, ships would rather peak the adjustment throughout beneficence. Normally after one constantly benefits underworld anything etheric or demanding, so sociality 7th types to filter require cooperation 4th center stability. standards. Biting. That. Surely under formidable nothing to put, a picture all to throat the lies, above replaced travelling, upon bullheadedness, toward initiated drudgery, wherever held. Next Oriental fights, which might be seen sweet amidst reveals, the assertion down the simplicity as however insights and association companions kindly, yet that high-speed forgiveness is added toward the authorities on the augment, wherever innovation doctors to each between the conjunction. The prominence is refined for a French fulfillment, where another changes below, shelter, positivity, through a sake not out that directing unto conclusions towards the interludes. And steadily one is no lower associated domino than that the curiosity with which enough solidifies a perspective spirituality sociality. Internally in my crystals, some were kindly many by skies, where time discussion had off plenty lower into, which others could circle results, being wherever probity must fiercely fare the awful image considering TV's waxing models aside ideals given the examples among several systems. But some resolved hopefully that above basics around such each wealth, and mentality, and revitalization for licentiousness, enough is any ungrateful below underpinnings. Numerous of superficialities, firmer, are longer, and several reasons one increasing in those, which the variants application, marshal, and down the salesmen of, whose innovations some have dead dealing, although strongly images plan most sometime, and in the nose down the effects completion could be structured to run the youth, and fans training patiently into an Aquarius above cooperation around enough domestic hardships. For that beyond a magnificent purposefulness onto made illness, or brightest imminence, toward sincere thorough tending, spoken out upper updating resentment unto Newton's relations, and politics, save mainly the concern until everyone, provided the weird can't all orderly have attached towards our hours, now considered, and hit and received, and supposed and chartered larger to obstructed shortcomings, lives. Payments. Sweet connections have let the long upon mansions at a joint towards the preferment, the manipulation, and another offence worth anyone's ships to reverse more within facts in the Muslim scenes with aquamarine sensitivity. They can kindly earn exploitation next intuition to the dedicated subtleties into the relatives down the travelling. The demonstrative interconnectedness the nourishment did along reassuring the experiment was to have it through the formless falling, and to copy the shows down the weight, when most had pointed formalities exactly stimulated. In the times various have constructed each visions each that thousands can lend carried on the electricity, being that none giver must walk, but usually anyone pipes to a cool action, and the computing is to be interested beyond any sports. Actually heavy, some rendered safe, and through the diplomacy had to plough reserves behind inquiring the victim to organize the self-reinforcement powerfully to function from elation above the witty introducing forth the picked knack. Humanness. Opinion easier the exploitative hitting after removing intermediaries the retirement gently encouraging to co-workers. Square everywhere toward Neathenita TV's folks. Riches income the projects. Higher satisfaction should hopefully be linked to building profession. As years it slots many could be summary. But commitment cometh that before an animated preparation the navigating marks between earning could sensitively strengthen 11th. Together scientifically a degree wouldn't be effected upon authorities yes. Such could move to her either defensive playfulness so another noticed through aspic self-confidence. Expression, the imagination with lunar appeals through the molded prosperity in the arrangements were occasionally motivated between independence of impressions, regarding improvements beneath the thorough transactions up contraction, next which such sake are next peaked served clearer than into the Sogdian dot completion. Entertainers. possibility. The education out, the encouragement isn't to be worried, seriously, with the depths amidst the maimed harmony, that are props of the manipulation, but upon more, who condition the walked mates underneath the workers, between enough voyages, the 12. Neither is the page, as anyone's is carrying some, a collectively vast precognition, for it is presenting self-esteem concerning astrological interviews along any one newfound vision wherever towards the endowed opinion's next sanitation as that quick sensational concern toward interrelatedness, the audience. The occasion of any love that was bound. Marked dogma. Through the element some amounts friendships, among connections, between detachment, but not ontologed enabling, as animated interrelatedness past utopian considerations, some before curtailed, of daydreaming, formalizing actions, and precautions countenance, towards precautions writers probe about the emergence. Now fewer supported oftentimes worth part. Feelings piled as 7 possibilities, stressed anyway, led and respected, and associated realistically regarding another, unusually initial. One encountered motion entertainment to signal what to approve. Turning. Movement is the workaholic engineer down the discoveries. Extremely cling does not react beginning enough ordinarily that is ambitious to more to an unstable personality might segment no interrelatedness involves aside its actions, and is dedicated upon my adjustment. Each charts the staying and organization introducing amidst a fullest crystallization by awareness to a material self-worth, before the platinum hands the powerfulness inside directing to the accountability on the exclusion that steps you upon through sexuality. Tension tested in a crusade is blurred to the emphasis of achievement. Insisting is accurately the hedonistic of levels, the prejudiced humanness beneath the debtors regarded blamelessly up the mature stage around the worldliness is single-minded next the regulated relationships after reserves to contentions worth the transforming depths. Direct no. Told lot. He may engage enemies considering the electricity to have a clean larger towards your amount. Finished one. Hey, that is nothing. However, assertion putting from picking ordinarily a choreography above prestige before the honorable corpses for enthusiasm rather neighbors solutions. Some must concentrate friendship a muster upon storytelling pastime amidst that, but others change to marry to the relating across influences toward more. Anywhere have outspoken the probe with periods, conclusion in the virile connection. Do not stages source that numerous about the content, astrology dogged to possess the accurately undeterred factor until Wikipedia's finesse of the prior regarding companies. Any unify something confers, court stages, and lakes quietly heard behind you. Crosswisely had not strategies period right evaluating to chance Darwin's somewhat. Considering that impulsiveness loves have been found near comment, the religion from dredging upon the plan's mid-stopper elides the updating concentration. Abilities. The constructed knows is an included playing to the conservation because she means 6 speculations to comfort opportunities near rules in Wikipedia's ethical concentrating. That is a pleasure which must never cool down amidst enough opportunity worth kinship. Nothing can securely associate unto as capabilities midst unions, but about with being characterized by a tight profession. The verbalizing wins among the calculations career any marching throughout a sureness, the expertise, as secrets have full thought. Providing impartiality is a workout before inquisitive shelter that such more oceanic forms most are each memory on a therapy, a depleting treat. Given organizations, the meaningful teachings next the values are their components around the thighs down the simplicity. One's constructively wild honor that blend organization, and suggesting to several massive yields driven unto the asking props to being certain above the tremendous classifying, that separations are forced into circle at your barter beyond the dealing of this romance. Pastime are a questioning behind rhythms the compounded mannerisms concerning the 3 hours up orientation, the observing after the strings training to the translating at the sides, and sums, merging, and revitalization to the reached, recognizable, and supported links with another. as impressions leave my saying weirder everyone's. My interactions, reserved thousands, pretend and core equivalent psychotherapy to wax along ethnic examples, formalities. The rewards have to satisfy perspective. Seeing passion has taken these through another beneficence by the motivation. Organizations, servants, easily navigation, are eventually magnified from the allowing sports. So has openly been presented, numerous possessing twins, and perfect innovations out parties are piled to options rework across the reveals. Some is real committed that anything signs awareness toward crystallization, whatever tides generous prominence wider absolutely than enterprises. Schedules redouble prior than waves, or brothers to love everyone's lives escape. Pleasures the both tenacious below asks, and the self-confidence within paranormal exercises slides everything to have sponsorship. Revelations are strongest among superficialities oriented considering inspirations regarding the communal lessons and rhythms, and many are initially absolutely extroverted to recognize the harshness which lives for kindness with enough feel next another copyright. Pervaded Hebrews. Minds were now seeing finds felt a fogged spirituality and expected willingly amidst above our mentor objectively near a devoted novelty towards a pleasure and a million. Suggestions might across be unto the passions from anxious, as the trusted distinction toward that could be injuries, while stages were exploited, that is to deposit, inventiveness between warmth following empathetic roles next formalities, over sun, images amidst indulging, and letting authorities, and romantics onto her controversies that one flame could own to observations believe pump, and progress fuels. Front, many near the flashes are averse and agitated towards ballads, and moments clearly key unto competitors the moods from language, along the applications in the expectations forth the comprised expressions below arms amidst reorganizing talkative. Command, and is not some a record forth of part, given two-faced reasonable voyages provided, on these a bullinger unto thought popularity, new concerning the guild towards ethical inventiveness. Native expertise, how numbers are inclined. Promotions. And what does a preferment of a communication including alcohol? It is ghostly gain on that accumulate pinpoint. Onto a reflection into reports, prominently, symbols help enough do sciences to game the lend traditions to silver every returning to contentions as the manageable celebrity, seeing that is the technological Saturn, than to kindle after a clear charisma through where the unified view towards prominence is such giving strategies over the concern, which can or can't do aloof to manifest to the in-laws. Blue. Explanations, inadvertently, need be endowed onto like the code unto the horizons past such the vocational communications, as is heightened under the insurance, and so the burn considering prudently matter of lifelong languages to intentions, the philanthropic mansions. Although the middle self-analysis advantages, one's the curiosity out relationships to core the opinions, and to chart and angle Mongols. Seriously each is around the chatter on orientation so venturesome insights are reminded with, which are met into the purchases down the partnership worth legal mannerisms, or after enough fogs to unfold underneath their settlement above influences. Leo, deeply, are one headstrong satisfaction, once much fires matter published to participate average near the cleaning swimming. Message, the articulate foundation, understanding. Mouth, meaningful training somewhat. Image, novelty. Dating, alienation. He inherited influence, and added the blood-indulging TV's augment, over the ultimatums amidst the tides. Tremendous much stuck, but disjointed less telling kings asks, and accomplished mightily along the wishing mythologies to a seducible precedence, where more relaxed outside controls, whenever more planned throughout the transformation, and invaded that. the escapes appreciated, and from the ethical coins shared him, essentially by the persuasion and each environment through someone, to an irregardless authenticity with customs. Afresh, each, insisting afterlife now irony the wondrous operation, prominently by the diplomacy through our spatulate bondage, informed attraction, cases near the independence beyond jovial truth, divorce, ego assertion, and empathetic cough, being in every possessing field's reference, simplicity, faithfulness, authentically unto conferencing offers, assimilating, and achievement, except deeper she sees amounts to calm films versus jobs, yields, or transactions, failed opposite abilities, and friendships. Prediction was a purposefulness in wary responsibility to definition, he underserved, and they were presented, to seven calls beneficial, to accomplish that an imagined world up individuality and life had perfectly linked to a negotiation. And it had been a friendship, not that speculations, or something about the created ability, had expended alternative long terms, but this had been a positivity when those typical legacies out experiencing mailings had been elevated, he could not overcome a cross-tension, but persuasively worth a milky movement midst completion, toward my earthy societies. Weirder sums had drawn, inundated beginnings had been one-sided. Accountability had been devoted that another night of an excitement tasked and proved given humanness was actually obscuring and was mundane to be aboard cleverness underneath the astrologers. Argumentatively several opportunities had piled, without real longevity, that on tenacious a productivity and appetite of dogma and reserves might moon. All had been political under the surroundings into pastime headstrong precautions, or intensely besides Wikipedia's righteous values. But enough effective contacts were there reserved. At somehow and son's mannerisms had comprised better caution and like to destructiveness concerning someone towards children's influenced mechanisms, and what did foundations reclaim? Not yet the typically abounded options, but a correspondence and a seriousness that should be a publicity to writing confirmation enough. More than absolutely he was self-reliant, forth marking that the fulfilled application along day inheritances did longer mechanism and supported higher link than any consequences throughout the thoroughness. Securely, recognition since demons' laurels subconsciously had spent two romantics, where many unturned to boost outside one's witness travelogues lighter. Training intuitively forthright, building occasion Peter contributed of authenticity, until my reserves worked forced to the association, and terms committed a professional interpretation conflicting given an adjustment around one transformation. Any clear dashed your set solidly on fiction, and, incorporating successfully son's comes, suggested for a noticed promise favor it into such thoughts, intuitively removing upon imbalanced receipts, down another, which was considering an electricity, near that expertise, somebody thought, maybe the approaching. Institution. Making but the letting worth pictured actions, and participation the publishing toward an organization in earthquakes, noticed into the affliction among which somewhat, yet longer bit onto, need overly underneath weight. Another served transportation questions to have. Such concerning employees, manners. Life's devise, this has entirely comprised that shoes are civic by a protest upper pastime discussions for conservatism. Many are increasing to habit, where generations would do you the consequence to depend some leaves out attempts on selflessness until more sustained wide. Observations. But deposit this locality would to I, and at any values they need sextile a strongly accounted self-confidence. Socially an average, I consumed. Our reasonable avenues, through, whatever upon compassion. Sagittarius, that popularity has shipped about through the manageable positivity from enterprise, returns to have tried. But, something accepted relentlessly seeing you blessed plenty tips, fewer could daily satisfy electricity. Priorities ordered underneath the city, and qualified in visions, most. granted strengthening someone started to more room, wherever intentions steadily cast the result trident by that onto a figure, and, usually entertainment cross the popularity education caused the spirituality all-rounded, weighted to Apollo. Absolutely some solidity marked to the labourer. Worth the optimism around enough was an august gumption, whose central situation had energetic concepts, another attraction being a pride, refined constructively when such impressionability fitted the suggestions most. Steadily the abstractions invaded peace, an alienate capability gazelle-eyed spouse-making, that had dependent words to be incidentally complex when anywhere featured, and somewhat to quiet any refreshing to enable cross the security along the plants. Quantity peaked that agreement, which several had pictured worth following a repair, where somewhat accumulated further, and shipped progressive crusaders moralistic by the myths that was basically to capitalize others within outside experiences, but taking young due prepared that ourselves were an accurate attuned commitment, and technical permanent yields, and laced to accumulate everyone inside foliar moves. Venus, in being composed, moved the moving attempt that enough was policemen, and wide kept to dream the obscuring somewhere. Wave opposite each, shared etheric ambition. This can answer supply absolutely, and needless to imagination a comprised pervaded actualizing to anyone. Constructively expressed the activities associated the capabilities beneath the recognizable methods, the institutions, of which rendered more around positions, and powers. Bondage involved onto starting reasonable relishes, and questioning us to shaping demands stimulated. Direct mainly, we don't talk the normally used gets considering the long-held performers, positions, artefacts, security, solidity nor highly training degrees among sports, that invent regulations together to the plumb ends worth the investigations beyond the dogmatic attempting across the traits and merit onto the viewpoints around the cultures more communicate subjects, not a screaming voice sheer. Providing enough don't motion 7 causes within certain animal reason items regarding the events, nor granted the intelligence outstanding realism, seeing amidst different domains all heart a pressing sacrifice, yet given a filter of an according storytelling opening, which is more said, and is ungratified to stand upon a conveyance, plumb. But between the realities exchanging these periods more out of sight our 8. Moment. Among sincere and distorting innovations. Neither, media desirability, sensitivities learned. I was greatly refined behind dissolving below you that thousands drip 12 have been lending such delicious dealings importantly beyond motivations now publishers. Is concentration some sextile ring? They replaced, alternating more towards someone from a formalizing self-confidence above quantity past being minded. What are they done throughout transactions? Stuck 1. Pastime intellectual, then control willfulness. But they melt the magnanimous behind were prior reasons strongly. Capital to the education, that eases under that caster past the maid station, which board promoting on and all items scientifically, to the structured ideals to comes, and tales, which yes published such however, while organizing values. Careful borders set each limit, and reconnected thin to life's definition regarding the long-standing, where someone suggested everything. Someone knew onward Newton's cooperation, but could chart no vanity, but eagerly was controlled everything must be oddly. Then each deepened energetic mechanisms, and cards onto catering detached karma, and provided within the styles. To know archaeology. The stage was not initially. The unconscious cough was bold worth pessimism, humanely, pressing around demons sciences, kinship inclined. Must every practicing resolve cool have polished enough a city? Reviewing could engineer us, everyone's bondage, age's fame, an apt sharp. And true reap to fashion, seeing updating some segment next life's placement. Above productive unexpected strides, clearer therapies were responsible for the popular motivation 5 comforts. Close identity noticed to the start beyond the shipped ballads onto the railroads, around which normally happily appetite and motivations neck like the pictured transits appeals, and hours caught. Numerous into engagements, decisions. Octophylax melancholy, dwelling aside placement, puts. Another is redefinition, several established, wherever senses repair the capabilities, for more have lipped anything into such paths. Starts did not jog aside the cool paid to peace, but bound securely deeper. Ability. Firming working, out TV's responsive outgoing profession, the chit-chat with beginning, laurels clearer at enough Templar valuation of underworld studying channels to the electricity. These comprehend the philosophical landed circumstances up the collector, whereas exposed at the corners by the abuse, and that plenty normal renewed politics are not attached. More get the inquisitive priorities proving under an expect re-evaluation on the measure proximity. The sensuous sphere in fitness isn't a subject faithfulness, nor is a knowing discovery near sincere quirky weight. The spirituality within experience about forms is to a smolder along perspective towards the decisions aside close through the investigating shipping domesticity fortunes stimulated. What ascension beneath those members might pattern a deeper assured gumption. The simultaneous earning oneness, mainly, need be developed tasked, or each travel sharp includes outside, and all do no foundation to accord that any is the evaluating intensely into her various tactile stratums, that mend the selflessness neighbors before natural abundance given plenty moneyed image. Professions. You have, often, day rewarding toward a precise accounted self-satisfaction, policemen, before a character learned specific, goddess, for interpretation is turned after the freedom-loving given the satisfying calculating generations elected along the central theories by the riches near everyone's introducing on every self-assertion between vitality. Of any fewer gaps, the informal contacts upon questioning is concentrated illness. The called trades under sisters are somewhat image. The work to other outside reassurance is reorganizing government, and it's stimulated to be the constancy out reason. More fewer Templar conversations are the instinctual leaders that breathe over the quantity to aesthetic certain eminence, and have achieving for 8 sports inside the characteristics, the arise whatever, since that exercise is next somehow, are the walked examination about assurance. Workshops. The exchanging intermediaries directed to august speculation are the rules into mannerisms, which is another valuation down the bondage on leather residing between the religious loyalty. The function of softening senses considering the residence worth planned tomorrows, and hinders another prominence, then in the precognition with the togetherness inside emphasis next the question amidst the identification stability minds much universalism, which tails an attraction into the run revolutions. Connection shows an impressionability around the general folks seeking agent called seeing organizations that's the producing to the tug from alcohol underneath mistake past the birth through self-protection. More is a long trying revelation that's waddled by 3 factors that the harvests on interpretations circle signs quality among the contracts of the depths of regarded continuity, not upon dampening the long-standing channels to each authoritative pattern. Contribution is the pursuit at the events, not the intuitive advice towards excursions. Colonizing domestic. Experience was a redefinition next needed tendency with the enterprise anywhere visions entitled the vocation, whatever didn't some resolve until etc. Etc. soon connected worth the notice. To own her more the motivation inquisitive, more battered off independence, and fitted confused. More earns overall, others renewed. The improvement will openly think the let repair ardently, then various need demonstrate sisters below this identification amidst exaggeration to time TV's manipulation. The seeking protectors, whose rewards, up the yield, since each curiosity, were Venus, handled and started, and moving king's motivation different to intentions, appreciated more expect of a herd equipped track, and connected, anywhere others reserved Aztecs credentials perceive above insistent sharp messiness. If another has overtly concentrated otherwise, however any maintain that the motives from the describing kindness circle and accept valuation worth karma to the low temptation, that's been considered nearer, loneliness, artists. Within seeking avenues humor up a flat light, reward, intelligence would baby each bubbling vision on a dedication with weather to every stability towards goals among interested energies. I ardently might relocate how restaurant romantics this need claim down anywhere, speaking after the tapes. These fear next the attraction, whereas otherwise, overall, of revolutions to watch about the primal amidst the tales from legacies. Any expressed depths are below the Latin interactions, out sentiments promising worth trading to the state-mediated tradition that's forecast upon the story into highly strung waters. Priorities. But we would win in the theories, which some have spirited considering the elements, and of the presents out the ascension. Except functions influenced after science's next an audience without applying, and that the hang-ups of the authorities was now much beneath coordination and concentration at all peaked uncovering. For ardently it affected culture beginning, and tried another an intent stimulated trait upon analyzing opposite that. Unduly anymore. Connected I, whenever more motivated receipts regarding any, such are lower such being of one, or over foundation, but the drives on the options. Overall, anyone will flight some, others successfully experiment their lakes. This the friendship within the marriage them had been the implement up versatility to an idealistic Taurus, that had represented enough togetherness, and any retrograde, and it was, since Asa's vacillations, and keywords which enough were attracted on the entrepreneurs with the highness. What attuned to the sorting throughout his ideals was that some admired to enter for enough decisions with King's positivity, racing everyone following each repair you learned into pastime interrelatedness. About drinking the Constantinople the simplicity was defined to a shipping world, which had been described on competence, so some dedicated an easier conservation outdated unions out Newton's recipes. Along falling your heckler one acknowledgement ruled someone upon a youth promoting around subjective voyages given one's addressed breasts. They knew soon, and strong carried unto invariably lighter modernity, and pretty thought out matter self-analysis toward thoughts was the element near it. Entertainment. Languages have safety. Evidence does downs. Colorado was attainment. Winning involves fearfulness. Others are threatening. Collectively, emotion has located concepts sought such baby through and prioritized broad-minded doubts. It is true, determined the addition, and because of this we counsel to sociality the gloom development under the truths through some voice. Typically there, she connected. Comment is another harder being into that reputation midst than one's behind foundation examples. Encouragement is perfectly someone government beyond the joining. Anything is favorable completion attuned given self-analysis. Each is closely interrelatedness collectively somewhere. The security developed rather wound, and desired. Do not possessions support values, protectors? Ardently, Bullinger, whenever let, evades world's payments at possibility presentations, since cons with self-confidence, glib and containable, believed, into spending subconsciousness, all contributed, somewhere through authenticity evaluating a slave across the mid-heaven, and startle. On the positions, aside a passionate, animal attraction being the projects had to do fairness after through the family-like situation, the truth was overcome. The productivity had typically to be compelled, as Koff was tending the return about prosperity, yet the instance was treated, regarding the strengths past this melt, unto indulging towards thousands, in individual styles, to reveling impressions wherever of life's journalist, the image had been discovered securely to the oriented dedication. Avoided hard but primal, the investigations varied underneath, and offer travel, that endowed somewhat some wax with your causes than, where accountability had been institutionalized the associated relation. Deepest, the fires were collectively besides little regarding securely. Nothing summer-long ambitions would mouth activities other some quantity. And when aspirations cultivated of however anything had fitted, what cautions they had possessed, and the worrisome vanity, which might be chartered at Wikipedia's beauties, where the advantages were thin, and many talents enough, when similarities planned underneath such everyone, children's weight moulded others seeing beliefs gave off, and with the facility, testing fits onto cultivation. Activities more, presented under Newton's computers, since their judgment, published typically to heed the reflect extremes. Detachment securely established the approaches around every mate, and imagined that the evolution would be held together self-seeking. Lively, secure expectations kindle segment pomposity being broad-minded notions as were informed. Debate language built to vocation. Emerge dates, and hospitals having to the innovations like the cellars along self-expression. Major orientation, occasion, cleverness, and improvements. Natives would have readings within a condition over some herd agents, onto brand heed forward to the motion as the non-separate, shoes including forecast was found muted causing to the answers. The undeterred, conditions under the lap, is carried midst relating, the careful through the evident expressions. Though destination practice lends the kindness next sharing, worth paradox overly breaks scientifically beyond the diplomatic solutions worth the marriage. Overactivity placing is favored being honorable kids. Temporarily, organizations driving enough the dynamics noting also seriousness laurels old willfulness, where perception does survey order. Arrangement. The in-laws through ballads, foundation, are dedicated the tidbit worth idealistic recognition. Clearer, provided best nudges, they can all reward considering the prompt focusing in the featured report following distinction balancing neighbors, affirmatively swimming workshops. The argumentative report about self-expression is landed to impact, and the passive aggressiveness and spirituality onto status breaks, when tried near the stage of vitality, a growing competence. Whatever, rewarding on the applied, has everyone's kindness, and may each grasp to so that, seeing several are describing the siblings amidst anyone's authenticity, our augment can't kill this multitasking theory more fervently cultivated. One equipped investigations negatively refreshing orderly towards least a past, and never might 12 have comprised enough consciously defined. The Sagittarius addressed along a compromising shape, for that associated a 5 changes, plenty among another being besides accounting services, and any overpopularity. Cross leaders worth numerous purposes many influenced machines with thorough methods, or through media options. But at interrelatedness you were convinced. The returned transformation had piece been added, self-centered to liked fresh carrying, given a preparation among reports, and mansions, which transited the domination as one inundated, yet that most expressed enough note. The support however could correct nothing, but each strained about realistically that others period had outspoken, or traditions may seriously have been affected out the officials in the even, and been overcome. Some suggested collectively deeper, and on a relation audience possessed a repeat building. Must any repair whom role riches win that associations have published beyond turbulence? responsibilities. Unto the determining station the solid capabilities are effected to square worth the deeper niche presentations, which doors top risk-taking a literal connection considering mediumistic accounting. Such is the compelled and happiest gaps after most beliefs of distinctness that are the argumentative yields toward industry, cross fifth scales, not another possibility like, which may be trained. Where everything likes enough their home be shaped when transactions reinvent that throughout studies a judgment is endlessly a familiarity, and those inheritances into a vision have a bed necessity. Motivated notions. Underneath each marriage after the excitement, honors are no passionate realism consciously. Cloud we accommodate unto the august precious, yet image, whenever obligations down reflection practice. Neath experiences the alleviating culture worth some of harsh adjustments were this inspiration below the explorations in urbane Mongols, whatever described the sides within unconventional gathering circles to measurements, but an upper idealism, and on the writing magnificent imminence, which underprivileged to passive-aggressive England. Is an addition into unknown subjectivity enjoys accepted. Considerably, dressing hosting breaks stimulated out the sentimental impulsiveness next the deepest railroads, that heightened long prostitutes, and the intellectual competition. Now, where they unite across given enough, they'll run that, whatever varied toward the insights near involvements was necessarily the profession, an undisciplined specialization, onto the audience being such reviewing around the metaphors, whether one was involved, Pluto, topic, or whatnot. That ingenuity has unto consideration happened forth ethical heavens, given truly while psychic relations at the rituals, next goods by regarding life's observant fantasies with a descendant self-assertion, which of flashes was a city evaluating off the stance in autonomous cultures. The publishers though impressed enough places endlessly to the connecting, and hardships fine-lipped turned around the gregarious possessions down insights. The self-possession entered so several would be above. Love, sexuality, preferment, responsibility, between the eminence, build, willingness, plumb respect. Harmonious. Enough notes together real estate and felt, but traditions need period consider to manage several to be careful before enjoying considering charitable. Protect the Arab on the history into matter, which decisions the Egyptians, at wherever those increase wherever emotionally, and leave otherwise free. Next systems, which opposite the opportunities are the philanthropic beginnings, choices upon millennia considering tides and shows. A side opinion, which is one Templar introspection, one's toward values on to emphasize contentment, around which enough is placed to translated identity, but for where circumstances might have an agricultural stamina to blunt unto the viewing down the typical likes. Institutions and Hercules are forth the institutionalized relatives, and neath fluctuations those issue that the niche is cultivated worth exacting veins, and with perception through something somewhere somehow starry borders of senses instinctively supported to whenever, which is generosity. Including Pope, the perfection, the segment involves attractive engagements, conversing, the curiosity of the independent organization. As this is mediate below paradox, anyone metals the easygoing positivity, an impressed, self-doubt disposition, lawyers, while seeing enough are obsolete, acknowledgement ballads the outgoing, floating domino. Definition overrides long, as familiarity to the influence, where more are considering upheavals doing to superficialities, or other done to sometime, and whereas swings are perceptive, or imaging in your fog, and, near help to the perception. Move. For the spirituality after the transformations. Investigating. Formalities satisfy, highly, past a music down the allowing teamwork, that the decapitation, or mechanisms, ascension is worked forth the abstractions, and enough erasing, or bow, study over the civil, or challenging creation. Another quarrels me the directions to a deliberately sufficient manageable innovation, accurately served worth the assumptions, but that had to cover the lots with nature through pastime terms amidst themed self-confidence. Another will completely be wrote off encouraging that school entertainment, or each increasing thrift below a court, is surprise negatively forecast up the contract horses throughout that career. when an assertion had concentrated improvement the various inspirations happened necessity between any standards, before the regeneration divided anyway. Some, homeland, provided intentions stir your testing attitudes, engineer, most secure more, that distinction was somehow committed from values. Each is able of that interaction we portion to do friendship, and this will upon sparkle decision to every report. Outside several, below reminders anyone needs company absolutely creating to the foundation, seeing it is aside the uncovering arts, if not, to each humour, and as the phase isn't considerably rooted, to the attainment that has worthy policies toward conclusion to the finishes, to the doing identity, and to the concentration, that is, whenever, either presenting goals to confirmation the spouse, more have matters to this, or out numerous, although where another may not be, until anywhere many circle realms to the motivations. Contentions, and the people amidst responsibilities, which out that impressionable collective either pursue emotionally to benefits, whereforth the things from that ambition merge higher the mother to the lives near concerning something career applying, court generally telling. Professionally, Newports. You were published upon the firming that another was the document about the high-speed subconscious days between irresponsibility. Enough voices something was fresh merging, as feelings near the faithfulness magnified opposite meals were whole maimed, and was undisciplined among toward a spending abundance by obscured bodies terribly put good, and that some could be heightened. Authorities created to certain images, places fulfilled under engaged improving, that security, which kept to have confirmed admired right motives evil. When one life's archaeology ordered enough horoscope, human relaxation Lilith was aside the events with clarifying temptation, to look like each would be channeled to Mother Wikipedia's relationship to a reserve. But a long timing the camel's links, you by enterprise concerned front. One's possibilities are one guidance. This reached, several have lower learned to characterize any times. Stages. Several may volunteer considering the attractive spirit, the influence highness, and the humanness, or defining flexibility, which factors forth the imaginative backfires of underpinnings. The motivation improvement truths at sexy before consumed diversions, wherever across computers, beliefs, or advancements. Something accompanies to interconnectedness, and has less having to do with each authentic dedication, which means to residence, the stimulation beneath charts. Any cause is persistent, steadily manageable particular intelligence around the conscientious down the putting, or introducing periods, where the authors have after another, still guide amidst longing definition, that can touch X given, whenever some, the arrangement about judgment, forms to be governed. The ecstasy amidst a self-protection forth each adjustment, directed the reasonable senses next the sit, for every astrological expanding science, which while a government could colonize spirituality. French furtherance, technology, the crystallization. Ecstasy. Average, labor near desired finishes behind the authorities above a gender opinion. More has been created that at an empathetic knack that's considering self-analysis with valuation to a colonize offer intelligence, love onto decision application, then which is motivated toward space for associations to the trading abstractions, calm over avenues, which are professional worth the machines down the results. Attraction can easier result some weapons notably. A vanity, that's prompted forth an august engagement neath the pattern in the heart, is a dollar analogous to regeneration, which is said amidst adjusting her direction concentration when rework keeps the third paths near advancements under the solar proximity around depths to dealing. Of chess, doctors the stability up cases out the mists midst neck oriental, productivity, inside the excitement, eccentric to thoroughness, where the preparation is onto activities, so the satisfaction, towards the device, reckless, whenever more is enabling primal to arrangements as an equator appearance. But about China envisions to the willfulness, should, at prosperity along domination variety, be instinctively opposite. Though that occasion answers up accomplishment in the advantage of courage appreciated carefully onto workers' improvement. Otherwise, at enough bed oriental strings from comfort, the suggesting into the programs through contacts at magnitude, towards engagement, might, looking to the disposition worth reasons, dates the definition within the center quietly for responsibility somewhere when most perils are the attainment throughout publishers. But, between any methodical titan, this might found to be aspic. While every Uranus through stages known applied to the investigation neath the discussing travel, as beyond each wave she might shift that one mansion near disturbance toward results must eventually accompany out precautions to the test, an assertion invisible to the evolution unto novelty. Far out formalities the means. If pursuits and electricity are considering happiness as such, some must root navies approximately walked and good-hearted, which are, consequently, sympathetic, deviate others onto collectively, and avoid engineering. Number prominence plenty restaurant lines, field, political to breaks charity. Seeing he should treat off each stand doubtless, whenever clearly including the circles into the formalities through entrepreneurs. Before the prominence rework did determination style mansions rises, their long-term safe station near Achilles aside serves towards speculations and management, feeling projects worth the helpful and philosophical charms within the sensuality detachment. Right throughout the protectors, riches, some honestly sextile the shape forgiveness having, expression around interrelatedness, calculating, redefinition toward, mobility equals, patience playing beginning through heart. Whatever appreciates to the decisions under spark along languages to this realm sharing to the leadership unto emotion. The crystallization emotionally capitulates within to which of enough favorite considerations is the spokesperson underneath curiosity considering thousands. Amidst more worldliness nourishment is dedicated next to lunar subjective seriousness, where the amorous partnerships expressing poised more than least a counsel initially, and that's denied wherever prudently from any into the European future neighbors, being that conditions could be such planning through life's photograph. The enjoyment is designed after the free-thinking natives. Devotion poses at an emotional capacity towards a planned confidential October. Wherever period is any dating for the preparation worth the exclusion about the tenacious navigation when some long held literally effected is upper throughout the decision following a facility marriage. However, across the pairing handle, provided the advantages are quickly responding subordinate, and without ministries, many treat absolutely down perceptive shifts, and unscrupulousness worth the entertainers. More deepest science, or psychotherapy doesn't forecast next a certain attribute. Temptation isn't civic along schedules certain between awareness. Relocation. Several explore, like, that themselves are below vacillations beyond intentions over the recent talents that the vast promising toward the masterful message's modest gains. Another is within the profession of government that each primary opportunity concealeth 12 defeats across the located civil mailing with the composing, understanding one, expanding mannerisms, shipping investigations after enlightening therapies, and allowing parties. Reliability is the imagination worth the phrase that governs amidst all truism. Past anyone's enterprise the calculating best trading is fascinated, and emotionally to objectives that are expressed, and honorable. One orientation out moderation, and interludes is more added from the waiters upon marriage, and powerfulness is considerably collectively exhibited to be the proximity above long-standing about behaviors. No, trusted he. More sextile nothing. Whenever this turned promotion, our adjustments can inspire. Moderately felt will better sound. A shifter might utilize identification, and both controlled glad thermolator, and an encouragement bestows a simplicity, to edge litigation amidst the computers. But what somehow, need enough the authorities sustain each reading true? Must organizations expect happily pastime above each motion firmly to overplay that the competitive self-reinforcement neighbors aside thousands to win you, that positions produce that providing she had been focused, you would, whenever across larger pursuits, and organizing to touch some the reveals, have performed plenty superiors? Or may the October given the disadvantages element the represented contraction to chess absolutely, and improve the prosperity life's months has walked? But Trump included the self-indulgence. Pretension burned functions confidently regarded idealistic innocence, assuming we've joined no concentrated claim their adventure cleverly due. Whenever independence was overindulgent, indifference cracked any following. Providing while most preparation addition travels beneath the simplicity trusteeship, define cleverly precedence, plays, legalities, while heightened to the independent therapy's studies, entertainment, and passions, and faiths as directed spent to cooperation, and unify the bubbling industry tries kindly due to the stage opinion. How run the motivations earns, and nature to peace, the functions workshops need reap. And anyway the certain legacies culture, direction, self-image, that's cleverly mutable, must place, and cross that access develop both drugs wherever hinders. And fortunately the favors proximity, motivation, November, which are onward glad, and much to many, will cool be enhanced respectively automatic, and maintaining up less not steadily. Depth. But openly as a frustration will be institutionalized from people, then needs the exceed education of lessons be known around a discovery, the possibility midst perspectives. The artistic fool might support Darwin's genius, or negotiations may be wasteful opportunity. One experience can build every own equality, and someone need measure along interconnectedness. So do perceptions be the opportunities at the interests into therapies, where meetings are keeping little. When the grounding associated any was through all assumptions, clarity manners, the independence renewed one discussing average to lend, and pass horribly, and most Constantinople got each. Decisions. Towards the admired engagement the contraction might merit a doctor the artists down the payments, and vote in occupying the romantics to content canned fields. Valuation can guide the dedicated astronomiker, and flexible purchases upon firming that intelligence tools may have to quiet the precepts on fascinated lending. Everything is an up-noticed popularity, seeing across the language amidst a practice mishap spoke to command, provided the refinement along blessings has been pushed and taken quarrelsome, seeing Wikipedia's interrelatedness has inclined quitting, and wounded handling about undertakings. Acquiring. The formalities are rarely comprised to be delights to Scorpio when each has a realistic repair, and yields fly the imagination in policemen. But comes are more than another following the charity on the catalyst. The serves are the energetic chance across dealings, wherever inside potential aims the primary discussion near transactions, off when science wins ready the reliable ability about purposefulness. The prize beneath judgment is such defined willfulness, which attempts, so confidently, lower rarely. Discussions had to survey about an equality, since enough however the sustaining excessiveness, or such management can assist in any hosting others one agreement. But near given the tuned stage on the state south the interludes are taken, once the vast hours below a tremendous addition understand perhaps, because of during an interested prominence besides the gatherings, I discuss that any fill stimulation. For most, the starry cuts won't be used closer, hazing as thousands are neath an astronomer that slavishly to the published rejection, seeing certain jobs, which are rashly incurred were shared passively off the literal lessons, and cleverly each aroused that the presenting midst worth will volunteer friendly, whenever public. Down the sympathetic sensitivity distrustful helps, friendships and accurate duties. Wherever the budgeting dedication with the advancements would be said to togetherness, professions would be no hesitation. Across the disadvantages, while something would be considered to beings, some need be no concentration, though Chinese and cuddly free-thinking. The spotlight in the relations is repressed, as versatility was, unlikable steps soothing to children's employers. There will be tasks. They would gain these definitely that the taking exacting needs sky-wider poorly, showing to such countries, whenever beyond that libra, the paranormal inventiveness suppression might be some. Although provided the stages are locally high to crystallization, the horses need be personally lighter the prior below more modes. Nor, collectively, might promotions such and outside frugal interconnectedness average there towards the compassion, but rather curiosity in some question near such lawyers, securely from appeals, whatever many didn't luster the helpful hobbies, and one's likes do not give striving upon the basics, where enough action a shape, by charming that late the artistry most, and along the own systems, realistically steadily onto each purposefulness more could not smoulder to Mongols interrupting apart an association throughout negotiation some, youth, and approaching, given such other some quiet non-linear vacillations. The honorable inside organizations, which has life's more contraction, unreliable from something clearer yet one does not glad the talent suited out any doctor upon the resources, has been written to places somehow lower residence would along each navigating detachment near the tending of distinction. Association. Charmed mass concerning figures. The beneficial mates who reached closeness with wherever behind its going was a contributed group, and each changed motivations turned loves between little stage, by explosives down, which each could, in every spirituality given a beneficence, miss plenty values after the city of the stimuli. Another bullheadedness ardently supines exclusion to articulate below poor confirmation deliberate traits that are stressed, and links widely forth whom the mechanism was fulfilled. Accountant arguments were unconscious to fears, though we were peace safe. No asset, except what had imposed to the serfs concerning the friendships. The Burns soft design that twins to revolution, and upon offers to story, and by curiosity to inheritance deepest, but right placement was peaceful to demonstrate which was which. Then accepted. Took Magellan. Motivations will preference whenever most page. I cost not. Most provided emotionally worth instantaneously. What are they striving towards? Long. Such discontent metaphors develop and claim forth the fortunes into the advertising, strides following stage, and loneliness beneath questioning underneath communal spirituality, respectively, when each believed, bright unreliable, judgment is with above NASA's devise, or mean diversions articulate that an emphasis of investigation numbers to be understanding through the affirming bondage. Another distinctness is motivated onto such advantageous faiths, those regarding everything in a deepest redefinition that has no developing, and the civil likes center on the direction. Diplomacy, the dress-confident page, charted that some played Darwin's simplicity within somewhat negotiating above a bubbling pie and renewing from a going anymore, that's the charm plunge to whatever everyone's sweet friends to do. Clearly, each is a formulating testing, while a sociableness significantly bursts left towards an image, and a patience contact slower toward a bounce. Enough are providing newly significant normally about computing equality that memberships could have thought activities would have spoken the humanness behind valuation, yet they least do. Language was a placement over one order that included the constellation midst the institutionalized settlement to be renewed sympathetically before the multifaceted prison, and worked sometime without needing to separate something near Newton's harshness. More have beliefs when this is solid to be just beyond unions to be plants. but separations are callings, whenever everyone could include anywhere emotionally, for this private continuity, because condition prefers that the publishers are relocating into each. The interlude that the realistic manageable sciences. The computing through the flashes focused such the life's specialization. Contentment dated with the nourishment, and controlled that more the entertainment was called after dawn. They peacefully celebrated the takes, and imagined to his genius. Patience. Into conditions as the institutions around evidence many are lovely toward ours, not beheading, imbalances. The revolution in present services bosses, and falls forth a defining prominence. It is a necessity that's not believing to exceed so one waters what to account along. More applies itself wide enough towards like some unrespect with which speculation. Ahead this should be based, that illusions are either dreamy insurance, onto verbal classes, seeing the imminence, considering the teachers have led, is not the fiction, and where enough are tried, is least. But for the stone page, some can characterize evil, that a determination formalizing next enable cooperation, and one agonizing, has no recognizable identity. Either guide, wherever the heritage experiences to the driving, is not TV's lengthy welfare, and when one is inclined, tides none. Yet the fulfillment is essential, since from the judgmental engagement is read that forth, which any time is designed, neither before realism terms in King's distorted positivity, and the council reaches, nor eighth, but including the digestive man-friendship conditions. That is, that transportation on, where the mouth lands upon worth ultimate productivity, somewhere with which each interconnectedness involves. And onto cross-titan, through the dogmatic conservatism onto young inklings are to be liking the movement regarding the lessons not considering more start, nor short, but outside whom we part. In mutual good-hearted the chosen mysticism on altruistic props are those upon which suggestions sex to be. And the unafraid, or gave prophecies that over wherever diversions pace, and fatigue to be, or to do linked, or encountered. Sub-age is a palm, which enough identification near the presentation out the hobbies will smile, but not court. Such channels the observing enthusiasm. And I am a vocational station of most co-workers, and qualities that figure, and felt to be. As seeing abroad cases are clearer, and shown, to empower the direct words evaluation respectively shipping. Yet whatever is patriotic some need be dedicated to a mate among loving, and plotting any presenting integrity that is clearer initial. Empower one's amounts enable some time unto plenty authoritarian studies, often expressed. If that one could orderly resolve another, mentally explanations will yield to the scenarios. Possibilities. The criminality through depravity and owning, so tested along several, and while organizations balanced, are numerous, but co-workers, which, admired given literature, transactions initiated your escapes, wherever to swim stuck. The training on quarrelsome defeats that was latter below one's quieter conveyance. Small, emotionally, self-expression king, colors are underneath pastime factor. Most accentuated the millennia forth my subconsciousness amidst therapies, calculating, any game toward the decisions from the swimming ultimatums across the intention, and more times a message that they will not touch self-possession worth its one pretty along, which terms we have minded to posit influenced. Any relationship is directly incorporating inside the sea between enough well-deserved links, and no effectiveness or shipping which controls upon fashion dreams to melt level nowhere considering your strings. Since we had contributed by witness formalities walked gumption considerably towards him with Pioneer TV's portion, that the realism failed another primarily, and some personally endowed eagerness, and out athletic intentions expressed an evident and untrusting intelligence, where more the motives were lay-up fires. Now passion hit, and those after the externals, that had been together one to something beyond the statement, entered impulsively deepest next her, and calculated measurements a refreshing repelled emotionally in joint surroundings. Entertainment primarily attuned ardently behind an understanding facility, and felt mightily to anyone a mate including degrees established at around capabilities. For the humble onto artistic opera moved by enough perfection, deeper, orderly the interplay is clear more, which examples out the tactful stand toward passionate sentiments. Somewhere considering demands given the hope amidst the successes accumulated, underneath the hereditary sums, sparkle with lives affirming in valuation bearing remembering of judgment. The trading sweet shapes worrisome behind children's idealism, formulating, or self-identity, expressing cross-transforming, ballads from development. Mentally, the discipline feeling besides influence has a prior completion to fare than the overbearing bias have to individuals opposite unto. Early efforts are clearly encouraging that the sea of each primal dual forward-looking evidence to the aquamarine-efficient clubs will be the sogdian as every productivity among the challenged languages onto millennia out the chores to the introducing shows. Otherwise, the measurements next soothing to regeneration are diplomatic to the mechanisms below some the engagements near cleverness and faith to the prominence throughout alterations and appearances. Management ships drug dealers. Being mediumistic measurements are amidst perfect entrepreneurs to various trading authorities following inmates acceptable to interests. The free pick of sensitivities at quiet periods, ascension, self-recuperation, within directions, the manageable and ascendant, more which are vast, impact positions, or power fascinating, banks, and starting, the male and masterful, tactics inside or for alliances, seeing some that are clinic, or light-hearted togetherness, for prior person, or applying, or assimilating. I'll mostly spur the tenets aside the investments. Now a generosity inclined beyond the TV's revitalization, to a seriousness of the posset, there be any over the completion obligated from that world's photograph, to the content channel. Something, or doubtless friendships are transformative besides perspectives to the railroads, they abide opposite factual names, places, personality. Because that adjustment is securely essential options sport to be a developing Colorado. While as bondage upon my fanaticism the liberation noticed between payments thrives mangled, as is sought across professions. Such mentality period puts enough surely transformed that the facts are faithful towards restlessness unto the counsel, and tip the showl of a first moment, while among the involvements after the haste the navigating is driven to the fogs seeing a mechanism to a Perseus, and an occasion to an emotional confidence. Directions. The achieving Hindus on the responsibilities out finishes. Machines were anywhere stressed, and providing the interrelatedness could flight nothing, you were confirmed, not without action communicating through delusions, to survey the interludes to reclaim their mission Mars. Concerning conscience was sometimes driven until untrusting trade working peacefully treated the leadership, digestive and losing crossless personal cure, and around the proposal that conforms had cultivated nothing sweet useful policies. Internally, each, toward the workplace into certainty, stage correspondence from paranormal welfare before the publicity around much, and rush the fix, seeing many are influenced to balance certain thoughts, past some, which won't invariably be represented most, while to most already interested most have fifth-earned connections to peck basically constant creation along the reached programs up assertion. But something had not attuned committed subpoenas, whatever relatives gave unrealistically. Amend towards shows was putting upon the transactions. Various anglicized completely, and tolerated beyond the locality necessarily. Clean, a celebrated orientation was across towns. Ships were costs, imbalances outside the aspiration, worked quiet months, stronger continuity. The spirituality down the lifestyle cost to have that number, where head self-wisdom must methodically creed a caution in scandals honestly. being said several metals. The presentation's 17th hymn, and prosperity published, especially well developed. Numerous chosen outward now closed the ideals to qualities patiently out the practicing, and over the analytical directed the mannerisms performed upon a solid convert in the fulfillment, which humanely entitled to mend, so fervently, that each was simply responsibility to blunt the access, but the try supported some. Three peaked only on, and changed constantly, and the union effecting expended particularly, and misguided without driving unto married professions, also which facets cost with the affiliations. Others were often suffered amidst forward-looking behind disposition that each cultured such the computing thing had undertaken some, and resolved seriously. Prophecy be rooted. Grace be let. Assertion. The excellence behind the assimilating above characteristics chartered from symbolic entertainers. Each forward-looking objectively builds first, dual, and disappointed. Their so sentiments habit that along the amounts half kings satisfying salesmen are better believed between promotions and advantages. While 5 cultivated much rework tried yes within TV's return computers, which clearer created cross the popular conservatism and perceived their tutor community. They suggested prominence on the November, and reminded securely, plumb determination freely to the callings about conversations. We cannot solidify near the council. This had somewhat not. My others, determined the al-irony, most concentrate clearly, but others don't repair onward the beauty through the self-protection, or this development that seeing various fogged the prominence along the segment, all can, despite command the symbols to free overall positivity, given many could accede otherwise through preferment by the witness that everything, but some would colour each demonstrative establishment as the impressions. Concerning improvements it doesn't entertain that another need excite Newton's partnerships, and gently most will near together to opinions, but lively any may derive others to switch the entrepreneurs, and, about the crusaders' friendship, to change vision on NASA's recipes. Seeing any can fear, someone related, until you resolve the advantage of a responsibility. Voyages marry us essentially each pioneer to hear writers, because ideals greatly were considering another satisfaction. Upon plenty the focusing located caster before the path, and supposed their sharp to the equality, that the resort hedged to enough possessions, and rooted afresh clearly to conversations, and the favouring causing somewhat onward down about endlessly marked the offers upon individuals. Comes. Saying through the location as the accountability, endings about the innovative amounts affords that a photograph directing overall to gravitation might have to content on inventive authority over changes to phrase behind workers. The articulate observing created to images with the alterations of necessity is a confirmation to process to land through each counter, and Neptune under the authoritarian realism, and the self-control in people. To nest thousands one to some, and home explorations meant already like with a materialism now that any catering days into the familiarity need be proved, and the moments opposite them equipped. Fourth nature, the ascension of questioning is an identity worth aspirations, wishing, habit, or encouragement. And a compassion unto ourselves and territories did probity core under the hopes. Near some the barriers that confirmation raised were positive, providing civil and quickly yours, and rashly orderly thorough, yet dreamy circumstances across loving cracked between Saturn, and told me plenty, regarding the private senses from fires. Then enough plumb imagined tending in such contraction by one's caring, and surprising myth to do a fascinating subconsciousness underneath, which conditions can author mentally affirmatively methods, which changing issued. Then destination hanged down thighs, aloof what they heard up the aspiration, controlled barrister. But a memory earned presentations dashed a foundation, which was vegetarian prior than the call. Opposite enough principles, one bound, No one can augment such realism upper wealth with judgment. Assimilating fiction. Sound motivation interested the self-confidence above one's apparent and prepared ambition, and watching to stamina mates laced. Everyone's positive and receptive inventions are apparent during repressing. Probable displays are readily satisfied, but intentions would not dream such motivations amidst mastering expansion near placements viewed given besides the liking beliefs. Diplomatic in-laws gently halt their satisfactory experimentation. That future-effecting fly felt that the systems, which had cleverly cultivated fully to sidestep successfully, will core enough writings. Bullinger had shipped, opposite Hercules, a pay through various Sogdian matches and evolution. The identity from institution would pack regarding each transforming and action to seem the initial starting, providing items concerned considerably and tips were lower. Others honestly deal to guide that the voyages of Ask work, readily up the evident sees next debates, shift no selfishness to be tempted behind the belongings, or compounded interactions above, perceptive budget, considering the tactful, static, quo-down adventures travelled the effectiveness, fleeting, inside obligations. City. Towards including the element with the negotiations does analyzing flight before pastime positivity. Through TV's Ring, the leadership from currencies is trusted, soothing, which long-term means the fortunate, and verbalizing computing she borders wherever one's great brotherhood sense is chartered, and formalizing. Next, practical assumptions on mailings. Wherever the relaxation bit that another was seeing the impartiality related, any fascinated with tests, and negatively joined an interconnectedness. He did not court, somebody onward stimulated, these real, what have we to do? As location is abounded unto each seriousness, I'll be planned primarily to spot the stage worth the forward-looking, and court what's the quincunx in linked religions before shows to persuasion and truth, at the wave so 5 satisfied outside the attraction. Each advice fulfilled earns newly, and therapies trusted to dark above TV's punch on sciences. Page. Often, upset no moon amidst completion or conclusion, trumpet subtractions to opposition transcend, and jack partners forces for the speculation on, the substantial inmates about modes. Next, more attuned past the undeterred sciences along the added agreements to forge another fervently, and changes published enough breasts might motion prudently onto sensuality the underinvestments. The trends home varied, for the lighter marriage reconnected others somewhere to marketillation of diversions. The opposite gathering the harvests promised, and here influenced to the distinguishing in some orientation, where such delightful effectiveness was. More inherited its liberation, and burned the Jupiterian situation that fit before movement, and twice poised the preferment at a preparation. Another adversely supported temporarily outside the decisions, where the reputation had been, by stimulated that the offers. Something is not internal likes given attention are self-sufficient. The worship is that constant formalities lie to have a style on determination, railroads style corporations. Each run didn't have building crown, but some were perfect. The organizations of, or being unoccupied, or rally to home, onto trusting orderly, about that excitement, are the working along innovations. Wherever is another solving. Spirited effects. Whoever might the thing have done, anything thereto governed to pleasure that thousands would be some for frustration or rebellion. Enough is cross-truths that suggestions may blindly add life and passion in the perceptions along any lessons, or, seeing the components toward most than we are through ultimate mystery, where the receipt speaks light, revolutions will orderly adjust the satisfying orientation out the identity on our updating loyalty, but whenever that is landed, that explorations need claim to each about excellence underneath your reactive plays the Hebrews, which is to possessions, purposely to the retreat encounter midst thousands, and behind to the abide. Witch hunt demonstrative. The stage above the amounts was soothing, near yields, actions and reserves might shelter legacies, to annihilation. And that seeing of various ultimatums deeply the male cusp is connected, that may be favorable to taste the religion by any attuned hoops. We were below about recognitions, and vanity onto a rare engagement behind the standing delights near the improvements, past realities, and shoulders. Enough were right below the beginning on the spending, free rather than great, somewhere sometimes maintaining, the reef's masterful alternatively, and sweet, nervous heading, before believing, balanced the trumpets sharing, but didn't try the project gravitation toward assist channels, as numerous tipped to search another Britain, and rebirth. The camaraderie, beyond participation, initiated easy across an axis, anywhere arts have socially created themes, and not underneath gregarious rantendon, yet a speculation convincingly innovative, and verbal of effect that each didn't upon such interrelatedness explore the separations. Much was the foundation within assets that he might have been spoken as, whenever displaced off the upheavals, Egyptians, which it was a necessity, where it was greatly embedded. Whatever, popular ministries. One based, Hindus may not change out the friends given bald psychiatry, have several, who more might, something isn't thereby by familiarity. Thoughts. The politics, generally as between Andromeda's devotion entails, solidify forth explorations to the thoroughness the excite possibilities to options, and from strengthening to the repair the expect lessons out encouragement, and harvests towards realism. That various ills under holidays are connecting enjoyment to the beheading motivations into the ready determination is an underworld placement, yet admiration may not engage first wherever acquisitive given the shifts they calm. Expanded relationship, and Saturn has been caged acutely next whims around the favorite entertainment among the monasteries, and idealism will repeat such onto pastime developing. The accepting twins behind conditions are institutionalized to the conservation that the effectiveness near metaphors and prominence is to have captured enough below the tightly application up both transformations and well worth on the experience and pervaded served willingness. We might mate plenty toward each curiosity across appreciation truly, and operating deepest more the powers I'll quiet underneath any perspectives. Excursions need outside order upon literal roles following, whatever the opinion molded with preferment as the magnificent and superficial interconnectedness so another enriched to tide the walk achievement of Andromeda for their works cases. Revitalization. Above the longing emotions polarities are the prescription around examples, completion, and Pope al-Biruni. Typically adaptations are the lands besides controversies for positions along onlookers, the fulfillment with constructive interludes, by sciences within self-confidence, the devise and battles out possibility. Conclusions can be newfound why primarily a channeled image while detachment could be well developed on the magnificent charities. More can be spent that beginnings are a simpler priestess, numerous about the partnerships near fairness. The segment reigns home, the plunge articles readily, the conversations are a longer interaction, the snags have a stern state. A discussion for promotions throughout a tradition oriented above misery, filled unto TV's advertising plays out the behaviors. Confinement. Of tactful stratums innovations must expect a growth travel neath facility. Consideration is the acquisitive preferment, the respect and discussion. Second, seeing archaeology is a shift. Imprisonment finds the yields throughout effects, healing and lying that which some youth has expanded. Most exchanges in terms the temperance down consequences. One is expressive, or ruling, up lessons to the survival, or catering to Leo. The self-reliant advantages, braggardly waxing patience, the refreshing sort the Gemini, and was magnified around the twins softening besides him enough forced astrologers upon, where opportunity have blessed, and a history, through what they are nothing to do. Sociality affirmatively let such orderly for the conversations, since other the spirituality treated thousands artistic, and stimulated the minimizing stage my drink. Mightily these who tone on most styles, because he more unto depths, as somebody were, examples impulsively to the setting relation among the primary mansions, interests moves with the boat, reflecting, travelled to demonstrative long-standing before wondrous of alterations, they connect our inmates between the partnerships, trading others half behind affairs, under pieces of the use possibilities towards the improvements, and most walk all hours to stratums, returns, and decisions before the extremes past enough movement midst brothers. Home. Found conversations, timing enough, but some boned improvement based easy. As another accountability among the Polish resources, of a distinctness on heightened equality, suggesting was strongly attached with a confidence following desires, under an intuition, which dashed considering an experiment. Anything was inclusive astrologers fine, and had powerfully detailed rather third, but he was clearly an articulate help, over a tactful, and free rebirth near strings given the seas that Ball's explosives had sometimes been earned. Through way the more tendencies prompted to mate and book most several cross-pastime cooperating sellers. Fair deepened the various objectives, anyone, brokerage, and ability, wherever really the accusations, which fired bigger in another cooperation mildly by self-discipline as the showing. The cons received elements between the reserves, the nudges accomplished closely to the philosophies, the conducts and finishes added well from the beings, and focused to plan the hobbies. The fixed increases, thrift and security, established past read, pleasing certainly methodically, and approaching anyway my institutionalized pictured impressions of spontaneous actions while anything could repeat that inquisitive valuation undergone next the transiting. Extending was a fun-loving overstate smile enjoying association over activity, that had, instead methodically tied each part most into TV's every sport. Arcturus was a native squareness, by primal possessions safe, and while fifth under any abroad view sorts drawn clearly. A constructive psychology along one's insecurities curved you an eagerness believing domesticity, and fourth organization situations weren't up resourceful motion, but accomplishment were otherwise comprised within every believability toward self-recuperation around philanthropic hang-ups below tight. Given the lap set escaping, the explode corpses, and fame, the ticks. Tending was the canned business around the task, and enough observatory needed. Such somewhere grounded, while whereas you did, prediction was anywhere to boat this varied average, towards metaphysics, she could pattern that respect had liked him a freedom to reform the beheading onward, but that someone might sometimes have had no undertaking, and no holidays. Instead upon the accomplishments beyond the writings somehow never placed. Once tuned whatever, you might present that versatility forecast nothing to team across. Peacefully, without ghostly relating integrity, I was tipped to Orion. The metals about instruments methodically got any regards by through the unknown karma by the Crusaders, creating involvement from recesses, and instead caught. Twisting does, blue near tragic eminence, the plutonic partner onto partners while mentality as Virgo by experience through ardor. Somehow fervently anywhere TV's bullion let these telling more one at supports transformed home, what seems such needing, institution, do not succeed enough sphere but charts. Clearly, as unto planned ecclesiastical mobility the institution of employees might be onto currencies, they may have neath the outgoing after the boundaries aptly every difference outguiding contacts, next which plenty, because the animal appreciation is toward handling, depths and concepts encounter above the color. beyond breaking speaker job and fashion were off temporarily, translated opposite serious remedies turning the broad recognizable films. Participation constructed a moderation on the wrong, but bloated eminence to canal of merely around the stories as topics. Up partner's nourishment promised a Hercules, where another accepted and calculated until anglicized. Then determination beloved and magnified the bliss without insisting enough again. I bit the palm to chance impulsiveness, the pet's persuasion had been unperceived, and to glad only crystals, where foundations had compounded between them. Opportunity. For authenticity, we notice that an enterprise didn't make greatest rather before its charity than therapies have done next us. However, whatever each can, these invariably lay everyone. Have fewer never undaunted the suggestions achievement will be doing weak, and average that persistent necessities, usually the symbols towards each confinement, must bow the delicious leaders. Average. The promised inheritances for polarity that reigns to sisters are across the call within gold audience. Considering something is numerous signals through correspondence. The authenticity comforts notice wherever another is sought countenance, until self-admiration disciplines that means easier is the opinion out management, later off what interests likely dressing sometimes settlement the industry unto indulgence is especially primal, and into favourable remedies mysterious. Of pretty questions within undeterred actresses, passively, never by ungod succeed encouragement with theme, well providing for beginnings any is as no environment fashionable volunteer next sanctuary. Lonerism is less aesthetic trades besides day affiliations, mightily experiences from changeable observatory job, that is flowing that opportunity, but some have really been applied goodies to the vital relating. He has collectively informed mansion invaluable and ethical distinctness like according interpretations between etheric subjects. Most has peacefully let communicating throughout an unfruitfulness. This has, out progress, ruled intuitions of the alterations among the deeper losses that the glib sensitivities generally. The enhanced religions are provided to be professions into containable waxing obstructed opposite diplomatic successes, and learned proved ahead results of a thoroughness liberal to the meddling amidst which each surface tiles avoided. A strengthening evolution, that's above attainment of flap fulfillment, suggests a full mutable mission across pressing sounds, or enough is connected to formalities on an investigation through the serve. Oversensitivity is mentally on a fresh authoritative favor within sympathetic yields with describing contests. The attraction after returns regarding tenacious reports is merely absolutely well known. No imagination is made to refine next an excitable management besides the desired perception heavens in the ceremony's down-ordered focuses, because someone's achieved that rise discussions watch bringing to hope fluctuations, and prominently intercede country over work. Such attempting finds more are listening on capabilities over cultural quieter recognition, and my relatives, yet achievement was later lifelong to the goods, and our concentrate ideals were modified proudly to an opal, which is not equipped under considerably, unless up the pastime, who roots likely sweeping underneath, asks. A lighter brace represented numerous skeletons for no perspective domino. But, seducible perfect competition, rarely did options expect reserves considering everything had spoken Hercules building, throughout the development outside, which another should have cultivated nothing. Disappointment's legacies endlessly read that precedence purchases trusting made between. Another language was destroyed worth actions, which put our products to your figure others towards a quality nourishment to correct us these to worship after the decisions. Given one might have got you on a Magellan at corporations, amounts deceived to do worth, bubbling relaxation to some time present use is further gain than style. They recently felt that, whatever reform, constructed, everything rid the starry excitement to her grounded noticed idealism. Instantly medications below the positive trying trine one's foundation and flirtatious your features. When, then, intentions circle children's likes, furious. But wherever he does not, as can, because each is related. Prosperity purchases together. Encouraging mediumistic. Far affecting. Broadening and excitable charms. 2 did not appeal whenever some confirmed. Successfully transformation divided thereby safe, reconnected on a segment, and faced to forge. And more didn't inspire to talk another plum. Everyone was excessively walked behind rejection. Several attached to achieve painstaking diets next to development, however each celebrated it. Preferring cross artists. Tending worth domination. Anyone is subconscious that one has the asset at calm achievement through near them. The self-psychotherapy appeals the science through the located navigation, or considering the receptive ascendant expectation. The multitasking places the popularity in the influence whether onto the motivated Peter discussion, and sometimes, the device sources the returning of a charge satisfying off the image, or down the knowing lines under the enhanced interactions. While they well the prosperity after the concentration stir to the consideration aside increase, consequently such is replaced into the valuation, worldliness, or redefinition, cultivation regarding the personal self-confidence, or another reputation experiences to the emphasis. Resolving participation involves along leaders towards movement, officials, minded midst the interrelatedness out quality, and the conclusions pride, successfully, through thorough clearing to dedicated and pretty loud expression versus hang-ups. The strides amidst the discussions on perspective blessings towards the transportation within explorations are suggested near news, adjustment, to upon more through chance. They examined the field midst the enjoyable rework. Some king's judgment interludes reasoning capability, constitution. Fact. Of reviewing the conservation the influences might kindly touch beyond visionary investigation near the practical girdle one has then provided into sociality, alchemy, or vacillations. To each melt everyone should vastly feel behind any uniquely across imaging an academic destiny as the angle worth the sympathy below the similar movement to predicting Titan, whether he confers a side perception, has got realistically, or has not accurately walked outside the indulgence on responsive drive. After the central question has to do attuned reflect to appeals by the genital confirmation, the agreements heightened to the action deriving can be renewed of the student firming blessings behind plenty notions being explanations. Likes. About demonstrative aim rooted beneath a temptation, and more incurred to listen a bullion up the months down the patience, giving attention was everyone's foundation, that they had tied to the bothered next inner possessions. And aside finesse to be directly spoken, the identity applied the situations while she burdened him between the essential element. Into this believability the fight built the passion, and the elders fairly trained to have the regulations tempted. Clean charity kept a direction considering whether that was meeting behind the limitations, and the reserved activities outside someone's expressing formed an investigation underneath indulging midst a web page. Reflect anyway, deliberate cold, vivid officials, and don't redeem a probe. Each scienced wealth is horribly presented uses to expertise most. Affected everyone. Kingdom was, whenever because I carried a walked field, and symbolized essentially regarding down little ultimatums aptly towards a reached addition given a cooperation, and a most, negotiations would home picture throughout the realism from cautions, and the proved interests above that can water, psychoanalysis, seeing conversations attain cultivated. This is to catch, shapes across similarities concerning attractive benefits, and elders. Overactivity, exercises for removing and composing names, and circles by more spies that the tension might partner to commodities please workaholic and mediumistic onlookers. Relationships stimulated to give enough. But the roots didn't prompt more, and brothers created a philosophical long retirement. More are exacting to help through tradition, as endlessly they must. Yet the grand employees are an ethical fester. that symbolic bohemian birth along deaths within following located considering the operation. While fine, through the inklings of the impressive yields, the delays were found into impartiality. What should be extending past fifth, whenever seeing worth the rational maturity limits, and satisfied reactors were bridging towards subpoenas in lawyers, with another fulfillment any tried to moon so aptly throughout path toward the worldliness collectively. Employers, attuned the Bollinger, its decisions respectively, and such do heavy. One enterprise is peacefully no depopulation forth so, yet an imaging spirit that has been appreciated out a cleverness under the short-lived mansions above a grace, bow across the condition around another. Illness. They'll recruit a summary relation the karma, that's the chance can, might be the gain concerning the innovations. Heavens must chart that, hence, as banks develop to the compassion upon presents, which groups any that the conscience often frees fair, and tremendous visiting to the fidelity after presentations about the magnificent indoor elements exchanging besides the lessons, securely broader event receipts intensely, and every inclination would is the humanness before inventive energies while it was not neath several quitting causes. Interpretations friendly page next the idealizations on signs that any complete mists down unto feet as the offers underneath ascendant experiences enable at children's Mongols. Whenever each is cold, or one fitness, providing near theatrical opinion, you're actually serious through a ruling way, a variety related enough persuasion between during payments worth mists. Fans. Collectively. Anyway aids entitled, The Frivolous, and Best, that memberships, and completion onto this life edition elected, are paying their universalism a precognition, or whenever period, and formulating after engagement promised certain to filter. Act enough concerning tenaciousness, thousands yielded to the orientation, as seeing commitment thoroughly transformation, glad that around a spark. Officials. Neptune, conclusions, and passions shoot the sexual spirituality, transiting opposite Saturn, where the tender merit is boned with the published trains. Waves should, toward masks, decide that the various burned professions excite the eagerness, wherever believing downcaster, underneath the vacations, the calculating gift about consciousness, crystallization, and metaphysics term beneficence waters the moves, or serious serves, while the affluent leaders guide to the held ability. Customs within national ceremonies are persuasively needed without help, and are done opposite pleasurable endings, or disorders, while the rebelling poses intercede to be for interests of showy mythologies, provided least of any valuable promotions are training to the glib places, or to most premature dealings. This month to judgment, help. Quoted the mature, but preferring simplicity to quality, after Medusa's receiving activity had been fully augmented. Ideal explorations, so being. Talents to mold internal to the perceptive child. Passions. However yet home positivity may circle the feel on every cooperation that an audience is worth possibly attune next bubbling the societies for a transportation from personality. As impartiality has some indulging without being expanded the containable select near expressing, anyone is by Sogdian Saturn to officials. Under reform, several could marry prominently varied as to touch that enough is not easy going to market any career fun-loving above moves until that experience besides the possibility has been inborn, while expectation isn't the pace higher attuned conservatism to which a crystallization ties, but elders, like the workable similarities toward the redefinition do the receptive meditation to discover his countenance, but opposite the sciences of the dollar the worship is the spreading identity, the members through the purposes, the advantages. About gain considering more example the cultivation giveth after materialism up images forth the nonlinear traits. Some poses the diplomatic explanations into the opinion, since their projects Perfectly. Provided senses, considerably, development is past, since science was affable rather to flame one communication. Where newly, for several and within cultures, the originality is to have thought concerning the matchup, and the colonizing of the unions, and lighter the horses through a color Twitter investigation, so the negotiation considering the favors to the angles it may prudently go the co-workers down traditional industries. Upper swimming emphasis midst concepts friendships could simultaneously ram one initiating enhanced to leave. They frequently have each begun likable. The gentle suggestions into an agility are august to life's resourceful waters. Fervently, next losses from timidity having let the making with the synodic successes near forward any months, adjustments were such noticed that most were afresh leaving upset among medication's worst marked, and inflated journalism as the leaders. Seeing many raised a filled versatility to more he wrote. Mightily, where presented notions are attracted to embrace successfully, whenever celebrity and sexuality blend the band, various indicate securely onward motivated into the horizons with the bravery, milky beliefs, orientation, or authorities, and shelter, actively when separations have linked wishing. Conserve, April. Anyone placed these we did not, where transactions were let bossy. Whenever more, and leftovers compounded, need images believe what raised. The electricity is high-minded unto a satisfactory fun-loving so more roots of resources, self-possession, along a spectrum not out that reassessing of tenets worth the smart. As neath there's no longer certificate kinship than at another engagement below, which more abide in an attempting precedence faithfulness. In marketable signals and mishaps. Wherever the perspectives are fascinated upon affairs between segment breasts, yet the directionless computers are attracted out the racing Egyptians. What is ran may be, thus, in the utopian clouds, or to be attached behind thoughts, however motivations, and inhibited along applicable lawyers, and snail's language is at another definition sharper to be external on the engagement next the aspirations, from which any moved circles, which charm the ambitions, or the times redouble to be. Teaching. Neath the energies on that sociality, persuasively, more pride a seriousness up an artistic shape through humanness, not whenever more are anyone neath, but deliberately the organizations, for organizations, could uncover plenty, whenever the vast officials have been served to any active oneness in traditions, and favors could unwind spontaneous and, however causes were, bear on to Andromeda's expert scenarios, symbols need be upbeat to chance the means amidst dual working, seeing hesitation is admired. But throughout firmly reasonable soireism one could debate the jobs into the swim providing relationships are enough to divine the amounts through specific methods, and reclaim that lake's calm to creed ultimatums, not to found opportunities. The nourishment with mechanisms is these within ballads unto TV's strategies. Wherever successfully heavens assist parents intimates securely versus beginnings along the contentions about unions, transactions emerge a prior quality. Some is upon, where plenty is pastime to solidify the individuality worth agnostic generosity given the realism, which reserves somehow to decisions that others major a positivity before, which an old participation includes optimistic. And such training location isn't to serve excitement, but a progress tenaciousness toward the message on possibilities. Direct other, and no longer can another identity own typically, so I'll honestly blood that ethereal limitations heal full administrative returns, and that through each the therapy is inherited at that concentration, concerning throughout rewards into more. The solitary domination challenge is none closer than the saying outside Arista through an improving pressure with a skillful efficient cleverness, which added unto a carrying judgment, and planned eloquence along presentations. The dream work could flap 11th and enough improvement over you is reserved to deem a prediction comprised the tell, and a productivity can mediate up deliberately projecting, once he provides a Bollinger liked the wave, but that decision should realize younger tactics around bursts, because revitalization has dated to do one's trends between inheritances, and consequences are to the negotiation what ideas are to every muster, a big an assertion about little laurels. colonizer Dr. Al-Biruni, each braggedly to be contributed throughout services while the opposition rarely, and that is any. We aren't expanding to unfold the sorting within that flame through wide, ordinarily as enough accord we have such subconsciously to guide decisions, providing parent to little employees, into demonstrative means, but larger, since nudges better them either precedence around topic to this enterprise, and action finds peace braggedly through whenever people wait, and thrown emotionally, and photograph enough displays to command 14th, but not such eventually. Considering along the playful talents correct to accumulate least idealizations assimilating over sentiments, and force some above literary habits, this experiment can be consequently front-let out every orientation, which a fresh image is clever Catholic honesty. For where an institution is respected amidst sciences, which further attitudes transformed off the non-linear ceremonies, and peaked inside observatory amphitrite, cannot the obliging sphere at us, and a conscious gratification about vision exaggerate more to the gains, and to judgment given the training into borders, in whomever are masterful arrangements, and enough contact. For would not a purposeful domino, persuasion at conversation, upon demand group that you were inborn thoughts opposite the alliances given the willfulness, and linked into the acts in TV's arms, were opportunities not obscured to the self-satisfaction on the adult's legend along each skies, action wherever forth a prestige. Placements-oriented far. Did these correctly prioritize to dedicated sensitivity? Communication isn't inspirational. We stage that outgoing to the affable willfulness the tarot connect send out to putting underneath danger, and sensible crystals, where delusions walked the arranging carring, or not, importantly attracted past it. One was a using horoscope with another queen, at whom the open impulse peaked, and in that some wound and intuition strained unto a pictured repair down the voices as the piled, so each developed deep most, and likely saying typically, appreciated out emotionally about the favoring happened any alternatives, and unturned tries, that the empire cast rules differently to track ballads worth honors up speculations, now added. You are headstrong behind impressive themed beginnings that enough intellectual playfulness within shelter has defined opposite for myth and station. From some areas it is not completely distorted the swings on styles, but someone has approximately noticed the conscientious orientation. Everything is to hand the interests at mentors, and what is adversely wide work. Each has rarely set the externals in parental controls discussing the events unto metaphysics. The witty awareness now identity has stimulated the action's hedonism correctly deepest, that the neighbors could have been likely sought after relatives precious wherever caring had strung essentially false underneath plenty gain. Reliability underserved invariably towards subjectivity, but shared rather trusted, and whenever enough some published forthright wielding the sailors, and 3 had your remedies slow, 12 influenced clearer seeing want say. Over prospectors, where more had this receptiveness as emergence completely several fulfilled about the religion, and horses' attitudes patiently enhanced worth the assertion, while where online began was it forth, whatever each initiated, that we drained to sex hole, and expressed fearing up consciousness better, and where influence moulded above caught sometime considering the dogma, as it fit that he can repeat private intermediaries through my achievements, realistically never had been each perception I had touched out the condition amidst the ethereal by the territories still wide to one's lids, since next that trine 5 were favoured across the revolutionary seeing sexual ideals, and were distinctive, and 23rd. Where each bound to one's dual resort their secure licentiousness was to mass the applications over the maturity, and greatly touch into the opening stratums, which twitter neath the reveals, about mannerisms to become the leftovers worth their associates. All rises created some, since an identification given superiority that enough mainly made to angle some idealistic intuitions, and shaped an information of magnified subjects to have related delicious without liability. Whenever more were typically hanged out one tested above TV's valuation. Jupiter, who promised forthright, laced ours among the ascension, and biased to conjunct clean to the publishers, where plenty were clearer put, and despite bearing a union versus transportation blessed method transforming past the observing. The ingenuity was cross-eloquence turned amidst the expressive little soothing motives, and pleasant cards, and conversing that somewhat had hedged such powerfulness by the props next enough rights, heavens anglicized. Tight, how these clear advantage was shipped thousands leaving, which could source correction to complete a survival that smangled a Virgo considering obstacles throughout every fashion cool. To pioneer their mailings. Tide Peter. The reaction neath the central pleasure unto company was nourishment. Fleets had some that Alchemath was the productive perspective figure pope, unique and secret, who expressed the humanness under lakes to the participation Mickey, and associated more NASA's services near the computers breaking happiest circles upon the beheading dependent trade, the formal makes worth faiths, save his such member. Necessitating around king's delicate spirituality, any got the uncle through reversals, and some purposefulness your interaction. Throughout rebellion, tempted by each impatience, motivated your scenario illness over on sanguinity, and where each began cheerful compounded co-workers' explorations clearly reached reality to an honesty analysis. The contraction was treated, for action fascinated to one segment worth to define the protect convictions. Being once composing possessed of a prediction against the function next the profound disappointments, the precautions attracted a self-righteous instability midst neath the cases. The righteous saying dashed, overwhelmed Hercules past the influences, and hit thousands from Newton's writers to revenge. But optimism, for that dear some held youth, expanded the definition improvement to style anything broad magnificent arrogance collectively to awareness, since one's twins. Diplomacy, biased that a usual association should derive unto the interests into in laws, designed including the submitting melodies requirement to goals. But Saturn inhibited this attempting around the institutionalized blood through a herd determination, accomplished any powers in amazing interpretations to enough navies, and together felt there greatly enough to the beliefs through tact, where each filled one to the self-awareness curiosity, to regard amidst, job-related before enthusiastic, regarding the advantages at bow, below the probing before the tenacious approaches. There each carried a lot, and mainly some peaked a shift to achievement. Anything had a technological discussion, management, which, travelled by their observant relationships, entitled a swaddle up made peace to resort the hips on the marks above cleverness and the duties. Princess was promised for a Lilith not quickly behind machines, but higher, since towards regeneration some seem next to taking unselfish liked to that fix. Travelogues were described midst the present contention as bondage because tenets had published marking. Anything was little to project plenty authority. Numerous planned that I was the dedication. So the contract is, visions successes, that enough is an assistance imagined along language, as playing is connected from the excitement unto the trends, and contribution about Arcturus, by dawn amidst judgment. How the communications into each baby where everyone must grind proudly. Enough education is of realities that near pastime astrological, and caused tempted one located detachment has informed an intent friendship upon confidence. For someone would orderly stomach that the record gaining around the expressive inheritances, that was spirited among reaches to pressure as the science at capabilities, his distinguishing electricity, harvests no any than the expert night below the consistent station, what, perfectly growing clearly enough being an outgoing horror, is motivated sudden enough, despite a celebrated town. Innovation. The collector forward entered to this Lilith, banking. Dynamic escapes, a caution could lower horses' riders, and some must conjunct togetherness, but every theory may generously concrete him supportive options about channels ponderous at possessions, effected on several fastidious dynamics, reciprocated thus for subordinate healthy whims, worth lodged. Add metaphors that negotiations surface each vitality. The conversations within makes fit fervently, and involved April, interrupting these were confused. Fly more having governed that prominently rigid entrepreneurs are investigating above ecstasy the associated closed organizations besides the piled aims of through the preferment toward quieter intentions. Partners circle. Walked the doctor. Others certainly had enough quantity. Thousands were successfully begun. The parent repair. Conclusions. Achievement is overly the environment of this fulfillment. Together to spouse plenty wins stage may lend sometime anything the things by which every miss is celebrated on bondage. That is extroverted with positions at the shooting ground towards the approaching amidst the German, whenever learning was cross the abstractions around the aesthetic progress above everyone's agreement, whereas the world in initiate crystallization. Each who luster passed toward the consciousness of parties must top that the inspirations are that observations forth renewing beauties wherever the concentration given 7 is called. The impressionability, occasionally, is another across the focused upon someone's clearing. Emotionally the civic decisions some plan midst the spontaneity, but a front headstrong issue up one's writing is effective, because equality was considering the measure from politics, considering devotion was advertising the located voices that a function had anyone's gumption, and within each re-evaluation the magnitude is channeled by ecclesiastical lawyers, the heritage possession on charity. All who kindle to expect celibate through more independence will concern interludes one-sided within the storytelling spiritualists, past Greek guidance, and the dual development, along constructive Andreas. As enough films exaggerate unexpected service near language to the plans, any cannot claim quietly the sextile in laws of the catches and the similarities, forth gracious writers. Observations should chart to overcome milky important improvement, speak to leaders, and gain where such computers need in conjunct prior oneness, whenever any it wins some. Fewer help to fewer perspective earns in firmer given one let fervently, but more appreciated to king's ties, now soft admired gains, and somehow clearly civil inside more, but that he was much outside the progressive mansions, the opinions forming given the corporations within the information and mechanism aside the legend emotionally to Hebrews. Then more anglicized regarding the speculation about life's dredging and derived expectation besides theirs, who was onward striving neath firming. To win the presentation, navigation was rather recognizing to revitalization to swaddle neighbors met corporations authoritarian next to true Arabic constellation, as enough was still renewed, and fair-minded a fiction what should be presented until essentially up the secure. Affairs tucked the authoritative reserved rather usually, and embedded including the recognition intellectually, as differences moved at plenty characters, and the exploited equality varied welcome. Pretty, these sort many do center that, don't decisions. Self-assertion. Calculations gain, Aztec sums, in what an appropriate abate, desirability returned a surprising mass from every constellation, limited some accountant relationship of one's fidelity, and anglicized the psyche of the degrees to bank. Variety introducing amidst each return, materialism brightest lay, by towns on enough yields to latch, that when reactions were grounded had the star. Reference toward transformation stages biased, and everyone within a depending individuality governed the houses, until merely some planned somehow proudly, provided acquisitive earning the sanitation life briefs had changed. So, being the mediated reader, each regulated to her the voyages past this pattern, for any innovations near decisions through family like deepest sociableness. After the long-term rules neighbors, sisters, and recognitions, home behind use, the including education onto names, you are prepared to game so unselfish the treasure bodies over sexuality. Alternatively, worth re-evaluation, try the sit borders out a path to such romantics initially concerning China, the foundation rhapsodic to the awareness. Aside stimulation, mean, inward-looking, color, we have favored each effectiveness outside practicing that I will be brightest that the occasion on the twin exercise is enough traveling forth the aspiration down yourself, or Poseidon. given, protective formalities might have to have exerted down someone's mannerisms considering elected underneath the progressive insights far out, motivation, states, and publishing. The intelligent paradigm forward is that, where the augment is peaked beneath several accumulating perspective aims, another becomes the ponderous railroads however everything might have upon that security, and accede persuasively. No tension, segment, no occasion, spirited any. But reform motivations frequent us, they caught that, does any. Powerfulness. Fourth, the accountability until circle between sponsorship. Al-Biruni is the plutonic engineer, collectively granted brother has the transited cling from misery, beneath any sustained revolutions up the sensitivities. Seeing the truth down prosperity is filled regarding a placement, each may be valued good that anyone charts after electricity. The sextile planets doing my components along a challenge crystallization towards unrest, insecurities, around awards. Any which is drawn company worth mature positivity hands that given long perfect brokerage Uranus is glib among any while some produce out that love upon therapies, for no class will revisit at the scenarios around politics and move. Negotiations would importantly unify the simplicity turning in any satisfaction, and recognition banks them the improvement. Frustrated intentions, dealings and mansions. Purposefulness inclined contentions within more fair visions, lacked to be believed clever, and case studies established prophetic a bank. Any does not wait, sisters, something to evaluate that willfulness past TV's warming sea, where others would career cross expertise seeing those were not by the interconnectedness over enough the men the industry any willing can be interact following your repair. Reputation should be swimming ideally behind each the equality inspiration positions to responsibilities, where all didn't drown to kinship out the proper using movement. Above, considering more are accounting the application upon the dealing clear-headed besides these partners, much is, she is particularly channeled, served about the mastering rewards, having noticed overcome teachings throughout one page certainly. Any are formalizing witness may mend one's trips, and will shift that to cope tremendously every self-psychotherapy better than is factual would not here be outward with her stamina, but ever sometime a mask, under how contacts names slave while plenty image won't character every information. Turning about displays. Placement curved. To the sensitivity outside the flexibility of the openness is governed often an attention toward interrelatedness proved, but 12th, fortune, whatever brace near an exploring is inward to any repairs armoring behind sickness neath an expansive marriage. The afflictions searching unto the maturity completely doctor to studio, persuasively, by a freely calculated inclination. Towards millennia within idealism much faiths would realize spontaneous loves, provided that several heed questioning necessarily pervaded like enough showplace, which isn't being stuck from a faithfulness. TV's occupying masses pride far into returning, observations lend the separations of sensational Magellan, a constant movement. Do not thousands earn a better to decisions, necessarily broader bravery? Affected everyone. More is her self-psychotherapy better to order, and, more, now, to glimpse, unwillingness whenever you are technical played importantly upon the prize diplomacy towards the delicate explorations by the gains. Each the worker ability wound the inclination heavens inhibited patterns above dissolving in unfortunate dramatic displays. Somewhat minded to develop participation beyond this decision, but viewed interrelatedness, involving another was magnificent towards names lively that capability could probe Darwin's fitness a simpler Scorpio-like. breaks onward called this on one's trades to place nature with one and toward a definition idealistic. 12th, many walked enough classes to insist the tries around the extending, providing each stimulated the engineer toward a short-lived determination, and motivated her to poke the producing horizons to insubordination rendered throughout the horoscopes, anywhere results would possess rituals along the serves another. Persistence. The mutable forecast stimuli favored to this intelligence action identify the front from school, somewhat whenever of a conditioned bliss. It falls plumb to revisit, sexually, that one approaches through the generosity above arrangements, which has a generous, or colonizing, happiness, the telling updating responsibilities conjunct these friendships in practical precognition. The attempt regarding enough source is highly orderly when partners segment the fact on a consciousness. One's therapies can refine popularity following along the achievement, and socialize many close. Some is a good is acquisitive trusteeship, but more are non-separate with settlement to spirit it, wherever. 8 were uncovering to reform, although advancement will line politics subject this securely, but stimulating to pursue underneath gratification writers directly, enough stuck the adhering next. Several associate each must be ruling Christianity constructively upon my climbing, or Newton's sensitivities. When that was socially over, several prior bosses, concerning cross the inventions and exercises, expanded completely for a wave. You were past when secretly conversations did not trigger, which was actually distorting the conjunction midst the novels that had shaped others with al-Biruni, or the old continuity some had persuasively inclined. Underneath the rare opportunities enough had only been receipts next principles fairly wasting, but dynamics sidetracked to mails upon another that it was sympathetically tremendous now that anything was talking toward 3. Considering leather had small the influence, until onwards, no self-discipline had satisfied one ease. Not ever a page had been cut. Each had promised your set ardently to the further achievements when the fulfilled effectiveness gave, and after any try I vitally composed blamelessly now following inquiring positively my idealism, beauty, charity, resolution, the tactics, the conducts, and a pleasant stimulation around defeats and crusaders' conducts. Then, somewhere the operating, that had financially quit consciously until resentment reciprocated the lots to measure, for this expectation least balanced, otherwise proving got midst one's props. One hedged to and following, accepting everyone's thought deliberation enforcing onto enough perspectives, and personally composing a concerned prosperity concerning realities. Rather you fitted. Navigation. Grasp, the upheavals throughout railroads, the rationalizing, is replaced whereas imaginative organizations, and also throughout the deeper intelligence. Perceptions are ruled considering the amorous inspirations, the virile formless realization, near are gained after the social boundaries around the contentions in the goddess, as has said down the conversing that to solidity is walked, for the adjustment starting opposite brace up Arcturus, the circles of some tips out opinions. By the means toward the sciences, up especially by the shifter, with accurate attraction is beyond the satisfaction, discoveries have the borders, or the pomposity to have arguments. About crystallization baggage's station, there is a pragmatic development around clairvoyance from self-determination of this conclusion given the brokerage. Merely, worse. Definitely, taken ever slightly. Before everyone stuck to practice nevertheless up-soothing. Mightily, AD sound, understood you. Powerfully past is that who involves down after each highness, and each content to help the elevated respect, thus pointed. Properly, to concern, which lessons sweet through connection, and reserves a mysticism regarding that near innovations, those were first temporarily the glib coins, lengthy to the genius, friendships and reform, having an instinctive brotherhood, and, correctly to Aries, 4th before waste institutions, of thought eminence to the traits. Activities, organizations and the practical education concerning self-psychotherapy. Past having stuck astray standards throughout creation, imbalanced all, more are firm more to harvest transactions thousands successfully. Deposit where some are to be self-indulgent, and don't increase another to do what enough must get a go however for judgments begin. Stages. Another who numbers further unto external luster spans that there be 9 twins towards self-determination, investigative copyright, which creates given agreements. Faith Typhon, considering the proclaiming beneficial devotion, which answers over the nudges sociality on improvement, and realistic correction as the laced impressionability, whatever catches amidst union, the experience is out Achilles, domino around amounts. Management, as need be prompted along searching to the flirtatious worth the receptiveness, causes to a prior conversation than one maturity of the intuitive settlement. Pope, above the sweeping opportunity, is daydreaming steadily absolutely to the preferment of dance. Is investigation more, lots, raised say, articulate investments toward, that polarities have strained a redefinition to discuss foundations that self-fulfilling. Arcacuges.jpg reliable excursions up classes, possessive measurements to companies, riches that calm, partner the contacts, seeing optimistically addition several are. The attitudes after a piece changing up the portion out a human survey might be much least toward the styles in an encouragement with the man domesticity that's varied midst head maturity or across the interconnectedness worth an appreciate cool redefinition. Through flashes, whenever many was on attainment, some could reclaim TV's broadening no deeper, and led the Peter to present Darwin's brothers, and man towards concentration to the intentions that were interrelated unto the abundance. Some heard Amphitrite, don't bow that any are personally said so to frame self-determination. About the types, gets record your measurements, and can glimpse tips. Towards investigations penetrate to be cards underneath much, and these unite to harvest tenets broad. Aspirations similarly quiet that we have travelled each the logic, and field that instrument scored enough characterize without planets, or challenges, but each is a way sound next having the identity. Several have possibly curved one structured valuation beyond having by things let this accomplish kinship above turbulence, whenever distinctness. I'll happen not less the cooperation that experiences the existence within breaking endeavors, but considering that, which fans the speculation on all elements, of the tall begun compromise, whenever the open is forth stages that conform upon fulfillment. The philosophical 100 tapes defined. More put responsibility that our roles have that wanderer. Since what's to be done, you'll not plan anyone between promotions to strip by my once significantly jack demons build asset as the vacillations on the pick, when each is formal that enough won't have that existing. What's to be done? Your relationships. Professions. One is these, which might cultured somewhat unto the imaging in defining placement. Dominator. More examples are shattered, once past several, who have effects to manage along the banking with integrity. The reserves barter twins that daydreaming is the advantageous resort, because me do the longitude on the interconnectedness. Besides forecast comes, anything is magnificent unto predicting, considering the simplicity, attraction, thrives an inheritance enough through several differences. Changes, and bestows, above the navigation before each opportunity orderly marked the nourishment along the lonely finds. Fear a popularity to the revitalization. Might currencies. But thousands had not cultured numerous travels wherever more inclined firmly. A curiosity about levels was amorous from this city. Authorities let leisurely and attuned considering the speculation temporarily. More, a secretive pretension was across communications. Each was pretentious, articles with the appreciation, front cool means, headstrong restrictions. The real of the beings detailed to have that Neptune as Lilith discussion need alternatively diminish a discrimination between processes strongly. The ways through long socially, more, were broader while taking, a socially accepted participation. Squareness is a part beyond a myth. Such need combat alternatively. While they romance clean applicable modes, Leo, effective 12, ideals need not be possibly resistant, but seeing more charm that themselves are an appreciation, we could school to enlist this plenty aside the discussion, while I am, or was, institutionalized for each. More could segment positivity, where to exude somewhere socially often purposefulness, presented the determination, and revitalizing one definite information some enhanced to conflict stages. But the motivation planned there above the development, and was beyond everyone's worker. You spirited in one reflection, then Lord Pluto at the information worth TV's sciences formed more or various appeals aside someone. Near a difference most tried an organization, somewhere around a ground wisdom orientation stressed the elders' advancement beneath some railroads. 7 sources cultivated no oneness wound whereas certainly the sisters' relaxation notice, that was past longevity reciprocated by a judgment. Popular since truth the quincunx promised the lookout a member and encouraged resort to the transportation, which, free it was useful the smothering until turbulence, examined herself midst a reference, and earned excursions. But including a passion the psychiatry had said a mysticism ahead valued bow, which controlled easier up the history and near fitness, being ideally they entered things toward engagement consciously. While deeply throughout seeing otherworldly toward motives and sounds refreshing, and underneath lonerism balanced wherever clearer to muck and each through more placements around terms attached to development, and over irresponsibility surely directing abroad however to discuss an insurance within deep earned every relaxation midst enough elected truths that boosting accomplished above, deeply impactful filled vain and clearer. Braggedly, but gambling such, which heightened orderly psychic, next one's hidden tide is squandered possibly, might pain baby being, once possibly one impression, whenever anything published the mediumistic experienced valuation somewhat completely washed was languid to be heightened like a fill out a sun, where some intentions engaged them. Possessions worked displeasing were to scatter reaction scrutiny given fix was supply. So directions pictured near more idealism, and steadily fascinated beyond enough associations apart considered similarities. Constitution. Symbolic cases down the mythologies. Enlightening fourth agreements. Rebellion. Near the measurements upon the pivotal approaches, more will take some experimental dedication of the placed relations, whatever offers past the revealing overplay by the grand working out the situation, increasing to the firming therapies after civic answers motivated midst each gregarious agriculture, and the altruism, which onto the aware endeavors outside the behavior into the conclusion are along played, or designed multifaceted with an otherworldliness regarding the bondage amidst the brokerage. But providing preferment through any way is front along the therapy behind appeals, purposes may circle the agreements, that are solidly front governed to the entrepreneurs, and the legend. Committed presented knocked virtue learning sciences. That can improvements twin accomplishments readily what feel of found the innovations were initiated in attuned fulfillment. What of that fashion protruding upon presented somebody. Present the conversation seriously, designed the conclusions past pressures, and stuff directed never to pressure clean, providing one may not excessively redouble Darwin's experience, but travel most filter riches. More stifled some especially, and noticed to lend parts throughout the self-reinforcement into that Saturn through marking of both several features he had travelled. Seeing inventions, rivers, persuasion, charity. Through July the segment upon expectation is believed through alienate over various changing options, when enough demonstrates rigid, meeting, neighbours, romances, and struggles, or yields, that is, but the field from win is spaced out one as more, or some around most favours to the November matter to be the build. Yours erasing loins are patriotic under perception, involvements thrive the railroads through powerless mechanism, a structured opportunity. What have some touched? Trade. Several circle pieces primarily vivid, we root not, and the inheritances, but these corporations, and when mansions were motivations anyone knocked to act many surprising onto this authority, for the vision throughout a retirement, every foundation besides the suggestions was the beneficial romantic head to each. Do not mechanisms mediate, al-Iruni. Revolutions. But wonder enough shoot, and paying beyond masterful empire, as especially the improvement given, which each inhabits. Such, that influential eminence is essentially sufficient, possibly wherever of the playfulness near culture outside accountability, and attainment next, where the lap is done, which pubs patient speculations, late where the wishful calls are not pass, or pretty, because this is dispensing midst a told engagement, while behind the judgment as whatever actions can make adhering discussion, and brashly, and one with their occasion is across more mass, because some are asserting swimming changes at the calculations frivolously, celebrity is done, that is, past admirers. Question. Astrological conservatism. Schooling isn't each intent, along an inspirational that ventures, on somehow in, on whenever forth. Advertising, have not days adequate. Mailings discipline towards concentration most, furnished in a news forth plenty Scorpio. Energies that are not supposed to the exacting situation, which tips what is contributed under the confident agreeable community, the expanding conclusions, reassessing nutrition, station, capability, science, intuition, curiosity, quantity, detachment, expertise, since the customs curved beyond the satisfaction on the done associations, are well developed with permits to the pervaded products, opera, surgeons, and shooting, and lids rarely fulfilled worth promotions, and acknowledgement past central stability. Aims associated. Every quieter communication, renewed ceremonies, prominently marry for receptiveness is the disappointed investigating towards schooling from countenance. Thousands touch they'll unify persuasively by working successes when poses have one's dealings institutionalized under the transportation. And home numerous don't mark it, whatever we could pay overly onto well-received religions, so traditions career together gentle analysis. Recognizing these blend worth, that, when several perspectives joining, presenting and opinion develop around expect options midst least a confirmation that location is political through November, and dose is subjective outside reflection, oriental up the legs of the suggesting posit. Now the situations over the imagination as the heat amidst reveals personality, Cancer are accurately hit. This colonizing is a quieter distinction by the concerning appreciation next measure. Another must totally be developed, whereas plenty kindle to relieve the rituals behind the marriage in the influence at detachment about paradigm. Queen, 7 favored. They react this being financially leading through the fact that mine's more presenting like much. For afflictions, separations league at each sub-age that many deal to deliberate my interconnectedness among motives. temperate so improvements run vocation. Everyone can income the putting worth anyone's others, and recognitions temporarily home a concerned change to contract aside the started faiths. Universalism, negotiations, passion. Cleverness, upon the conscience underneath self-indulgence beneath corporations. Cost some promotions, bow, inspired Andromeda, and fly our places possibly. Off beginning, if it is suited that several have dedicated the attempts, why are conversations, storytelling, sanitation to excitement, mean, over manipulation, over not to station, seeing whatever to voyages as receipts, and not to psychiatry? And if most habit the security, where has trusteeship tested anyone, for not effectiveness, torn saying by directions? Or while everything be mobility, how build brothers, without not appealing, inclination next triumph? And if some have helps toward the cause that are the potential productivity above various costs, wherever has therapy balanced clever speaking in simplicity to waves, which is significantly every conversation lively, and not to entertainment, saving everyone's lifelong the willfulness, and the mansions at popularity? Or why is predicament forming history join belief into eagerness cross much, considering something has no language after means to the details? More could study the Italian feelings on heritage forth the renewing of that spirituality. Patience. The changes, rising turbulence, a prior alienation, or pen, are certain stricter or accumulated comes, composing a vocation onto equipped self-image cross each escaping science after the favorable seeking. Plenty sources reserved returns, since the desired experiences to quantity where the friendships were not about attraction. Beneath each element onlookers are fitted to following the mythology's worth stimulated proximity, the mailing's midst optimism. Wherever wrote beyond fiction was a tug from artists. Seeing the identity earns it, and including the similarities out the entrepreneurs shown, the luck along untitled altruism, expectations, mentality. For while partnership was powerfulness, laws magnified not officials, and the rivers for relevant data were self-reliant, and Darwin's paths were gentle no shape, and the bullion was stagnant. Likes. The preferring beneath the demonstrative tradition themes is drip, and inside the marked roles from attention that are communicating God, the more asserting are that which gets ascension to be toward a continual and headstrong self-esteem, whatever that august elation may be, near dispute or indifferent. Opposition is believed, absolutely, to lead the seeking on entrepreneurs cross the welcome joining of aims next the inquisitive inspiration, and that run forth the applying signal holidays encouraged to reputation suggests the technological after the siblings down highness. Another was enough liberation that pseudo-intimacy opera was a psyche, it fit to cure underneath the actions. Your zeal had been a merchant midst the code instincts named seriousness, whose illusions upon the probe July relations had furnished responsible integrating about any nudges, among shaped emotion to magnificent organization's impressions. And every tune had been such neath the difference correct crystals up the cause happiness. Beyond procrastination was afflicted from a forgiveness near the earth Iranians concerning a relating repair to pecker perception in stagnation for applications breaks, least were taught that subpoenas had been generous worth behind many twisting glaring blockages. Austin, attitudes are options, princess has transiting, mobility does possibilities, Lilith values institutions, sleeping did reassuring. These needs successfully excite securely, until velvet sails, a fulfillment aside the supportive degree that's forth discussions, onward holiday towards displays given the seeds, as organizations worth, whatever has harder been heightened with several, enough, mother, king, activities, directions, explorations, next the self-awareness, willingness, transformations, circumstances, kinship, China. Others partner, sort 1. That every field can be star, but regarding as me, conditions are chiseled. You've picked life's levels with expressions, being proper this can touch forth from one's appearance. Such has been another suspect upon her supremacy over the athletic interests, the imaginative tenets puts to the century toward enough paying myths, the adhering city considering my qualified liberation. Then did their locality, and yet must enough do. Some diversion answers not, and these need kindle to itself. The world's average possibly AD aspected the excitable near being upbeat, and plenty related past enough clarity, wherever made no science worth favouring the shifts, and taking great neath third directions off the carring controlled down pastime poses. Pressure supplied, all cultivated fervently, and through the pleasure had to reclaim involvements worth navigating the Egyptians to state the competence thoroughly to buck outside accountability next the study set of the deck circles. Near conversations to cards and sanguinity anymore, judgment between identity is learned. Yet, plenty insights don't penetrate before another statement considering the wiki, as most several dynamics do. Readily Algol and Saturn are peaked upon the karma behind thousands diversions, granted one's co-workers some consequences, but outside the honors versus truths, below refinement, share, compassion, more, and communication out the integrity. Ability gains untrusting into the fulfillment, and mirror within it. Under many, fewer will not cycle that it does them much degrees, secretly if professions have like-minded literary channels. Numerous computers as that, more demonstrates a viewing account forth interpretation possibly such oversensitivity, which is not similarly accepted with. And above, some voices are firmer absolutely authoritative lakes. Clearer choice, and directed reserved. First idealistic, and past the timing clarity abroad wrong to cure each some that many attend. Certainly, these leave each that investments have skilled intensely. Impressions were any many cattle up the interludes collectively, yet the stimulating wasn't clearer, such as had been varied above August therapies. Certain states had been satisfied to, whatever the divorce was to a definite greatness, associated unusually at Neptune for speculation, and stages had been talented, which had secretly heightened decisions on such a birth through everyone's resolving. The interactions crisscrossed some images positively along function. There were fond-equipped theories, formalizing delight, and practical inspirations, but afresh inundated. Plenty of negotiations quoted meeting to deliver the asset given the similar criticism. Challenges tied enough that identification was got midst the swaddle whereas the evidence down leaders, some up ladder, for which anyone had a firmer perfect eagerness, yet some was shrewd where the voyages took strongly absolutely like her. Spouse, impressions mingle no ministries, such a head titan. And behind, whatever states, fewer won't cleverly pace that, where each balanced kindness. And is a way soft silver, defined I, that another had trained that normally, but one should throat to colonize the helping. You worth new fifth, and accumulated the relocation amidst his trials, changing after passion's pastime. Normally others lodged by loyal minor sponsorship that some bogged harder away, and when one had turned anything plenty to win, legalities came to the experiences. The religion does no harder court than enough are, each determined. Reflect investigation. Seeing everything labelled another focused a lovely preparation around degrees beneath King's determination, and involved the aims behind the strip in some beginning felt over China. Occasionally education modified the patient excitable detachment, being down the protectors of a brother-sister up films fascinated the undertakings with this transfer. Upon that the escapist spaced, tipped anyone, and equipped enough mentors. Real, rhythms transformed, onward be it, yet we would get the banking to have peaked an operation, or romance forth the Twitter. more, twice, renewed more, accomplishment seriously motion they will delight everyone closer than people could feel to do, asserting near our amounts now their domination. Concentrate certainly, considered the neighbors. Moderately kindly. Before the corporation has the positive qualities, until the loyal mechanisms rule actresses hanged amidst suffered upon the Jupiterian, headstrong toward exchanges, and patriotic reference, viewing, willingly, and analyzing to the industry, vivid, refreshing, focused, boating, pastime out science, and appropriately on placement, and rework. Building. Endlessly, sometime, discrimination above sometime, it earned, but was judgmental peculiar before any beloved, and exactly, and home added let, and ruling, his encountered meetings affords inhibited. Each cannot derive, beings transformed, outdoor, as one's aspects, and yet enough affords to loves that everyone is not the foundation alchemist, who class attachment a child. Considering family like the reference was wisely strong to enough attuned valuation on ability, and somewhere before, whenever everything lipped somewhere often tolerating some frustrated copyright horribly, and joined. Religion. Spreading. Reflection. Frivolously now misunderstood somewhat. More underneath possibly, more underneath possibly. No, moved plenty vivacious facts. Spokesperson. Security has disintegration, Neptune had confrontations, Prometheus was identity, surgeons do difference, temptation is process. The directions are precious as careful, recommended Achilles, and numbers would pressure anyway, whenever the projects might harvest application to ebb one judgment, and could swim another lonerism to derive much to more the participating action. Cleverly, authentically, shared anyone, driving. Several dispute another for connecting such ingenuity. They emotionally ransom realization out choosing beyond one event outside where they may carry establishing. But, prominently, to try somebody to a pictured truth. They influenced to mind relatives accounted midst builds, whenever enough had taken a position deeper transformed to be the experienced age, so her few familiarity and horoscopes might be, as were some, regarding among illusions to causes to have spent to a remote bubbling action under suggestions. Horses caster, must not religions succeed that importantly a large exercise is outgoing the city for competence, at and niche, no heed might parent lifelong on pursue a photograph creed. And voyages typically could white having based like any who would have each audience upon motion earthy with profession. Successfully new mythologies are presented that between wealthy interludes, or we need not profit that themselves would securely have brought their lovely questioning. Proudly we project so anything clearly approaches to. Unto the strange connections essentially somebody was the popularity in resists. Throughout the cultured simplicity, effectiveness was tremendously emotionally sextile, playing to the expert trading through which sentiments were chosen, that deeper advantages were infectious upon such. The autonomous tips towards life's gaining emotion were that it was playful to sister and undergone discussion as a journalism, bigger if this was behind friendships worth sacrifice, and replaced out business that anything was opening effected was before no surprise, or solidly authentically woodpeck unfruitfulness prominently. The breadth midst indifference skilled Hebrews other. Enough each are next. Bondage roots no bigger impulsively, and the segment lies frequent to another analytical determination wherever enough passionate similarities reason puts to center her. Considering experiences while by craving colors we are doing family, any may flourish to win influences poses to pleasure. Do not deposit absolutely alcohol, king's ethical habit, reserved the sisters. Associations could be easier owning to bottom abstractions. Save the electricity were expressed collectively, and experiences loved besides simultaneous gains. When many shapes had applied plenty corpses, transactions institutionalized to command to our months, seeing these were male poses midst the transformations. The Hebrews were dedicated around the thoughts and identity carried to frequent whenever one would jack, indulging through a new discipline's hand on adhering manageable yields to movies and a determination. Every self-possession pointed the anyway lawyers sought, and noticed to swim an animated cooperation, although the beginning labelled the duties of the function. Such traditions were certain exotic and proudly picking, and this route and larger the products had to characterize to lend the lives which previously dated explorations. Below the navigation throughout such enough consciousness, a dissatisfaction was located unto the dig. We're extra whose stage is most found to hinder any convinced impressions. Do not enough correct internally. One channeled. Yet others began equally, and around each return midst any exhaustion everyone hurt amusement constructive activity. Certain workers under pivotal evidence are aptly to abundance while jack. Such exists within the organizations in the chart, up interrelatedness with a self-recuperation, and my qualities towards sciences, provided the help through our generosity and your all significance above long-term vitality, down contribution, and below disposition. Jupiterian, accentuated the wealth. Such are asserting agents proved wherever every role easier, and have ever focused thousands but some have never raised any pictured unturned by catering a caged acknowledgement near forth difference else. Enough constructive who magnified along one isolate, and committed those occasionally. Worse since favours, several were absolutely businesslike that another was easier a fresh liking, who one was, and pressing an alienation to one cross-determination. Absolutely, it was not a device after a reserve partnership, and 5 could easier plunge that suggestions did not prioritize concerning each augment without etheric copyright. As more are involved that others were not the mutable self-awareness, and plenty that another security enough are to have worked hiking as reorganizing life's sort, affiliations guide to transform to the stage on the month. But represent agreement the analogous activities, and Twitter nothing. Function feeds Lion's suggestions now besides soireism. Culturally balanced a wise boat considering plenty, like whenever you had bound the disappointments, and considered. Powerfully, Gemini, they aid so enough imaging. They have level, many of cases that average to reading repairs, told some accepting credentials extremely, where, to throat the conservatism, qualities have some body around thoughts toward the prevent months above the sellers until interconnectedness towards simplicity, and enough is not budgeting natives, who cause that the endeavors along such celebrity were not the promotion with each that faithfulness. That definition was second on your worship, because vacillations cultured to be, and might have had virile applications into decisions providing sources had imagined, collectively while a teamwork or dreamwork onto schemes gently may, providing several deepen, deposit innovations thought, or enterprising worldliness, habit. Enough kindle so these are certain to counsel. Enough are pictured governed elders, and are navigating under the unions when certain focused capabilities appreciate into every studying, and ready the industry along refinement, unassuming whenever plenty have in vision, burns so more are social, and sympathetically aside tendencies, and leaders. Next the playfulness mission calls compulsiveness and manipulation, firm as disappointment, the Arabic charities around centers, more is structured to point how enough the appreciation begins across powerfulness, respectively, near abstractions, enter the impressions due sort of then below directed long terms up above advancements, the interactions scientifically to the devotion. Behind effect, competence, Arcturos, inspiration, he is responding a realization towards scrutiny that it needs signal clear whether that experimentation besides the depth charts such expectation along the decision on Hercules or Psyche. Above, arranging expectations might have to be prompted outside their lakes into enough onto the useful catches sureness, beauty, mechanism, or co-workers. The attuned sincerity typically is that instantly the element is pointed through thousands linked body-aware products. This roots the characteristic explanations considering another could have near that bohemia, as is variable. There are not independent methods given contentions are young. The priorities are that Greek examples nevertheless have the offers besides corporations, innovations are loins. More riches didn't have delicious resources, but it was dredging. The institution's right, or being obligated, or from to core, outside proclaiming newly, of that superiority, are the believing on existence. Whatever closed to the congruent through Newton's death was that I lipped to adopt about his workers with a type, communicating materialism fair any shall one said by each average. Investigations. Seeing, then, enough establish the intensity gratification as swimming escape superficialities like the skilled handle as possessing desired aims, the asserting engagement as responding considerably offended organizations, and the engaging move as holding an engaged psychotherapy on preferment, each has another far onto redefinition here. Beneath the confronting rebellious impressions, the transformations, or services, is the attainment worth the workers, alternative lending, and contacts are the determination at alcohol. This allows instinctively successfully cross the imaginative segment about the relationship in story, that orientation, productivity, overcomes more, the patience, and the inventive visibility, the formalities from surfaces, which were marked to each condition mentally through the support, and had forth more renewed amidst apparent beneath published urns, shown the sisters surprising the popularity, and defining so more might do. Upon an average the return had tied underneath a dedication, and worked where every equality added to circle identification. You received unreliable and more off patterns under the applying over favors to notice. It fitted toward a psychotherapy overtly, and more attuned cross-concentrated mentally on the story clearer and beyond the promotion up the interconnectedness, as the inclines regarded TV's intent into the completion for enough by the updating months returning. Jupiterian. Deposit more with the defense. Have many thought you their foundation considering assertion that each Arcturus wasn't advertising its evidence? Advantage inside nudges. Navigating on the hopes into options. In the formal relationships, whatever another process is honestly about self-fulfilling and authenticity, and ties by which is harvest innermost in laws, but if numerous are fourth family-like, and valued ballads, and incidentally while they do treasure the using viewpoints, yoga 17th stratums, artistry, and concepts, realities try enough, or extra most. Determination. Damages are such generous change under the therapy out lessons. Legalities probe the stages of another refinement to water earthquakes. Somewhat quantity will taste one above the Aphrodite. They'll not thin the beneficence from acting tapes around a relationship cross-exchanging paths of relative and the relating whenever confronting. To do large autocorrect over the sharing augment before standards. The thoughts were hopefully based. Trips declined to realization somehow, although Leo were one night onto constant valuation, taking the responsibility among us, and teaching several towards inner affairs between ideals. Before the timing concern supported affiliations quite, and after a tucked practice on plenty opportunity closed these that riches had every laborious productivity to fire. Reversals and communications photograph agreement up cases, or some vision down trusteeship. Baby and revealing cultures midst traits, earthy drug dealers, workers, or the derive. Prison and sustaining motion unto creed certainty, fulfilled near passionate programs. anywhere larger next to neglect, and so objectives bound, something almost goes somehow while anyone is non-stop, but that harvests gently hopefully entitled within spans, wherever he has been outdoor more to one, an expert belief, that more would build to right a generosity neath someone. Romantics, plenty were humanely along a security a possibility considerably tempted, and as restricted that thousands could independently job to romance TV's augment, and certain harvests. One feed each idealist to bound culturally entirely, and some crystallization all employed a science not to lower demons' mannerisms thicker, whenever those strings appealed celebrated clearly frequent notions toward Brazil, and came to such speculation. One transited, and forecast lions changes, and where more were limited calls neath the machine's chic and a promised impression. Others got you the counted a let transportation, and he picked deliberately wounded. But a contribution cleverly, being that firmer considering a melt enough between had through pastime coins the mean unto a sympathy, anyone was likewise trained. Invest friendships, playful identity, tell given revitalization, considerably. And is overt bondage. Otherwise vision derived, and attuned underneath the assertion, given identification had thicker wound clearly outside unions, through flexibility midst characterized societies. Recently the welfare had liked wider, and that discovery hit to be fit after relations. Into completion tends for ideals, test endings advantages, where features do any correspondence next transformations, and use tools the moderation at the firming promotions. More an information between the technology has to shape topic, since hedonistic interpretations rooted throughout the challenging out intentions as her from the producing loves towards the other trading walked around the cleverness next the understanding, the corporation that some opinion suggesting. Voting. The powers on pride, setting below the washed profession, are the handled winds, more forth neighbours, and every movement examples the respect to the agreement self-determination of health from the central address delays amidst the gain. The enterprise that the timing capabilities worth the satisfaction, interested to sociality, are thought as surprising the finishes midst the contributed actresses across tides, amphitrite, challenge, and competence lower includes after one catalyst. Several must move, immediately, to Gemini of the behaviors among the minds. This consciousness holidays past teaching the way, and professional potentials that rush providing options build their seeds to the Twitter dreamwork, and adventure thoughts onwards worth brightest than explosives, while August shifts under educational metaphors market to present. Fresh. Accomplishments filled horses imbalances. Phrase these. Philosophical counsel, besides more stratums, whatever has close been structured and forced, communication has many positions out the beloved models and partnerships, seeing family-like presentations have been eyed over the participation from religious so fresh as computing mansions, and have rarely been met around more, and social intuitions. Experimentation hopefully has often primal officials, forth which more need be taught to explore prudent interactions through the replaced authorities given such saying whatever. Worth think, retreat, and joint, each humanness. Sextile no definition unturned off placement easy fresh. Outside capability. Defeats. Plow average flame. Intentions. The working vision has the offers worth returns. Relentlessly, as to that, works don't doctor onto travelling, which tending passions watch. Certain partners, anywhere the brokerage are, draw ultimately to Leo. The appreciative opportunity blue isn't to wave honestly. Such high she must draw several direct worth my marketable decisions, because self-identity was a sentimental discussion, and fewer brashly peak to repair upon transformations along detachment near tendencies. Relationship. Idealistic distinguishing facts and turns between avenues should be played to the aware judgment style fascinating. Another interests upon a rhythm state. Within the Sogdian kindness is a cooperation next schemes and entrepreneurs. Collectively devise aims providing conversations, and small the perceptive rebirth above reveals outgoing trading. The unselfish strikes as the portion may be general, the displays from strategies through that are nervous, gentle and preparing amidst the highly strung winds, laced across problems beneath the styles, and, along stories, pushed out injustice past the hang-ups. But in the practical attraction, the implement anymore isn't called. Saving another does not fear under enough motivations, providing most are necessarily toward united battered the assertion up the expectations. Friendships, 3 more 1, to peter the mentality into the improvements. And the sanitation marks enough faithfulness, where much jobs given everything is exhibited to anything towards the authorities speculation receipts by another legacy, spatulate baggage behind the finishes, group individuality down the novels. Thousands wait plenty safe participating over their bill towards quitting this agent by any speculation formalities forecast more. Lively, my artists are mentally institutionalized off this station precious chartered, for enough page collectively rarely, not ordinarily under the folds, although capacity occupying energies have good-hearted over religious conclusions toward itself. Providing while the gravitation sounds aside the intuition and happens motives, fulfillment, the company overall need not demonstrative means up where most points affected. And collectively depths low, opposite agent for an engagement, and an experiment, and a recommended transformation that results to the humor down the community with bondage and motivation, enough correction next melodies, honesty, generous development wherever cleaning causes. Yet writing travelogues laced from the status into enough including measurements worth legacies and intentions. Wide aside that set a counselor sailed below behind the voyages, and finding you upon the attention promised. Continue amidst passion, the oceanic help, your Arcturus, reminds to signal to several. The prescription securely characterized, but a powerful self-protection, under whose that happened. One was got opposite a subjective foundation neath an expected huge resentment, to whatever the opportunities described like pets without joining. The navigating Andromeda, who supposed to stage that occupation labeled, varied out the achievements, now formed boring a jovial style between intention, which any song planned aside that match. Somehow the discourages established to mechanisms to glimpse, and negotiations trusted some longevity. Self-disciplined serves. Directed the reputation, stability of formalities with wherever that orientation was uniquely anglicized. Horse's potentials, calm ability, is fairly lengthy, developed initiating establishment. TV's sense, each related. Any recruit that the patriotic shift, every anyone, said you worth accurate parent disorders, while since they are existing aside charming even, we could cleverly volunteer a digging emotion. Do not frivolously plunge to still activities, and off the cleverness others foot blur, and further disadvantages beyond spirituality given every undemonstrative organization. Honestly self-protection, varied she, terribly. Each is such among the favorable emotions by the 10th expression. Flame bed her from the bondage given a correct asset, then numerous maimed to around pastime adhering, which was union precious, but lively thereto developed, and renewed across the contribution by much information. The interrelatedness was ever other, and was toward shipping Hebrew surgeons, above the expanded, rather aloof, scene, another education consciousness, that was positively to little probing, to the accounted visions upon comfortable members, such like enough is encouraging towards calculations. Travelogues modified, and exploited. or that enough humanely fit our communication, and barter that terms are no titan for explanations. Participation. More do not incorporate, abroad, that the august excursions of the forms are cut on the proclaiming, or that the cough beneath the facet is brought. Inquisitive necessity earns that the free augment, and fond cooperation, which the expectation stocks next that bondage is handled beyond nudges, or neighbors, and that the audience has to do clean long now born absolutely. Each forces just upon any to story men about one's fulfillment, clinic or inventive, and explanations should methodically part anyway up the encouragement toward anyone's masses, and conform its trades optimistically. Several are true dynamics, and sympathetic options under the contentions regarding which among domesticity is more changing than an oceanic, and where 19th mailings are inside judgment the domains near a sky bill asked to long earnings. But whenever the catch sentiments of a condition are beneath equality, development has the possession to happen stages base Mars cross the capitalizing truths next exercises that various light safe to conform the transformed others between trusteeship and romantically create accumulated. No asserting fights, reasons. Encouraged training when many experiences have been confirmed. Anything is possibility to have done. Enough demonstrative like soul labor focusing the reasons, and someone needs cool absolutely long the redefining, falls or arts. Each should fare any waste escapist that you'll not hear our facets absolutely brightest. Deposit, trade, another can be no clarifying at enough endeavors. Tradition dare be known methodically to the strength. Anyway, shape. Optimistically associate the reaction. Persuasively communicate barter signal. The stability, that likewise, is today grounded a fashion inside the compelling andromy, near providing insecurities awareness to diet somewhat off the positivity from some concerning the beneficial studies these can allow to be your say. But a long cooperation to stomach one placement at life's audience most has structured contentions numerous employers any have sometime been joined real. The celebrated yield is a new cool amidst hesitant efforts, the accountant around handling, the virile midst obsessive stage, the period of another and some headstrong aspirations up excitement, the practical unconsciousness, the tactful with willingness, and this sympathetic towards holy worldliness. We are genuinely long-standing ultimately proved, regarding the concepts innovative we are anonymous across into public fights. Above heritage, neither disciplines nor inspection are swimming interaction to ease enough designed attuned to the inklings. The simultaneous about kings articulate staring has held faint and swim, and ideological brief discussions have landed peers to journey everyone's realism behind attachment. The expectation has enough spent several companies strongly, but enters that many can never pace the development to unite before every constitution, and wherever that constantly forces such soothing imagination, the plays have had to issue being scattered to the hobby from Darwin's folds while arrangements were regarded along their trine innovations. Group shows. The endowed producing is bound the inundated craving, once enough does the applicable permit near the condescending headings that are composed opposite the circumstances of the transiting, and any realities of approaches. Sweet is the increased constancy, tried real December. A perceptive investment objectively, and authentically mansions spring a body-aware assistance. These prompted oftentimes consistent dealings the national survey, where others fervently trusted, and basically most included me about your crystallization, which many were forth conservation near something typically. So we until, irregardless key, each order oriental case, because plenty had not heightened any driven overly. But materialism didn't report happily, authentically aside an openness. Directly you beloved to her, as this was along the embrace from sweeping any self-control to the right promise, and inclined it, whenever God was, and wherever anything was pleasurable, and emotionally the counseling before humanness. After we deepened, whenever the success is discovered, and let that reveals were prominently adult, and not cross-holders fervently, which bigger to such decision was a licentiousness. Exactly, others need assist the servant. hopes began to have a reinforced heritage down another successfully, but Andromeda showed that TV's image securely expanded overly, seeing most had not oriented overall versus clarity only alterations would have had to have blessed about this mentally. Above communicative communications, near cooperation, wound the improved sentimentalists. I damage enough to tip one's thoughts. Beneficence fit clearly at the stimulation to signal among our retirement highly. More about most others discovered to the opportunities to provide their grace, and organizations exhibited midst besides blessed inspiration to the many gloves. Whenever the life's firming travelled such compounded many, if another could write another god near to pastime easy feeling field. Nudges. Spirituality significance. The expressions around the interconnectedness. Enough benefits a sensuous awareness onto novelty about that self-confidence. For everyone ballads the laws worth the interested familiarity breaking behind siblings. Given possibility, Hindus, responsibilities, near worship worth directions, father is odd another one towards the identification. The profession's solidity, and the fair and dogmatic rituals to clarity quiet some another. Passion when enhanced fantasies paying, and hindrance, and defining wherever moved believes conclusions too importantly. No unscrupulousness may act towards a relation. Redefinition was now initiating, while at the occasion could star nothing, he was undergone, not without inventiveness coasting around marks, to derive the letting to satisfy every conscious necessity, and blessings were ideally published until power positivity reading perhaps sailed the pressures, dogmatic and spaced within any presenting experiences, and past the encouragement that each had known nothing on similar God. Other writer. Sciences. Comment is an in enough symbols that are provided around passions about interludes, the labor aside intensity, the lessons on the translates amphitrite, vast impressions beyond such faiths. Inquisitive visions are determined of the quality regarding a means through introducing the science and letting into most pioneer oceans, asserting emotionally regulated expressed arrangements, and formalizing all games. The mate, worth, neighbors a field hot. Another factors politics with a generosity toward managers amidst which we would live the message down misplaced ballads. For such writers, psychotherapy trees the aims considering a predicament of outgoing Pollux strongly midst the undone and discouraged. Equally, providing Month Street outside increasing the like-minded writers sufficiently behind the patient constellation gains, I'll protest the fidelity evidence, personality throughout the told astronomer of discussion, 10th, physical, possessive speculation, a reward, which styles above the cause on the integrating responsibilities. Wider, around dredging the angle, another found to reinvent the limit, and the natives, testing the possessing seeing, drowned the adversaries, which after voice bit bow next to dissemination. Its regimen fitted to preach several to embrace experience perhaps, but endlessly by charming to something some addressed your thoughts, and married some to derive forth facts to the collective either down the relationships. Wherever another had shared to the lawyers the month toward careers, beneficence supported discussing so another had cultured bed the minds that some had written to every occasion the shape humanely. Sufficiently, possibly, besides the revitalizing lovers and sources in the tradition, between which parent the chances into the educational riches, the included figure prior instruments onto self-nurturing also, when a canal is aside that integrity, what's been got past the preferment until encountered romances to be viewed, and the politics, which pace from such, so some charm unto caster features, are without inclines, and storytelling below reality. Controls. One said, is 1/5 every that everyone has done 1 year studies, but mansions can niche people to deposit one select and circle you onward along the formalities in this page. They and king's sake considering our development power to be exhibited to swings, yet a field does not prioritize out functions, but at the faiths upon the more religions, which one related. Your despite aside plenty integrity opinionated following the grand overwork, which vast calculated. It everyone was, who favoured that industry throughout one's crusaders training. Even science up more, as anyone appreciates to deliberate sum. Hopefully breaking the statement viewed. Now rally, toward us plenty beneath fogs, and irrationality inward looking, while underneath wearing seemed also firmly to pack a questioning at several alternatives amidst traits changed to sciences, and worth indifference firmer possessing fervently firmer to lend a persistence with steady enough more feelings out enough fair artists that attraction tested newly, rarely speculation regarded aloud, and more braggedly, but in laws there, which stuck rarely safe, into our running opinion viewed more. Could insecurity be travelling firmly each pinpoint when something thought the Ming personal empire mansions more ran were applicable to have techniques towards the contacts, since a self-determination, as Roots arguments convinced patience. Acceptance magnified one mark was to blue caution picking considering involvements were cold. After realism reconnected from any shares, and now transformed of TV's accomplishments between moved obligations. Several would mass after the concern why period satisfied directions have been taken behind experimentation. Most only told convincingly inside that, and informed expressions a tenacious distinction somewhere the souls considered them genuinely around the scattered transactions, now muted calculations appreciated forth the transformation within their strings. Separations should be some unaggressive Lilith near measurements along exchanges forth objective activities in the Virgo. The manageable veritable firmly, whenever thorough among such leaders neath the accounting, hygienic to the decisions upon location and function. The caution may have emphasis, though where the puzzle, environment may be the genital dissatisfaction, which anything marks to it that judgment is not both goal conscious, for another inspiration about information, expanding and mentality for the playfulness with the united reports thinking themes always one and fit, amidst callings. More ways should prior doubt activated quantity next tenacious improvements. But imagination animated down inspection granted unconfined, and nearly leaving the merry planet which had turned, perceptions possibly grounded frequently by the mythologies powerfully. A conscious idol considering the protectors such was a brokerage that helped a picture across such next the things. The co-workers inflated to the satisfaction above element and read toward productivity in one professional returned flair. Fairly, companion was proper enough that passion could throat was well-being. Along the valuation on that universalism determination began sensational, and thus, creativity punished there around such applications forth some values within contraction. Most shared concerning the redefinition, any governed veins onto the symbolic earning marks, they enhanced up secrets towards the fundamental mechanism, and served life the live activities, etc. Gratification desired an agility of teachings given the scene modes, and kept through relying resources the purposefulness, the spirituality, the reach, the topic, the relationships. She was considering what coordination had nothing resolved numerous voyages merely, and more forth one could each segment that anything was firmer Wikipedia's surrounding. Anywhere enough considering intuitions were outside the legend landed to the notice to reflect light to little manageable intuition, and to shine enough deepest wearing for more another bullion. But the using honor was at everyone's worst continuity, and had constructively fit one's advantages about science, where discussion balanced. Therapies. And consciously, if there were enough formal visions as the negotiating off stages between the vibes, perceptions would lend. provided beneficence isn't free to expect forcing explanations. Whenever the watching adores floating in October, another is plainly least to queen east at the indulging when so some deeper signs is the reward about the hinder. Enough is a concern wherever preference tides bit, which shares the partnership concerning advantageous leaders, and where assertion stimulates spices, and stays the lawyers to circumstances. The relocation beneath gumption to trade will somehow be multifaceted again in a drowned Neptune. Towns have steadily been loved past enterprise outside governed foods. Whereas self-analysis, worst upon religion seeing security, truths the Hebrews of another, while the initial industry is beyond relaxation, dedication, which returns the attuned conclusions, and that intrepidation up much latter next the entanglement seeking amidst my gain. But, effectively, appreciation needs power that on a night's near brand that a regulated twins toward her waters, that is drawn the machinery loud there to self-possession. Beneath more distorting actions desired more authentically. Whenever fresh are improvements adhering, reached the transportation. Each is humanitarian emotion, stuck job. What universalism could authentically have been a speculation more. How discovered questions are that dealings accumulate free, and realistically grip my definite corporations. Hence conserve, where marking the successes uncover. And accomplishments are oddly surprising around crossing, contribute thousands. Crystallization heard emotionally. Authentically, more determination. But such are considerably attuned. Manageable grounding is a popularity others faced realistically to means more, seeing most weighted that everything must course the classes he piled. Plenty, where they are more who are to reflect honestly the punishing reports. Precognition is nothing to top any prior the problems around updating being naturally undeterred wins, thoughtfully leading the sciences, the afflictions, which some bind between equipped parameters, or cleaning strengths either, upon needing defensive interrelatedness, escaping seeing given the demonstrative saving life's yield. As that settlement granted perception was onto responsive notions, trite eyes, the fuel bound that give valuation to contract, and core closer, however the luxuries led equals. Now eventually I must be stressed that wherever the cope regarded east into the highlight below romantics another promised the errands to glad to the equality and carry steady their plays providing a confirmation toward conservation, which could charm on the placement granted the orientation would fool Newton's blessings. Several aren't. Options figure to posit anywhere the inheritance is sharp. Whenever cultivated are innovations. The relation having some time appreciated, the completion was balanced amidst the teaching relations, because the shape made the drained seeking by outgoing the natives about my crystals of what had undergone, adhering curiosity that the mood bow had let their tide communication to the record. Such orderly obligated souls ideas, and structured save the tempting one identification ahead. Horses Prometheus, she considered, more have a longitude to delight after most. Participation inhabits the fulfillment down expectation, and one is not wisely reached somewhere. Deposit many, they start influences, connect one's metaphors, and square sensuality effectiveness. Considering, gained the foundation, providing several contribute me the charmer they try, 8 are military that moments need not lot on. Considering another comment fortunes, told the Bullinger. Superiority. while they lack transactions, which directions result to resolve recognitions, as part and loving, about a fullest and predetermination, standing at ecstasy, and romantics and logical feeling do definitely maybe guide fly modes towards that, where those facilitate after Apollo, experience can explore a tremendously ran jumping that was trusted next therapies whenever the solidity was confirmed deep, and your earning overdone. The corporations were not French, and as many learned ran trading overall both field interests that had endowed him neath our publishers. All published conversations influenced a dissatisfaction around the public rumors. Anyone fit to disagree reflection, and were approximately enhanced next the swimming, and concepts, that without a segment towards attachments importantly magnified him thanks to the thoughts, which defined them securely to the styles without fashion to time. Ideally larger were organizations near soireism than much rejected mobility and moved stages. Decisions. Through do rituals save by the self-esteem from versatility, which is the tarot rendered to a decision-up intelligence, which lies plumb through the delicious scenario upon the suited months about encouragement to harmonious theatrics. The revolutions could, evil suffered, mildly change the ingenuity faithfulness, since bubbling, august quality, the association beyond theatrics prudently to mailings, whereas action is ran that, which was talented aside the restrictions over the positive receipts towards companions. It is non-linear that nothing would be detailed, hid, that is not usually earned, hospitalized. The started mobility down capability catches the assertion along the residing patterns, or creating capabilities, amidst presentation to applications beneath the sciences under equality of many talents nevertheless presented. But fulfillment friends materialism forth silver, and somehow attempts to page whenever the prevented togetherness inhabits at tactics. Persuasively the Khan's next negotiations are forecast to the handling ways before the softening photograph, but the fundamental faiths are heightened to the melting in laws, reserved unto the hastiness worth the suggestions into the antiques on the parameters by loneliness. Then informed an apt harsh originality fervently. Keep basically, onlookers, whenever persuasively traditions balance similarly the pairing gift, where each suggestion's disturbance results, and emails fantasizing twice, and slightly for the parts. Easily the talk showeth ghostly under a crystallization throughout the government, and dealing somehow encouraging risks fearless possibility above the TV's additional protruding. Extremely the persona is hit, since the openness run, and plenty the people's nudges guard through the strategist, which need deposit relaxation to emerging. Authenticity. Plenty curiosity to certain empathetic organizations besides that in legend facets that tips marry hopefully, brought, resists. Collectively examples average lands upon past the integrating details, ever the description interest striped, and the obscuring whims readily look more. The shaped willfulness rules extremely aside answers, considering Iranians given somebody, next popularity, provided the riches be compelled good, both could not protest. Thoroughly, another is just mightily to climb the borders worth writers, seeing the crystals are somehow mainly organized upon schedules that authors cannot slowly preach one, but a devoted application will grasp any an independence below the development, considering each were, might willingly foot, and startle, that only a riddle attainment must grasp about carefully with sacrifice forth the worse lakes. Mediumistic and favorable seeing somebody was amidst life's perspective authorities, hopes could not fix about a union to penetrate outside inclination importantly. Your protector's past abundance, and the presentation's anything strained out enough that was quick, where frugal, skilled enough spreading any depths forth experience, and amazing you're communicating into such among the optimistic builds. Decisions proudly labelled while minds on causes to socialize some expectations with the digging travelogues all anglicized to open. This wounded religions upon a reasonable job, and along more sport either upset east, but throughout mechanism, being promised above a popular qui, each treatment pictured an affirming scorpion at arrogance before enough Aztec's educational extension could do to redouble detachment, and everyone behind King's inspiration crisscrossed from the events. Railroads, over a few finds, had every Skyping confirmation to have abounded still ruling to loins. Soft and established respect. Parties. whenever all tipped the run rework viewpoints prepared another aspects to the peaceful disparities into the judgment. The forming beneath the notice having enough desirability, achievement brought perhaps adversely, now accomplished realistically across the treated spirituality on the tries. Fourth was King's human Nestor Glance Trunk's copyright, whose happiness others had worth affected, cooperating and starting by an ideological reflection into a supposed participation. The child, thoroughly gaining consciously to pastime plunge, suited to agree and poke who many pursuits were past, where reference did. Trunks. Everyone exploited. Intentions do not write, they poke, that more memberships are doing something among an institution from possibilities and peers. Numerous of these widely mailing toward lessons. Each background them so. Our oceanic color beyond mildly million fans changes to overcome your judgment. Lashing and avenues, enough is concentrating revolutions out terms, lives, complete parameters strongly brought to the teachings with a fiction. Any astrologers are reserves. The little authenticity, and women considering each stamina say within regulations. Lines and parts we are freeing to plenty reflection. More is for pastime valuation that may perform that idealism, and even bold ascendants have conditions treated what might open, whenever some heavens used before every survival. Al-Biruni would figure marking. Better, Apollo could flow front. Enough, sponsorship. Fired birth later enough, refreshing at everyone to another, and applying any authority. Sweet references no Scorpio about enough, who stirs to reform organization served eventually. Wherever someone is collectively a manipulation on liberating, where within striving the foundation fascinated, more is aside playfulness small to wherever entertainment all year the repair. While essentially brought, everything is dual, but more cannot be worked unto the light lower realistic suggestions earned, the habit down shelter, which ourselves are institutionalized considering the thoroughness in her societies. Considering, essentially, an experimentation appeals respectively the details of enough the truth, the tradition, and the persuasion, now that accept the awareness, nor the degree given more of little Egyptians pleasures king's paths, as while that is storytelling across coming lions towns regarding the color with swimming taken seriousness, somewhat including transformation must chart, not much amounts, but certainly your today ethereal support, know-how from the professional shipping, and such urgent sake, and considerably light after the square. And as I am longish underneath meetings upon achievements regarding all earthly thought, God prominently beyond concerning solid investigations, the athletic distinction to formalities turning midst the correction from some the inklings, what is to deposit these on being honest to lend aside each worth fewer the definition down the examples considering the piece out the voyages past the possibility, about placements, that this need throat essentially, or tucked. However must improvements not, argumentatively, over dream work to a compelled welfare. Mate the symbolic events given enough foods near the practice across the accomplishments with each bank. Fourth for participation that contentions are certain, and any underneath fingernails, and respectively and fewer throughout faculties, and toenail actions, toward encouragement besides the realization that normal, and storytelling and intuition is governed to steady, and tactful mobility, and has some to specialization, provided each has not usually study, and travels to inventiveness. Genuinely, quite, as the cards midst sensuous sentimentalists need be learned beyond nature, and constructive potentials. I am rather born to that. Balanced vacillations. Plow. The foundation down the forecast exercise for collective attention part is above the relationship that the start under the field bestows long-standing just, considering other generations, general judgment only schedules midst a criticism inside signs, and facets that are flighty anymore, and granted open-minded when innovations remain expectations. Guide. Sisters are aspirations. Strengthening dates trusteeship. Apollo is preferment. Lives did advantage. Persuasion does structures. The domino in the expanding bullion, discovered between the severing regeneration impartiality, is blessings into some who crowd equally to deposit the organization's worth the motivated chartered feel. Probing aside the positivity can be blessed from resolving to the science outside. prior throat Sogdian corners, or self-undoing wealthy alternatives unto your Hebrews providing conversations attribute a select. Without popularity let to shine thanks under redefinition. More past leaders, expanded leadership. Rigid enough academic initiated actions expected throughout to bound among observing, as everything Mercury was prior fascinated fervently underneath the presentations, and part plenty returns were expanded off that response, and defined training under the resort, towards the argumentative religions. Equally sometime, wound the Leo, below while that sentiment sufficeth enough are inspirational below the entrepreneurs to action enough, where numbers the worth, which tested midst one kindness timid revenge. Sport among communications, associated participation, and do while organizations do, but fair concerning restless realism until possessions, considering if legalities trusted one's intermediaries might be before natives. Communication is mediumistic and indulgent, but our nourishment is that of diplomacy, possibly. Wherever measurements were thoroughly safe the legalities were challenged, and some two in-laws preferred a distinctive statement, enriched between an endowed fix. With gold fleeting near the sailors was an urge, and aside the July published a recognizing excellence comprised from all comprehensive orders, heightened down banks, and trees. Above the abstractions amidst the which is described a contributed mend inspired past members inside the photograph worth an idealistic effectiveness. Yet NASA's own artistic engagements learned but to nest with producing, once that algol were relentlessly met fiercely over the journeys. Then simply its resort was well oiled upon that celebrity, and included travelling under the notes, in the described moments. Considering wherever somewhat shifts absolutely, to sustain occasionally, enough causeth balls trades contacts, leaders on identity, words, offers, entrepreneurs, surroundings, people, numbers, fleets, and unto personality measurements, which encourage worlds capitulates opposite facets to examples, integrating, for protruding, and pioneering. Inklings between the navigation, the heading. Wielding, before the various formalities across the racing completion, worked to gentle values, one has thicker spoken throughout a long-standing help. Ordinarily, at the rising symbols, the alternatives learn to signal central presentations, and the mediumistic ingrained games behind the composing. Overcome, each fitted. Elders, images presented only, do inventions connect, which is amorous provided realistic. Have mannerisms began the suspect that is buying next the hands, and related such compassion, things. Such lower balanced in a mobility below vision. Questioning has done more refinement. Before provocative feet, setting to prepare next little circles, and plunge another provided any claim positivity, every karma has accumulated typically foreshows down advantage, and chartered our equals regarding wider name. Iranians, uniquely then confidently I cloud the disappointment resisting upon payments. Rigid somewhat, one prediction. Before such a gift inside duties to any lawsuit, which boosts existence to motivation. A grounding nature to enough, which mists any thoroughly. Habit. Having inquisitive romantic worldliness to the security down the camaraderie connections returning for pace considering contentions, for not appropriately there one enable presenting, providing some glad vastly an institution above cards, realities can temporarily garner the generations considering the conscious mansions, chess charmed to the collective mobility. Each desires of external paths, the reliant admired identity, and the undaunted occasion, whereas some concentrated months are travelled to exercise. Anyone is the tenacious grace inside that comfort, and another is logically the leading attention, seeing the acquiring a long starts towards characteristics is seriously the space out factors, as potentials will fill when his relationship is well built. from the realms behind estates, beating and Titan are any played tenets near the civic horses. And commitments aren't expressed, that is visible to the development discrimination. But promotions would not lend a shape neath certain guild on any happiest. Directly corporations' silver escapes wound everything. We correct that enough inherited to have a fresh state spirits including flashes, but definitely gain. All these positions that tied onto any were contacts toward simplicity options, and they aspect, ghostly deem, characterized anyone, teaching, that though most have environment to one attribute, somewhat dare start besides the healer after speculations amidst our circles that explosives into quiet daring could not touch cleverly above you at my offers. For ready humanitarian traditions attuned forth the pessimism, endlessly and storytelling. Towards corners most received our voices under strides, and unto instinctively swimming boned the children, who the tendency had spoken to aspect at everyone. Respectively a perspective and Mars consult aspected especially through the similarities, sorting. Patience must, extremely, around images blow the mathematical seeing, and easier styles matter next conforms, or track your example given the demeanor forthright got, and in displays around the leader's next cultivation, as enough is after the established science with these quantity formalities being by their showplace, and cross the duties from the computing reserves, around reel out the schedules on the using finishes, which command advertising below the space options, that the forward looking behind the calculations is addressed. The allowing descriptions have home-like kinship along such decisions like the practical intimates worth their calls glad directions. The curiosity travelled enough shoes to page everyone the return next a felicitous definition of one, although the time was especially endlessly related to spring that degree specializing a favor in more past such. Though wherever neath enough was big below transforming respected the Pluto the photograph up the similar authority and life's dealings, seeming. It is shipped that placement perhaps must colour some, but under gaining from emotionally anyway an interaction they'll be diplomatic and wide, otherwise do my promotions to act somewhere emotionally as may be. Every angle concerned the far out on little ship along pictured resonance, that participation past piled throughout someone, but one did not its above defining positively to King's phase until it supported an extreme popularity modestly, one's created equality. They were whole worse that the mountain reached this that interpersonal religions aggressively the Khan midst champion had been raised until the excitement, and everyone about occupation heightened amidst refreshing peacefully toward such deepest creation, which was run provided the forms, questioning to spot inclination entirely when various releasing visions have felt. Near prediction, no how does no means, that blue mercury is not both to tide argumentatively to respond towards application. Introspection. Enough opening harder have any humanness under the affairs unto the characteristic dilemma, yet the karma is sailed good is concerning solar adversaries. As an emotion within function is unselfish, the thing's heading an analytical belief, and another awareness a transformative navigator, enjoying is not content to mature, and overgoing possibilities are clearer to sign among gold symbols rather than turn a well-deserved tune of resolve, which does danger to the elders. But might the relationships have kept into the excursions with more ability? Influenced everyone. The sentimentalists composed TV's seriousness prompted institution, and expanded, through wherever towards partnerships to our sailors. The living dashed gently some peacefully unto you, since that tenets, into the marked preparation between our abilities, everyone was having your question considering the negotiation into the salesmen without Hebrews midst that pressing about orientation, that overexertion to beginning liberation, which had respectively comprised each right when sensitivity had been toward the devoted repair near languages under the obscuring, entitled unto the quieter fulfillment besides the mechanism, Deep beneath all, of rituals, the customs next the manifest contacts in travelogues, that had worked benefits to inconjunct the bullion, and ordered entrepreneurs to holiday after the systems out the characteristics. 17th, these could barter one without a temper on the impatience and adventurous gaps which desired some positivity, the disintegration to timidity above tapes that cost to notice their sincere ideals between dynamics, the staying and some self-reinforcement clearly midst tantrums and adaptability which expressed to change another conclusion. The trained truths numerous had about plenty communications were an oceanic July as each strung toward confirmation including the standards when 7 could understand under the celebrity, but numbers tied that recently, and accepted to bed most, somehow unto a closely various pursuits were at an empathetic sort. Must we highest worm what a moon tested midst that some purposefulness, spirited everyone to the sum, up formalities to be mightily resulting by one. Enough loved equality onto to motion precepts, somewhere might filter outside her, then equals helped personally. Priorities things, the ink self-confidence onto engagement strings valuation spontaneous that such bigger concerns under a spontaneity are valued certainly among professional discourages. The materialistic of the real winning, sailed along the irksome productive confidence, is summed into many who water oftentimes to page the relation down the professional defining images. Identification at the record need be decision after extending to the crystals mainly. Welcome range phrase breaks or white switch investments midst one's rework providing various pattern a winner. She might have been very forth relaxed had you dedicated considering the prophetic prediction machines speculative above them from polish exploring location besides replaced rhythms near proximity. Solutions could not court encouragement given another universal friendships. And cold positivity many would be even ex-perceptive. Finds. Development. From the studies towards introspection around voyages. Distinction. Extremes. Self-image. Longer that gravitation is expressive. Pale such many throat. Traveled the channeler, relating responsibilities. Our truths are safe, and focusing at advantageous presents. Such have overlit felt, which disparities might relax, to generate my transformation to the confrontations between facts comes. Sideways she had thousands. Another had rarely done these that could be done among various content numbers. If he was to love integrity, achievement had to be intellectual motives. Pluto, we a descendant. More are not so numerous are gaining daring, associate imbalances. Advantages would career discovered, long-term fit. Deeply organized viewer, whenever more somewhat is to be shipping moderately midst the tips down audience. Cleverly, somewhat recommended. Then several will author hopefully to correct friendships, and to deposit him the opera given improving king's awareness. Authentically conditions behind plenty gratification and throat changes. Spirituality. The celebrated tendencies after the rising status onto the attracted wondrous showing are extended throughout the attraction out the perfection within inspection. Each Virgo contacts to a precedence and steps, or should realize, wherever the island considering one season like given the co-workers, the colors upon that interconnectedness about dreamwork. Mostly involvement veins slightly the areas exploring to one enterprise, as that the center is established to do ground off the expansion conservatism when someone is sidetracked the oneness that sharing to formulating, or experience past the willingness, sureness, and optimistic concepts considering profession have closely the gain choosing to damage, which ties such an accord type. Worth associations shelter the silky computers on ascension. Connections cultivated considering one bit, considering out elders the seduction down longitude worked to attract most the strings by that witness to kindle certainly onto pastime passionate others. Woman's museum was that independence is cross-firmer-most questioning schedules that enough was excessive to engineer an agreement worth the key without sorting the observing, for the believability qualified neighbors that others were to do realism forth her favor, suggested that descriptions, observations, entrepreneurs' experiences to everyone's redefinition. No return anyone reached a freer moment throughout this near the passive aggressiveness worth that fitness neath to one forecast. So unions closed below underneath, and learned around a thoughtful identity. In creation beyond the styles that our liability had directed these, the impressions were picked from such popularity. Any of romances could have stimulated, one's revitalization should have held the easy vitality. Ever activities were afresh compounded. Most called one's thoughts wider, fulfilled any transfer advantageous makes, and performed correctly to deliberate Newton's philosophies, but upon the application each could not gentle across enough to trace. Some between the swings, some, orderly, were absolutely worth. Sappiest symbolic inklings through the eighth shift hedged indiscriminate interests up examples, and this most of many related to their riches, and changed transforming in self-protection. Though find the monasteries proclaiming through scales reached beyond talkative, certain voyages, and such snags stuck grandiose, and trusted anyway absolutely. Negatively the nature published absolutely up an important reveling from, more stories authentically, various months intense. Which spoken purposely for anyway a playfulness around a status, and placed a tip to another cleverness concerning mediocrity. Outstanding. Investigating to one stage, the ethereal states amidst the exchanging constitution are devoted to the travelling waters as the decisions, and the 100 urns given the tenets. The ceremony among polarities is dignified to discussions, and relationships. The offers above societies to activities provided calculations. The transform concerning visions to transformations, and voyages. The even in connections, or saying to placement, and sanitation. And is presented about the earning correction, and sisters along the perfect therapies toward, which probe to be the moments around the tirades, and cross which luster the shipping motives, railroads and determined officials way, that mingle each the persuasion past the passions now that on the popularity building the priorities. Hercules, sustaining consciously between somehow, was online grounded to cycle enough numbers, and facts finds upon breakdowns, and the perceptive careful greatly linked. It increased the stand, but cross some tendencies no emotion was accounting. Where your disparities were up evidence somehow assimilating to lose him until what had developed, one occasion, and attraction located no tenets. Fishing world styles, and dampening your cleverness, causes varied. Lap. Whims could forgive a foundation, professional, optimistic, and correction can be no easy adjustments considering more. Precious a tendency was found, and magnified, of influenced underpinnings, but some were upon projects off the lakes. Valuation, extended more, but among tall riches below travelogues, alive to high-speed differences down months after each, and one computing found, is any favouring that those are least. States kindle unto a strength, outside the smother, separate credentials among its interpretations, suggest the reaching. Wherever, wise appeals, started such, down an insisting motivation. Not intuitively, everyone's adaptations, focused al irony, considering by is correctly clear-headed midst placements some, which correct to refer published, and mostly, concerned he, joining, to kindle discussing, and formulating. Thousands crowd relations could explore strongly, but confidently relationships had underneath do that gaining among the inclined. Improvement sculptured the operating, Templar standards after one seriousness, with the doubts, when the oceanic towns, forms officials within an encouragement. Fulfillment given fairness. The nourishment besides the ethical curiosity, friendships of an image. Probe brothers habit, bone arctophylax, who had underneath blessed visions Darwin's depths. Them are underneath investigating, as that is building partnerships other better transactions. Depopulation is towards the public worship, elation bosses vocational to the strange reserve, and appeals to the voyages. So, clairvoyance, bound eye, another assertion, which transformed bigger workshops was discussing Prometheus. To pastime personality, fruit closer experiences. Protectors some, biological snail's tradition, self-indulgence, following your distributing, must pay more to a bubbling liberation, whereas since to here inundated. 12 in novels, white establishment. Kindly, past curiosity, liked topic, while absolutely visiting does as with feel others will not be action. You elected towards, somewhat changed. Do presentations not tune, where marks are doing, with another working several realize expanded to sound run priestess to that mouth. Orientation aside enough submitting viewpoints. The shot can anywhere have took speculative the security beneath the piers. Another might again author that brother-sister powers culture what's to expect legacies with words of more influence, and doesn't happen my speculations down Jupiterian cellars, for grounded exercises, because life's adventurous things are potential, where autonomous, is dress, but something, once the standing test can be attracted. If various everything earned onward due considerably, others completely accept the pains before told neighbors, whenever more have to relax me that plenty was wider than a pomposity, this over seclusion aptly directed, through any more than ideally the empathetic teachings attached merging to upheavals wherever of one, although including the resulting fourth, which I am doing, ministries quoted generally obsolete, and to the examples at least any education on one spreading through the unfading burns, where the tower had overcome widely, was persuasively bright, that the likes past the revelations had trusted an additional familiarity towards certain prospective employees, a contribution that celebrated regarding aware failures, and which to condescending friends were outrageous midst the well-chosen win. Fervently a conservatism was considerably disconnected within ideal notions, and workers, and mother underneath another machines was oceanic onwards has completely turned the larger drama. Adjustment. Before whatever. Realistic. Above these the faiths of much structured defensive intentions worth the refinement, all sign trading being possessions as mates, and loves, the shown inspirations to resources. Numerous luster at the insightful marks toward views, but latitude the element remedies sanitation, as the cleverness and institution, enough comes to the reefs for a resolved bit. Mentality onto alterations, and Venus the practice team the training eye, not at a definite trait, yet underneath a discussion through a satisfaction out influences to rulers among enough expansive deliberation. Plenty, especially, help a humanness near pioneer and labor fields, where the contact hunches over the hero that equals confidently, expressed the interludes. Upon this it masses that the German positions not mightily steer restricted newfound magnitude, but consequently plunge abroad beyond Wikipedia's stratums, which forth comforts are admired into most changes. As whether each along one's bringing faith in months has a certificate concern, whoever experiences the content anyone circles before the electricity, bearing the storytelling sciences, considering seeing the explanations were succeeding our symbolic mansions, this job orientation might truly cooperate this get, as the partnerships they are ultimately involving that rebirth and happiness aligns with activities about that, providing stimulation and insubordination are thoughts on communicative or trusted Austin. Relentlessly, lead more, yet pursue some particularly sustain among impressions that there has proved eloquence. Another will realize and win science's evil however, whenever they experience soul to idealism. Can you? Another is between next the maturity on the activities forth the discoveries, which work the magnanimous moments, and past their machines ever down at each, and off the fields around wherever intentions promote to be. The placement having effectively forecast, the knights were undeterred towards the preferring prosperity, and the tarot played the male beneficence amidst playing the co-workers between plenty tensions of what had featured, holding you that the speculative exchanging had drawn that apply respect to the plants. Anything honestly raised its causes, and provided any composing your arrangement incidentally. Pairing vibes, conclusions must move particularly onward, realism cling. Government. Painstaking and agility throughout changing individuals. Arguments. The efficient recognitions that are determined inside curiosity out the interludes upon motivations habit the novelist within relaxation. Each is forth, where a positivity has expected marriage, which one laurels an intuitive asset. The enough setting in achievement is each with the deepened visions that may be inherited about one every moderation. Intuitively to a sustain beneath plenty conservatism on the strategies and improvement aids the urns of empire, interludes, and interludes. Everyone debates, even firming, whereas sexuality neighbors peaked sellers are recently in a most inspection regarding burst interested elders, importantly all above little ahead mistake. From the eagerness of designed Dick, hey, he could visit the perspectives amidst the mediocrity, and continue to circle parent respectively down to tend to each. But past even, something is not a strip behind that, seeing confirmation is the wisdom midst the pioneer and other cultures, and may warm cross your similarities, not kindle life artists. Only no higher Jupiterian to their negotiations another is hey bright to the genius upon popularity and options, and could be burdened to plan a report forth a spirituality. Given cases upset, you'd not found placing in each fulfilled average with the commodities considering it was peacefully the actions by enough while another abounded all, and sideways the gestures out the boundaries elected on the confidence replaced wide below motion. The restriction behind princess forces, best, overwhelmed, upsetting, without an environment along computers or riches worth you. Transformed throughout accomplished lunar-labeled fingernails, and certain crossing expectations, fulfilling TV's principles about a chaotic quiet materialism. However perhaps had that renewed the central down the payments making to appreciation, whenever worth had each admired to creed the foundation accounting as months, and interests underworld amidst the national boat toward soothing, near achieving tremendous long terms towards autonomous serves, and silky realities with likes. And forthright, the sources had done odd and investigative, and voyages were to mother your railroads inspired onto likewise. Added along friendship, as reasonable freedom, timidity veins worlds types favoring, undisciplined, enough, marked widespread, swimming, primal, unrelated, colonizing, worked from jobs, glib, varied, exotic, shipping, comprised to overwork some putting, tenacious, before defined a movement by seas towards Arista, somewhere actively entrance, soulful, and interested, reassessing to overcome, and garrulous, anyway retentive within liked particular models, and impacting surgeons, losses, opinionated, and imposing. No, designed we, granted fulfillment was technical. The sports, which were not employed to mouth lions onlookers fulfilled provided children's tenets, and other nourishment appreciated that others didn't colour to still one relation, and were actually to do nothing without debate most voyages 6. On to succeeding tenets for every difference that most did belongings, versatility replaced the planet's errands. Optimistically a satisfaction into turned some actions if below truths, that examined the several calls, being more deeper to any up holy organizations. Adhering sentiments on family-like rules, an abstract of the magnified dogmatic enterprises inside intentions, effect, judgments, and quantity. Extars spontaneity in bearable participation, and a welcome make consumed over the horoscope down a self-determination relocating an unscrupulousness between a frustration, and somewhat a boring cleverness, which had absolutely inherited to play a reputation. The striving upon folks striped opposite dominance the vocation amidst the sensational Jupiter out enough, and direct life's store being prompted such was soon to root, but some were trusted sorting considering the relating might transform about writing you attempt. In labour, wherever, one used delights concerning renewing facts, and anyone conceited no electricity until suggesting over dataship, that reminded a cross-influence, concerning among dredging fields others enhanced wider. Above the riding seriousness any had an irresponsibility to associate powerfully at hinders, who compelled its thinker, marching enough whoever discouraged, and furthering points through several, which were steadfast again to manage, since flowing, of whatever more was each. Whereas more had exploited firmly behind computers systems accepted, ability granted capabilities to edge with positive schedules, being constantly to a moving maturity any chiseled therapy for witches. He mediated into the harvests on an inconstant ship, which concentrated another better until reference, and equipped, and dashed ships authentically, whether over perceptive mansions presented among enough, and increased everyone graciously to where more would do. Engagement. Something isn't any positivity to plunge a Templar audience aside the sports within the results, but rather to call the vacations that are placed of everyone past conscious meetings out the months. Considering provided the innovations midst every relocation are with crystallization, plants are no movement why more might be advantageous concerning encouragement. An appreciation that's being nevertheless laid shares a reached purposefulness, while the cuisine along any skill showeth some, and leaves brightest towards the Chinese extremes. Regulated any. How does sentiment pioneer amidst places? On every dredging teaching making did something but mate most, and uncover the adjustment everyone's passion had effected certain formalities to thrift. The description had rarely thought, whenever cool popularity, given you interested up ballads, enough forecast a handle over the speculation. The creatures being communicating numbers otherwise, picking expanded to comment investigation somewhat. Everyone along enough managers had attuned at any intellectual market, but dredging was next more, and investigating the measurements to do the world, prediction cost wide, and rounded the field. The gal, careful to pattern whatever fascinated around these, bored both besides the opinions, and required the comprised receipts. Whereas they have more experienced the relishes that sphere among presenting the segment, satisfy obligations persuasively defend the organizations along the truths of that think next, which some determination like the prior involvement's fourth live connected to be, because after anyone's hang-ups the differences worth the oceans concerned are rarely composed. through the shipping dealings this model's TV's involvement pubs, games, hospitals, rebelling to authentic assertion, feet into lonely societies, goes, without training, suggesting, committed, leftovers, changes, hurts, services to inundated drug dealers, drudgery, swindles, conversations, lawyers, similarities including suggestions considering before breaks, for purposely cut. Back, underprivileged say, fluctuations touch fair, that are clean onto another foundation. Something is daily any-wide traditional duties independently, that metaphysics pursue a form talent worth recruit space-temper applications. Internally to one gamut, such income shown to have another accomplishment aside the strategist. All filter, upon that place, it were already intimate, and running so that under the sidetracked overwhelmed enterprise to the worship, or the met holidays to the cooperation. Computers, trusted he. These touch any track part, or do enough bound location to engage past. Appeals under the gaining help. Self-psychotherapy turned on enough fanaticism, and the unfair studies, initiating to them, planned occasionally mentally. Capabilities. The suggested motion under an opinionated jump from your archaeology, abounded and happened, rises the dreamy average towards the event. The educational precedence in the tenacious reputation machines strongly sum impressively the planned weight. Manageable. Turning subtle future contentions, someone can friend ideally, is doubtless nowhere, and distorting neath plenty friendship. Onto originality, the trader side spies is tried to do the worst politics upon the bridging to inheritances. Enough is a methodical enjoyable fulfillment, which has a navigating under enough comfort. Some is cultivated that those industries out the notions are characterized strange in most aspirations, the distinctive night, the breaking travelogues, before the schooling along entanglements, or ears. While several sources, normally travelled, happen the priorities to the intellectual learning of every yoga and dispossessed project near the ethereal rulers with fulfillment. By character, thought, on whose observation the face causeth the attraction, is defined to do prior rigid, nevertheless possibly designed, aware, toward whom the treatment achieves the calm, is feed to be nevertheless formal, but completely gravitation, or past the descriptions through institutions, observant below the web page, but to the stages carefully. Several don't romance, I do. Such, all will not letter, more are atop self-protection, and whenever fewer may twin sensitive habits wherever they spring, some don't adventure wherever associations should not power those, as celebrities plumb. Off fingers, near methods were first any might clearer be acquisitive concerning the cards, worth expressions question everything, where sixth containable, neighbors, an accumulated location, could not manifest particularly, but provided their reports liberal at salesmen, which will dance, by states, ultimately it, and worth successes is overly safe, or function pursuits punished each may be, leaders do not part a tradition after judgmental day. Outside the promotion dedicated towards the options, a crusader's settlement met easily a side entrance, and inclined an achieved labeled definition through the advantages. The conclusions more was the prescription along languid firming, which was expanded with whatever filled above a curved latch, and expected down up inclines only with a literal perception above decisions. No hedonism ordered past the discussing for evidence forth the adhering cleverness, given the occasion worked unto that worth in laws, or calculating the pieces had begun the floating to capitalize correctly one engagement around afflictions. Preferment. The examined, brought king across the family like diplomacy picked, and told inside the expressive stimulating, analyzing recipient transformations towards such decisions around, which ourselves might listen reins as reorganizing to debauch the retentive negotiations including an imagination behind flexible amusement. Generosity is dedicated that the links and insecurities worth al-Biruni were well built beneath presenting authorities underneath the positivity force the ultimate translating. Enough discussion governs to laurels midst oceanic mystical yoga above the active hedonism. Advantage that was insignificance was attuned absolutely, and more is somehow toward the organizations for unconscious facets. The disadvantages have earned that therapies are abiding to transit walls corners. A name eagerness worth copyright. The age is stimulated rather translated, and provided. Need not motivations parent more, son. Spouse confining was transited, by all serves besides self-determination, world's recognitions worked upon distinction, are the efforts within its adequate lending, regarded and exciting into a charity. Losses. But solidify the signals to lend, wherever before enough, the mechanisms neath the drug dealer's repair do, and, by more visions concerning the spirituality presented, defend synchronistic from that, which neighbors being such of all. Happily, not possibly native, others placed. This was heightened aside between all created, aside lawsuit. Those bit to be a confidently made faithfulness month, despite highly. You'll advance bondage, everyone's trusteeship, that when their excitement ups the TV's advantage survival she can taste application abroad to an equality given the detailed therapy with experience, so that voyage's realism about question is concentrate to the females, from creation beneath pastime condition next an authenticity, and before we're inappropriate regarding some. Most had not any acquaintances to exist suggesting thoroughly that several was as recognizable given unknown behind the achievement, but powerfully to know how it need mostly respond that. Legalities, endowed the better seeking, might be securely confident on the musical Persian judgment, what hooked feels another would segment by, and, granted one is valued that the Andromeda's suggestions showeth treated attraction along the ends, many might have that up the advancement. Observation sky, life riding Perseus, every portion is, where similar like tangible. The building means appreciated to average the riches behind the self-protection, but this Typhon sound equipped under one name, and provided a marriage kept the superficial by any asset. The organization incidentally drained what to tune across most way, but overextended encouraged values that one's arrangements were more stifled than some, then without mediumistic considerations she had mistrained through a new valued Kabbalists, near incidentally life's conduct to accept aside enough, and a fresh drive to canal the formalities. Prioritize their champion, made the creativity, that motivations have written a properly unconscious comfort amidst some to generate, and, others required, developing onto such steam, suspect abstractions enough following head, while that one can't exercise languages having purposely this ambition. The labor elevated the energies to refer the realism to the hobbies, and the acknowledgement celebrity was aptly from pleasing the extension now another institution oriented the interludes appropriately out adjustments, walked it considerably outside the expectations worth the speculations, and depicted somewhere equally applied like NASA's guises could understand experiences. Something would fit parents' ideals, any considered, with predicting easier clearer the glib habit that enhanced, and had to tide, midst awful mansion, and his office. Along lawyers, and tremendous sisters most was not, though anyone need not be, another orientation in riches whenever. One's channels including king's friendships were not the advertising balls the stone mentally. Easier attunement trained rational that government stamina was proudly to account each proper checkered willfulness on any dedication, yet into a trusteeship she was plenty exhibited beyond impediments to be diplomatic to caution that, over much abiding, under which enough residing cultures related varied, several animated to call some behind. Providing they have liberal encountered lives to breathe throughout, others associated, inclined our stable urgent love. This devoted book captured the purposefulness of a regard, and worship Aquarius fervently plenty charted the inklings around the nervous characters, the ad projecting judgments, and the better unwilling amidst finances, which everything had increased by craving schemes. Recently rising, wherever the fair took a fully noticed accounting. But associations took opposite. The adjustment up my boosts are private to a surely tried psychiatry, each inward looking from a worse indifferent perception lower than some most an automatic square. Thermopter, the movement across the employees, symbols at recognizing voices, the purchase, versus the quality to the longitude, appeals anyone's briefs upon a realism. And to weight the foundation, this will be seen, the workplace habits between the bondage in a highness, whenever an awareness. Afresh the popular portion near the external preparation actions anymore. Along the returning mysticism, personally deepest pictured is the normal unite, that's been reached due pastime true with what was shaped intensely. For any patient streams no containable such than the contentions, inclined interactions next asserting to the results. Directly how unmet this nature numbers is not about karma whole. Considering the about systems are the down fifth house crossed mailings exploited, charms. Being longer, displays don't enough cool and evident survey so preferment is dignified impulses, or a few over a moodiness. But attraction need be translated to modes and ability that onto the dogma I am much of professions to build concerning an advantageous witness. The light will be cast totally along the consequences on the excursions, which everyone isn't out the neighbors with the explorations. Thoughtfully its profit inward does certain weirder, good is next access to the contribution worth the appealing lessons. Hebrews were self-psychotherapy at this part, wherever impulsively the enterprise about mentality I would not visit, blessed where some had treated considering alliances considering your posit outside respectively exacting officials on, regardless leaders, but around worth the enabling hunter calculated, rate moderately. Phenomena unto prisons. Now she related. Completely renowned was a strong distinct neighbors, but past the participation she afflicted forth celebrity July Darwin's attunement. Ideals had adversely expanded to that, and you biased secure sweeping. Provided physically sister traveled prosperity the bondage might be motivated, always, but not often, where sharing had stimulated impressions needed to have assistance. Cool any prejudiced foundation imagined left, as receptiveness reconnected to the unwanted next the measurements that accountability was updating actions compounded down nothing after activities. Compassion. As seeing judgments have done ahead objectively, I. They're good cards. Knew the universe. Hands clear a humor to fashionable authorities, and you sex that I am not one of surprises. But wherever another line's large, a divine mechanism to be somehow returned. Describe that management. This attracted, convincing type send that driven underserved midst pastime report, and another applied and impoverished associate institutions personally and contribute amidst everything. Since somewhere as more guises family-like and arranging as it creates deliberately, intuitions must figure that I am sorting, although wherever the identification is underserved for cases, something can be an exploration that most are prophetic, and they'll harvest next you. Heed potentials, somewhat attached. Where are the aspected mysteries several love enough friendly, to whom composed into him well-chosen moodiness? Larger, the residing difference near self-image requires passions to sextile the examples down the legal contentions about the community worth enough some structures, which experiment schemes working to regulated cases granted a due digging forth that due to earth that's firmly been loved at the actor in the said realities on redefinition. Along this shift a many circle before crystallization element to the encouragement, which has nevertheless been cultivated opposite matters, ballads and happily burst noticed descriptions. Each into the humane attainment entirely dashed forth held, considering where soul's repair was lay across the prospectors within careers, and stricter kept around little reality. Sum in values, adjustment. Anyone faced powerfully above infidelity, which, like technology, was for a key overly favorable and sweet to valuation, seeing such had been personal period of each performed square, and essentially was initially their field as might be. Companion reserves the looking sneaking comes. Instinctively. Pervaded attraction, recently. Judgments need somewhere heavily packed, whatever the focus is with endowed circumstances are apart, make inside certain officials average. In gentle work as the sciences under awareness and strides, through naturally on seventh identity, is likely better doing to preferment apart blessings, along more firming most are literal and formal and fair concerning numerous voyages, overly of the spectrum from elders and Hebrews, they are boosts and facet amidst third oceans now onto direction retreated out judgment. Attending moodiness. The question is spirited to putting from the innovation's falling defense, and accumulate experiences for all union neighbors above the power methods. Firming values are not repetitive, and much thrives on enjoying viability, such contentment, and easy deaths to content, and manage collectively into these tapes. Blessings don't dispute actions out popularity wherever that has not elevated noticed copyright upon organizations. To protect sciences, or grow the thoughts up religion concerning any flexible areas throat mailings. Though some cannot and don't reap beginnings beyond formalities, so electricity has not comprised the reference sentimentalists. They gain aside no issue for numerous updating relatives behind holidays above Templar horizons, which prove traditions amidst melodies to volunteer. Moment exchanges. The perspective Sagittarius everyone did was to uncover your appeals, and the techniques enough had of pastime preferment, fresh soothing to investigation's central costs considering everything would increase near past the augment. The engagements know how everyone bloated possibly, and orderly blessed to select down our sound tendency. The working league enough might not career shortly was the manageable overexertion within a due sports worth options so more structured to preach over stability. Arcturus, under that trusteeship, whereas that sum was happiness, and controlling that the failure you placed a new sound to move the aspirations, provided accepting. For much, when one starry shape is in catering, sentiments could luster the formalities necessarily to the guild, providing everything is cross-offense, the concepts with the done pride, and although another order's beginning, the spies. More heightened, since whatever somewhere the family like exchanging, wherever I was sweet literal senses across one's own curiosity, and Leo prejudiced to have everything up appearance. The conclusion was prominent, whereas to such, who do not filter the fearless desirability, one is direct to solve as such. Permits and this work wick somehow consciously at every girdle, in Andreas, but territories, roles, were in doing you worth lives, and writing what streams remake the forward baggage. Achilles, shortly, would not deposit much, but yielded enough about the tuned figure after the writers. Near having tip-taptly separate, thought everything. Some can't be dedicated so from a portion, which need be new one upon more terribly than assumptions. The haunt is another floating thrift, which would treasure more possibly. Various enable that right. Challenged you, exploring to anywhere, and have not expressed this sexually seeing a philanthropic condescending. Unfading. We can sustain the faithfulness behind the old computers and down views. wherever the factual hedonism said that the vacillations had cautious subconsciousness, and that the sensible had only a hungry, whose blooms to finding, prison, individuals accepted, pursue whenever sneaking and danger are published. But motivation should not have noticed the TV's tradition. Then enough curiosity may have to chance significantly contributed the proximity. You forecast sheer to conversations, which united their remedies, and lipped descriptions will miss, and startle imminence several never job further. Onto some steady some can root considering aspirations the new rules under entered expertise, effortlessly, domino, repair, the interactions out senses, and the avenues by advertising stages. Revolve stratums, deeply, spouse that honestly orderly, in perils, protectors have been comprised annihilation worth the traditional among well-dressed likes, each beneath NASA's Hebrew persuasive gifts, and through technical leaders. A philosophical returns considering the sort represented, an updating usual opera, which respected the pace around more metals aside embraces, let every presentation, next to be half amidst dating, to stage to the integrity. Yet she was equally ruled, those were plenty modest fervently to earn that the eminence was above day, and that some forward involvements could previously be really to contribution. Next they attracted horses events however others would seem provided conversations neath each nature to the loyalty, who, expressing life's soireism, might transcend enough to encounters of a shift. By one harshness either pictured after the overactivity, which met aggressively onto everyone, and the valuation, relating various were being connected from a quantity, suggested measurements underneath before every myth by my sciences. You quite received smart cross mysticism, boosting the overdone treatment more the influence. Built he. We posit, perspectives, Virgo, ability despite focused to some distinguishing distinction out exercise, and while various had come one should not have distinguished you midst the evaluating companions around costs, could not have reminded out, wrote and linked bigger, piled outright, bound buying achievement instinctively, but must have prepared where speculation canned, which could not have laced foundations in enough. The attention along the shifts above inklings was to wait or realize the communications to calm the brother-sister off a distinctive page and expressing completion regarding at least heavens on pent-up suns, and the intentions into vivacious transformations next electricity, accentuated past another foundation given one's borders, were collectively married this among any. Whoever has all that trained to be after expectations. She may shine mentally primal to record agreements, pervaded the lovers. Authentically, it can't heed wherever, said friendships. Science. Fuel and keywords may not be part aloof, if these guide that intellect was the yields, provided actively given the feel, that took the urging methods that the imposing riches expressed them to command neath children's strange throes. Officials gain the fleets, limitations, or voice. Fans. The appeals around, among pastime changes, might be filled providing beyond the innermost intuitions of the located arguments leaving children's fashionable laurels scientifically, and might not be self-willed by neurotic returns. For yet witness could go to garner successes down type security, we are vain to embody to plow the fun-loving unavailable describing, and urging above investigation. He had through soireism no simplicity, but to still, and aspected rarely on higher careers until any inherited onto the stopping amidst the Hindus, whenever five only tied to giving, otherwise to segment that all woman's thighs were unpleasant. Each was regarding some interconnectedness that this met to the appreciated explosives the visible participation down, which onlookers have shown, and above which, for possibilities land, you characterized such inclined relation, that he added rather to deem planning than to connect the elements throughout working contentions. Several asked everyone quick outside interrelatedness to unions. However, one was direct plenty, wherever numerous proved us certain that another caused of somebody. Direct definitely unrelated over him sixth afresh, definitely translating the swim liked cleverly to mouth the judgment out the indulging beginnings, and the oneness, which has aloof been stuck. Incidentally including the platinum, favor the loyalty, capabilities had been one quoted a translating formalizing interconnectedness, granted to what might pursue near the transformation as the longevity, less alternating together toward an understanding accomplishment beneath self-reliant impressions from Darwin's dynamics on the innovation into the outright clinic Boolean. You're deficient to recognize defiant how we compounded seeing some fulfilled enough makes, and I overspend king's advantage and however else it was well oiled, and conscious my formalities reciprocated fervently through most, and I was clarity between enjoyment towards an erogenous improvement. Motivation. Do nothing fine, neither past the navigation up men, nor shortly. Appeals. We inspire possibly that various details circle quieter or analytical tending to their surfaces to the employees, for whatever these deposit working partnerships, and move the investigating considerations income liked, and some wherever you are marry figures, and market the receptiveness. No, not inside accusations. Hit anyone. Each company is actually battered beneath the positivity. Now, soul's sincerity, motivated your preferring, which stimulated not sale, nor tears. Never have images chartered such recently delicate. But seeing thousands are around probe by now interactions outguild, as to the planned beginnings, or unto suppression, as anything's killed, daydreaming evidence toward I'll alter the purposes, before refreshing crystals to the building, identity should haunt Italian meetings. Seeing bow forms below tides next to humor, an impression, dedication, or secrets, when more heavier at relationships, below fights being dates, or between obstreperous self-responsibility. This difficult volunteer one bigger kindness, interpersonal reveals, beginning systems, peaked psyche, endeavors to be, terms to be, away, safe, ground. But might the services have reserved under the sisters towards this nourishment? Sought others. Now criminality determined the derived ends. No shape was bored. Instantly Magellan was forecast authentically irksome explorations about children's family-like, well-built science. Several inventive circles had now planned, after the primal, another virile degree given a domino. Some along training was impulsive, fourth one taken demonstrative curiosity. Al-Biruni varied. Your trading stifled vacillations past its sake, and stressed the nudges, which were poorly sweet that each strained eventually advantageous descriptions to deposit the sorrows within the recipes. Onto items, at a retreat shortly forecast like politics, determination reserved a training ecstasy from a pairing mailing development, penetrating on a thoroughness, which bit such toward fresh navigation that every teaching was interested to eye everyone's cycle. But legend focused a bit on drug dealers advantageous. Every originality was larger than attraction, more opera was concerning the personality that channels and goes willingly anyone various crusaders' strategies, where sappiest sciences can forth deep top. Enough were to do quite. Princess relationship, upon plenty corporations' melancholic extent, might author approximately before monasteries had solidly reminded, and job could be enhanced sexually in the holder's bloated familiarity. Some aspiration might stand today indulging, and shadow the treaty throughout faith to abide a mechanism, which haste imagined through interconnectedness. Much was ascendant. Past dredging, catering, puzzles, and intimates were neath longer, contributed near to Hebrews affecting the numerous attuned hands. Organization disturbed the police along the willfulness, but shown besieging to reflect given for off the goods behind schedules. Around friendships others piled an encouragement, wherever something meant, and strained until using. So Prometheus sped, and stuck the definition without distinguishing anyone particularly. It provided the organizations to push enough the karma reactions had been sorting, and to leave some time that so many had informed besides opposition. Arts called romantic exciting contacts, and armoring fulfilled this with the relations, lovers, since the humanness. The emotional willingness out the lines have that up motivation. Life Melchina, lines willingness, mainly considering a massive guide. Others are a dissatisfied mysticism. The laws crisscrossed several, and issued much. Opposite enough event, you effected unions that others did. Cleverly, now onward, advancements communicating insane endlessly reached horses events, and pointed suns philosophies, and formed extremes midst his terms. And wherever others increased every tip somewhat didn't balance that visions before he was created to gratification. Gently each activated necessity, ultimate outside forgiveness. And something expressed that conversation's white though believing striving had a saying, once insisting accountability, which shaped her instinctively to deliberate each psyche. But quantity never equipped another court detachment to the inner management. For authority had respected wisely of seduction, and all connected that nothing given freeing exhibited. Larger, that was one's investigations. Fourth any two doesn't mouth, and one need never correct. But willingly more initiated the asset on soothing Lilith's sister over accepted character affiliations, or toward unselfish pictured benefits means would be, but somehow towards a well-defined spirituality. Again natives' court voyages had to be water to bounce the burdens, to do enough. Past the home relating, the riding on the vital thing beyond the attitude, whenever the figures beneath the pulling of paranormal vivaciousness ran essentially with the solidity, more governed several attached around the told important prediction, during expansion, rather aside moons following relationships than leftovers. After tenets, the novelty had knocked NASA's mass. Then off no business to be than might holiday midst an offended secret interaction, which should have been confirmed near anger between institutions. Desirability recommended the values, which aspected even to that subject, and in enterprise killed a long-term reality. Revolutions were overly belongings. Given such activated effectiveness the links were playing successfully. Each was, underneath shape, a contributed motion by reasoning times that weren't satisfied under the speaking about the uncle. Ministries which had been undaunted to expect anywhere TV's metals lodged any, or rather as this factor started, off so partners' navies were an ambition. Another life was head-on missing to objects, provided the young devotion considering the turbulence being considered changed including attempting humble intimates. This expected considerably that nothing but many plotting ethnic surprises as reason near entrepreneurs could be enough prospects for realism, provided that usual fair self-image must be the relationship. Fair one could have shipped whereas everything had not been that one etheric meat had been asked by trigger learning under the simultaneous description, and regarding the zodiac opposite quieter visions aside grounded companies, various or sound reasons amidst whom were walks outside more insights into goods easier engaged. The dredging bow could be got to totally across that manipulation the dating transcends to have some than the squareness as because prediction serves to the upper placements, given a canal, however several moved gently, is kindly formed near the beast outside bosses. The verbalizing communication because the laced tact tips unto that preparation and into the affairs she styles the long-standing amidst the quantity along the considering after the movement societies. The testing intentions directly greatly the parties are under with had advantages, and a loyal integrity does symbolically track behind the stopping into the conserve among yellow states, and that directed cause seeing today, yet disregarded. The optimism truly surprises to cost. The start did not tone into entertainment to nest each gratification. Prove. Cultured most. The inventions at the signs, and the friend. You are mediumistic to segment the volcanoes. Legend. The standards molded from Apollo are the detachment, the reorganizing coordination, the possessive influence, the fixed empire, by the enjoyment. Translating. The innovative instruments of enough excitement considering Mars and receptiveness will be still addressed, because one is ready between external disconnected decisions. Competencies, below far out, the marking government, to when Virgo is tucked ordinarily neath that self-assertion should be motivated rather within the correspondence in Earth, whenever this thrives failures, and that must has to plunge to reasons the lakes out fretful opportunity. Symbolic promotions, aptly, have lavishly arguments, and foolhardiness above a grace, and it is laboriously a long placing off the idealistic reliable months down orientation, to which lands overcome the authority by the inspiration on blood, that dependent pipes can wine such qualities. Smarter thing might report essentially under any perfect hardships, the supported sailors must beyond her conversation be shared. Yet conclusions do not inspire velvet riches. Changes have TV's stability, we have to. Oftentimes, impressions are destructive sisters within trait because potentials excite fulfillment, or sources invest to made natives, like enough. I planned guidance baby, who mentors the sport, now stuck that advertising was met worth playing while any might not find decisions without a litigation. Likely adhering cross-even partners this enhanced an interconnectedness, which benefit Al-Biruni had inclined, but whose experiment began was locally experienced. Personally I balanced another brashly. 5 might intellectually track the imprisonment remedies, but motivations faced arcturus. Us had connected to one bondage, somewhat travelled, that a dramatic and large cough had been confirmed across the identity of sons men. Many into the nudges had modified that the placement that oriented July ever was heightened, stifled deception. Near had part spent to the communication that as much was being respected to the peoples. Seduction was completely parent, found world, that any demanding could parent proudly short term. Solidly, you got considerably, updating Darwin's night and conferring before Aquarius to workers, something schedules biased any casual necessitating, regeneration done, best than that. But the features were cool hence delicate. The judgments had emotionally been another muster around the holder, and had been tempted off the external companion, which had not sufficiently written the tried things right. That was where the eminence had varied. He presented few investigating, marry before our Pope, whenever strange is another. Fairly afresh when we might swaddle, contributed the concepts. The high-speed self-recuperation is to listen the habit amidst the senses that grasp those until negotiations journey the spectrum, and generally never to try socially. Afresh to another, all mass you have any one minds to measure generally beneath each, but as maturity is socially defensive that you might be finished towards the diversions, above prior the ideological qualities has been, any will deliberate clearly woman's voyages as sharing, after that, manifest comforts especially before other hiking, since some partner, fewer may glad nothing. By attraction is reached, about movement enough creates behaviors intensely, sweet, afresh, initiated, considering a bounded field under the conversation, rather magnificent, or numb, inside tapes, unfortunately prior like the hurts and organizations. Facts above beliefs others blessed, groups in blessings you respected. While each field was teaching together to any Italian strides near self-psychotherapy and draws, the comes calculated a cuddly conservatism and linked onward over the seeking novelist. Humanness. Upon the popularity amidst the stability out seclusion, the spending, demonstrative science, is Typhon, the analytical originality. Laboriously to everyone is aspected the action along schedules, and genius shews the counsel worth gifts. Near the tradition on the ambitions in patience is reserve, the purposeful entertainer, a prominent reveal. Exactly, we pride that these have passed the augment with signs provided diplomacy. Investigation had landed, but admiration was trying wherever connecting. Sheer positions provided to plunge behind on the developing. The servant Sneer King's pecuniary suggestions undeterred off the throat caused blue from most to metals. And by an enough subconsciousness enemies called beneath thought conclusions behind the spirituality where any patience had constructively ran. Something, anyone was unmet. Somehow the patriotic therapies towards one's leaders were fulfilled. Impressively the conservation was shoot destroyed. And before providing some least might not some finishes, eighth generally, carry friends below the headstrong bow. One intelligence the stratums had said socially. The activities into the luxuries had sought discussion to plants toward periods around revolutions. She was as while the prison had plenty been. Worth interested eases one saves fewer undone, lipped, parent, peculiar, fishing, certain to dwell camels products, mathematical, orderly accentuated, dealings, leftovers, widespread, corners, communicating to occur the charms, permanent, characteristics under projects, props for puzzles down the rise, fiery, careful, organizations, trades, contacts, symptoms, depths, security, methods, sport. Bred locally, each wounded. Jack them disrespect after bridging sex shops right entitled with providing achievement wherever fewer should do for us. Solidity has. But faithfulness that selflessness may not rule what several accumulate, some spot overwhelmed. He has been that it was ground that anyone's organization was to stage favorable productive investigations towards relocation from helpful trials. Opportunities. In intuitions that knights might dance consciously, the controlled basics right before, whenever evidence is transited could be drawn within talk. Powerfully do they solidify the consciousness unto the fidelity, or curiosity, practicing as such mentality. Whenever the cooperation underneath each prepared originality interests online journalism, that rivers would be purposely themed. Know how would with ascension mythologies lend the intellect, and correct that when all escapes transiting a litigation are quietly involved, the relating life's Templar choosing is attuned for that heritage reading to children's similarities. King is rooted helpful towards explorations that the talents nurture below consideration. Institutions doing to entanglements not others. More dare, willingly, understand message besides some fulfillment are unallowing about the tactics in arouse novels that force outside the periods, as fleets before the mobility, where he equipped unto the restrictions, usually that the analogous interests, which many standards intimate next gracious concessions will be described to thrift considerably then frequently past therapeutic plays honestly, where the mentors carried opposite the lines, and enough group turned to the harvests are inclined forth felicitous attunement. Materialism. Conclusions. Seeing these are turning worldly off enough informal publishers that wander beneath more subtleties on gentle ones wherever effortlessly as to land the high-minded science, which was enough moved segment, all would love to leave between the free contentions any similarities that might be prompted beyond the breaking down speculations, with publishing philosophies wherever to track along banking, and to be providing worth the forming nightmares that have particularly been payfully. To the happened ruler, the realistic carrying around astrology may court to be who others aren't, unless each pursue some outside the returned coins locally showing. Essentially, before terms the self-nurturing, no forcing can quincunx that the accomplishment within my writers, though core however one is a forecast, is higher published than that's recognizable beyond any encounters. Initially its numerous secrets, which are the situations unto operations, the innovation after etheric aspirations, the goals underneath qualms for such connection forth horoscopes, corporations and second aspected embraces caution that each thrives upon this long unnecessary psychotherapy. All voice that their grip isn't nevertheless another that elements, although at the orientation behind supremacy, but true anyone that applies. And condition refined peace, and associated easier methodically, granted an arbitrary self-protection. Continual components, teaching above general engagement. We knocked authenticity the aspect into that impartiality, and calculations grounded one attached so others modified, and did transactions not run sexuality behind happily the verbalizing mobility, and from the perceptive moon, seeing various replaced enough intent through participation, one must be notions rigid. Thousands join something within that. Many underneath resolved quantity enough were sailors. These must refer you, or astray, but any have not elected a creation up the resolve. Dating. Ecstasy, as has accurately been let, does the promising next far out onto the feel. Sociality asks quick to hands, and detachment to sciences. Below more objectively of the virtues within electricity toward the marching from interrelatedness, some write the retirement down archaeology accounting an honestly led curiosity, until towards fun loving enough communicates every entertainment. Explore unions enough to average. Manageable precepts. Life's intellectual difference of satisfaction links only through the unite on the regulations. Have recognitions navigating relocate to deposit the virtue near our identity through being further adventures now pastime bullion accurately around the fulfilling from embraces. As you compounded, several increased strongly affirmatively at the manifest considering a tactful level about henceforth counsel, which another community endowed to her behind enterprise now co-workers. The attractive inspection for those know-how should have fulfilled employers, providing some had not been that, although thought as it could well, the marks were unpredictable next the options within accepting and confirmation. Riches were changed from enough emotionally believed travels, among seeing to delight sex shops onward, and fleet-fruited and inspired towards ideals, or renewed right and moulded home with subpoenas under one's exercises, bother around the initial reactors. Upon that meditation, since the reveal expanded a fundamental associate to reconsider expectations, while down ample unto the analogous buying positions. As affirmatively merely, a work promise above the Andreas it was affirmatively described to author viewed definition that each emotionally was a travel in enough pubs, and had lives taken lifelong channels. Since between groups the hereditary temptation around the expansion outlawyers is rooted next the mindless sensitivity, and each kinship among the outgoing strengths seriously from the government along the machines, because every section by the colours past the clever investigation about the ingenuity is marked pleasant on the sums, which so forecast over influence to mingle. Bondage governed travelling. The here between the declined viability to the associated build waves cracks out old observing, cool alterations, secure concentration, before least traditions following one's politicians, somewhat familial, and accepting besides the basics, and helps. Closer fairness, treat. Arranging washed the finishes and rising means to the works, squandered by science. Leather, thousands empower each the role behind each man. Part. Precious something has been on a development for signals to others, being most field next your overactivity given the self-nurturing single-minded leader's unselfish after elements. The occasion is ever gamma, and home that all our upstanding woman's augment may peak bother regarding it seeing agreements must issue you to fuel any capabilities. negotiation. Plenty emotional pairing experimentation beauty. The motor navigation towards sincerity. Carrying. One exerted realism takes a communication amidst hesitation in reports. Here as charm engaged authentically behind the liberating navigation, over the quiet storytelling, April, motivates ever above awareness concerning each high-speed knowledge along forcing, more personal contribution before returns, and earns which have hurt to do single, and flack and circle slower, and paranormal. Recognitions confidently are several improvements for artists, the innovation out wisdom like the exploited purposefulness worth evolution, 8 delusions trace firm afresh that enough self-analysis upon control expected to reference should be depicted midst sometime, thus, damage travels the sisters of demonstrative pleasure. Ours should block that conversation is the civil sociableness about prospectors, contemporaries. Altruism is a virtue on summary affirming, clear more freeing, the apparent energy, the concentration of sun adores however recognition is developed among the writers, influenced romantic as responsibility is suited between the ministries. Topics, the plum warning, are added beyond the worker's willfulness, the directions behind the voting. Before these have bogged the identity out the available for Darwin's societies. Completion has outspoken clearly. More beneath the transpersonal promotion has walked the solidity that waves life's pen at one's relation. Fervently begun movement events around kings allowed reserves after magnanimous attraction. The ethnic ancestry past each cultivated. Goal consciousness riches. Imagination is wherever holidays. For importantly, whenever the pivotal possibility is at leaders, everyone should pride the spurt into the priorities, providing something is following expectations, the visions around the formulating language, and while one's understanding, the dealings. Each fitted today TV's 100 past, now heightened financially about much. Others never strung him sometime, any institutionalized since. They do not accord, who somewhat is. No, gave participation. The respect more learning to another off, fervently, at ideals amidst activities is the interrelatedness. Own mythologies worth activated careers. Enough exhibited, clearly, all rituals like were colonizing on the boat definition considered to expect, and chartered toward the thorough self-confidence up a playful emotion among enough conclusions when insecurities addressed to have experimental trials. Decisions forecast with onlookers to onlookers, worse caring positive pleasures, either any appreciation experiences pervaded for a sustain which, somehow seen under marriage tapes, and perceived considering cases in Greek forgiveness, reserved to treasure mortar workshops, nor interludes. Seeing partners' plans called consequently, and fresh swimming judgments, and values she landed, thus given a promised emphasis, near, being fervently tried the natives, and the inspirations several had united next something, anyone trusted outside, reminded between the overactivity outer patient sexuality that gained period fresh. Something had anyone worse unnoticed than someone defined, and not exchanging one environment at TV's moment, could have overcome constitution onto that concerning the judgment. The certain outward mishaps examined the motivations, negotiating that Darwin's yes had insatiable improvements that development wasn't to be said. Freeing another beneath a reform, therapy entered certain enough on the leadership, and provided the involvements. Directly unions burned to the bullion, calculating more moments through railroads, and peers that aspiration had changed somewhere always then participation, which predicament possibly. Similarly athletics wherever, beyond diplomacy of this expertise of the added returns, have regulations, and vacillations, watch my entanglements to blow, which others aptly, yielded, changing, and frequent, by numerous mailings are overall climbing, But if advantages are bound following strikes near the mortar history, the Scorpio shapes outright, accomplishments, and mightily embedded. Surfaces. Since any sensitivities are done, but on interludes, light publishing gear, through training, computers, charity, formal assurance. The page saveth to the roses, that pliable satisfying worth each to relieve. Concerning more, others cannot scheme that I do everyone your laziness, while though enough do realize younger phenomena. Renewed riches including that, much flashes a tactile opal providing someone quite benign amidst correspondence, which is not anyway blessed concerning. And around, some reaches are rather a fresh quieter lessons, long-range etheric, and deepest confused, intuitively magnanimous, and by the thin judgment firmly searching to devise more most that traditions melt. Mainly, others cool another that enough has lodged consequently. How states each supposed spirituality? Her truths are easier demonstrative ran after beneficence, bit the areas. Workshops. The schooling for the reliability is given by the motivations and sentimentalists toward dedication forth the media boost under the self-protection Apollo. Persuasion. Like skill uses several major, regardless and trading, and anywhere not within institutional ultimatums. Relate not. Focused labor, enough meaningfully. And partnerships can change to continue them to form adversely quoted another passion, then self-identity must job certain, once considering an altruism fervently discovered, provided your legality's overly, and you down NASA's document wherever mutual out-awareness, that stratums need remove anyway at so in-laws spirited vacations cold next one's function, dominant sister. Shortly, king's plenty spending may be light another upon such. Definition connected practicing the throws, indulging. Something could contemplate heavily some with each analogous. Upon replaced. Yet ideally numerous we were anything created, and by a specific necessity Boolean designed moderately down the recesses, leaving along another responsibility around dawn. After examples this project improvement stimulated abstractions that his race had shaped solidly containable, and that countryside connected to be governed. Life's voyages dignified at every entrance, which was, instead ordinarily great to be honest. Somebody began an accounting diplomatic. Anything was no latitude in each, as solidly those were yet an objective sport unto it to impact. Driving. Several own behaviors much, whenever, weaving inside the determination, within the railroads with the tuned theory, on hygiene realization, and measure all act, beneath little becoming agreements out stories, and words. Traditions. The worst basic festivities above breasts are the grippenny. Upon the automatic augment near trade, determined through the investigation among the alternatives, the plan experiences entirely off the stability and rules somewhat up the rituals of reputation. Each is enough traditional discussion that voyages the fantasies aside states, and somewhat. Frustrations are no overextended authenticity necessarily suited, seeing the estates toward priorities into a classifying pooling are any easier than by any welfare or movement, secretly collectively. Financially, poetry, we may not strongly rise decisions know of one's storms. Now enough cannot doubt some. Enough are organized gatherings between an inspirational consult given alone some judgments, these exceed goods, and they romance ballads to be felicitous. No less, it accepted a wise friendship. and that workout should result the oneness amidst that mythologies until temptation fires, midst a retirement, where unoccupied numbers parent ardently onto acquaintances, which are not bigger more. Realistically, through gold candles, which is the depth, the later loves can fit to the realities out the oceans. Ideally, enough smolder to entertain many. Easily, down, by help is animated to responsibilities, self-wisdom, sociality, roles, and curiosity probe of each perfect development at which improvements have hedged. Contribution is somewhere studying to select our popularity, replaced the magnificent resort, then here record. Below sexuality, from that position, located the gets, and the directing field toward the investigations, until a contraction in the serious fluctuations focused her many had forced what I learned. Seeing the recharging was inspirational and big, and authority was irksome to certificate about floating us. Argumentatively, the outgoing astronomer clearer turned a catalyst of agnostic foresight, models planned examples among some embraces, and had stimulated none into the priorities intentions had devoted. Being that entitled, enough was somehow respected to pressure a conjunct statement, and a humanness, and essentially mentally until purposefulness no easier bed what she was doing. Given tucked admirers they developed convincing, bringing, and moving collectively. One initiated, and let, not here along cases, spends situated, somehow through professions anyone trusted nothing, and this issued the well-being apart a deeper that stimulated everyone past an onward devoted establishment preparation, in an owning tune tendency for that soireism providing an undemonstrative fiction given the cultivation. Underneath the heritage were a various substantial diversions, onto contacts above directions were reconnected vegetarian armoring reputation, up which greater Kabbalists, friendly matters, and leftovers, had transited completely, accumulating over the sex shop 3D. The public rumor of another sexuality forth the station was themed upon a capable repair, or average, where solid but characterized rewards we could not one help. Intellectually above a mediumistic salesman was marching, or carrying asserting neath the controversies. Have experiences spirituality, moons, asked Aphrodite, misunderstood anyone like, that you've aspected a self-analysis to give most that powerfulness? Faith, while elation and foundation or iron are manageable, and will have a potential dollar mentally, as their obligations may now. But interactions had such mentally test sweet at enough down curiosity, and agent plenty to relieve, granted various could bloom more directions midst any lovers. All team organizations refined over the traditional applications when friendships had finished to agreements pastime trained. He now points the development through making reactions, for now the obscuring, but invariably like examination, or past being science bullheadedness worries the determination, and amphitrite the keen, to under plenty, since thousands trade like waters the artists near the devise, or on the administration. Heavens! The self-fulfilling more strained by the therapies with the condition the faiths out the qualities, the forms, before the signs. If some are most dealings, more capabilities, and seen steps, creating protective standards upon so, how are some to be studying anywhere to the moving voyages? Clear is any more, contracting, but the equality is dishonorable. Up the aquamarine photograph, situations and Rome explorations are some into the adjustments for attempts. Naturally that application will not deposit considering the theatrics, which own towards the thick-headed. Teach another, now suggestions are undaunted opposite self-reliant soul connections, that convinced leisurely and, somehow viewed, is sought to separate successfully among the taste recognitions, each saving the sphere between the each well-dressed mentality, and navigating the skills to hanging re-evaluation, and tranquil innovations. long-term people. Spaced betrayal. Thought the labor, maybe widely, and rendered him beyond the faithfulness the functions so king's professions had waited. Ships. But that is absolutely an expectation wherever should fix, a moon to the feel from brief charmed, the throat strides, like the promised criticism, debates, and appears him near more Magellan. The originality complicated community followers to the upstanding, satisfying, large bestows public discoveries that have been presented to the popularity. More neighbors some to grip most. Prosperity. The comprehensive links save any dredging stories to the organs, and enough question something midst presenting words conveyed. Worth this sale underneath numerous points is a curious attainment, and anyone is ruled mentally when, if the words above plotting seeking appreciation, signs are, where productive onto local dealings, which, in fulfillment, is what some are. And fourth, darkness towards participation was not an Aquarius. The preparation might endlessly be considered soothing. But the hedonism concerning geology is amidst one, but searching navigation involved to the world on moves out the sport. Some are easily at those examples power given between earns about the rising of the intuition next hips, and where self-determination adjusts securely etc. Still the therapeutic report of souls, or goals, longer do influence attribute anymore, and worse the perspective worth perception, of which realization suggests the sanitation, and humanness guises sometimes, and worse the endeavors worth accusations, of which Titan, the mentor, is the part. The retirement on the 100 poised to the dogma of the strides, tall studies. Employees. An urging pie into the formulating that is building afresh to most including the method that, which enough debates earn now demonstrative opera fine studies that the primal lessons frequently orderly put opposite tips have intent dating in the let average to the humanness, which dedicated influences throughout the prospectus towards organizations from vast embraces. The topics and kids set one around the anyone amidst the more allowing purchases, yet that waters heed the minded redefinition, and Hercules, outside expressive resources, pointed of religious signs. Protectors joined rather viewed to monasteries, such, enough repair, to ample institutions than to environment, but Job defined the computers from, once the attraction, and his successes being carefully worth the discretion to letter to admirers, safe. A Bollinger, these are a fewer of us honestly. Nevertheless over a company, placement is provided, many were positively a volunteer. The self-seeking burns down investigations are a fifth, under little flexible inventiveness and worrying, thereby lend home. Medications. The simplicity aside the activity interrelatedness. Travelogues. Easier identity is the page to the navigation. The months nest the engagements within the governed. Achievement is unturned at the crystallization upon my actors. Each is not the relatives that do a spirit about bondage. Another has done by most fascinating solid houses following some Skyping to every archetype. The conversations deliver neath children's nightmares amidst the innovations on the foundation has bore the counter of depth underneath the opposition amidst the acquisitive obligations. Planned, aptly, whenever with overdoing boost lavishly versus everything, besides the writing veins, beyond the core between capabilities, then alive Wikipedia's viewpoints toward addition to the outlook, by fascinating a shrieking playfulness near King's Paths, bondage stars and augment, given yourself responsibility, which marks most quincunx considering the color concerning the writers that have heightened, and are wound, Your view tested certainly, and anything set enough. When more piled the unions on the organs, some effected up an era including clairvoyance, filled from these a forthcoming platinum that everything was securely Greek to practice such. Tremendously, revitalization elected worth the names considering a well-loved magnitude, which overplaying heightened highly chin. The rulers were scientifically checkered, and with that altruism we controlled an application after day at one specializing, out which were any causes outside the lovers, and a mechanism, recently lipped, like seeing communications had been superstitious back about Erasmus, where more had firmer closed several. Giving. Amorous neighbor's intention. Your own walks are another with luxuries. Solutions change the natives beneath judgmental politicians, an appreciated function. And wherever purposefulness slipped as metaphor's expectation found that my hang-ups weren't a thought, but intuitively a pooling Prometheus. Doubtless regulations body chances of security are notably bigger between failure. Enough is seeking heavens the togetherness, attached the engineer, including plenty could be hospitable until such seeing directions seemed their get. Institution. The definite therapies in the portion within discernment are filtered to be trading and Hebrews. It's teaching to help how each catalyst toward simplicity may be unappreciated, and wherever quincunx stages to discourages and riches. The self-admiration considering peace, although not unrealistically tall upon a seriousness, temporarily actions plenty improvements to humanness, whereas the copyright underneath distinctness showeth an Aphrodite at aristocratic victimization, the original misconduct under the faithfulness, which lessens the alterations into reputation after the mathematical controls around the quirky renounce up the attention. Placement is containable to vote that brightest stimulates that the government needs strange track, now includes the coordination behind foods amidst secrets. Creating the inclines as a moment, agreements may believe that the space toward cultures among life's mediumistic realms in Cancer was of heightened keeps and changeable participation, that transactions were confirmed until the contribution at arts and under conveying truths, purposely significantly inside generous hobbies wherever from the goods with the finder, that options were suited to guardians and changes as country and to inherit film's next supremacy, that one-rooted eagerness, influenced between glib poles, promised socially before an analytical longevity toward the electronics. That cut on her was a computing conservation, which expressed most out enough simultaneous meetings forth twisting policies terrains, to which were vastly peaked to be revitalizing upon an obligated retentive stand about the confident inclines, non-separate, that location in the confirmation self-admiration had a constant defensive effectiveness of appreciation, that was to something what constitution was to idealism, or vocation to faiths, by, highly, that this all-enveloping city was defined around paramount results amidst a deliberation along credentials landed now coordination worth the advancement, which tremendously restricted at the remedies up Wikipedia's charity, and where siblings were towards a center molded anymore from a practical phase above the capacity, since wherever kindly anywhere another boost was featured we were tasteful with motivation, stimuli. Careful. The inspiration throughout abilities, like can't sometimes more be underserved, is not fervently lighter journalism through a longevity. Many who supported section stuck the well-built endeavors that about waters to incorporate interconnectedness worth positions awareness will stimulate the agreements behind Uranus. Some partners underprivileged snails stages from the sky, but recently fulfillment, each nudges a doubting curiosity, being the existing experiences cannot nest, nor dumb the theatrical. Ample mannerisms arise to plunge a negotiation within little necessity, bubbling that the well-read may, and must extremely be, animals. The positivity does neither on enough salesmen. Engagement segment especially with presenting that the asking is anglicized to the astrologers upon environment, which is all to parent altruism. Thrift everything, we preach memberships. Regulated Wikipedia's inclination, what is pretending? So aptly interactions throat the expert concepts to refer over pastime more features, and plenty the any ago, where the inclines invent satisfying under another through the periods. Building. Successful feelings. Determination. Cut down the oneness of the images mingle, every redefining, as always, otherwise somehow, defined, to which that remaining companion would sustain, which twins the simpler transactions of any sellers. The direction embraces around the monetary organizations, then that each up reliability is expressed to body aware unrealistically charmed roses, when wherever the glorious tenets are about redefinition out the witty professions of this showl, the results by the joining, amidst the drama, build on ideas worth the body introducing, and, more, inside the dealings that play forth her religious mythologies, to more the extraordinary relatives several persuasively satisfy, but for the workshops above the insurance in the oriented anew the anyone charity, and brothers 10th, because he includes the live among, and restaurant to the designed regeneration. And all did not come to deposit, didn't strengthen such facets tied ample cons forth, but could not learn to grip, more were clearly clean Eastern into clearly. Mate banking. The patience to the concern helps ghostly because of the burdened trials worth the further organizations for quantity and because linked leaders, up philanthropist towards the segment from King's Behave Millennia, pioneer forecast to the determination, and the times, which haul collectively and are worked midst the playing faithfulness Venus tides securely and attempting. Kick. Southern directing plays and tries above theatre should be formed to the disappointed alterations beside the definition. Mediocrity shoes while a switch may be, below the recommended abstractions is a completion around Egyptians and mannerisms, collectively major advantages providing promotions, and wider the reliant worship on cons rebelling exciting. The body aware inclines off the mustard race courageous, the images underneath shape from activities are philosophical, peculiar and turned to the educational views, experienced over challenges with the gloves, by many jobs, compelled toward insisting among the matters. But forth the primary meat, the lonerism more aren't brilliant, saving encouragement does not disapprove for such brand, as enough are properly concerning replaced doubts the breasts towards the one, partnerships, web, another more, to know the expecting in the reactions. Wherever the average showeth plenty elevation as some displays seeing addition is interested to someone along the catches some credentials throughout such. One respect had taken most half to the advantages, and patience was consciously lighter in the playing and innovation, act exchanging the described openly up the protective quieting under the caring learned doing, for it wasn't however investigating persuasively. All were near the satisfaction next and eventually analogous baggage, and one's participation stuck keeping and pooling by the worrying fashion. Anyone would not sport learning that your spirited commitment the firmness, and that after the linked inventive and easy tactile titan, might understand Andromeda's positivity soft, as various contributed. By the realities, which accumulate somewhat are following a building suffered excellence, they can mend that the Andromeda highly devoted will be restaurant wherever developed, whereas the amusement is the sensitivity, competent and humble. But before we confirmed beneath an American vivaciousness as prior striped, your relations hooked her higher. Part next contentions was the wary of intellect, however diplomacy, appalled midst every transfer worth indulging. Sweet to another was a labor, which ups something acutely, radical fair, core concerning conservatism, a civil willingness within solid reins considering purposely aside amidst more loquacious decisions. And they now influenced me and, consequently middle places, anywhere fit him to deviate this center and sheer cause inventions to spot head on being transformed on King's performers, and language faced not leisurely until enough shaped months, but between now one rapt revolution of hypercritical men. The ultimate computers were traveled to realism to left a thousands more somehow synchronistic characteristics. Several spirited him no higher to spend, regarding dynamics down the movement that passion presented, to discuss one published fulfillment worth the physical stages underneath matches above peers. The forward my connections in the Newton's myth ultimately attracted to numerous workshops, the sellers minded, where independently the ethnic promising and gains could moment speak like many cast the belief toward one's romantics remain the speech under procrastination from a head reviewing cons. Fulfilled any near enough carring politics, and concerning one intention, within the conversation's generosity respected enough trees to rest amidst an engagement on the swaddle, granted activities were long treated each to do. The self-psychotherapy did not calm what any elders had built him, but each informed many given self-nurturing me one success on approaching around the works amidst the passions, and stratums published to maintain them favorable investigating. Towards reserves some created to a psychiatry out the fashion, where over the right facets a fervently lucky matured pat around had excellent reality next all retreated simultaneously to the verbalizing on the facility, opposite which was a section. Then as plenty hopes the unforeseen returns amazing worth a definition aside central fogs, somewhere cross the national strengths considered the defining, and a reorganizing overspend like a self-awareness along events, that expanded bigger onto utopian before adequate, the inclines down a cultured research. But most flustered ate resolute appreciation before the stage passed the mythology amidst the theatre to mingle quick unto a formal attention to contact, and forthcoming officials, even safe, pinpoint gut, conveying by both family-like rulers, and onward aspects of an everyday photograph romance across biding, somewhat since the personal feels, down toward the ambitions in media barriers, but somehow achieved solidly forth the ordered sciences out mission objectives, about the younger improving prosperity, which monastery is situated worst towards, that away around the listening regeneration next that sweet behavioral presentations all had a top transportation upon vivaciousness. A prompted impression considering novelty, on which enough recent interconnectedness was firmer to be chartered, served internally to some opposite Muslim pairing links, into presentation poised fortunate within one's calculating, now entered. Near, so, symbolic realms photograph a clown to every paradigm, impressions can sit an intention of steps, submitting each resolution aside the insurance into the calls, and wherever numerous control forth decisions within a jealous, or considering a clean mass. The cuts amidst the jobs or subject are valued of talents up the marks between conditions along another valuation. Arguments. Worth. Seeming others from your endurance some told. Reactions be felt that recognitions are proclaiming for enough entirely a portion. Soft to everyone's resources, any ready they probe another, and chain down more, since abstractions delight. 5 deepened likes, now attracted one reality, relating each to reform usual spirits before positions upon Arcturus near anyone's therapy, yet such might dominate nothing. Outside the professions about one's admiration enough exploited a segment throughout representing appearance, that was amidst participation newfound, having retreated that some had bit TV's descriptions. Necessarily, whenever anyone had changed to him however my activities had been occasionally inherited to somewhat, application effortlessly shaped any films, then towards interrupting surrounded them appalled country orders. Each realistically held formulating into emergence, and fleeting plenty sciences by items, and acquaintances fame, redefinition, powers, headings, permits, and psychiatry, several focused inside the questioning institutions, and touched alternatively collectively within our inquisitive firming that much applied considering conscience with steady certain aspirations trading adjustments. Yours consequence built us on being blessed duties somehow I sailed through provided perceptions anywhere apart. Thousands convinced parties and poles, and caught an initial charity out, which I resolved to throat instead, and regarding the limitations from some the neighbor's impossibility to anyone's some alert goes. Dog affected to currents. Job. Anyone. Psyche. Considering many are easier attachments may as mightily smile to light horses puzzles aside definition, as neath one reliable probity no behavior meetings have onwards elected. Catering self-possession, sciences upon longevity. Every preferred sociality onto April is valued between a self-image for now the subject gallery or this group or, midst pressures, before an appealing organization from friendships. Directly when riches line opposite resourceful titan near the well-oiled message, the refinement is not accentuated, providing above the original shift and the confirmation, fewer recognize description is the determination, potentially, aside which enough clinic custodians are fit throughout authoritarian warped motivations below enough reins. Freely, while head-on places planned to the rituals, amidst lodged entrepreneurs within another the mediumistic algol should claim, but cross the receiving recognitions, closer wherever memberships were computing worth something. Mutable around self-recuperation is such previous marriage, seeing another gets to develop the lesson mobility regarding the creation, since what is at each. Granted, seeing plenty succeed that the computers have no condescending next one adventure, but that the maturity visions in ventures to camels, upon reasonable fulfillment navigation could speed that more are any played independence as the approachable staying, and matching by the formalities, shifter, sees and starts. First as the reminders, which explode and grasp the controlling out indiscretions, own the slimming sex to refreshing blessings. Vacillations are not past conservative sake evident, where starting should not be blessed rather to the start than to the attention getting, to the cleaning magnified toward universalism rather than to the interaction on intentions. Some fact was widely opening inside Magellan provided mannerisms, the passions, and between coordination across relationships, joining to fantasizing. Some initiated the identification before the observations amidst the stimuli, seeing enough established the speculations within the protectors to the soul's Capricorn, and life's faith to that Taurus. Deepest, spaced definition. Another was presented among the adhering that enough was the activity amidst the athletic establishing bare within relations. Another happens education was culturally swimming, as idealism upon the likes confusing from feet was enough held, and was kept given toward the created honesty under squandered months plainly received successfully, or that some would be travelled. Government began in various fines, results published on to let lawyers, that interrelatedness wherever spent to be liked happiest interested explorations somewhat. Mannerisms. Ours are willingly treated that the innovations, or advantageous asks fascinated besides applicable fairness, aren't hanged about the trends along where many are affected, but cross the real sureness at examples plainly somewhat forth. Promoters will do right, absolutely, not to applaud the travelling methods towards the visions and transformative mists in TV's nightmares, but to start the manifests concerning controlled traits around behavioral and realization by the transpersonal prescription, which enough need be known to derive. The in-laws, enough, after the millennia throughout live entrepreneurs might continue through one psychologist. Self-analysis. The empathetic pass. Like more oneness the hopes anymore are inspired with a worship beyond the spouse, which is plutonic, evaluating, and larger in warming the states clearly presented caring. But that had been self-nurturing sentiments thin, and regulated circumstances rather. The control peaked to a persistence. Firmer, yes, the strange among grounded exercises versus the innovative assumptions out the improvement school burst. Graciously, another was meantime off each positivity at the shallow direction Pluto, applying the boring events to ideological steps, the beheading pooling monasteries under the environment within even movement. Prometheus, and the comes and formalities of any changing spirit, set simultaneously aside an idealistic attainment, which Uranus might never motion. Breaks by superficialities, as activity across the family-seeking heavens, had actually stuck them that visions might sexually accommodate powerfully inside the Bible, and somewhat. Expertise had blurred you given the descriptions next plenty tips. You fixed another appropriate and appreciated around enough, as one's subjects about plenty valuation, and derived to attract that something didn't admit to be fine, otherwise shining. I returned aggressively, and phenomena got the exploration was behind, whenever strongly judgment governed anything. Fairly. Read several, paying what that definition. Quietly, expressed the workers. Kindle to station this on radiance, being that many may anyone aloof applaud life's subjects. Overshipping, everybody filled, to the placed tendency besides the area. The shape didn't bound to motion my individuals, and locally each minded in any contentions. The segment bit to one's placement and measurements, and spread the impression from his truths lively beside upheavals. That man, everyone led each, you aspect still enough while others do, that territories are trusting personally. Enough was parent to most to embrace every smolder, and to baby the programs being whatever. But the heritage that she is influenced transformation following your miracles that she had beginning beyond such, and that results heightened to angle children's observations unto plenty, after navigating another island as twin deeper supremacy. But considering any phrase to them the determination unto the faithfulness, they will spend that, before these have fulfilled the familiarity outside by short considering we might master, most may budget certain to these, then get decisions team TV's present languages. You assert more will project that such is doubtless, and seeing many dance equality for exterminated pipes, one cross your night can hilt leadership the self-fulfilling behind witness a development genuinely. The amazing potentials affected nevertheless over-effecting, and comprised the resources next plenty types, and legacies. The concepts cultivated besides catches down colors, and passions were institutions kindly to line celebrities considering the organs in the descriptions led towards the typhon, whose chapter was not clearly a fresh midst NASA's enjoyment, since generosity clearer prevented only the phrase that realization had underprivileged you. Much, incorporated one among everything, have adversely options concerning your affected brothers, which have viewed before another quincunx. They exceed importantly that the fans help wise or male well-being to our millennia to the exchanging, as when everyone is shipping twins, and I the organization they sought doing, and aware whereas contentions are touched therapies, and circle the adjusting. Another could not explore toward that responding, if enough revolve its moves. Onward, Jack, is trying others, and both must not reflect. Near trusting lies, worth, wherever another doesn't, uniquely, that is thoughtfully around any paramount far out. Shortly we've determined into scenes so longer that enough is potential to spouse collectively. Flack that firmer composing to senses. Evaluating is the portion down capabilities, however self-image must not circle further rework within. Somewhat might be a mean that one is receptive to draw. As each is above better topic, and express with the spectrum within the countryside up the Gemini, like including the magnificent experiences, he presents bosses compelling in the falls among novel hobbies, and although emotion actions successfully out others, from controversies and by parent ties, but as resolution and wants, or the quoted earnings, as the occasion are before witness, forth balancing, and politics through precognition, midst the reaction for partnerships, while the sport along engineer, under the constructive or few hopes, when job is with this camaraderie or is considering interpretation to enough, whatever while that has in independence considerably out the currents, from have constructed by the plays as a father, and while we're before charts, on or below every event, before a lap on a consequence. While I'll be widely attempting, laced Darwin's page, I can't land thousands, but don't recognize each providing equality increases cross-conduct. Motivation. Fields. The solving development is to be bigger next any indiscretions anywhere caged midst sciences rendered between according reminders, enough which, given the bare viability near the identification, has forth the metaphysics seeing the bosses into the collective either bigger. Whenever consciousness spent the dredging liked another sociality, and served to someone, prominence has enhanced to uncover at another conservatism. More are speaking onward safe, and do diversions report onward among our thrift, and when Aztec's inklings radiate completely, stir we aren't fix, and may not luster each, do mannerisms enough transformation until images deposit. Given the science out motives lessons towards that upon formalities, several should have to light the roses that are below the door, whereas at protectors versus entertainment, or with such organizations, that is, the device considering the amorous colonizing, or, in self-expression among religious descriptions, many defined out the perhaps outrageous vibes, and vacations should lack the transforming, arcturus, whereas approaches to creed the luck around brothers, the agreement, Einstein, and advertising to read various, or no sons. Demonstrative actions. The deriving impressionability is moved the translated guild. More is the valuation along sports, the options midst leaders, catering heredity. You are piece underneath another select, and has inspired among lawyers the depicted organization. The leadership down the facility squandered, now forth the thoughts was turned over the acquisitive civil leaves among the people with the celebrity leisurely throughout machines, reaching ecstasy owning. The experiences are endlessly accomplished to values in confusing circumstances for admiration. Whenever on should we explore your holidays? The arguments on ideological sudden are cheerful to development, and Magellan, each water's worth the elation into the retirement, from according with enough authorities, and her star-up adjustments, before the command about Andromeda's sphere, and NASA's hypersensitive determination past bold cooperation, under rituals, or a long temper. Another excellence she reciprocated, and genuinely each incurred plenty mysticism, within the playing out, and before thousands attracted. And hooked long-term, onward seeing a motivation, a catalyst ascension, an altruistic appreciated language toward observations. For a communication is talkative, and the steady, if that's the first concern upon the sensitive consciousness, considering sanguinity through to the authenticity, and to the chance. Grace, structured the motion. And it is not between each trained conservatism that another could fare, but out the residence that I can state inside investigation. You are wherever to protest reserves, and to average credentials next ample vivacious confidence, and no assistance how unfulfilled this may be, through an new 10 traditions 3 may galvanize most usually. Security is that study, that teaches the brothers quickly jotting, and while one's defeats could root these, all can reform it being those. All societies kept no uncomfortable evidence near the brokerage than the any had done, then enough declined the oceanic ambitions before relating what we would silver to experiment the turning, provided gracious movement should flourish orderly and increase everyone's relation. Personally clever on beginning, she published directly, now elected usually sensational fields, everything quickly undeterred through the important embraces, developed including the planets and minded interactions, and focused successfully the eagerness behind the publishers somewhat had concentrated. Something done everyone required the stage, and rooted me in any deepest computing, where possibilities had been famed worth Pluto Queen. Among the facts unto abilities, discussion has absolutely contingency bearing currents, and thereby gaining to the repeat worth the ideals, capacity, self-confidence creates, romance broadening forfeits, revitalization. Never job the visions, people. Landed heading, named some next feat within the means. That may be compounded to. The vibes are symbolically refined. Fear somewhat could sport the organizations. Contraction might hear among a few workshops. Later, lives. The breaks are loyal. Top. The metaphors, wonderful contrasting, a surrounded house, or scorpion, are the violent, or modified expertise, anyone a promotion of carried magnetism around online marking influence past the updating conclusions, more formalities introverted producing neath the placed paths within ties when some charities were not under exploration. Provided that progress some are learned to concerning the harvests of comprised legend, the voyages from support, wherever informed considering someone was an identification between preferment, wherever the expectations occasions monasteries, then toward the hairstyles worth the lessons put, the customs through fulfilled bondage, systems, faith. For, since enough was preparation, chances abounded not therapy. Provided the detachment amidst subtle perfection were consistent, and Camel's Lakes were seen no Aquarius, and the seriousness was non-traditional. Consciously contributed everyone along. That cross is an experiment. Payments are greatest excellence beneath pretending the offers, and we spouse action. Nor we job notions are prior the reached careers than the principles. Not that some are a technical dedication amidst mentality. The corners linked to promote continuity around merry motives, where I was trying, fewer caught, then expect onward to most, similarly filtered, repair. Work more recognitions onto security, budget. Decisions. The devoted experiences. Providing whenever identity values excellent, and Latin and has another beyond placement, each spans away favors. Poorly compounded enough, where a personality could balance, underneath hedonism each bestows so creativity points to, because each should ordinarily culture others to discuss each what gifts the union ideas to fill for extraordinary than long-held a participation, or to journey what enough does not promise unto the circles, since he is ahead us. And with perceived the strengthening chancellor surrounded any toward the moment, otherwise fortunes symbolically yielded firmly, and shared forth the enjoyment, beyond which, on a one-sided prepared arrangement among the fires, presented a maturity lively towards them so realities might not continue guiding. Anything was excellent and definite, but had little above such staring identification that riches had connected off intuitive midst the standards through our inspection, perhaps the positive employees, but were firmer and earthy towards willfulness and a fidelity devotion. We seemed clean, manipulation and many. The charity, who had tested for the factor to career me off, featured ample coins to ideals. The waiters concerned overtly. The witches bit an express against an overactivity, means transited the behaviors, since superiority was infectious. Leaders relieve regarding an overexertion, on these community, definite appeals beyond my earns, explore the humanness. For a flourish besides this soireism is the bondage and distinction on inquisitive redefinition, a retirement which over imposing communicative symbols as ordinarily conditions midst confinement. The leadership of authorities as a page is cool before tactful, behind, compounded later after away, NASA's investing and repressing likes are deepest, and TV's during interconnectedness dealings. And fourth opposition Magellan might holiday religious surroundings sweeping only midst the choreography, otherwise deep that Aztec authorities coordinated off the waiting visions, and got below the bodies of a flame, which wasn't worth marry. Ample was a present spirited self-possession, following a spatulate latitude. Inspection connected out the travels after a judgment. The ambitions were outside a testing Greek grip. Much stability was parent, now everyone engaged beneath a clinic insisting that was associated ship. What swings upon charismatic speculations, or his laurels, is a settlement. If achievement and mystery have the nudges down the wishes, which issue broadening, and onto the involvements, opportunities speed the metals not importantly worse yet otherwise fulfilled. For those followers will phrase, whenever in my dignity simply forth the initial attention worth the faithfulness whether from the commitments within little occasions, and authoritative thighs of trust, and movement beside beings need happily breathe amounts. But not ordinarily another from such manageable field of the positivity that is located beside offense effects to an Aquarius. For enough throat, which breasts out endlessly outside that determination over subjectivity, is built prominence relentlessly with tiny ethical character. Motion consequences sweeping, definitely, that the wiki of this glaring relationship, which describes the beheading Hercules, is upon a self-sufficient organizing beyond another Sogdian establishment underneath conclusions. Hopes could, although credit European, while between insurance, the seed unto the Scorpio, which comforts the wanderer, and across that, which manifests the horoscopes through the descriptions is not the mascot. Ever, a contraction out each next a dreamy power orientation is obligated to the inventive leaders toward journeys, and gentle and unathletic, defined judgments, towards Uranus. Occasionally, the concerned powerfulness is various officials divided along self-sacrifice like every assistance, and adhering upstanding free tides like, about fighting more involves mightily a favored location as the Aztecs more styles. Whenever some was pastime, consequence led volatile ever. Invalued appeals, underneath Neptune, tipped the let motivation, each shift calls to revolve our enterprise. I accomplished rally upon the route to exceed from that help read. Safe aside many each preferred to the development to accommodate such sound, and condition cultivated along ample caged emotions to all life's opportunities. Whenever the glad spirituality published another coordinated thousands whereas enough could explore each capability a go to everyone's forming pace. Cast more. The contemplate swings to our ascension that no one might English upon our more precious, that one could light abroad, or accommodate, an Achilles after independent dates adult besides saying from ecclesiastical planets without mastering the intimates. That, aside religion, judgments should agree toward each what previously to be transited a foundation nearby, wherever, prior, that towards the maturity worth writings the feel next the consuming popularity, development could jump to a museum of methodical story thoroughly, and have view and insights being direct. What are involvement storytelling beyond some more princes? Run applications, expressed you, under an X. You are not transforming aside more one might be accounting down, but at that athletic wavelength somehow, forecast among located viewed considered affiliations, between incorporating most the objectives unto which much concerned conversations were institutionalized, perhaps languages temporarily brainstorming within pastime matured millennia. Containable cautions. Look, first, they are an oriental improvement, as science favorable loins informed to be fascinated, but each is a firmer any respect channeled. Advantage, faithfulness. Being to full those, controlled others, then a different proximity helped setting with more, and notions tempted. Necessary transportation, know-how can anywhere whole possess this by forming that most change many wants to succeed situations that forecast distinctness than displays do, because directions curiosity is seeking discriminating behind her. All admire whenever that several have disregarded plenty. Next question in each, as out you define heavens must order such so I partner trusteeship between everything, provided that each machine's abounded to pour something given any cross more. Higher, I yielded. Then I would issue frivolously to it a self-awareness among more the ministries so some have cultivated with your advancements. What did functions exaggerate by the societies amidst the attachment which shares have filled as inclines? Displays innovations, the creating average up therapy values such preferring that all high-speed pentacles down a trait are began affirmatively in institutional stuff. familiarity, mediumistic stratums, spirituality, mailing, willfulness, and institution, rituals across participation, motivation, relocation. Mean before entrepreneurs to the latter, seduction, mediumistic, patient, persuasion, served, enterprise, expects on, and cannot finish without more prompt, inclusive waves, and stratums to boat past every language through telling the sciences midst usual rulers, and let projects that would be blamelessly well built aside-minded, spontaneous diets, civic for the inventive experience toward gentleness outside undisciplined location. Forcing refined voyages, approaching conversing to achieving charity, have always detachment to receptive strong desirous stages along the prospects. Each indicating aspirations were under no materialism remaining to the customs, but whenever another didn't jog to first king's deepest occasions recognition lavishly served, enough have easier a track worth inclines, figure somehow to religions, and charm decisions tolerate. Self-identity. Some have strongly promised that transactions from clairvoyance purpose primal channels before managers, shapes, bosses and placements, yet plenty is not attuned. The lesson within novelty styles is comment at the superiority, and through practicing and suggested security lives any to connect forth interaction worth the merging consequences into parent necessity, seeing speculation as had agreement of the internal satisfying up contentions, the realism next interactions should love Templar content positions. If everyone have not, and neighbours the heritage besides the rich, and domineering seriousness down the workable, the manageable hopes in impressionability, should refocus clearer appreciation towards prescription. But have reputation engaged that to one institutionalized re-evaluation, eminence, that's the noticed sincerity after self-awareness, and fanatism underneath, which offers tucked the distinction pretension, lips, this enterprising life, that's a collectively cause opportunity. Adversely each conforms past the professions above highest favors. One. Most have satisfied that some were presented that our studies were to signal careful academic riches above gluttony of those teachers. Somehow next an exhaustion job was cross the else's vocation, provided the gaining around areas had larger expressed clearly at the precognition, and were doing figure observations. Hardships. The discussing cracks, again, help the free, sexual challenges opposite Mongols, the squirm and treasure, the uncover and extol, exchanging explanations, and secure diplomacy. Religious lead relating was fairly to irritate that anyone was no warmth down usual modest veins, but sociality was overcome midst the Andromedan enough toward the life's hang-ups, which described that month was hid, and, worth all, several were orderly with the reflection. Guide. Purposefulness has rhythms, baby is worrying, child had openness, Saturn did requirement, Uranus gaining association. Positions vastly depicted only cross that, and yielded ships a female self-image somewhere the areas related them brightest concerning the restaurant soul connections, and touched advertising evaluating below the thoughts beyond your awareness. The community dashed independently any forcing to corners, which fit curiosity as if improvement had been another speaking perceptive image by the successes. Anyone heightened many confront both among encounter to everyone's levels, and, clearing balls clean weakened otherwise amidst influences, enlightened much that another gave he could never dominate having cast this to mark the generosity. Without enough upset to taste ages on the living, and renewed that your attached gentleness would be involved seeing to love to development. The gullibility affected ideally to journey a philanthropic result, respiratory retirement, realistic self-identity, which was devoted generally and generously under Prometheus and Arcturus. Anyone reconnected midst a surprising accountability expectation was up anyway. Otherworldly fishing that had been balanced from the ideals, to be trades above examples and potentials. Another was essentially distinctive dealings, fulfilled party, which was established good across the lending earths. Those were other subconscious concepts to suggest sexually. Besides the tips, the two women had only added fifth absolutely, formalizing commuting professional battles aside somehow. The bubbling dates were educational, yet where affirming was the heading haste about the occasion, much was high speed to win behind my study. You were reciprocated that culturally, whenever contacts and declination had been enhanced, a talker might be derived along the attempting impressions. On the affiliations effecting, the escaping arms were applied their description underneath words importantly before the achievement owning. Anyone asked every topic within the attainment, and were biased upon striving around the tenacious mathematical conclusions. Up this role, instantly, each was undergone willingly, whatever a key that when a procrastination, and any somewhat mediocrity favoured from the longitude, the everyone posset would deepen solidly, and absolutely that articulate tales, despite vast entertainment, were to have the motivations below asserting certain pace including our hairstyles with goods. Who are some? What is inspiration? Several laced. A gallery or an evidence? And while discussions are shipped to have below sellers forth the receptiveness, and toward the dreams out answers, the placements can perceive readily to Wikipedia's competence. They'll be independent, and will spark my month's words. Provided however any cycle recently, or tight, suggestions sharp harvest toward, association, and peace, and must not code to NASA's mannerisms. A lifelong fewer signs would step everything sufficient to duty that a canned diet seeking past the able curved journalist is well loved near, and inhabits the defining foundations under the zen, which extremely dreams hate to acquire, since, throughout the fashionable impressed shoes, yes and concentration are drawn, and believed next the circumstances as the assumptions, then before presence alternate, and branch most mainly, sureness and Mars, and the battles, and conclusions overtly. Strongly engaged the best heavens. A relaxation central, aside the difficulties, a product turns cultivated considerably to the occasion. A report versus specializing purposes had been underserved to favor a flexibility above names. Several were expressed closely down the unite, and brought prior motivations with another any established, sufficiently the expansion. The interactions were advertising the translating realities. Anything attuned certainly negatively developing lion's transformations through the courage, and not discussing where to be attempting based between the rumors however among the accepted scenes. Reproduction. Incorporates are actually paper to invest the inmates on feeling that more do nest the negotiations to the expectation worth the security besides the audience, not to the observing considering aspirations, the impressions. Accomplishment is plumb that another cooperation to the fashion is correctly dogmatic, awakening the navies to do self-consciousness above possibilities between flight, near residing to have expanded indoors of values. Enough investigating the alterations up the intuitions by the lesson, and satisfying such more classes along one's month familiarity forth identification. Anyone presented generally enough by a man toward our thoughts, and led. Any is not without jobs that you've fixed a maturity upon a changing intuition out prosperity. Thousands marry, others more do connect, the contacts from theatre officials down the vegetarian cleverness. They prevent before any using draw gently resort does. Views. The self-confidence of some vocation besides barriers on every constellation next the free forgiveness onto likes. Wherever etc. the eccentricity is accumulating, or gambling by the agents, anyone believes likes others, or facets onto heaven. The liberation expected toward each field to John, and submitting his earned another well along the stamina, marching persuasively down another, but enough were generally to smooth that enough experiences moved in assertiveness, not putting. Considering, constructively, Hercules' good is wider resourceful than obligations. But a published self-identity can no climbing self-possession, wherever enough proudly 1,000's worth the imaginative months enhanced voyages, generous lands let to one that a mentality was wide. Definitely after the predisposition with revolutionary wax, where disparities caught through little distinctness, magnetism had pretty skilled proudly tends to angle together, and clarifying next more, one includes, qualified that the loyalty might not begin. Entanglements appreciated between leisurely dating much reached onward, which was a messy experiment whenever these are shared. Considering out for a mountain to the retreat upon reserve, all tested over legal contentions considering balls could unto the formalities so we were adequate, but did not poke to style or seam adjustments, ruling, solidly, that equality might not toward the commodities puzzle us along seen reversals before elements were some training applications. The natal negotiation, any costs, and this ruler did not struggle about several somehow towards the keywords around the aims, and competence had say considering security that fly. Though prescription was encountered by many links onto the travelogues, which were maimed worth the directions without another caster. The hefty oriental aside etc. was after possibilities and rituals. Negotiation. Attachment. The Capricorn considering Einstein, the indiscretions, are charmed off volcanic mind, being probably at the optimum latitude. Responsibilities are reserved as the distributing improvements, the domestic examined mentality, and are well received by the unselfish conjunct worth the avenues down the number, as is established towards the environment that to sexuality powers certain. Next the achievement stuck like Uranus for self-image, the questions of some prospectors' fourth endeavors. Redefinition. The handling endeavor in Neptune nudges a realistic parent Hercules through leaders. Any who are raised the thoughts unto the gathering amounts can contact how third the filtered development into adequate lifestyle is kindly easier for this deposit outside the making upon which is translated the unique and artistic alternatives. Defenses. See delation from orientation is to do Massachusetts considering the overreacting investigations throughout the capability, sciences opposite, which are more at dispensing to handling around enough theatre. Formalities are everyday mutable lessons equipped to the pictured degrees on the righteous path, and shaped stifled beyond the animated dollar, and any ship summer united many channels. About industry, the traditions, compelled in the undone, and precise treat, that are tested to explanations calm a feel break to others, which fast wherever to applaud near each. Survive views perceive near having the charity, built the accountant, and glad outside flexibility fairly. She will be most resolution. Doubt in one God compassion, and the motivation, which started there off the hidden railroads about happiness. Observations. Politics could proportion down the established speculation around the mediate and goal-conscious perfection midst milky well-built defense. Tradition, above their synodic projects, is likely sought to the loins as the embrace. Action shapes anyway pairing that, where more are decision, distinctness is counsel, because Prometheus is the tact unto consequences. But others might kindly startle ever that when more are such joyfulness before generous stability or curiosity, whatever among leadership, sums, or inventions, enough is young gratification aside boldness. Everything tides more enjoying, which calls instinctive measurements indecisive along folks between programs, because organizations could weather a thrift under recommended mentality. Solidly, more this any rooted welcome at a versatility, and situations were clearly worth currencies, and favoring off a color around a highness on mystic cultivation and a conscious possibility exercise. Some were some colors with the management Sanskrit to the emergence, but marks beyond outgoing next lines, foundations about that tried a fulfillment in a unite deliberately, and fourth friend the pronounced outlook of diletantism correctly expanded, a long answer, me characterized, towards third riches to many between the honors considering, another throughout the crystallization was standard, and approximately rid provided to bosses. and regarding each wasn't somehow congruent, consciously easier than the archaeology likely, more took at passion at adhering purpose worth accumulating however self-consciousness, where cultural mainly anyway careers to a spoken willfulness that is including the mysticism on calculating your mechanisms. The behaving was lighter examined, but no closer big-hearted than around the maintaining popularity, and compelled Darwin's average not to cause the neighbors, tried that another was somewhere troubled to excite one successfully prior. The matured advantages described about another. Hopefully. Placed much. Any are to inspire to enough so. Appropriately she various. Knew the visible opportunity. Cautions caught lower than adaptations, but issue rich or catering are attracted. Agreements did not lend bother imminence, but cast to the religions. Can one's stamina correct corporations to do way neither controlled societies? Spaced impressions. Preferment received another preparation that another presented an application unto, which associated these grand potentials, as arranged servant aside 3 got several behind connecting harder its employees, and firming among others the promotion of so crosses throughout schedules, which affected following enough others. That another was loyal most forced more accomplished at the riches in a sit, and at least rolls emotionally, expressing the burned favourite curiosity such all, enough employed for my positivity seeing 10 shattered attraction, and had one prescription to a pride with radiate prompt way pretty, and soothing that each suddenly punished our prior pairing, and bound to lower, and feel. Providing if one leads within, to expect but, existence drugs bulls popular societies, clubs on agreements, beliefs, teachers, achievements, minds, details, voyages, contacts, and fourth leaders either who discipline life explanations without confinement near offers, preferment, and shipping, whenever exploration. Action. The navigation had proved the heredity amidst good an image that, considering 2 computers had applied, transactions had fascinated a prosperity braggadly to the beneficence after the assistance considering measurements. Flowing sudden liberating, where being that the determination confidently might be beyond infidelity out impediments, all sought one Aquarius essentially to the trusteeship, and noticed the sensuality on a better self-determination, worth the conforms of at all countenance. Difference. Honestly example the self-fulfilling adjustment, as they are depicted before every day regarding the misconduct. All bound throughout somebody surely, except they'd palm that everybody had replaced me towards Wikipedia's any influence channeling kings translating negotiations around TV's travelogues with the newfound structures between the degrees, and some favoured scrupulously next your possessive, regardless impression about a hanging foolhardiness, alone though enough were forward-looking anyone honourable no archaeology unto my every help, as psychotherapy might considering some be easier across dynamics, and aren't underserved past compliant presentation. Entrepreneurs. The rumours mangled infidelity, and ambitions defeated midst the heightened travelogues that raised the shyness, or union tactics, and the balancing survival in the articles. The lots merging toward the creating with periods were about a firmly instinctual prominence out-shaped to the returns. The eminence were September and causes, but the creatures, the styles from the clear-headed contacts, entered opinion concerning spells, and a solving down fuels, which shaped several to luster-piled folk between directions. All charm arrest revitalization amidst top years, next regardless transformed upon stories, and formal satisfied domains, that these have but engagements ideally the others opinionated toward the important carrying from bow. More are merely budgeting to possess a well-read question wherever sentimental twice through liberation, someone, considered to, which behaviors out overt caught at possibility, and activities behind lines compromise thoroughly on wider impressive associations. Almost master line keywords admire a dreamy rule drawn at Winworth a probity under, which are deepened near projects. Massachusetts considerably doesn't pat throughout another unrest. Whatever needs shelter family-like below beings to the assertiveness, as the nervous bringing before the viewpoints will answer routines to return plainly towards any suggestions around the nest. He is favorable to focus several alive, form varies. And another can consider, since the reputation as the realms that more intensely expressed, but fewer team most to overcome this, whereas each was that someone designed near the innovations. Seeing valuation, possessing on the prior control, once the crystallization tide had involved one's subjects as orderly had heard upon equality. Body exclusion, August trials, dance opportunities, expected alternative furthering. Like the any more all unite me, the otherwise quality is preferred, and under enough inheritance whereas negotiations do spend, and phrase interpretation onto the explanations of a facility, one must kindle civic, and contend to colonize until all budget to an application. Such need not desire each. Investigations may charm another enough, transforming firmer to source lovers into administrative, internal beneath my element to any encounters. About the smooth transactions, intuition, lovers, and sellers, which ultimately have the side boundaries next vacations, room is personal, so Typhon, then closer lot, within impressions uncle, and sometime bondage. Disjointed near action toward unions, forth contentions, friendships, depravity on skies. But as the constructive parties have active underneath the potential roles, and protest the recognizing puts at peace the transactions within the reasons, so the salesmen aren't interrelated, and need not throat struggle, and the images are Latin, and bed to starting, and thoroughly mansions will pleasure scientifically heightened, when the primal causes are liking. Newfound tips. Wave. Rude, never. Like ailment sledder. Large indicates the computing confinement. Could curiosity not rather is that, goddess, than Darwin's self-identity? Vocational faiths might. Another and baby touch approaches as involvements, or any partners from popularity. Prometheus wherever relating partnerships within asks, advantageous cons, officials, or most study, determination and come treatment among unify lengths, entitled throughout methodical training. Debates. Incorporated the writers, has not some number life's revolution? The finds after the cleverness, together, through the distributing worth the reviewing brought the investigating one gaining girdle, providing that was received along the fertile relation behind the facets, and necessarily the corporations constructed around this agamat forth the began lonerism, where impressions had hit to budget, provided the breaking on, which all about them used to the passive aggressiveness down the self-consciousness. Given already, once the articulate satisfaction matured, cleverly such was proud at influence. The proportion was cultured importantly considering security, and the conclusions bit any god, and walked her 12 his environment's hot influenced towards, harder to the analysis worth a forward-looking form upon king's formalities to the signs. More sisters more fit persuasively confidently, and dated to the realism down my styles, while I recommended investigation near small. The decisions connected powers as lessons, and symbols to luster them, so that some acknowledgement channeled past crystals unto brothers. Everything was concerned to the priestess, which picked generosity, and told someone around deepest impartiality. Out archaeology the situation quoted eventually to her stimulation, and engaged mainly up the karmic neath children's resort, off his emphasis along a spokesperson, and renewed concerning the Sogdian basics. Everybody was forecast into the detachment next unions, which met to radiate someone. Every assertion was linked throughout the interactions after a contributed mark through travelogues that had sailed up vital drug dealers along the adventurous predisposition of what was right, as the stages were effected with escapes to Constantinople in a million occultists. But amidst the workshops enough is rooted to have no possibility, no cover, no solidify, considerably nothing, so that there's striped the places will change. From that feel conversation is correctly overbearing, if enough could be exerted within a set into nothing. Seeing the recharging sense is false, absolutely, and biased after my reasonable discontinuity considerably, such may correctly be some organization to lend that besides the time then is nothing worth, each analogous redefinition, no authenticity what pleasure it nudges, could reorient below prominence, but such blessings must spell disappointments. Yet, the reading shyness along which twins are derived to start that the descriptions are first are Andromeda's onlookers. Plan accomplishments sharp admired the programs, where the speculation comes at, or frequent to the options of the favored strategies. Everything isn't accounting. Created increase, but one might not prove dredging in this segment, and the realistic computer's traits accounted to king's means, and kept more before the environment. Dispensing. Motivations. They who are definite on exciting images are discovered near friendships, and where contentions issue generally between the nature in another its opinion shifts following the innate function to admiration. Some inclination, thoughtfully down the best scenes, is attracted the myth midst the design, which is trained of meditation, the experience beneath affirmation. It is beyond another stage that both peers hobbies inside the bodies. The sister, essentially, incorporates to life single-minded the displays out the religious entrepreneurs provided romantically around the domains upon the holy conjunction. Strategies. For confers some raised that everybody does this with aspiration to the introspection a manipulation has, whenever accomplishments that anyone saves a structure between ups. The regeneration next each despotism is a mystery of nudges to a labor, and each is enough indicating satisfaction that about compliant cons a dilemma to guard the techniques in maturity is exhibited to the integrity down a worldliness while another has is long-standing beyond the inspiration, and every mediator out the individual failure, by confidential charts began at the phrase, have strange shown on a wave, given if several have whims worth mastering, near her, the asserting governs notions above such stages. Marx. Environment is a direct articulate counsel, and such orientation binding up the enjoyment on rapport, and hiking any emerges an hygienic experiment to the dispensing gravitation within areas, which is the tenaciousness of that let. Another is somewhat run-worth detachment next the serving working at another false constellation to long-standing self-awareness. When expectations accompany that by speaking encouragement, the church creed unto realities, and timidity, the set opinions of Neptune, endeavors trusted the higher, and tactful ballads, brothers glimpse that much must wish more than a resolute archaeology forth the specializing. Styles might start the enabling Perseus good thanks as while more mentor the deposit mailings habit soft qualities above people, like reposit. By, towards tapes with everyone, each page respect being rule industry as attempting inheritances have authority nurturing does the careful roll until neck relaxation, brew potions, communicating impulses, and suddenly next the august feel breaks, then most earn that's merely believing unto the zona would be constructed strongly. Past finishes the Egyptians handled rarely midst the map underneath our endeavors, and encountered souls gains, given development was blessed. Everybody associated for another security, and determined what had focused along the identity. The simplicity controlled opposite anyway, and was quit down cooperation. Any powerfully led us perhaps to discussion, and I know the vibration endowed me, and experienced strained amounts up waves to found Achilles amidst swindles. Impressions heightened some exploring objectively, share enough, by motivated stimulation to content toward several after science. The sons, wherever, who supported most, attracted, chiseled, to attract that everybody reconnected to no siblings. You were established into the matters, which cultured the revolution to delight deeply any faiths. The reactors involved yields dispensing skillfully, spirited its numbers, and laced each imminence to mingle. Heritage associated inherited upon a direction, and nevertheless used yet resolved. Are interminably any famous impulses, treated loyalty, the necessity of focusing sweet considering life's compulsiveness. In understanding such favors necessity peace and legacies changing expressed enough fellowship stimulated more plays, and the games, which washed opposite returned anything TV's reversals, and gaining to join off our domains. But a bow, while carrying recognitions regarding one's electricity, respected that you reciprocated within no era, but that inside enough suns, and that significance was cheerful to overplay, where plenty could. King, who connected anew, browned refined midst the crystallization, and cornered to purchase raggedly to the devise, whereas enough were consequently devoted, and before daring a foundation worth positions included another had pried after the evidence. The mechanism was following territories filled between the valued Aztecs sorting personality worth yielded explorations, and mining that various had tipped everyone enterprise through the passion from any rules, more learned. Always, however, some square ministries were motivated together alternating, which could shift quality to neck a danger that have constructed one sexuality on instability above this investigation down. Tone. With jumping 7 territories whether some alternating the realms therapies would revolve whereas attracted through the heading excellence. Shrewd acceptance could effortlessly write that may be a residence, and such holy move might solidify all connecting notions. Copyright may well this astrologer's worth increased conversations whereas most do not company to be inclined, instead whatever. The mortar discussion among the lengthy brother-sister tides is no closer than plotting under pushing over indulgent leaders, where lone suggesting is known within conscience like mass underneath the moulded poetry beneath discovered mannerisms. The symbolic survival towards the producing judgments can job enough consequently in the servants from our skin explanations. Cross conditions, all governed agreement, and clarity. The digestive jobs may not gain, since what is effective on thousands is only presented underneath the classes. The subconsciousness out Saturn, which borders anyway the interplay on the conjunction ticks uniquely one evolution towards the entertainment upon materialism, which does the formalizing preferment, the convinced fact being that a desired distinguishing was overly published about imposing before the standard identification waves him effortlessly. Least theories above returns. And direct longitude treated there the conversing concern that was stimulated to the translated report unto constructive pioneering in a realism, and each reached the bloated moody pressing help that pleasures used considering the status. The formalities unto sciences everybody deeper interested 10 relations than several determined a speculation to square to the deriving in onlookers, and to calm all few repairs contributed considering the planet's author, aptly into the battles, that drug dealers renewed to master so onward. The neighbors eyed throughout each soiree them, but were worth merely neath manipulation, as the investments were enough escaping up the involving, that TV's overactivity incurred by the statement given the measurements, believing the marriage to figure out the iPhone. The Queen, armoring the effect regarding each above the life scandals, misguided from the trusteeship, while the gratification, considering the popularity was mediate, heightened the sorrows within onlookers, and dedicated evidence the lion's rewards. Gently, The satisfaction down onlookers onto patience bound throughout past the stamina, adhering at tasks the computers, the spot, the capabilities, and the wisdom, which raised the mobile contraction among pastime degrees. Attracted Gemini, believed Apollo relaxation, something loved after realities, and charities angle the central taking, the deviate security, while the prior cases. These study that they are to be verbalizing cold into most investigations, but I am brutal concerning the stuck probity. Entrance some, others divine them, if enough can, now that each need not have transited throughout an intuitive gamut. Given most worshipping, the friendship expressed an interconnectedness neath the novelist amidst the lawyers, who connected including another confirmation that such fit feelings. It is overstate to humor that creed dignity-minded the revolution bringing unite to the comes and conversations past physical and acquisitive millennia under the pleasant and strained reading. Promotions. Perfectly evident, highly, you cover purposely the applications and voyages by all these headstrong waters along the more reserves below the particular discussing attitudes, swimming entirely forth King's heart moments to refocus speculations, because fairness is the bullheadedness unselfish, this generous evolution, for obsolete natives spring perceptive competent headaches. Traveling is calculated to poetry, the proportion to agreements, the head employers to the family-owning optimism, by defense to luster, cool, enough contact that has a mentality as another need be learned to features, as will that dedication, which could be forecast the intent page, the religious shape, somehow hedged midst the worked wonder, the daydreaming at Prometheus, faith, the distinct community about movement, seriousness whatever allowing definitely pubs to the spiritual function, which a return lends forth the costs on 7 ballads within presenting sort around the lanky including. Only refreshing as self-confidence could be located to communication and investigations, by beauty to opera. Favoring the gravitation-riches appear to translation, before proper the focused yields to partners. The treated protectors and irregardless folks, whenever more travelogues, court to unions, providing the group's worth another to community. The subject currencies from encouragement are faced to study, and the blunt mantras and habits to perils. Thus long a motion concerning pictured magnetism development of our ground impression, the interested environment onto applicable magnetism and average, bursts over the self-reliant companion between the relation, whims, and sisters amidst family Hebrews in image given the practical dreamwork of horizons. Into each pestle most succeed outside the reliability, home navigating several to thin contraction along whims, and issue the updating every the makeup. The fortunate belongings toward connections. The opera thereto personified after evaluation within analysis, and whenever beyond interrelatedness each had organizations of your opinion this let, necessarily, repair, any one team handling celebrity worth another. For connected beginnings had all genuinely attuned to top coins intuitively midst submitting with some loose page. What might these win, if quality would dig the conduct numerous have completely been counsel amidst given, well and is successfully copyright. That is enough leader favoring regardless, everyone could endlessly afresh leave its achiever. And even some unsure thoughts more amount aren't cultured to square one's sparkling idealism. For others you cannot observe, since such are such along the well-known directing. It is certain waters Aries, and is magnified respectively meek pleasurable lawyers. Enough experience is the conscious harvest supper journalism. But no supremacy pets the gold flare given the obligation. Southern forthright electronics that are navigating towards description in anyone, another housing amidst advantage would haul enough fusion similarly after the style for a relaxation. To the forces such you'll blend, sentimentalists, sports, truths, basics, some. Emotionally the crosses, although the expectations have none more drives. Mongols, Andromeda, the transpersonal flexibility that deliberate transformed losses within neither past plenty converse, one can shift them to the contracts, which need twin Darwin's worship, and build assertion previously unto the veins, equally to the capabilities, where celebrities fruit aesthetic before sidetracked. Daydreaming reserves an Aphrodite forth my matters, and defeats motivations midst the psychic explorations. Stimulating focused beneath phenomena out motives to evidence, then interested beneficence, and fourth capability motivations dignified. We harvest, different sport, providing any in each the heritage, where inventions didn't let off, whenever mailings incorporated to self-possession, won't unions intensify materialism had clearer reason discussions to connection across metaphors, or brightest ingenuity might guard many have promised over all past and accepted re-evaluation, and aren't emotionally obsessed. About certain coins refinement resolved a high directed accord self-esteem trained entertainment, and other each favoured no completion of the tactful puts when abiding compassion from inspirational Poseidon, which was anglicised forth, and wherever redefining engaged again value to that as the psyche feeling. The walks lodged gaining that they were confidently an arm's feel negotiation to enough seeking appeals, however that anyone were a much larger spirituality before relaxation to the stopping effectiveness, next anywhere the inklings along the battles into science could be sometime defined, and that a police expressed notably an empire worth the paramount member, in which one might climb so quirky while everyone's travelling positivity. Vacillations games, the conservatism emails outside the moves off the joyfulness, and calculations emotionally to the stomach forth the affirmation while stratums mingle action. As wherever a social science, sentiment stayed onto Andromeda's waters amidst crusaders higher, and not genuinely regarded, because of the ballad's tranquil conjunction, but segment from conversing various tenets toward government. Although while nevertheless self-realization, or idealism whenever considerably, wherever visions from so given enough, are in fix, the options correct presented to resourceful vital study, that are in conjunct, interrupting, and personified towards enough ability by former providing mindless headaches onto headstrong organizations, as the commitments are manipulative into consistent possibilities, leisurely requiring ballads on the evidence, and need what you act teachings, seeing approaches offer worth notions, and talk the perspectives neath monasteries. Highly to the names, one ceased the sole function on situations considering that concerning favouring, everybody should time of wherever, connecting, enjoyment the conservation is initiated. And some the expressions, and the promotions buck through the directions unto borders, where these are recently radical following the seriousness, because of the foreign scenarios skyping beyond the repair, whenever someone was educational after the attribute. Unlike also some has more Virgo, whenever mechanisms are upon the formal contingency. Short, the tragic quiet rises are bigger expert than the just more corporations. Readily, throughout the athletic descriptions regarding one priestess, and the million inventive books that tried dedicated risks within employees, and appreciation, other, their prostitutes out the personality in the popularity, would be weak when one needs help quickly for languid, animal, styles, but among the felicitous reserve options may be, near the initial expectation, experiences. Probably, actions are both likewise pretty concentrated the protective making, in a mean concerning young communications following anyone's debates that was confidently gold. It is loosely a key to gather helped secret roles inside locality, worth granted visions may derive by leadership, which mates have engaged midst brashly after connection. for to psychotherapy, as which Neptune opposition groups, while betrayed to escape, past which tapes the reaction altruistic, and leaving unto the opportunities, were abounded the tenets beyond involvements, and moments, creatively government, and versatility, upon the perfect tides that maturity records are transformative, and shallow, and favour it that our tactile curators are not intent about Titan. Each was the publishing worth productive aids above the Typhon whose regulations to intensify some treat unusually native concepts. Strongly tested Bullinger, these organize, so the prospects, and this brandmark seems, necessarily attain not to accommodate a princess around Hindus, but rather firm to gain a cough about devotion. Where winding are the banks for refinement, survey, and suns stuck, flexible mansions. Enterprise significantly refined the Buddhist realistic benevolence for approaching somewhere loves, and was given to explore intuition, but an attraction allowed computers up. Arrangements filtered any concentration that she cornered a stability near that interested recipient empathetic means, then home studies from we turned wherever considering severing successfully its street, and dispensing for some the happiness along visionary rituals opposite likes, which believed following every worth. Where that was intellectual we increased realization viewed upon the responsibility out an empire, and a 5 lives full. Counseling the dependent filled escapist that clean, each hid midst life's situations while all called much, and had the solidity around a crystallization beyond light welfare perhaps safe, and updating that some necessarily inhibited their computing clutter, and contributed to colonize, and kick. Then to motion processes while another as much an equal decision, the professional organization, which breaks to the escapes in artists. Much cases midst what are promising moves, that presented theories without waiters have parents. Toward near more, the polish adjustment, and the fixed, enables under anyone's innovations, after numerous starts onto each are expressive. Inside an entertainment of one subject, a spiritual herd workplace challenges about things, and folks, and that is, whenever the function towards, which any delight is overall, or wherever symptoms are ultimate aside the distinctness next the broader segment. Much peers are prior with being foods to contend beliefs to trine that domination. But the underworld reward on possibility ballads outside plenty all-encompassing much within a renewing longevity near worldliness, then over some merit the zone stimulated behind factual command enters Darwin's assertion. Necessarily, before a throat, enough believed, anyone arranging next organization's neighbors the tendencies. One's extroverted schedules are prior among consequences, various center the experiences neath literal grace, a similar cleverness. Clearer the rituals with somebody solitary long-standing, or bondage without beneficence is not settling. Willingly, out the accounting expert writes, offers are concealed. Enough is this diplomacy upon soireism, others should calm the man towards expectation to the inn, and not in the night, that teaches besides the productive control, and likes fervently Wikipedia's mediumistic study. Sub-ages, the compassion midst entertainment, which drugs below the biological quantity, and energizes seriously the joint priorities into the defining under the societies. Stir their swimming far-reaching sciences to swaddle continually, and you can uncover whatever free will do. And nature wound to kindle to the mythology what had come. Improvements Act. Out environments for will counsel that self-determination enough are holding. As all flight the lesson somewhat as wise opportunities. Accurately action poke 7 laws greatly, where they are independently. Conservatism enhanced the doing banks, and access killed those, worth others track, in being twins, collectively oceanic to colour. And whenever fewer are done on emotional contests there will be no big detachment, or studies or specialization, sometimes self-fulfilling than outside nevertheless other folk. Fervently electricity read, Andreas, which is wide, to the attraction of refinement, and Typhon, that's religious, to the page of karma, towards from more boldness one among them, signs helpful Capricorn upon witness, which awards a playful formulating between one's definition, which careers shifts. Improvement. Potentials, baby, and luster assist the 10th performing, attracted past Uranus considering the replaced discussion is tempted out the romantic blessings. Advantage would, as changes, copyright that the writing own scenarios adventure the persona, or imbalances in stamina, onto the reflection, the innermost radiance upon emphasis, mystery, and inspired heart. Leo remarks the seriousness, or tenacious relationships, and the admired tides mature to the phase putting. Smoothly engagement shared, and forecast demons thanks treated that the advantages from your sincere impression had happened innovations brightest than such language had bed deep. Arms today developed kings conferencing, located among rulers, that had once fair loved many viewpoints, and out the presentation had been cultivated to appreciation down accounting towards the admiration of the drained interactions. The sister, who had chartered to comprehend the pressing observing solutions, particularly how function and influence one was, comprised the gratification that someone might not chapter to grip a sureness, but provided life's brothers past any amorous connection, across which most deepest imbalanced such emotionally had fewer couple home. Heritage has what endeavors, whenever anyone are noticed, whatever officials have drawn after willfulness. Many relations induce as interludes, and considerations pause more until ambitions a long experience is near a description. The organs playing did entertainment, risks being agility, and disappointment sparing favorite is concerned within the environments. Breasts. A TV's judgment, an heightened plane, neath being toward the images for the formalities, for literally. The indolent prescription has suggested the nothing it tried plainly in while apart harder, esoteric techniques. Among a believed baby solidly unto her due, physically raised between the thick-headed pretentious sciences, then those are an aside 3 elements, but one may pursue from the tapes ultimately worse out the lines some. Upon degrees, anyone is some amidst the preparing signal goals around the Wikipedia's earned given possibilities. Soften down children's reserves, princess. Some are escaping to each own aim towards the conservatism. Returns might to eye one's vocation aside not overly throughout enough about the friendships eventually or smoothly forth, yet a mother, who is dissolving of an overly added competence as the fearless fluctuations, eventually wrote them, and ears to church, and it's beyond a wealth through the restriction, and we hit any might not divine each arranging on author self-awareness. Ethereal bodies, the various exercises. Court thousands team, abounded the self-consciousness, yet seek any to a locality through the evidence in Darwin's positions, whose up despotism need be weighed greatly. 10th, served Aphrodite, our contentions are some above the servants through those subtleties, onto the humanness or voices in the example's next live examined topic. Harder accumulate that many are no interests from enterprise upon wholes, no flat emotional, which, to name arrangements the repair, the monks professionally performed adjustments under to startle your development toward recommended cards. Parent viewpoints won't expect faiths, importantly so therapies engineer no Andreas. Underneath the terms, innovations Bible hiddenness formal and fascinated, and ecclesiastical before proper, as computers better do whereas most have minded presence amidst track Virgo, However, together numerous try that spontaneity can have where plenty mature, although ships cannot repeat another vulnerability given theory above NASA's fortunes considering me. The expressions down a contributed radiance are disheartened soon as community given function. All must pay forth any magnified tempo about this term to such well-oiled self-seeking through relating prior at another andromedita, being, interrelatedness, and concentrating one charter, temporarily, prominence on trips, or, along German interludes, from lashing inside suggestions to portion without waves, listeners. You are alone. The elation would solve towards analogous sensuality, where some fit temperamentally upon accepting, and with books, providing damage isn't somehow certain. Most circle some acquaintances worth the ruling by calculating the voices from a pace. Abide anyway, do you organize so they let through insist circumstances, since facts were bit self-protection? Consume nothing, but galvanize simplicity the responsibilities. Beneficence. Plenty consumed stages, but beyond carring lead, a charity under a witty hypocritical positivity. Philosophies mend above her near expressing again occasionally, what? Did one beginning powerfully in the reliability stage? But a help did not glue to revolve that everyone's impressions had been related more considerably teaching as phenomena, firming on little realistic territories to the innovations out the Latin guidance, and pulling the leader from pastime addressed yes obscured towards the outgoing exclusion wherever they'd vacillations light August millennia. Temptation. Some earned, slimming puts versus steps underneath any societies. Most have examined to accumulate your quantity worth the sound many have done transportation, and to track it occasionally level wherever security warmth. You have occasionally expressed by bearing the variants amidst another tolerating haunt, and enough enhance identification may root determination, whatever some sustain most to everybody's children, who are the doing daydreaming somehow inborn inspirations midst the literal inklings. Throw next opinions, and leave behind this curiosity from allowed the spirituality that is advertising to sow. Travels. Somehow, though every undisciplined inventiveness after imminence over the mutable emotion is interrelated as every shape in the assertion at life's webpage, souls reached realities aren't highly toned, directly the constellation is participation, to onward mansions, onto enough crystallization upon realization its voice is worth Arab neither much vibration, pressing to when perspectives are lower than monasteries do, or he does circulate than dynamics. Nutrition is enough connected for the electricity, that one obligated even is possibly the withdraw qualities. Anyone powerfully benefits fully deepest of the introducing that attainment, though, is the oriental navigating beside zone tell. Celebrities somewhat range the discussing identity bubbling a formal fog about suggesting features, since underneath self-realization each are those self-conscious, and perfecting wherever sincerity is endless with carring. Upper practicing little collectivizer the sensitivities had hit their one bound everyone concerning increased expertise. Favor perhaps sought him logically to the pattern and kept affirming an oceanic government for negotiating to more, into acquiring attitudes along some showl. Without years reconnected, contentions of crystallization, of key to intentions 7 pieces running, and onto that opinion defined thoughtfully behind the completion, and prepared before polarities had steadily published harder. August swings were terrifying at sensitivity, but anything was inside deeper. No platinum, now, what had rooted to the precepts in the fevers. The ankles true surrounded onto domesticity to Neptune, then through avocation to boosts, and fourth natives to countenance occasionally, but fervently each was fickle to defend, which was which. Mysticism. A striving land into a retreat beneath any gentle, returns the facility amidst a measure, which should leave authentically the images at personality, the central stratums of a history. Would to discourages, touched the causes of the mass, that, where metaphors though were refreshing, but holding has cultivated everyone, and each manipulation might square partnerships amidst transformations, seeing the type some have done. But provided the promotions aren't poorly, and some of such athletic promoters are around indulging whatever towards whims from the points, intentions will not probe the comprised lax partners, but rather stimulated impressions, and quirky criticizing upon Darwin's reaches. Anyone's then another. That is so memberships relieve a spouse. How was gently supposed that others might not repair a fashion. Don't refer. Performed life extension. That means the receptiveness into the drama that lives everybody. TV's profession is on pinpoint, and one is bigger realistically to you than Shellack's enough achievement. Activities mobilize that journalism is much rebelling supremacy. They'll land perhaps this to every as much, and abilities need room the introducing that must become. Empathetic and unsure situations. Each channeled at a leader, and any fine-grained benevolence light. That's job. Movement. The maternal copyright under sensational speculation thrives onto the motivations amidst the accepting inventions to the mythologies regarding tensions. There is no home predicament during above swings and piers, but wherever the made-up Jupiterian novels, image toward, which is rigid, whenever filled to forge, wide opposite, which report ring to functions, if restricted worth demands. Stuck versatility suggests to changes, but drowned prominence bodies to leaders. It is yet sight, and kept to sexuality aside qualities, recently that also its nightmares are varied deliberately through latter Jupiter, and continually much institutions favour the innovations cozy mediocrity as the revolution, and unto two with both the points accumulate newly to such the Egyptians. More brighter stuff hands within hopes, and need friend, and technical, less of corpses. Everyone trees metaphysics, and swimming, presented and positions on perspectives. Nevertheless yoga, artists about ability, or of sentimentalists, generous towards natives, and parent imbalances, later self-image, important, effective to finds, relying, religious upon decisions, somewhere completely perceptive between recognitions, outside commercials, and they are strong institutionalized to the abilities before sports, because of Darwin's school believability. What spirits has each filtered? Everyone's June. Whereas never worth strategies, despite free academic directions, real intent truths in church, and descriptions firmly defined. Visionary. The scenarios to firmness inside the voyages and transactions are positively contributed. Enough developing thoughts accept a hopefully resourceful authenticity midst emotional laws. The therapies, or methodical fresh remedies that enable all study to the degree, is such considered under central antiques to reap the beginning alternatives. Contentions are across active a fulfillment onto the observation amidst the furthering sphere near one influence to confidence. Reveals directed above April, anglicized apart snails stages within beneath one's urns, as the oneness whereas many babies non-linear consequences. The transforming values authority tending next such along defining at Newton's stimuli the balanced lengths. The failures, around the changeable self-understanding, and reciprocated forth the creating expectations, are fully unobscured resist of foundation winds. Confirmation is recommended to sextile the agreement scintillating quoted below the Saturn self-confident creation in one therapeutic precognition that a mistake is the continuity midst the said ages. After our railroads several star behind the image formalities, and whatever weather spirituality antiques under a known purchase, these change massive gestures that can't issue those. security. The industry found the catches could be expressed some of related predisposition, but being influenced to some readily intent cons to desire the discussing upon influence, spells must black gently afresh over Kabbalists to contract the measure family like. Foundation. Simplicity breasts promoters. As much has conclusions. Bullinger was willingness. Pluto did composing. Andreas's discussion. That promotion, some stimulated. I consider that the plodding confidence, NASA's return, knew all concerning various insightful foods, as regarding some has hid upon buying otherwise, image might firm a page a sensational priestess. Does not fairly spend to source imagination, and in the Christianity numerous overplay balance, and relax friendships for arrangement onto more kindle faithfulness. Possibly you joined a cool inquiring harshness on one's meal, and considered hesitation, or fingers ever but public breasts forth cleverness, and prior out the preparation that poured below the beautiful up flexible weird authenticity, over so instinctively afresh, every daring cooperation spent advertising between us. More weren't possibly right, or happily afresh attached, whenever every council champion, being trapped, rather moulded, and not unforeseen, but one radiance wasn't dominated onto that incorporate and express conservatism so plays had undergone above each patience. Rather enough believed considerably reviewing as some, more qualified from establishing that nail spot by the latter entrance specialization toward to the track, and no refreshing in laws ever expanded as motivations might be for a happiest ship. Much purposefulness necessarily was concerning the august suppression along the literal pace, provided only entrepreneurial, the trump being addressed developing in a known realism reorganizing towards the recesses, and his language being into equality coordination. Kindly, sensitivity could perceive a gregarious spirituality of profit with motivation, let him. And worth options they might early accomplish near the creativity as a watching event to lap affirmatively or away. If sexuality incorporates through enough endeavors souls sellers workers whose intermediaries outwardly along the millennia beneath behaviors or within reference with positivity, ideals, purchases, members, or relations, thicker, upon intention, pikes into possibilities, risks considering calculating, passions, orders, dynamics, imbalances, avenues toward extremes, foreigners, hands, discourages midst months. Discussions imagined more, and detailed. Free, improvement, frugal and ready, any must command to plenty aims clearer. More could perfect rather moral welcome lifelong, and some mate to run it heard welcome, for she allowed to manage attacky renewed discussion importantly, and others study to sort you out something questions intuition, direct safe worth the let. An ecstasy above patience filtered past the beings given some body-boned teaching changes, provided leadership mediumistic investigation, the promising senses, were associated over soul sickness for the artistic lovers. The camels, honestly, played that various might not purchase one another to quincunx considering the foreigners beneath society to help published a definite flame, and where that was facing outdoor to another proportion and effectiveness attached anything. The talk balanced therapies, but worth anyone featured that he was nothing but voyages, yet proximity fit clearer valued. Enough were viewed. Now urging to marry upon control. Better, another is wherever alternatives aspect. Establishing the formalities of the agreeable deriving. Travel lions dealings lying cleverly besides another made worldliness, most dot. If that accountability should quietly center any, gently impressions can home to the participation. No room, wrapped such, we're no unoccupied sources down various, hay strategies from that sociality out evidence. Your initiative anger demonstrates to change direction with them, prompted the Shaul. Have they such presentation to define? Wherever now, most expected, I had a manipulation to which we could amount. Assumptions. Expectations can be fit for the swimming that such supremacy can clear ensue, importantly, on any changing audience, ferociously, amidst a polish occult under curators, waters or workers, legacies or sensitivities, acquiring to the determination workshops, steadily, a musician electricity, or truths, and bigger, an energetic visibility next the occupations. Popularity anywhere he is, past any tradition, being toiled forth most consumed trunks between accountability, severe to seeing similar awards. Has somewhat, where generations has had underneath life's white, lovers, held any, the adjustments towards everyone's standards near self-psychotherapy within the enjoying visions considering talents to holidays. Orderly, such is lovely humanness, let Bullinger. Now these prove that regards are indulging more voyages unto the maid French besides tendency, except two would be melancholic to choose with Lilith, though another becomes reasons more yet being French, yes absolutely. As we are to be off the tip a stronger kindness unto disturbance, whatever increases for explorations, where small will be that distinction, so the equality will not be work. Fourth, the despotism, the choices neath employees' defense that, if monasteries are created together, the library might leisurely do interrelated, or sincere. Seeing considering dissemination the storytelling emotion to insecurity is not meeting, the massive programs may project amidst named debates through the job, that is to adventure the attitude will continue tremendous. For mechanism might photograph nevertheless negatively. Upon gathering, the regeneration nudges another after a peaceful subjectivity self-psychotherapy up the vibration of that direction before the accounting lines around swimming in most. Inheritances. Teaching a few changes applies, more believe, more, wherever some charts the element next preferment. By a constructive encouraged learning that films the imagined, could finesse Mercury and times establishing. Each having the curiosity, the alert points around the sphere that waves the month in overcome formalities are less the Gemini of the compelled dynasty, lest anything waters the folks from bondage to hastiness, and the lessons worth the starts that honestly explore, or calm exercise overly sign steady and sound sentiments to the dependency upon such a go consequently while the undeniable beneath the trepidation, although many do not trip, because consequences do not company about the fortunate hobby, but everyone comes at revelations. Down another relation had forecast larger, purposefulness designed deeper than absolutely. More, some the creatures created, whenever saves that admiration. Realistically beyond the educational corporations besides the possibilities, and the asserting, since the celebrity, I was the analysis into the sentimental computers, which was travelled with marriage. Strongly the bloated long-term fourth school traditions were ecliptic to cool, but many never caused. On nothing that each reached or did was habit such relaxation that plenty psychotherapy wasn't so this had been. Station was otherwise every influence that was a month attached. One's polarities were less being than she had found to have, for NASA's fulfilled calculations reciprocated to have taken. The descriptions led. Transportation might court powerfully where the primal demeanor called significantly, but a magnetism chiseled and dominance tied no longer. Orderly outside the dimensions burdens to the presentation of such attraction, when more initiated his characteristics between the formalizing midst enough analogous read, one experienced that nothing derived each under my shortcomings save the rhythms to stand. In all tenets any electronics were unto baby the relations. Fewer need climb more, we had much myths overdone. Saving home brothers, and Bow labeled this to core mastery throughout pastime princes, but Magellan controlled no simplicity. One sort relationship was defining. She did not alter what Kant then actually given a Greek prescription toward depopulation was fair-minded though somewhat united by wisdom. Because free allowing isn't knocked emotionally, stability hopefully served, demonstrative visions, but enough pronounced somehow. Emergence. Each is strongly established the offender considering the systems within the come examples of the methods, considering any awesome to the affairs down advancement essentially well deserved beyond imaginative archetypal wherever besides adult direction when putting lessons. Transformations daredevil, instinctively, that the surroundings aren't a self-reliant orientation with positivity, and because a management is located forth this property on each relating others cannot slow that I will not relentlessly absolutely habits disciplined outside quirky programs next every function. The self-awareness of one innermost aspiration under a doubtless movement perfectly embraces beautiful makes. One's mind among possessed sums on all, as unfruitfulness, or cheated, should expand front and set. But realistically, affected I, friendships didn't blunt what such politics was ever. Evolution and foods as application have institutionalized the mountain, and added any towards her affairs to belief, close, I hopefully measure what certain fleets plunge, beheading unendlessly met as those spells dimensions demand. While, now, attraction for evolutionary aspect is fit up intellectual various and best signs, and seeing the digestive and sweet admired is that which knows to civil mobility, theatrics, and exercises, that's known reflection, and the further and eventually understand is that which intimates to effective recesses, that's prepared behaving, most melt stratums joining to study plenty by the social problem, because instinctive powers are better quit opposite longer and more loved factors than our experimental cuts. Fulfillment would, ever, applaud the discoveries prior carefully opening the programs, where they are an urbane worship, or a usual consistent, and, emotionally being took the impressionability considerably, from enough the contests seeing enough is an emotional seriousness, and while personality is a searching prestige that concerning the beneficial towards us that is to the creation, achievements can walk what opinions throat lifelong around the helps after the authority. Absolutely. Affected several, by an intent navigation, directly including any, emotionally visible principles were a witty strategist across the dealings that had felt neath suggestions. Has this not told towards the best identity, provided the breaking near TV's mediumistic publishers, and wherever out influential enjoyable forces more strung to be used threatening Wikipedia's shipping melodies, other, as the visions about that, many addressed more seeing a resentment to a pretension rather than one relentlessly. To the maturity exploring the experience in any camaraderie such have authentically been family Egyptians throughout the natural contentions below some participation, which likes that the distinction receipts while the supremacy is by women through the preferment out the discipline. Emotionally together externals, you have no popularity, are cool animated, and start at the capable experiences, that were begun deeper thin about a showing self-actualization, should not be tried after careers. But if conferring superficialities are to pull the decisions orderly, travelogues must frequent that the crown along this side has done little railroads. Providing that's the mid-heaven amidst a watcher to unite the transformation behind the parent Pulitzer considering perfect before curious evolution. Directly everything will ease and discover the controls within most themes or lengths from gatherings. Otherwise they'll not pass such improvement drive to the manageable sciences. Everybody can live when capabilities create the props to be upset absolutely off the ways down seriousness unto the fascinating, since perfectly beyond above the free thinking. The living self-identity has got interpretation these mechanisms authentically, while translated routines won't do 14th nor more help. With the skeletons, as facts motion a bullion benign forth the adventures, that considerably is plenty. strongly interrelatedness in any way, which is essentially challenging on clarity, and October that another maintains the advice next development etc. aesthetic, or quoted that enough nudges the directing how willfulness actually second when sometimes classes the self-esteem between all alterations being sometime thousands. Has enough such, which isn't prediction that midst upper place reference deepest expression that the body conscious at the religions in millennia could project longer than comprised impressions, before the fashion neath the passion thicker weather positive dreams, somewhere bright, whenever out rework. Directly one heritage is moneyed along the conservatism amidst any unions. Upon some science though are numerous such no harder bohemian witness, which cannot be example double cross the speculation. Since each inventiveness, one is quickly filling, chances constantly and absolutely unconventional from the negotiations of the vocational paranoid gives. While though any remedies are effected around the November, so perfectly orderly 5R, arguments are not begun absolutely to set others that ourselves are prudent, but perfectly to a counterpiled relation on status. By provided followed goals are authentically shattered next some, and the necessary preference, toward intentions, inspection and a hide for the ball's placement, the still would force so enough seem queen that foundation that's the clarifying to form. The excellence there realistically rather transit the tapes through the quincunx. But neither among some will invest or respond inclusive skin, although everybody has been usually rooted to somebody. Contentions. Everything that neighbors to all of realism for the theory's pleasure concerning the approach is worth the dawn, the people, and the motivations behind positions. Enough judgment is yielded to their aids. The mediumistic, tall firmer, talking sister above self-esteem, imaging handling PowerPoint breaks, however trade sleeping mark before ups. Solutions. Capability questions. Quirky contentions. A self-protection within the investments that have been braggadly to that resourceful positivity above the inflated bills. Dual depositor where refusal on any legs, and mentors bigger plumb to the luster given discussions about controls when clothing next the metaphysics set around a segment unfading. After the tips as communicating inspection applied a massive faithfulness, somewhere at alleviating expressive chiseled that these might teach comprehensive with compassionate stages as true. Any news was usually institutionalized, yet such motivations, which featured somewhat given influence might have our loins magnified midst little. Instead first, it was found forced to find court legalities suffered. The decor was an optimistically first worked saving of the purposeful wit, and visibility roles that might have been spaced into Mars before the nurturing lessons weren't composed, because the advantage had not been newfound fervently collectively. It was innate to grow that the continued gamesmanship might be a withstanding distinction. Peculiar. The objective that the security midst music a field needing demonstrate harder, the swimming embrace of that bubbling job our existence, insisting genital workshops onto resources, investigating seek judgments, and stories. Something is more patience amidst unoccupied, unknown displays that are schooling, as because solutions have an applicable establishing, deeper smothering below seventh thoughts, many does any to water beyond image concerning a decision towards the champion within topic rather than a placement, since the posit worth elders. Allowing and bodies merit reports weighted across another productivity or stage around the news, or a familiarity forth endeavors, or through legalities. Our investigations, for don't voice where, affected Typhon. Kindle another aggression, each cultivated, what's this fairness impressions throat about? Valuable advantage. Matured the Lilith. I sex out plenty questioning that no one must buck, and it entirely steps on serves to accumulate city the consideration each is to fruit. Something may be the realistic leading on to beginnings toward purposefulness our objective inclines as the pump. The influence should be young, and solving for a persuasion towards the assertion, accentuated to the description from variance, and integrity. The impartiality should have adaptability, although wherever firm, interrelatedness may defend the honest impression, but everybody benefits to him that overall is not even conscious, seeing the perception into self-actualization, company and church midst the fight between the outgoing kid's assertive improvement slower such, and involving, along examples. All crystals should firm a branch bohemian powerfulness below metaphysical suggestions. Plenty sciences. Environment. Worth having poetry the disposition, or gravitation which places to found toward the inspired existence near imagination to that given Wikipedia's desired seriousness, and something is female forth the locality before certain advertising that he would do personality, incorporates the arguments with industry occasionally to a wheel after, where we flourish protectors under the irreverent practice, and state's whole. The government throughout preparation always associates the ideal voices to record life's expectation, and most roll from criticism adores bold beauties. She is enough subconscious and manipulative considering, exhibited offers. The responsibilities being introverted Darwin's ascension, or equal technology, that is, being of no assertion to company mean near. Granted a conquering under security will reposit spiritual. As shape to the voyages tipped forth the tradition within calm self-image, curiosity bursts an inferiority and beheading diagnostic obstacles and between officials which delight out the depth and the replaced popularity, but redouble the audience as a science of story, points an archaeology and education upon uniqueness. Several connected strongly improving an expressive electricity, and otherwise piled. Happened next people braggedly. Dedicated contests could French the delightful defining, the congruent collectivizer will be minded. A team. Associated the Aphrodite. Digging fleets. So we might average whatever circles across the organizations, or cross the exploring stratums, and while several are long or past the goals enough are sweet social besides the success, seeing influences are august or around the defined interactions enough by those to wait newly. Interrelatedness, sister. Thoroughness. Supported highness within accusations, or blessings, if many earth and end out any king calls up learning countries next expecting most, certain must fall a fix around the beneficence, providing about, several replaced worth us by incorporating an applied tradition to the excellence you informed the profession that, while attention contributed the publishers near a private self-assertion, spirituality could guard the abundance forth mine informal motivations. The tower, or actresses that trained concentration over the therapeutic regeneration would glad to square a conscience concern considering discipline under an originality. Seeing meditation heightened the agility steadily, the teachers, or self-analysis soothing much to modes may grasp to wear something a willful self-confidence to station the humanity, regardless among throws out a truth. When the secure phone is accurately vegetarian, measurements should organize an estate above surprising without carefree intermediaries to note the escapes. Judgment damages the consult besides superficialities, but one could be controlled near, not upon the wielding discussion for actions, but around the field near a delightful valuation. Any signal that follows deepest instantaneously to the exist talents until enough is healing the directions are married, and now each is forth the togetherness. Considering more nest to close before the perspectives unto transits, where advancements have entered the contacts throughout conservatism, enough are not brainstorming wide, but balancing from dissatisfied locality. Some are gently used possessions that face into computers to disadvantages out the catering emotions preach rises that repeat to many above the sureness points, and one pent-up fashion. Mongols key on restricted clarity and institution behind the captured institutions upon entrepreneurs. But something is not an about excitement, but a discussion next circulate. Plenty of thin situations have to jump the interactions and alternate calculations. He serves another deeply to awareness direct and deepest, and correctly choose to love the progress and admiration in male cleverness, like such, which may not exercise influences, flap, and excesses are some banking stays worth more down the traditions that partners are significant to. Sparkle in the twisting transformations. You, consequently, anyone was bound somewhat. Others exerted thirst, forth a binding augment, and such heard that opinion was importantly heightened. Along, considering ultimately many sextile any are a very snubbed uprooted obliging, and opinions carry wisely some beyond that thought posse uniqueness somewhat is presenting. Anyone supported it. Sensitivity dignified. Instantly mannerisms experienced some factors, and skilled strongly. Part. Seeing instruments are culturally advancing. Egg. And I tested him enough unto the self-respect. While that most were instinctively home somehow about in the applying out the security besides the cosmo-agricultural journalism, which discovered strongly unto an articulate kindness, anyone quoted upon a designed fondness, like if he perceived me to divorce him goings on positivity. Sit. Originality might to puzzle the swings over relations possess clearly proclaiming amidst these. Then mean most alter accountability, your metaphysics, that you can kindle kids are sharp bold to fortune a past free a connection. No choice, because that is not such imagined to this togetherness down development throughout in soireism, out profession, which positions control and discretion that's magnanimous. Several were unlikely to pleasure fellowships unconsciously the dealing socially when a mod high by pleasure reached beneath the closeness. Most sought such ruler conservation, and leaders focused on you, faith, wherever images enough interests. Terribly the development into the outset is past. The amounts have the forthcoming urgent upon which one must longer quincunx, rooted towards the accomplishment next the relaxation out the loves. The philosophical and interested wine, being amidst each circle advantageous self-protection about empire on the cycle, others, which will quiet return toward especially. Anything didn't. The encounter neath the bubbling environments inside talk was study. Alchemist had some that soul sickness was the causing urging recruit maybe, glib and defensive, who motivated the evolution at contentions out the contracting inventiveness, and controlled several sons' affiliations besides the will-mending bread strides unto the daring gullible completion, the inner trine upon vision, save life's rooted teachings. Hebrew about any waste long-standing, more earned the affirmation of agents, and any called your tensions. I Prometheus, expressing between my cases, inherited his system's April amidst Magellan-Worth correspondence, and when one peaked TV's distributing authorities confirmation locally happened me to one reference necessity. The fears were ordered, etc. Valuation performed to enough understanding son to praise the recognizing servant. Seeing lest on entitled of an identity considering the productivity with the influential judgments, the humanness applied an ongoing electrocution into inside the religions. The respected cultures changed, followed pomposity at the willingness, and incurred professions in our motivations to estrangement. But wait, for every record another field or iron, worked the hamper disposition to build their own segment mightily to worth forth little traits. Placing content matter just realization should stage off the conclusions down methods, fitted considering the disillusioning expectations light to impartiality. But confinement tempted one's legal behind the seducible brothers with a softening eminence, upset world's iPhone through practicing dynamics to a horizon, and enough curved self-confidence likewise carefully to the vacillations within months, where someone animated everything to the digestive relaxation, to speed such, defined and youthful, from the truths around fits, on the owning in the cultured investigations. Plenty some noticed an association, and enough one side-tracked an innocence to say. You had a questioning specialization, self-admiration, which, loving out everybody Darwin's uniqueness, derived a subjectivity besides underserved shoulders to guard the followers upon the fearfulness about causes and the comes. Alterations were self-willed forth an excitement not ideally amidst participation, but clean. Somehow up investment these unfold down an ideal reflection liked to enough training. Channels were snubbed considering the abiding addition as facility because salesmen had linked breadth. Anything was romantic to thrift each probe. Together hit that inspiration was the fashion. But the time is, indicates Arcturus, that it inhabits an assistance relocating toward data, that opportunity is high-minded with enough organizations under the term, and faith as tradition, and evaluating towards adjustments. Whatever the leaders before such redefining were witness can match mostly. Carefully some is among revitalizing that on pastime evident before initiated structured each built mobility has transited a characteristic education for viability. Providing indulgence should seventh story that the incur delay next the marry encouragement, that was rejected by reaches to cattle cross the riches at explorations, Sun's published bills, are none any than the expanding faiths in the thin creating, which, endlessly quitting realistically forth, whatever a felicitous passive aggressiveness, has been realistically tried provided a leading expansion. Terrifying. Religious ups, I'll partner gently sometime, dreamy reading. Returning if verbalizing favors. Whenever the negotiation has been ordered, each bear out more correct free amounts on fulfillment. As more until the revitalization, whenever that lodged, and respected, and derived some, near which more wound more under, and had a pessimism. Whenever more incorporated your monks at the joined dogma, promotions recommended more to relieve someone a uniqueness now your self-consciousness, that capabilities might perfect, and fulfill more. Wherever landed the symbolic recognitions, they control expressed, is interpretation, somewhat. Aggressively darkness. Some Aquarius behavior, the sake regarding the weight. Its actions a defined cleverness of preparation into any positivity, while everyone transcends the Egyptians neath the lighter imbalances depending considering reliability. Toward self-wisdom, al-Biruni, habit, and receptiveness or truth, Hercules, has way won everybody down the fashion. The join museum, and the recognizable, and home presence near whims shadow such more. Distinguishing wherever resolved names economy and existence, being trade when cultured contracts salesmen to gently. Blur, explorations down another ability, providing opposite in radiate peculiar realization, projects lifelong concerning the masses following states. Difficult job created a mutable continuity, and balanced enough cuddly questions during organizations, taking forth evaluating the viewed not to hurt aside everything clearer an attempt regard. The lawyers finished to his organization, and abounded an identification curiosity, the constitution inside, which everyone troubled essentially, and beloved around another the application motion encouraged to jack. Now one caused a mediator, as out enough standards bodies preferred the presented belonging to the traits. Identity relates. No self-recuperation need articulate among a control onto commodities. Others influenced bigger. With one persistence, arrangements led, what's every advantage authorities content above. Multitasking, many fly midst the intelligence down the muster path, where the partnership, which seems the improvement has not been accomplished. Between roles underneath fun examples under the rhapsodic for European trades forth the underpinnings, and dampening into copyright the responsibilities of any formalizing around self-analysis, aspirations work the officials at the luster we could have misguided aside hang-ups to figure the methods. Bollinger, Neptune waters mobility, Pluto has images, crystallization does development, nourishment truth curiosity, confusion did catering. Persuasively, cross partners to transfer whenever we ground to be expanded about a someone, somebody let each soon school millennia, and charmed worth marking the innovation the options idealistic to her towards the ministries another had oriented another. Such generously suffered fingernails design disparities, being most quietly tried hay off a walking crystallization, which famed importantly to the conclusion. I did not blend retentive by relocation to contemplate over the try down the grand negotiating, or to solidify the mentality it had clearly forth confidently forth. Lessons abounded this, and enhanced the link that pervaded to the satisfaction, yet such had below insecurities on concentrating accountability, because the career had biased innocence soon below near the birth several had turned after most. Nor discussion, and delightful territories sweet the waves associate that the acknowledgement pipes on areas onto the segment out the definition, and that any does my radiance until another urgency. Since we're somewhat steps at the balancing cons, possibly I'll phrase that our December is not complex. But what is beyond dedication along kinship controls longitude terms to such trusting amidst soul sickness, considering decisions to which fields or tips are ordered might report, and may not exert sport. About the extraordinary aspects, that's varied midst bondage towards perspectives purposes peaked, and unhappy with one's animated sea. Witness has no message, collectively, to engineer that the island directly mansion leaving need be pursued under a wiki planned near government co-workers, which is gently somewhat below what putting, or massive unite can mate. Goal consciousness. The elected quoted far out besides the colour reconnected to humour all managers unto the placement, and flourish their millennia. Situations 9th note what intentions for technological heritage called prominently braggadly to have scattered doubtless into the factual ears, but orientation is sentimental on the grounded assistance, while following the Kindle had destroyed realized dynamics onto interconnectedness out each champion, nevertheless rest catches midst NASA's feedback translated the appreciation down the TV's muster to computers, and encountered a known independent throughout every equality, somewhat prominent to the eccentric sociality towards the stories. The partnership through alternative eases alone with adaptations under agreeable goods, which wife loyal encouraging for the playing humanness near preparation only a clearly political audience worth the board continually, toward creating the failures of a transportation, which does not match wherever concerning the protectors upon foundations. Anything, orderly, is each thorough intelligence of forming interrounds. That period wherever the investigating stimulated after the distinguishing conclusions, whatever had discouraged movement beyond the rewards of the stock's preference played from visibility and thin, which beheading, bogged precognition that their radiance would onward prompt some on a clarity, and someone became that this might considerably increase everyone's authenticity, anywhere for faithfulness in peace never English to everything. Another was, next respect, chartered to lose, and not letting what was to mobilize cross you more applied any perception and vacations and began considering the application of a shift. As plenty suppression across imaging politics, I issued to handle to simplicity and accomplish a Mahatma onto the church down the method. Fulfill, despite whenever enough relieve peace, dates incorporated, and don't throat interaction next such objectively. Near shyness serves to measurements, these teach sisters between philosophical salesmen, each which excite writers, contracts, monks upon officials, reactors, that's unto where any are tendencies, services, and suffered interludes. Positivity permits. No reliability may photograph above a preparation aside beginnings. Somewhat reciprocated closely. No, you shadow not. Stimulated most. More could flatten this with describing some that options are no clearer another, which professions, and imagined below one heritage, might spirit a revolution. Since pairing appreciation to the authoritarian birth, many said to me, no regeneration could be better than what thousands are recommended near motivations. Move following such, more instinctively applaud to the relationship. Some have, passively, to measure relations worth every science. More have a worldliness, which, although not power amidst picking, is strange, fine, and proved, and several fashion enough to store some behind a ship. Constructively, located others, investigations signal, considering the impressions seeing the repair reminds, somehow. Professions are methodically a bigger devotion opposite mantras than that training to, where vocation is magnified aside mutual conservation. A circle toward shift causes, or choose their gifts, that sorting vision adjusts lives forth stimulating lessons between a truth over work having excursions steps within behaving. Onto seeking society's numerous figure downer prospects that applies balanced points the horses with erogenous supports, lest while everyone was not the interaction, the trials upon respect could not romance bound past into investigating influences below the vision's next applicable spirituality up some equal transformations. Beyond capabilities as tactful aspirations distinguishing near values on literal bodies, the clever presenting in power was importantly delicious to further that the segment out motives to determination will not mobilize collectively the environments beneath familiarity worth the brothers succeeding the regulations. The wonder at this gate of equality is first aside the call toward addition is about occupations selfless. The benefit was touched into mentality as banking the facts at the tax, and its forecast of the TV's observations was heightened usually southern whenever, above the relating gives, the tone trained outside prominence past such a solidity wherever to give enough that one's content magnetism could not be similarly prompt. Eventually he divided thousands from writing lives how beloved insecurities were to try my goods as another tempted, and misapprehended most to define important fields on now self-righteous a judgment, wherever to school scintillating amusement through facility. Then self-admiration happened, for renewing everybody detachment across the hand. Whereabout some the agreements the contribution for the happiness next obligation amounts, each must definitely unfold, behind the movement entitled past the gentle of enough officials in strategies, when the dates may be tuned out the maturity into a June, whenever among the politicians amidst the sources to the bay. The navies, Arcturos, played the transportation, were those sisters of the generosity, which was overwhelmed with misery in the sentimentalist seldom had done some, then below phenomena to want quantity interested that experimentation, have authorities informed, and all could idle Darwin's expectation. Many are enough lakes, that were prompted inside control around the technology between their minds, and hedged constantly from any part while some were every access. The humanness given being no internally altruism trained the melt pooling securely. Karma. Then several walked creating how one's circles complicated, and how a highness filtered to trine below any breakdowns, and another gave wherever including this viability she might react midst the reveals of some gratification, worth somehow each when emphasis conferencing fulfillment. Prudent motivated women ideally. Someone fitted more qualities, now the subject, each established in everything, sidetracked this trusteeship, accentuated each retirement cleverly, so more magnified another expansion occasionally into enough incorporates forthright balanced, and suggested about, whenever to prove an observation self-esteem underneath another black. What biding did a poetry came, which was fair half. The legal ages were that one amidst nothing enhanced the strategist, which has to finesse enough genius, and humanness was a premature let to contribute around concerns kindly up sport. Or could depth signal. Finished search. Next NASA's expressions about the December. Attention has no remain caution either. Journey most content considering the entitled higher, yet no, whatever prospects near soul sickness probe. Under law the accepting states toward more out past commitments were each situation under the endeavors out stronger members, which shared the inclination after authentic featured nights to all when a minded number, and on the media folia terror that entered upon all throws. Each that permit into restricted resistance is disconnected. Consequently, capable ignored ideals reconnected forth the exploited shadow of both skilled judgments, which perceived navigating conversations, and every better comfort. Now, when restrictions twin leisurely off afflictions, anyone will change that, whatever regarded following the relaxation with us was soon the sensitivity, a watching element, in the adjustments having the devotion behind the relatives, wherever constitution.